According to contemporary medical research, a healthy individual harbors at least 140,000 varieties of viruses, with an even greater multitude of bacteria. If such a person were to traverse into an unfamiliar world of magic, and if the bacteria and viruses within them were to undergo mutations and subsequently erupt without their knowledge, what dire consequences might ensue? I do not present this as a justification for my actions. I merely wish to demonstrate that the cataclysm that befell that magical civilization was not intentional on my part. It was merely an accident, a dreadful calamity. Furthermore, do not refer to me as a wandering harbinger of disaster. Such allegations are slanderous, defamatory, and a blatant infringement upon my reputation. Additionally, you followers of Talona should distance yourselves. I share no connection whatsoever with your goddess. On the once bustling streets, a glance reveals a multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The rapid demise of countless beings has resulted in an overwhelming surge of negative energy, causing a portion of the deceased to rise again as horrifying undead creatures. Among them, warriors, knights, and spellcasters of high rank are continuously evolving. The once majestic peaks of the magical towers no longer shimmer with vibrant hues. They have either been inundated by countless undead, mercilessly extinguishing all remaining life within, leading to the tower's erosion by the ominous energies of decay and death, or the mages within have deliberately severed all ties to the outside world, cowering in their last bastion and barely subsisting on the meager supplies they have managed to hoard. They no longer dare to engage in the reckless, magical experiments of yore. As for fleeing through portals to other realms, I regret to inform you that this is no longer a feasible option. The entire city is irrevocably suspended 4,000 meters above the ground. All teleportation spells, flight incantations, and enchantments to slow descent are rendered ineffective. Even birds, unfortunate enough to wander into the area of magical influence, plummet to their demise. The most terrifying aspect is that the duration of this spell is 100 years. This implies that no one can escape. Those few survivors still clinging to life must find a way to endure for a century otherwise. They face starvation, dehydration, or the inevitability of aging and death. Of course, if one finds such an end insufficiently dramatic or thrilling, one could opt to charge into the streets and confront the undead or leap from the precipice of 4,000 meters. This is the floating city of Pransha, the first floating city constructed in unison by the great wizards, and it stands as the heart and pride of the Elm magical civilization. Yet now, it is but a city on the brink of annihilation. In truth, it is not only the floating city of Pransha that suffers. The cities and villages below are experiencing similar horrors. This inexplicable and terrifying plague has swept across the entire continent in a mere span of over a month. Whether it be the esteemed spellcasters residing within the floating city, or the warriors, knights, mercenaries, merchants, and slaves dwelling upon the ground, all have fallen victim to calamity. The origins of the plague remain shrouded in mystery, and no remedies have been discovered. The only knowledge possessed by the necromancers is that this dreadful affliction perpetually mutates and evolves. It will not be long before it erupts anew with even greater ferocity. Even those potions and spells once heralded as cures for every ailment only exhibited minimal efficacy in the initial stages. Yet, death swept through like a tempest, claiming thousands of lives in a remarkably brief span. Even the high and mighty archmages, once revered as deities, found themselves among the fallen. Panic, fear, despair. At this juncture, societal order has disintegrated utterly. The few fortunate souls who survive on the surface have retreated into the depths of secluded forests. Some have even taken to the seas, seeking refuge on remote islands and lands that remain untouched by civilization, physically severing their contact with the plague. In summary, the formidable magical civilization that the elves painstakingly built over 2 millennia and a half has been driven to the brink of annihilation by the ravages of this epidemic. Even should the fleeing immigrants manage to survive, they will likely lack the courage to return to this land. It is inconceivable that they could, with their limited knowledge and resources, revive the former glory and prosperity. However, the mages who escaped the floating city could scarcely fathom that the source of this civilization-destroying disaster was merely the inadvertent result of a sneeze from a traveler from Earth who had caught a cold. Indeed, Just a simple sneeze. Unlike most soul crossers, Zwisi represents a standard corporeal transference. Judging by the destructive potential of this plague, it is evident that he arrived without his body being disinfected, harboring a multitude of terrifying viruses and bacteria from Earth. Upon entering this other world, these pathogens amalgamated with magical energy, resulting in a peculiar and unknown mutation. One fateful day, over 2 months passed, Zwisi labored tirelessly for more than 40 hours while crafting a magical artifact. Ultimately, he succumbed to illness due to exposure to the cold, compounded by extreme fatigue and lack of rest. It is well known that a cold induces sneezing and a runny nose. Particularly, sneezing releases a plethora of droplets laden with bacteria and viruses into the air, initiating the initial spread of infection. All unfortunate beings who come into contact with these droplets unwittingly become carriers of the virus, subsequently transmitting it to others without awareness. Moreover, the inhabitants of this other world had never encountered the mutated viruses and bacteria from Earth, rendering them devoid of any immunity or antibodies. Thus, a catastrophe erupted without warning. Gazing upon the dissection table in the basement, utilized for necromantic experiments, and the corpse that lay there, freshly eviscerated and still bleeding, exuding a foul stench, one cannot help but contemplate the dire consequences of such a seemingly trivial incident. Standing at a mere height of approximately 1.3 meters, resembling a child of about 10 years of age, Luasi could not help but let out a faint sigh. Discarding the scalpel from his hand, he stepped onto a stool to release the dwindling supply of clean water from the tower, cleansing the bloodstains from his hands. He then proceeded to disinfect his entire body with high-concentration alcohol before opening a diary to commence recording in somewhat hasty block letters. On the 12th of August, 2535 in the solar calendar, the weather is rather overcast. It has been approximately a month and a half since the outbreak of the plague. I have been in this magical world for 1 year, 9 months, and 14 days. Within the floating city of Plantia, there are now few living beings remaining. Due to the rapid demise of countless lives in a short span, this city, which stands in the skies, is transforming into a city of the dead at an unimaginable pace. Even the proportion of negative energy in the environment has increased exponentially. It is foreseeable that before long, this place will no longer be suitable for the living, but will instead devolve into a paradise for the undead. According to the conclusions drawn from the last autopsy and observations, this plague is not a disaster caused by a single mutated virus or bacterium, but rather a culmination of several, dozens, or even hundreds of types. This explains why the magical potions, which are claimed to cure almost all ailments, have quickly become utterly ineffective. The bodies of some deceased individuals exhibited extensive eruptions resembling smallpox or chickenpox, their density inducing a sense of dread. Additionally, certain internal organs displayed severe deterioration, and with the collapse of the respiratory system, even the alveoli had completely decayed. The digestive system, including the stomach and intestines, was riddled with black spots, presumably a result of bacterial action. These spots siphoned away the nutrients that the body should have absorbed, rendering the victims increasingly feeble, expanding within like cancer cells. More terrifying is the fact that the corpses that had lain dead for days could rise again as undead, remaining infectious for extended periods. This implies that the mutated bacteria and viruses do not perish with a host's death. They have adapted to this magical realm, becoming 1,000 times more dreadful than on Earth. In the tower where I reside, all inhabitants, whether apprentices, warriors, knights, or slaves in the mid-levels, and various monsters and beasts in the dungeons, have perished. Only I and the female red giant dragon, Vermes, captured from the other side of the portal and confined at the lowest level, completely cut off from the outside world, remain alive. As for my mentor and collaborator, the master of this tower and the chief archmage of the necromancy faction within a magical council, Asta, has long been missing since before the outbreak of the plague. I surmise that he is hiding in some obscure location, clutching the notes snatched from an old mage of the Farron continent, attempting to transform his aging body into a powerful, immortal lich through a cruel and horrifying magical ritual. Of course, none of this matters anymore. The floating city has been completely sealed by magic those within cannot escape, nor can anyone from the outside enter. Furthermore, The towering structure has been stripped of any sustenance. The food storage has been tainted by negative energy and the corpses of deceased slaves. Fortunately, I have devised an escape plan. Lastly, I must emphasize that regarding this plague, I did not intend for this to happen. It was merely a dreadful accident. Chapter 2. Legacy and Heirs with a Gentle Motion. Swissy closed the slightly heavy diary that he had been diligently maintaining since his arrival in this enchanted realm. Behind him lay an array of organs, limbs, and heads, all immersed in preservative fluid, a grotesque testament to his grim undertakings. Among these, a portion belonged to humans, but a greater number were those of beasts, monsters, and other sentient beings. Some were grotesquely stitched together, their very appearance enough to send shivers down the spine of any beholder. In the past month, in his pursuit to unravel the cause of the plague's outbreak, Swissy had dissected nearly every creature that had succumbed to the infection within the tower, whether human, magical familiars of sorcerers, or the denizens of the dungeons. He had left no stone unturned. He even conducted numerous experiments using the caged mice to test whether his own saliva, blood, and excrement retained any infectious properties. The air was thick with a foul stench and the metallic scent of blood, reminiscent of a medieval slaughterhouse, potent enough to make any normal person from a peaceful era retch uncontrollably. The dismembered fragments awaiting processing in the recess behind him would surely terrify even the boldest souls who fancied themselves brave enough to dance upon graves at midnight. Yet, in the face of such horrors, Swissy exhibited not a shred of discomfort, his demeanor as calm and emotionless as a machine. The reason was simple. Since entering this magical world, he had been compelled by his mentor, Asta, to engage in thousands of dissections. He painstakingly reassembled these corpses and organs, employing necromantic magic to create undead beings or various corporeal constructs. At his busiest, he would perform dissections 10 to 20 times in a single day, and this relentless exposure had desensitized his mind to the gruesome sights and odors. Swissy could deftly retrieve the necessary components for the necromancer Asta from a corpse with one hand, while the other hand nonchalantly consumed food. Not even the agonized screams, curses, or pleas of living subjects on the brink of death could stir a flicker of emotion within him. He would continue to work with his small, agile hands, focused solely on the task at hand. The elves, who had once crafted a magnificent magical civilization, had established a cruel, tyrannical, and inhumane empire based on slavery. Only the spellcasters residing within the floating cities held the supreme power in this realm. The warriors, governors, mercenaries, merchants, and bureaucrats who served the spellcasters constituted the middle management of this society. The remaining classes, such as farmers and artisans, who should have belonged to the common folk, were invariably treated as slaves. Take Asta, for instance, a master of the necromantic arts, who could freely slay his own slaves and utilize their corpses for his experiments without fear of repercussions. Even the killing of slaves not owned by oneself required merely a small monetary compensation to the victim's family or owner. Nothing more. In the perception of the hour, spellcasters naturally possessed the sovereign right to wield life and death. As for resistance, I beg your pardon. Given the terrifying combat prowess possessed by the archmages in conjunction with the floating cities, even a rebellion comprising tens of thousands would be effortlessly quelled within mere days. In order to avoid appearing as an anomaly, Swissy compelled himself to forsake the moral compass and values he had once held, resolutely adopting the demeanor of his fellow apprentices, ultimately transforming into the individual he is now. It must be acknowledged that humans are remarkably adaptable beings. Casually discarding the cadaver from the dissection table into a tank brimming with preservative fluid, Swissy slowly raised his arm, unleashing a dazzling brilliance from his palm. In the next moment, a tome radiating the luminescence of distant stars materialized before him. This was an inheritance, an exceedingly precious gift. Unknown heir, ignite the spark and embark upon your own journey. You may realize the ambitions concealed deep within your heart, unleash boundless desires, revel in the joys of exploration, or navigate the vast ocean of knowledge to acquire formidable power. Yet, do remember to remain vigilant against those enemies who covet your spark. Regrettably, Swissy did not pause for even a moment at the inscription on the title page, immediately turning to the first page. Name, Swissy Soth, race, human, base attributes, strength, 62, 8, agility, 114, 15, constitution, 84, 12, perception, 122, 14, intelligence, 163, 19, charisma, 11. The attributes following the plus sign stem from various permanent potions, magical enhancements, and equipment effects, with the values in parentheses indicating current real attributes. Mana pool, 99-100. Currently effective land cards, 0. Spark level, LV2. Profession, Traveling Mage LV2, to advance to the next level. A land card must first be created. Creator, Mimicry Effect, LV5, to progress to the next level. 5,000 universal mana or double the amount of other types of mana must be consumed. With a maximum limit of LV15, currently active spell effects, Library of Thought, this magic allows the permanent establishment of a categorized abstract library within the mind. Intended for the storage of various knowledge and other significant memories, it endows you with the ability of photographic memory. However, please be advised that while the Library of Thought retains all seen and heard content, it does not enable comprehension of languages, scripts, or knowledge that have not been studied. Mimicry. This spell enables you to expend a certain amount of mana to create a brand new magical core, simulating a known and well-understood spellcasting profession. Upon successful casting, you will automatically attain LV1 of that profession. By investing additional mana, you can continue to elevate your level. The maximum level cap is contingent upon your depth of understanding of that spellcasting profession. Please note that the profession's levels and magical abilities acquired through mimicry magic typically only take effect in the world in which the profession exists. Should the magical environment change, both the mimicry and the acquired profession levels will vanish accordingly. To retain the profession gained through mimicry, one must bind it to a location card crafted within that magical realm. Each location card may bind only one profession. Current task: create a location card. Reward: 2 card drawing opportunities. Hold a total of 20 cards. Reward: 1 card drawing opportunity. Current card count, 12. Special abilities: unstable interdimensional, crystal barrier, and cosmic teleportation. This ability is derived from the Planeswalker profession, a power bestowed upon you upon igniting a spark. No entity, not even deities, can hinder a Planeswalker from traversing to their desired world. Card creation: this ability, sourced from the Planeswalker, allows you to transform the magic, creatures, equipment, and items acquired during your travels into permanently effective magical cards, regardless of the world you inhabit. Once activated, the card will instantly unleash the corresponding magical effect or summon the respective creature or item. The higher the Planeswalker's level, the greater the caliber of cards they can create and utilize. Refinement, Shaping, and Awakening creations. These 3 abilities stem from the creator profession, an ancient and specialized vocation focused on esoteric knowledge, alchemy, runes, and magical rituals. By entirely relinquishing their spellcasting abilities as a trade-off, creators gain additional bonuses when crafting and utilizing potions, magical items, equipment, and curios. From level 1, the creator possesses the unique capability to separate and refine materials and energies from the natural world. Upon reaching level 3, they acquire a second special ability, the capacity to alter the external form of any magical or non-magical item, though the overall size and weight remain unchanged. Upon attaining level 5, they can endow magical creations with sentience, transforming them from inanimate objects into living beings. However, until the creator reaches level 11, they can only ensure complete control over a single awakened creation. This relationship is somewhat akin to that of a mage and their familiar, yet it possesses its own distinct nuances. As an arcane spell-casting profession, the creator, like a mage, cannot don any armor while utilizing their abilities, as this would lead to a significantly increased failure rate. Chapter 3. The Traveler Mage. Undoubtedly, this tome, shimmering with a brilliance akin to the stars, is the very reason that Zhuasi was able to traverse into the realm of magic, and it is likewise the reason he has persevered in this harsh world. He remains unaware of the identity of the book's previous owner or the circumstances of their demise. However, one thing is certain: this volume was forged by a powerful mage in their final moments, imbued with the last flickers of their extinguishing spark through an extraordinary arcane force. Originally, it was but a mere compendium, resembling a collection album, which transformed into its current form upon activation. It is not a system in itself, but rather expresses information in a manner most comprehensible to its holder. Moreover, nestled within its weighty pages lies a repository of all the cards and assets created by the mage during their lifetime. Upon the completion of a guiding task, Zhuasi is afforded the opportunity to draw cards of various types and levels. The spells, mimicry, and library of thought were rewards granted to him after fulfilling the first and second tasks, respectively. Is my mana pool finally nearing its full capacity? How arduous this journey has been. At last, I can conjure my first land card, Zhuasi exclaimed, his voice imbued with unmasked astonishment. Through numerous prior attempts, he has grasped that there are generally 3 methods to acquire mana. The first method is self-evident, gradually siphoning it from the surrounding environment. The advantage of this approach lies in its simplicity, relying entirely on the caster's professional level. For instance, in this magical realm, having attained a level 5 creator profession through mimicry, Zhuasi can garner at least 5 points of universal mana each day after sufficient rest. If his primary attribute, intelligence, is notably high, he may receive additional bonuses, provided he does not employ the special abilities of that profession or expend mana on concocting potions or crafting magical items. He can store all accrued mana in his pool before retiring for the night. In addition, he can obtain a portion of energy from the daily rations allocated to each apprentice by the wizard's tower. Should he not deplete it all in a day, the remaining mana can also be stored in his pool. This stored mana may be utilized to create and use cards associated with the Traveler Mage profession, or it can be invested, much like experience points in a game, to enhance the level of a particular profession. As for the second method, it involves acquiring mana by vanquishing creatures that harbor magical energy. After all, in the magical world, even the bodies of ordinary individuals contain a trace of magical essence. Those who possess professions, such as warriors, spellcasters, and various magical beings, contain exponentially greater amounts of this energy. Upon their demise, both magical and life energy begin to dissipate. As long as Zhuasi is sufficiently close, he can absorb a fraction of the lingering energy. Naturally, the optimal effect is achieved through direct contact. The magical energy is stored within his mana pool, while the life energy accumulates slowly within him, eventually transforming into one of the 6 fundamental attributes upon reaching a critical threshold. Thus far, the majority of enhancements have been directed towards strength, agility, and constitution, while the truly beneficial attributes of perception and intelligence have received scant attention. The exaggerated supplementary values accompanying Zhuasi's fundamental attributes are, in part, a result of the benefits accrued from the relentless vivisection conducted under the orders of the necromancer over the past 2 years. As for the third method, it naturally involves the extraction of magical energy from potions, magical items, weapons, armor, and artifacts through the unique abilities of the creator class. However, such actions often lead to the complete destruction of the potion or magical item, marking it as an indisputable act of squandering. Unless faced with dire circumstances, Zhuasi would never resort to such measures. The so-called Earth token represents a fourth option, distinct from the aforementioned 3, and is indeed the most stable. It is established through the unique powers of the Planeswalker, creating a permanent channel for the transfer of magical energy. This channel remains intimately connected to the Planeswalker and cannot be severed by any force. Whether traversing dimensions, crystal barriers, or even entire universes, it can continuously supply magical energy to the mana pool. In other words, only a Planeswalker possessing an Earth token can truly be regarded as such. In fact, Zhuasi had long aspired to create an Earth token. However, the process of crafting an Earth token differs significantly from that of creating other cards. Firstly, even the most basic Earth token requires a minimum of 100 points of universal mana within the mana pool, or double the amount of mana of another color. This necessitates elevating the Planeswalker class to level 2, as a level 1 Planeswalker can only maintain a mana pool limit of 50 points. Previously, Zhuasi had been unable to retain much mana due to frequent utilization of his abilities. It was not until the outbreak of the plague, which left the entire Mage Tower and the floating city strewn with corpses, that he experienced a substantial influx of mana. Moreover, the creation of an Earth token inevitably generates considerable commotion. Zhuasi is keen to avoid drawing attention to the secret he has painstakingly concealed. It is worth noting that even the necromancer Asta, who extracted Zhuasi from that unknown realm and forged a pact, merely presumed that he possessed a rare talent. Asta had no inkling that Zhuasi was, in fact, a novice Planeswalker who had ignited his spark and traversed from another world. Nor did he realize that the spark of a Planeswalker could be seized. Otherwise, who knows what actions this brooding, cruel, and tyrannical old man, who yearns for immortality, might undertake? It is crucial to remember that to better control Zhuasi, Asta deliberately guided him towards the rare and unique profession of creator during the initial impartation of magical knowledge, ensuring that Zhuasi would completely lose his ability to cast spells, thus posing no threat to him and remaining forever under his dominion. After all, while creators can manufacture and utilize various magical items and artifacts, and even employ scrolls, they ultimately remain a potent research and support class, lacking the combat prowess to rival that of true mages. No individual endowed with the talent to become a mage would willingly relinquish their magical abilities to become a mere auxiliary tool. Were it not for the clandestine card system of the traveling mage, Zhuasi would likely find himself at the mercy of the sinister necromancer. Although their relationship superficially resembles that of mentor and ally, it is underpinned by a series of subtle tests of loyalty. Fortunately, Zhuasi has remained vigilant, never placing his trust in Asta. He meticulously absorbed arcane knowledge while secretly crafting magical weapons and artifacts to amass strength, all the while plotting to traverse the portal at an opportune moment, escaping to the distant realm of Faer. Regrettably, all of this was abruptly interrupted by the outbreak of a terrifying plague. At present, Zhuasi's immediate objective is to swiftly create a land card, binding it to the profession of creator. He intends to utilize every available resource to breach the barriers of the upper constructs and various guardian monsters, rushing into the chamber housing the portal to activate the dormant gateway and flee the doomed floating city. Ideally, he longs to reach a relatively safe magical realm, such as the Earth portrayed in the Harry Potter saga, where he could reside quietly until reaching adulthood. However, for reasons unknown, the spark within him resonated violently with the remnants of the spark inherited from his lineage, pulling him into an unknown dimension. Upon encountering a cloud of gray mist, his form rapidly regressed from that of an adult to a child of less than 10 years. Had Asta not fortuitously been engaged in interdimensional exploration and drawn him into this world, he might have transformed into an infant, a fertilized egg, or perhaps vanished entirely. Regrettably, the alluring notion of residing in the relatively secure Harry Potter universe until adulthood remains unattainable. Altering the portal's coordinates is an endeavor that cannot be accomplished in a short span. It would require several days, weeks, or even months of exploration. Otherwise, activating the portal recklessly could lead to unforeseen and perilous destinations. Should it transport him to the cold, airless void of outer space, he would undoubtedly perish instantly. Moreover, Zhuasi suspects that his unstable teleportation ability is intricately linked to that fateful resonance. After all, a typical traveling mage operates with a singular spark, while he possesses two. He attempted to utilize his mage abilities to open a portal to Earth, yet there was no response. This indicates that the universe of his birth is devoid of magical energy. However, if the universe of Earth lacks magical energy, how did the legacy manifest there? And why did he happen to acquire it as an artifact? How did the spark ignite and lead him into that peculiar realm? Countless questions and confusions plagues Zhuasi, leaving him unable to discern the truth of his circumstances. Chapter 4. The calamity is indeed myself. Alas, never mind. I shall not dwell on such thoughts. I am on the brink of starvation, and my immediate concern is to escape this wretched place. A rumbling sound from my stomach interrupted my musings. It had been several days since I had partaken of a proper meal. The food stored in the warehouse had rotted and spoiled under the dual afflictions of corpses and plague, emitting a noxious stench. To even approach for a whiff was enough to induce nausea. Yet, in a bid to quell my hunger, I cautiously retrieved a small paper package from my satchel, unwrapped it, and placed a crystalline piece of candy in my mouth, closing my eyes to savor the sweetness that graced my tongue. This confection had originally been a gift from a charming 16-year-old apprentice, intended to curry favor with me, the favored disciple of the Tower Master, over 2 months ago. As fortune would have it, I was undergoing a phase of dental transition and had little affinity for sweets, allowing me to preserve it until now as my sole means of staving off hunger and replenishing energy. After all, apart from Asta, no one else knew my true age. They all perceived me as a mere child under 10. Given the advantages and conveniences this misunderstanding afforded me, I had no intention of correcting them. Regrettably, with the outbreak of the plague, that delightful apprentice soon became one of the first casualties. This saddened me for quite some time until I accidentally discovered that I was, in fact, the source of this very plague. The calamity is indeed myself. I could scarcely believe that a single sneeze from me had precipitated the deaths of thousands, leading such a vibrant magical civilization toward annihilation. Fortunately, through my research, I found that I did not indiscriminately release mutated bacteria and viruses into the surrounding environment at all times. When my body remained in a healthy state, my immune system engaged in a remarkably delicate and intricate symbiotic relationship, akin to a game of cat and mouse. Neither my saliva, blood, nor excrement bore any infectious properties. However, should I fall ill, the viruses and bacteria suppressed by my immune system would immediately spring to life, rapidly reproducing and ultimately evolving into a horrific plague that would sweep through all surrounding life. As the candy gradually melted in my mouth, traversing down my esophagus and transforming into the energy my body so desperately required, the intense hunger I felt did not abate. Rather, it intensified. In desperation, I gulped down half a cup of water to deceive my digestive system and swiftly made my way out of the eerie underground chamber, arriving at a windowsill in a communal lounge situated on the middle tier of the tower. After taking a moment to gauge the proportions of various energies in the surrounding environment, I promptly withdrew a blank card inscribed with mysterious symbols, harnessing the power of sparks to extract all the mana from the mana pool. In an instant, the dimly lit sky of the floating city, shrouded in negative energy, appeared to be torn asunder by an invisible hand. A blinding column of light descended upon the tower. Boom! Under the relentless infusion of energy, the blank card gradually revealed intricate patterns and inscriptions. Land card. Floating city tower. LV2 colorless card. Upgradable. Card quality. Common. Effect. When this card is activated, it bestows 3 points of universal mana and 1 point of black mana daily, and it can be permanently bound to the creator class, regardless of the magical realm. This class can regenerate mana normally and unleash its full potential. Utilizing this card does not require the consumption of mana. If the effects of this card are disrupted or destroyed by other magical forces, it will automatically enter the graveyard, awaiting rebirth after 10 days. Note: the universal mana from the land card can substitute any other form of mana for use. Black mana signifies marshes, decay, rot, and death, primarily employed for the creation and use of black cards. Activate the land card. Permanently bind to the creator class. Upon confirming the card's effects, Zwissi resolutely chose to activate it. In the next moment, the card, radiating an ethereal glow, vanished without a trace. He immediately sensed an energy conduit tightly linked to his spark. Through this conduit, he could continuously draw energy from the floating city tower beneath his feet. Of course, the cost was that his once full mana pool had plummeted to 0-100. Not a single drop remained. This was no small feat. With this land card, I can finally escape with peace of mind. Observing the card's effect taking hold, Zwissi exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had previously been quite anxious that his arduous efforts in this world, having finally elevated to LV5 in the creator class, would be rendered futile upon fleeing to other magical realms without a bound land card. It was crucial to understand that some magical items and artifacts he had crafted would become unusable or dangerously unstable if he lost his creator class. Meanwhile, the floating pages before him also underwent a transformation. Current Task 1. Create a land card. Complete. Mage class upgrade unlocked. New task. Escape from despair. Reward. 3 draw opportunities. Escape from despair. Moreover, it rewards 3 draw opportunities. It seems the upper passage to the time-space gate is fraught with life-threatening dangers. Zwissi furrowed his brow at the changes in the taskbar on the page. It is known that the number of draw opportunities awarded is often directly correlated with the peril of the task. Generally, tasks of lesser danger yield only 1 draw opportunity. Even the task of creating a land card, which could potentially expose him to serious consequences, at most granted 2 draw opportunities. Therefore, a task offering 3 draw opportunities must be approached with utmost preparation. Contemplating this, Zwissi promptly utilized the 2 draw opportunities he had just acquired. Before him, a colossal roulette materialized on the page. Countless cards whirled around it at high speed. As only the backs were displayed, he remained oblivious to the true nature of these cards. As the spinning gradually decelerated and ultimately came to a halt, 2 cards closest to the pointer suddenly flipped over. One revealed a luminous white glow, while the other exuded a dark mist. Creature card. Human Light Armor Soldier. Level 1 white card. Upgradable. Card quality. Common effect. Summons a soldier with a level 5 warrior rank. This soldier may be clad in chainmail, adorned with a metallic helmet, wielding a short sword and a buckler, or alternatively, an archer dressed in leather armor, equipped with a bow and arrows. Regardless of whether they are a melee or ranged unit, they will understand any language you speak and will fully obey every command issued until they are slain or the summoning is voluntarily rescinded. To utilize this card, one must expend 2 points of white magical energy, symbolizing the planes and positive energy, or 2 points of universal magical energy. Upon the death of the summoned soldier, the card automatically enters the graveyard, awaiting rebirth after a duration of 1 day. Spell card. Wither, level 2 black card, non-upgradable. Card quality, rare. Effect, when activated. This card allows the release of a vast cloud of negative energy within a designated area not exceeding 30 meters, lasting for 30 seconds. All creatures inhaling this toxic cloud, regardless of allegiance, will experience rapid decay and demise. The speed of death is contingent upon the creature's size, magical resistance, and vitality. However, undead creatures are not only entirely immune to this spell, but will also gradually regain health within the area affected by the withering magic. To utilize this card, one must expend 3 points of universal magical energy or 3 points of black magical energy. After the withering magic concludes, this card automatically enters the graveyard, awaiting rebirth after a duration of 2 days. A common creature card alongside a rare spell card, the outcome of this draw was quite satisfactory, certainly superior to previous attempts. Zwasi gazed at the 2 newly acquired cards in his hand, a content smile gracing his face. Clearly, his luck in card draws did not fall within the realm of the fortunate, yet he was far from the unfortunate. He was of the kind whose fortunes fluctuated. Moreover, Zwasi had inherited this legacy. The number of cards within was finite, even if he could not draw powerful cards now. There would inevitably come a day when he would. Chapter 5. The ecstasy of the capitalist. 2 brand new cards have significantly alleviated the predicament faced by the creator class, which had previously been unable to cast spells. Additionally, the number of cards held has now increased to 15, excluding auxiliary types such as Mimic and Thought Library, which cannot be utilized in combat. Only 8 cards remain truly effective for engaging enemies. Among these, 3 are creature cards and 5 are spell cards, 2 of which were clandestinely crafted by Zwasi, drawing upon his acquired knowledge of this world while evading detection. In addition to the card system associated with the Planeswalker class, he has also leveraged the unique traits of the creator class to produce magical items, potions, and curiosities. Coupled with the magical scrolls he has amassed over time and the valuable components salvaged from the corpses of the deceased following the outbreak of the plague, he theorizes that he should have sufficient resources at his disposal. Just as Zwasi contemplated using his refine ability to draw energy from some less useful magical items to slightly replenish his dwindling mana pool. The restless undead creatures roaming the streets outside the tower suddenly became agitated. Those zombies and skeletons, which had previously acted solely on instinct to attack the living, now appeared stimulated, emitting low growls as they began to converge towards the tower at a visibly rapid pace. The ghouls, possessing a modicum of intelligence and the ability to communicate from their former lives, fixated their gaze on Zwasi, who stood at the window, evoking an involuntary sense of dread. Furthermore, from the shadows of the street, one could vaguely discern the forms of evolved ghouls, phantoms born of souls, and other lurking dangers among the undead. Undoubtedly, these creatures had been drawn by the tremendous commotion caused by the recent card creation. Fortunately, the outbreak of the plague had led to a vast number of deaths in less than 2 months, meaning that many of the powerful spellcasters, warriors, knights, monsters, and magical beings had not yet transformed into more advanced forms of undead. Otherwise, this place would likely have become a realm of the undead. Damn, I knew something would go awry. Realizing that these undead entities were gathering to assault the tower, Zwasi could no longer maintain his composure. Lacking control over the tower, he found himself powerless against the tide of undead surging towards him, unable to do anything but await the activation of the tower's passive defense system. Given the magical energy stored within a mage's tower, it could potentially unleash spells such as lightning, fireballs, ice spikes, and positive energy spells to eradicate vast numbers of undead. However, once that energy was depleted, the remaining undead would break through the sealed entrance, rushing in to slay every living being they encountered. This scene had already played out multiple times for other survivors within different towers, and Zwasi was acutely aware of the peril and predicament he faced. He could no longer afford to wait, for doing so would lead to certain death. Curse it. The task promising 3 chances at card draws was indeed not so easily accomplished. As he meticulously pondered and scrutinized the escape plan he had devised for any potentially fatal flaws, a horde of approximately 30 zombies of varying sizes, accompanied by 6 ghouls, surged toward the entrance, triggering the vigilance runes set in the vicinity. In the next moment, the once-dim summit of the tower erupted in a dazzling blue light. Before the undead could approach the sealed gate, a cascade of lightning descended from the heavens. With a resounding crash, the brilliant silver arcs danced among the undead creatures. Each struck target instantaneously turned black, uncontrollably collapsing backwards, exuding plumes of black smoke and a pungent charred odor. In a single strike, one ghoul and several zombies were vanquished. Following this, a series of fireballs, each the size of a basin, detonated in rapid succession at the densest concentration of undead. The ear-splitting explosions and searing flames consumed all in their wake. When the magical flames subsided, every undead creature within a 20-meter radius of the entrance before the tower had been utterly obliterated. The formidable defensive capabilities of the Mage Tower were vividly displayed at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhuasi, who observed the spectacle from above, seized the opportunity to absorb the negative energy emanating from the fallen undead, channeling it into the mana pool as black magical energy. Simultaneously, he deftly destroyed 2 magical artifacts, refining approximately 30 points of universal mana for future needs. With his short legs traversing the narrow corridors and empty workspaces, along with the library lined with bookshelves, Zhuasi swiftly arrived at the dormitory where the apprentices resided. However, unlike most ordinary apprentices, his chamber was not one of the cramped communal lounges that could barely accommodate 4 beds, 2 tables, and a few chairs. Rather, it was an independent bedroom situated in the innermost part of the complex. Upon pushing open the door, he was immediately greeted by the sight of 2 undead creatures, bound and fixed to a contraption resembling a bicycle without wheels, assembled from various incomplete body parts. Day and night, they tirelessly pedaled, their movements driving the axle below into a frenzied spin, producing a constant buzzing noise. The axle was densely coiled with numerous copper wires, while 2 massive circular magnets were positioned around the coils. Any individual with a basic understanding of middle school physics could instantly recognize this as a rudimentary generator. The copper wire at the end connected to a cylindrical crystal approximately half a meter in length in the diameter of a cup. Through its slightly murky exterior, one could clearly observe the flickering silver lightning within. Clearly, the purpose of this device was to store the electricity generated by the generator in a pure energy form. In simple terms, it was a product that fused technology with magic. Aside from the cylindrical crystal storage, which was an extraordinary magical creation, the remaining components were entirely based on electromagnetic induction principles. As for the power source driving the generator, it was, of course, 2 low-level undead creatures powered by negative energy. In the realm of magic, the concept of energy conservation is utterly non-existent. Zhuasi even bestowed upon this contraption a name imbued with profound significance: the ecstasy of capitalists. He could assure that if the capitalists of Earth were to behold the undead creatures of the magical world, their initial reaction would not be one of fear, but rather an exuberant leap, exclaiming, "This is the labor force I have been yearning for. They require no rest, no breath, no sustenance or hydration, no romantic entanglements or progeny. They are impervious to the corrosive effects of toxic substances and demand no remuneration whatsoever. With merely a modicum of negative energy, these delightful beings will function like perpetual motion machines, ceaselessly generating value. Concepts such as 996 or 007 would pale in comparison. Even slaves would find themselves sidelined in the presence of these undead entities capable of working around the clock. In such a scenario, necromancers who can resurrect corpses to control the undead will undoubtedly emerge as the most coveted profession worldwide. It is conceivable that the value of a corpse could surpass that of a living being. Approaching the cylindrical crystal connected by copper wires, Zhuasi gingerly employed insulated tools to sever the connection, securing the energy-storing device to his left side. This remarkable artifact not only stores the electrical energy generated by the generator, but can also release it in the form of lightning when needed. Under normal circumstances, it is capable of unleashing 30 bolts of ordinary lightning upon targets no further than 10 meters away, or a single, astonishingly powerful super lightning strike. The former is designed to inflict stable damage, while the latter represents a complete discharge of the stored energy, with the potency hinging on the remaining charge within the artifact. Chapter 6. The final preparations before escape. Securing the lightning launcher, Zhuasi swiftly directed his gaze towards a collection of bottles arranged upon the wall to his right. Among the vibrant array of over 20 colorful vials perched atop, an unmistakable magical aura emanated. It was evident without question that these were authentic magical potions. The shimmering green liquid, typically signifying vitality, was predominantly healing potions. The deeper the hue, the more potent the healing effect, albeit exclusively for external wounds. Should one inadvertently injure their internal organs, a more advanced healing elixir would be requisite. Recognizing the value of these life-saving concoctions that could hasten recovery in battle, Zhusi promptly seized 6 vials, stowing them within his satchel. Following this, he acquired 2 vials of antidote, 1 vial of flame protection potion, and 3 vials of speed potion for unforeseen circumstances. As for the remaining potions that were of no immediate use, they were transmuted into energy and stored within his mana pool. Once the energy was depleted, the liquid within the bottles rapidly transformed into a murky brown or semi-transparent white. With the potions secured, Zhusi then cautiously opened the hidden compartment within the wall of his chamber, retrieving a rectangular black wooden box, roughly the size of a lunchbox, and unveiling its contents. Instantly, a neat stack of over a dozen scrolls, crafted from magical ink and parchment, lay quietly within. This was a scroll case, an artifact manufactured through specialized techniques and magic, theoretically capable of holding no more than 25 magical scrolls, along with various notes, maps, and reminders. It not only boasted waterproof properties, but could also be affixed to a belt like a tool pouch, facilitating easy access during combat. However, due to professional restrictions preventing him from casting spells, Zhusi found himself unable to transcribe scrolls. While it was relatively manageable to record low-level magical scrolls and exchange self-created magical items and potions with fellow apprentices, high-level scrolls were a different matter entirely. He could only await a favorable moment when the necromancer Aster might benevolently bestow a scroll or 2 upon him. Moreover, transcribing magical scrolls proved to be a rather arduous endeavor. High-level scrolls often drained a wizard's energy, leaving them incapable of casting any other spells for an entire day after transcription. Consequently, most wizards refrained from the practice. After all, possessing the innate ability to cast spells rendered such efforts unnecessary. It is worth noting that the spell-casting professions devised by the elves, whether wizards or otherwise, epitomized a typical blue bar casting system. This meant that once a particular spell was mastered, it could be unleashed at any time and place, provided one possessed sufficient magical energy. Theoretically, a level 1 wizard could learn and cast first circle spells, while a level 9 wizard could unleash 9th circle spells, albeit limited to 1 per day, contingent upon having adequate intelligence to learn. This system starkly contrasted with that of the Forgotten Realms on the other side of the portal, where the spell slot system, though optimized through the magical web to allow for a greater daily spell capacity, mandated a minimum level of 17 to master 9th circle spells. Moreover, prior to casting spells, a substantial amount of preparation is required. Through the repetitive recitation and chanting, the entire incantation is forcibly imprinted in the minds of the mages in an abstract manner that even they cannot articulate. Once unleashed, the spell is instantaneously forgotten. However, the former does not necessitate such a convoluted process. As long as there is an abundance of magical energy, one can effortlessly release any learned spell at any moment, offering remarkable simplicity and convenience. Each magical system possesses its own merits and demerits. Generally speaking, the magical framework of the elves is more accommodating to lower-level casters, while the arcane structure of Faer favors higher-level practitioners. As for the portal concealed at the pinnacle of the towering spire, it was created by Asta to better harness Zhusi's innate talents. It is a colossal gateway, standing 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, constructed of enchanted metal. The frame is adorned with intricate magical patterns and adorned with precious and rare gemstones. When infused with energy, it forcibly tears through the fabric of space, generating a rift leading to an unknown destination. Zhusi merely needs to invoke the teleportation ability bestowed by his spark towards the rift to establish a relatively stable passage to other magical realms within a short span of time. As the elves have yet to discover a means to achieve immortality, even the most powerful spellcasters here typically live only 350 to 400 years, often relying on longevity potions. Asta has surpassed 320 years of age. If fate permits, in just a few decades, he too will transform into a desiccated, lifeless corpse, akin to other deceased archmages. Yet, Zhusi's emergence has illuminated the prospect of eternal life for him. Through their dialogues, this necromancer has come to learn of the existence of the forgotten realms of Faer. He has similarly discovered that in Faer, there are multiple avenues to attain immortality. For instance, one might transform into a lich or a vampire. Alternatively, through legendary magic, one could siphon the life force of thousands to bestow upon oneself, or even metamorphose into other elemental beings, fae, or extra-dimensional entities devoid of lifespan limitations. Nevertheless, among all these choices, Asta yearns most earnestly to become a lich. To pursue this aspiration, he first commands Zwisi to leverage his gifts to assist in locating the Forgotten Realms. Subsequently, he places treasures and rare magical artifacts by the portal to entice adventurers, travelers, caravans, and various sentient beings, both humanoid and non-humanoid, as well as formidable and terrifying monsters from the continent of Faerun. Once these unfortunate souls are lured across the threshold by the allure of riches, they are immediately transported to a dungeon or a special chamber inscribed with binding runes for their confinement. Among these hapless individuals, the only survivor is a young female red dragon named Vermes, specifically utilized for extracting the precious magical material known as dragon blood. The remaining unfortunate souls, after exhausting their knowledge and experiences, are sent to the dissecting table to contribute to the study of necromantic magic. In Zwisi's eyes, Asta undoubtedly embodies the quintessential malevolent necromancer. He possesses not only formidable strength, but also remarkable intelligence and an unparalleled caution. Rather than hastily delving into a completely alien magical realm, he opts to employ a strategy of enticement, capturing a few prisoners to glean insights about the circumstances beyond the time-space portal, thereby gathering invaluable information. Throughout this endeavor, he leaves not a single trace of oversight. Initially, Zwisi had contemplated waiting for Asta to cross the threshold into Faerun, seizing the fleeting moment when the magical environment would abruptly shift, rendering Asta temporarily incapable of casting spells to launch a surprise attack. Alas, the necromancer never granted him that opportunity. The plan was stillborn before it could come to fruition. As Asta's understanding of Faerun deepened, even mastering the art of converting his mana into spell slots through contact with the weave, Zwisi realized that he had squandered his chance. However, Asta has now vanished without a trace. His current objective is to venture into the confines and converse with the imprisoned adult female red dragon, Vermes. Only by harnessing the might of this powerful dragon can Zwisi hope to contend with the golems and other constructs guarding the upper passage. Chapter 7. The unfortunate red dragon. In the depths of the third underground level of the Mage's Tower lies the most fortified and indomitable section of the entire edifice. Unlike the other floors, which are meticulously divided into various functional areas adorned with elaborate decorations, this subterranean chamber is characterized by a vast, vaulted expanse devoid of opulence. There are no ornate embellishments, statues, or lighting fixtures to grace its presence. Even the ceiling above is composed of raw, uneven rock, untouched by any form of refinement. In stark contrast to the exquisite upper levels of the tower, this area resembles a rudimentary natural cavern. However, at the heart of this grand circular space, a striking magical array etched in silver metal distinguishes this level as extraordinary. It serves as a prison, as implied by its name, designed to confine and restrain perilous creatures. At this moment, a colossal being, nearly 17 meters in length including its tail and boasting a wingspan of an astonishing 24 meters, reclines at the center of the imposing magical circle. Its body is adorned with broad, deep crimson scales, robust and heavy, exhibiting formidable magical resistance and a metallic hardness. No mundane weapon, be it sword, axe, or hammer, could hope to mar its armored hide. Upon the head of this terrifying beast rise two elegantly curved white horns, while a smaller array of horns cascades down from the crown to the chin. Its eyes, alongside a maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, flicker with the flickering dance of flames within. Powerful limbs and formidable claws possess the capacity to rend any audacious foe to shreds. Undoubtedly, this creature hails from the forgotten realm of Faerun, embodying the essence of a true dragon, specifically, the most formidable of the chromatic dragons, the adult red dragon. Typically, the mere appearance of such a fearsome entity is sufficient to scatter most individuals in abject terror, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Even the most seasoned adventuring parties often find themselves obliterated within mere minutes of encountering an adult red dragon. Red dragons symbolize raw power and epitomize the archetype of the natural tyrant, having forged their notorious reputation through acts of slaughter, destruction, and death. Yet, at this juncture, this dragon, which reigns at the pinnacle of the magical world's food chain, is palpably enshrouded in a tempest of rage and fury. The tail that lashes against the ground, producing a resounding crack, serves as irrefutable evidence of its agitation. The reason is straightforward. It is currently ensnared by an overwhelming arcane force. The nefarious necromancer, Asta, who binds her, has conducted his assault with insidious cunning. never engaging in direct confrontation nor affording the dragon an opportunity for close combat or the use of its formidable fiery breath and spell-like abilities. Instead, he initiated with a series of debilitating spells, reducing her magical resistance, inducing blindness, casting weakening curses, and employing powerful binding and teleportation spells in a ruthless combination. Faced with such an unscrupulous ambush, the dragon's fury is entirely justified. To say that a young red dragon, untouched by the harshness of society, would fare better than the elder dragons would be a gross underestimation. Even they would likely perish in such a confrontation. The notion of battling is far-fetched. Even standing is beyond their capabilities, rendering them helplessly prostrate upon the ground. Even the most frail and unsightly of human apprentices could extract the noble dragon blood from their own veins. I vow, once I regain my freedom, I shall ensure the utter annihilation of all who oppose me and bring complete ruin to the Mage Tower. In the depths of her heart, Vermes silently pledged this oath. As a red dragon nesting near the southern hills along the western coast of Fair Inn, her downfall was entirely attributable to her inability to restrain her greed for treasure. During a routine patrol of her territory, she fortuitously stumbled upon an activated portal, revealing a trove of gold and silver currency on the other side. Due to her innate pride and arrogance, Vermes failed to recognize this as a trap and boldly ventured forth, intending to plunder the riches within. This blunt and unrefined approach stemmed from her upbringing. From the moment of her birth, Vermes had tasted the sweetness of survival by seizing food from her siblings. In her maturity, she appeared more robust and colossal than her brethren and other dragons of her age, a testament to the ample sustenance she had received during her formative years. In her youth, she had even dispatched a silver dragon, comparable in size and recently weaned from parental protection, as well as a fully grown black dragon residing deep within the marshes, looting both of their lairs of all their possessions. These two successful hunts not only elevated her reputation, but also yielded her first substantial hoard. From that point onward, this female red dragon escalated her depredations, relentlessly raiding caravans and assaulting villages and towns along the roads near her lair. While not celebrated, she had certainly become infamous in the region. Several cities and benevolent temples had offered substantial bounties, hoping that brave warriors or adventurers would rid them of her menace. In Vermes's view, anything she desired could simply be taken by force. After all, wealth is the province of the strong. The weak should willingly surrender all their possessions. Perhaps, on a good day, she might even consider sparing their lives. One could argue that the plight of the red dragon was a fitting consequence of her actions. As she closed her eyes, pondering the absence of that cunning and treacherous necromancer for more than 2 months, along with the disappearance of the blood-harvesting apprentices, a sudden cacophony of fierce combat erupted from the only tunnel leading to the upper levels. In the next heartbeat, boom, a blinding flash of fire and silver lightning erupted from the tunnel. Immediately thereafter, 2 large necromantic beings, cobbled together from various corpses, tumbled down the staircase and landed with a thud upon the ground. The grotesque, seemingly putrid chunks of flesh had now transformed into a charred, blackened mass, exuding a noxious odor. After a brief interlude of 2 or 3 seconds, a boy who appeared to be no more than 10 years of age emerged from the passage, gasping for breath. This is truly troublesome. Asta must have clandestinely enhanced them with necromantic magic. Otherwise, they could not possess such formidable magical resistance. Zwissi gazed at the lightning launcher, which had expended nearly a quarter of its energy, as well as the now depleted high-level magical scroll in his hand, unable to suppress a quiet murmur of discontent. It is worth noting that he had participated in the creation of these undead guardians and was well aware of their manufacturing process and craftsmanship. Strictly speaking, they should be classified as corporeal constructs, assembled from multiple incomplete undead entities, theoretically lacking any significant magical resistance, being merely tough-skinned and resilient. Without the authorization of the Tower Master, Asta, these automatons, which mechanically obey commands, would not allow Zwissi to enter critical areas of the Mage Tower, especially those that housed a perilous red dragon. Thus, he was left with no choice but to eliminate the guardians and force his way through. Is it you? Vermes widened her eyes as she beheld the small figure approaching from a distance. She would not forget that, during her ambush by the necromancer, this boy had stood idly by. It has been quite some time, the illustrious Lady Vermes. Did unforeseen circumstances, or rather a calamity, occurring outside? I hope you can remain calm and listen to the account of the events that have transpired over the past 2 months. As Zhusi spoke in the common tongue of the surface world of Fei'er, a language he had only recently mastered. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed to the great dragon. He understood that all dragons, whether benevolent or malevolent, lawful or chaotic, were invariably proud and haughty. In other words, one must stroke the egos of such beings. To communicate with such a creature, politeness and respect were imperative prerequisites. Chapter 8. Negotiation. You actually speak the common tongue? Vermius exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Despite being imprisoned in the lowest tier of the Mage Tower immediately upon crossing the portal, she sensed that this realm was not the familiar Fei'er, but rather an entirely different magical world. The complete absence of the weave in the surrounding environment served as irrefutable evidence of this fact. Moreover, this red dragon had attempted to intimidate and threaten the apprentices who had drawn blood from her, only to discover that they could not comprehend the common tongue. The apprentices conversed amongst themselves in a wholly distinct linguistic system. However, within the context of Fei'er, which connects to multiple universes, this was hardly a matter of great astonishment. After all, in the Forgotten Realms, intelligent beings traverse into other worlds for a myriad of reasons, either by accident or design, almost daily. Likewise, many creatures from other realms find their way into Fei'er. Some powerful spellcasters even maintain close ties and interactions with formidable mages from other magical worlds. Yet now, upon hearing the clear enunciation of the Fei'er common tongue from the lips of a boy from another world, Vermius began to sense that something was amiss. He offered a casual explanation before delving into the circumstances surrounding the outbreak of the plague, detailing the state of the Mage Tower and the floating city beyond. However, he discreetly concealed his role as the source of this plague. When the red dragon learned of the disappearance of the necromancer who had ambushed and imprisoned her, and the demise of those apprentices who had drawn her blood and insulted her dignity, she could not help but erupt into a fit of uproarious laughter. They died well. Truly, they got what they deserved. Indeed, they truly got what they deserved. Zhusi nodded in feigned agreement. Though this colossal beast was currently restrained, he maintained a cautious distance, wary of drawing too near. Who could say if this red dragon might suddenly unleash a devastating breath of fire? It is well known that the breath of an adult red dragon can effortlessly melt most metals and even stone, obliterating magical artifacts in its wake. However, Vermius paid little heed to such concerns. Proud and haughty by nature, she was accustomed to mortals displaying fear and reverence towards her, particularly considering that she stood before an immature whelp. Yet, she evidently overlooked the two corpses of the constructs that the young one had dispatched near the entrance. Zhusi may not have been particularly powerful, unable to compare with a necromancer of Asta's caliber, yet he was by no means weak. At the very least, within this tower, few apprentices dared to underestimate the peculiar inventions, magical creations, and potions he carried with him. The female red dragon gazed at him with eyes akin to molten lava, her lips curling into a slight smirk as she commanded in a tone laced with both amusement and arrogance. What are you waiting for? Release the magical bindings upon me at once. Upon regaining freedom, the illustrious Vermes may contemplate sparing your life and graciously allowing you to serve as my slave or attendant. As the final word fell, an overwhelming and astonishing aura erupted from the body of the red dragon. Zhusi felt his muscles tense uncontrollably. Rigid as if ensnared by a spell of immobilization, even his breath seemed to cease. Fortunately, this state of intimidation did not persist for long. He summoned his willpower to break free, a flicker of intense vigilance and apprehension flashing in his eyes. Zhusi was uncertain whether the fearsome aura he had just experienced was indeed the legendary dragon's might or some other innate magical ability. It is essential to note that in the Forgotten Realms, all true dragons are born spellcasters, much like sorcerers. They can wield a plethora of high-level spells that would evoke envy and resentment among wizards without any need for study. Particularly, an adult red dragon wields innate spells equivalent to a level 7 sorcerer. Many spellcasters toil a lifetime, perhaps never achieving such mastery before their demise. Realizing that this negotiation could prove more troublesome than he had anticipated, Zhusi inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm and rational, and bowed once more. I express my gratitude for your generosity and mercy. It is an honor for a humble mortal such as myself to serve a being as magnificent as you. However, prior to this, I wish to establish a binding magical contract to safeguard the interests of both parties. After all, only through our cooperative efforts can we vanquish the troublesome guardians along the path to ascendance. A magical contract? A look of surprise graced Vermes' visage. She had not expected this diminutive figure to present such a notion. To compel a powerful and inherently chaotic red dragon to adhere to an agreement is no trivial feat, and certainly not achievable by an ordinary magical contract. Indeed, I have already drafted all the terms. You need only express your consent, and the contract will come into immediate effect. With that, Zwissy retrieved a scroll crafted from an unknown leather from his satchel. Unlike the magical scrolls created within the past few years, this pale yellow scroll bore the marks of antiquity. As it unfurled, it revealed a plethora of chilling crimson symbols. All who beheld these symbols would instinctively translate them into the most familiar and comprehensible language within their minds. Vermes, having merely glanced at it, swiftly comprehended that signing this contract would invoke a terrifying curse should any of its terms be violated. In such a case, all treasures within her lair would be randomly transported to an unknown location. For a greedy dragon who treasures wealth above all, such a consequence would be utterly intolerable. Thus, the smug expression on Vermes' face transformed into one of fury and rage in an instant. She opened her mouth, filled with sharp teeth, exhaling sparks of fire from her nostrils and throat as she menacingly threatened, "Damn little insect! How dare you negotiate with the great Vilms? I command you to immediately release the magical bindings. Otherwise, the moment I regain my freedom will mark your demise." No sooner had she spoken than a thunderous roar echoed from the upper levels of the tower, accompanied by a violent tremor. Simultaneously, the faintly glowing binding arrays on the ground dimmed considerably. "This is bad." A sudden chill gripped Zwissie's heart. He understood that this was a sign of excessive energy depletion. The relentless assaults from the undead outside were rapidly exhausting the reserves of the mage tower. Consequently, it had to begin reducing the magical energy supply necessary to maintain the binding arrays, reallocating that energy towards offensive spells to slay and repel the encroaching undead. The red dragon undoubtedly sensed the weakening of its bindings and slowly rose from the ground, its eyes glinting with a cat-and-mouse gleam. "Ah, it seems I no longer require your assistance, do I? You just mentioned the hordes of undead outside, who will soon drain the mage tower's energy. At that point, nothing will be able to prevent the great Vilms from annihilating everything. Both this tower and the entire floating city will become the property of the magnificent Vilms. As for you, treacherous little creature, I shall ensure you experience the most excruciating and despairing manner of death." Chapter 9. You brought this upon yourself. What could be more perilous than confronting a trapped dragon? The answer lies in facing a dragon on the verge of escape, one that has regained a measure of its mobility. Zwissy was acutely aware that, with his current capabilities, directly confronting an adult red dragon would be tantamount to courting death, particularly given that his prior attempt to forge a magical contract had clearly provoked the beast. It was evident that negotiations had failed. The vengeful red dragon had redirected its animosity towards everyone within the mage tower. As to her, the lowly undead creatures outside posed no threat to her life. Once the powerful magical bindings encasing her were to falter, Velmes could effortlessly carve a path through the chaos with her formidable draconic scales. As for whether the dreadful plague outside could affect a true dragon, it was apparent that she harbored no concerns, or perhaps had not even contemplated such matters. In the face of such dire circumstances, Zwissy exhibited not a hint of emotional instability. Instead, he shed his previously humble demeanor, stowing away the potent magical scroll with a smile, and wryly declared, "Very well. I hereby announce the failure of Plan A. It is time to initiate Plan B. Remember, you brought this upon yourself." Plan B? Witnessing the diminutive figure before her not only refraining from begging for mercy but instead issuing threats, the red dragon's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Inside the vial, amidst the amber preservative liquid, lay a substantial piece of soft tissue, embedded with 6 metallic rings near the brain and central nervous system. Each ring was adorned with gemstones of varying hues. With remarkable dexterity, Zwissy unscrewed the sealed jar and utilized his ability, Awaken Creation, to imbue this most perilous and powerful artifact of his own crafting with sentience. In an instant, the seemingly lifeless mass of soft tissue sprang to life, its sticky tendrils entwining around his arm in a gentle dance, expressing profound joy from the depths of its being. Simultaneously, it emanated a subtle energy fluctuation distinctly different from arcane magic. Do you understand? Whether human or dragon, the vast majority of living beings possess their most vulnerable organ in the brain. The brain connects to a network of nerves throughout the body via the spine, orchestrating control over bodily functions. Therefore, severing the connection between the brain and the spine and replacing it with a new controller would render the creature's consciousness awake yet devoid of control over its own body. As Zhuasi spoke, he produced a blue magical card. Magic card. Enhancement. LV2 blue card. Non-upgradable. Card quality. Rare. Effect. Enhances the effect of an existing spell, lasting for 30 seconds. The degree of enhancement is directly proportional to the level of the spellcaster. The higher the level, the more potent the enhancement effect. To utilize this card, one must pay 2 points of blue mana, symbolizing the ocean, fluidity, and control, or 2 points of universal mana, or alternatively, double the amount of any other type of mana. Once activated, the card will automatically enter the graveyard, awaiting resurrection after a period of 2 days. Before Vermes could adequately react, the magic inscribed on the card was set into motion. In a mere second, the red dragon, who had only just managed to rise from the ground, felt the binding magic circle beneath her intensify dramatically, more than doubling its strength. Her limbs could hardly withstand such immense pressure, resulting in a rather humiliating fall. The indignity of her plight starkly contrasted with the pride and arrogance frozen upon her visage. Due to the limited duration of the enhancement spell, Zhuasi had no inclination to linger and savor this ironical tableau. Swiftly, he retrieved a flame protection elixir and consumed it, then proceeded directly toward the dragon's position, accompanied by the awakened artifact. Sensing imminent danger, Vermes, though immobile, struggled to open her mouth to unleash a devastating breath of fire to drive her adversary back. Regrettably, the reinforced binding magic circle was far more potent than before. She could not muster even a fraction of her full draconic breath. Ultimately, she was only able to emit a 2-meter-long fan of flames from her teeth and nostrils. All of these flames were, without exception, absorbed by the energy shield created by the elixir. In the blink of an eye, this sentient creation slipped into her ear. In less than 5 seconds, Vermes was engulfed in terror, thrashing wildly as she shouted, "No! Get this damn thing out of my body! Apologies. But it is already too late. It may hurt a little. Please bear with it. Trust me, this process will not be prolonged, and the pain is merely temporary. Should you sense anything amiss, turn and flee immediately." After all, this was his first time employing the special ability of the creator class, Awaken Artifact. He was entirely unaware whether the perilous creation would escape his control upon successful awakening. If not pushed to the brink, Zhuasi would never have dared to awaken and release the entity contained within that jar. It is worth noting that one of the primary materials used to craft that artifact was the head of a creature known as the Mind Stealer. The notorious reputation of the Mind Stealer is well known to anyone who has heard of them. They are fearsome and difficult to contend with. These malevolent beings, who relish consuming brains and enslaving other races through mind control, inherently possess a power known as psychic energy. Most adventurers and ordinary individuals lacking mental protection equipment would lose consciousness upon mere contact, becoming compliant slaves. Approximately 6 months prior, the necromancer Asta, after opening a portal, fortuitously discovered a group of these creatures attempting to establish a secret base in the sewers beneath a certain city. Upon discerning the capabilities of his adversary and donning the corresponding talisman, he effortlessly leveled the half-constructed secret base using the undead and constructs, which were entirely impervious to mental manipulation. The majority of the enslaved individuals in the Heartstealer perished in the ensuing battle, leaving only 4 unfortunate souls, injured and unconscious. As captives, Zhuasi was fortunate to partake in the examination of these few prisoners. Once Asta's interest in the physiological structure of the Heartstealer waned, an unexpected surge of inspiration struck him. He deftly opened the skull of the Heartstealer, which was barely clinging to life, and utilized the still-living soft brain tissue and tendrils within to tirelessly forge a formidable magical artifact, as envisioned during its conception. Once awakened, this artifact would acquire abilities akin to those of the Heartstealer. When it infiltrated the ear or nose of a creature and reached the brain, it would endeavor to sever the connection between the brain and the spine, subsequently taking its place. Thus, this entity would be able to interpret the signals transmitted from the brain, inherited from the Heartstealer, and exert control over them. Chapter 10. Lie down, crouch, roll. Shake hands. Vermeus's reaction was swifter and more intense than anticipated. Her entire form was enveloped in flames of astonishing heat, a manifestation of a unique quasi-magical ability characteristic of red dragons, capable of scorching any creature within a 1 to 2 meter radius. Her powerful tail lashed out like a whip, relentlessly striking the surrounding rocks, sending shattered fragments scattering in all directions. One piece even soared several meters away. brushing past Zhuoxi's cheek and leaving a small cut on his youthful face, from which dark red droplets of blood began to trickle down. However, he remained oblivious to his injury, utterly captivated by the near-manic movements of the red dragon. It was evident that all her struggles were in vain. Regardless of her strong tail, wings, or teeth and claws capable of rending steel, not to mention her formidable fiery breath and quasi-magical prowess, none of it could affect the entity that had burrowed into her body. She could only endure the excruciating pain. Feeling the barbed tendrils of the awakened creature tear a small opening in the most delicate and sensitive part of her ear, gradually writhing toward the connection point between her brain and spine. The agony was of a nature that no being endowed with pain receptors could withstand. Yet soon, this frenzied struggle began to subside, with only slight tremors near her head and a trickle of blood oozing from her ear, slowly dripping onto the ground. After a flash of white light in Vermius's iris, she finally managed to rise once more from the ground. Simultaneously, a strange voice began to echo intermittently in Zhuoxi's mind. Brain. Delicious. Eat. He quickly realized that this was the message transmitted by the creature that had infiltrated the red dragon's mind. According to the creator's unique ability, Awaken Creation, any magical entity bestowed with sentience would establish a connection akin to that between a mage and their familiar. Do not eat. Monitor. Control. Understand. Clearly, this newly awakened creature possessed an intelligence level comparable to that of a human infant, lacking the capacity to comprehend complex sentences. The notion of conversing like certain familiars was far beyond its abilities. Nevertheless, Zhuoxi was uncertain whether this small being, inheriting a fragment of the Mind Flayer's psychic powers, had the potential for growth, whether it would gradually become more intelligent over time, possibly evolving into a creature similar to a Mind Flayer and ultimately escaping his control. However, he could no longer afford to dwell on such concerns. Embracing a reckless abandon, he stepped forward and attempted to issue commands. Lie down. Crouch. Roll. Shake hands. To his astonishment, the controlled Vermius not only complied fully but did so with an endearingly naive expression. In mere seconds, the terrifyingly powerful red dragon transformed into a creature akin to a domesticated pet dog. How adorable! Zhuoxi gently patted the snout of the colossal dragon, then commanded once more, allow her to speak. In an instant, the creature that had been submissively lying on the ground, like a well-trained hound, erupted with a furious roar. You wretch! How dare you treat me so? You have 10 seconds to rephrase your words. Should any foul or derogatory term escape your lips again, I assure you, you shall never have the opportunity to utter another word. Zhuoxi threatened without a hint of restraint. As the saying goes, a multitude of lice does not itch, nor does one worry over an abundance of debts. Having already condemned her adversary, he cared not for the repercussions of pushing further. The red dragon fell into a brooding silence, her eyes glinting with both wrath and savagery, betraying her unmasked desire to obliterate the human whelp before her. Yet, ultimately, she refrained from uttering any more contemptible terms like worm or larva. Was the threat effective? Seizing the moment, Zhuoxi continued to intimidate. I trust you have realized that the little creature that just infiltrated your mind has the capacity to read and manipulate all your thoughts and actions. For the sake of our better cooperation in escaping this wretched place, I shall permit you to regain control of your body shortly. However, I must caution you, do not attempt any treachery, for all your aggressive intentions will be instantly perceived and intercepted before they can even reach your spinal nerves. Moreover, should I perish, there will be no one left to prevent that creature from devouring your brain. You should understand far better than I what it means to be consumed by the Heart Eater, as it signifies the obliteration of all memories, personality, and even soul of a being. To regain control of my body, Vermes exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and elation coursing through her. Her greatest fear at this moment was the prospect of losing dominion over her own body, becoming a mere puppet under control, or being utterly devoured. Indeed, my creation has yet to master the ability to command your body, talents, and spells to engage in combat. As such, I have resolved to grant you this opportunity. Furthermore, I sincerely advise you to reflect on whether you ought to amend your attitude, so our coexistence may improve. After all, my patience is not boundless. As time progresses, that little entity will gradually learn from the commands you issue to your body. Imagine, should it one day acquire all your combat techniques, how might I deal with a potential adversary intent on my destruction? In articulating these words, Zhuoxi endeavored to paint a horrifying and despair-inducing future. Aiming to sow a seed of dread deep within the dragon's psyche, thus enabling him to better control and utilize her. It would seem that even the most ferocious and bloodthirsty of red dragons would choose to retreat in the face of a fate more terrifying than death itself. After a brief moment of contemplation, Velmes swiftly acknowledged the harsh reality and spoke in a tone tinged with reluctant disappointment. I am willing to obey your commands, but you must assure me that I shall not be regarded as a mere servant. I am a dragon, the most noble and exceptional among all true dragons, a red dragon. I demand at least a modicum of respect. Such a reasonable request. I acquiesced. Henceforth, our relationship shall not be that of master and servant, but rather of equal partners and allies. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuasi nodded in agreement. Although he had been living in a society of slavery within this magical realm for nearly 2 years, the essence of his modern societal values remained intact. He did not reject the notion of maintaining equality and status with those around him. Moreover, this equality was merely verbal. As long as the creature remained under his control, Zhuasi was, in fact, the undisputed master of the Red Dragon, wielding absolute authority. Very well. As long as you accord me the minimum respect I deserve, I shall not resist your commands. With the assurance of his desired promise, Velmes' demeanor visibly softened. After approximately half a minute, as her mind regained control over her body, she promptly chose to unleash her innate abilities. Accompanied by a dazzling display of magical luminescence, the massive dragon transformed in mere seconds into a stunning human female. Appearing to be in her 20s, with flowing black hair, exquisite and charming features, a tall and slender figure with graceful curves, adorned in a flowing red gown. In the Forgotten Realms, true dragons acquire a formidable shape-shifting ability during their youth. This power enables them to assume the forms of humans, elves, dwarves, and other beings, allowing them to venture into towns and villages, embark on adventures, travel, and even forge friendships with mortals. Naturally, if one were an evil dragon, this ability would be employed to gather intelligence on passing trade caravans, establish a network of information and influence, or to recruit minions and servants to cater to their desires. Chapter 11. A bold breakthrough. Having acquired a formidable meat shield and combatant, Zhuasi's escape plan finally secured its final crucial piece. His immediate objective was to reach the upper levels of the towering structure before the undead creatures outside could deplete the energy reserves of the Mage Tower, where he intended to locate and forcibly activate the teleportation portal. Although the entire floating city was shrouded in a potent binding spell, rendering typical teleportation magic ineffective, the combined might of the traveling mage's spark and the energy that the portal could amass should suffice to tear open a small rift. This fissure, albeit potentially unstable and uncertain in its destination on the continent of Fea, was a far preferable option to waiting for death. Moreover, Zhuasi now possessed a dragon. Even if he were to find himself marooned in desolate mountains, uninhabited islands, or the open sea, he could swiftly traverse to the vicinity of a town atop his dragon. Driven by a desperate yearning for survival and famished, he resolutely consumed the last few pieces of candy wrapped in paper, leaving himself no retreat. Thus, the duo of man and dragon hurried through corridors and stairwells to arrive at the sole entrance to the middle and upper levels of the tower. Like most mage towers in this realm, the necromancer Asta had initially designed the subterranean part as a repository, a necromantic laboratory, and quarters for slaves and servants. The middle level housed a library, workshops, divination chambers, and various functional spaces, along with communal areas for apprentices to attend lessons, rest, and conduct magical experiments. As for the upper level, it was his exclusive private domain. Unauthorized individuals were strictly forbidden from encroaching upon it. Otherwise, even in Asta's absence, the guards, traps, and summoned creatures lurking within the corridors could easily dispatch any intruder. Zhuasi had once witnessed an ambitious apprentice of considerable magical prowess attempting to sneak in while Asta was away. Hoping to uncover knowledge or spells that could grant him greater power, the apprentice had transformed himself into an invisible spirit to deceive 2 golems, only to be struck down by negative energy rays emerging from the smooth walls. Unsurprisingly, he perished. The corpse remained there for several weeks, until it decayed and emitted a foul stench, at which point Asta finally permitted the other apprentices to dispose of it. It is essential to note that while flesh golems and undead creatures may appear similar, being composed of various stitched-together corpses, the more bodies incorporated, the larger and stronger the resultant undead or flesh golem would become, making them increasingly difficult to vanquish. However, in terms of craftsmanship and difficulty to contend with, they were worlds apart. The latter was merely a simple assembly, vulnerable to all forms of energy and physical assault. While the former was a formidable guardian forged through necromantic magic, with skin, muscle, and bones all enhanced by magical power. Not only does it possess all the characteristics of construct creatures, such as immunotoxicity, sleep, paralysis, stunning, instant death, charm, and control, among a myriad of spells and abilities, but it also boasts a formidable self-repair capacity akin to that of a troll. Most importantly, the flesh golem is, by its very nature, a golem. The defining feature of golems is their possession of at least one form of spell immunity or resistance. Many powerful sorcerers would rather face a dragon than engage in battle with a golem that counters their strengths. There are two at the entrance, and upon traversing the corridor and ascending the stairs, one will encounter two more, totaling 4. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant of the potential hidden magical traps that may lurk within the walls and floors of the corridor, as well as a group of gargoyles in the room housing 8 steel constructs. As for the specific type of these metallic constructs, I am not entirely certain, but they wield a variety of weapons. Of course, should fortune abandon us, we might even encounter Asta in his chamber, or perhaps the Lich he has become. Zwissi revealed everything he knew without reservation. Such an overwhelming force of guardians, without the aid of a red dragon, would render him incapable of breaching the defenses, even with dozens of lives. Damn it, the numbers are overwhelming. Is there no way for us to scale to the upper levels from the outside and break through the wall? Faced with such a terrifying array, even Vermius felt a shiver of trepidation, contemplating alternative routes to avoid unnecessary conflict. In a broader setting, she might have exploited her flying and jumping abilities to maneuver and strike selectively. However, the reality is that we are within the confines of a wizard's tower. While each chamber is spacious by human standards, devoid of any sense of crowding or oppression, it remains far too constricted for a dragon that measures 17 meters in length, including its tail, making it nearly impossible to maneuver. Moreover, the confined space leaves no room for evasion or leaping. One must confront multiple threatening foes head-on, where a single misstep could lead to disaster. Zwissi gently shook his head, decisively interrupting this unrealistic fantasy. Stop dreaming. Do you think I haven't considered such shortcuts? The entire structure of the wizard's tower is unified. Should it detect any unidentified or unauthorized beings approaching, whether from the ground or the air, it will immediately unleash offensive spells in retaliation. Furthermore, activating the portal necessitates the consumption of a portion of the tower's energy reserves. If these reserves are depleted, we would have to wait at least 10 days for them to recharge. With no alternative, we must force our way through. With that, Vermius instantly transformed back into her dragon form, opening her maw filled with razor-sharp teeth to take a deep breath. In the next moment, boom! The searing flames erupted, engulfing everything within the conical range ahead. The suffocating heatwave, palpable even from several meters away, enveloped the surroundings. The tables, chairs, sculptures, and light fixtures were instantaneously reduced to ashes, although the 2 flesh golems were engulfed in the torrent of flames and suffered severe burns. Their regenerative abilities enabled them to swiftly recover as they charged towards the colossal beast that had assailed them. "Begone, filthy wretches!" roared the Crimson Dragon, unfurling its wings to unleash a dragon wing buffet against one of the flesh golems. This maneuver is almost a signature move for dragons in close combat. Before the golem could extend its pus-laden hands to grasp anything, its entire form was hurled into the air, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Following this, the dragon, Vermes, swung its foreclaw with a ferocious intensity, toppling the other flesh golem to the ground, and then pounced upon it, pressing its entire weight down. The impact reverberated throughout the tower, causing it to tremble slightly from top to bottom. Left C, witnessing the terrifying prowess of the red dragon firsthand, was utterly astounded. He suddenly grasped how fortunate he was to have any semblance of control over the creature, had it not been ensnared within the binding array. Even awakening the artifact fashioned from the brain of a heart-stealing fiend would have yielded no success whatsoever. It seemed that the necromancer Asta's approach was indeed the correct one. When confronting such terrifying behemoths that stand atop the food chain as dragons, one cannot adhere to any notions of martial virtue, nor can one recklessly engage in direct confrontation. Lower magical resistance, blindness, weakness curse, powerful binding. Before the dragon perceives the imminent danger, one must strive to execute a strategy to eliminate it, offering no opportunity for retaliation. Chapter 12. The tunnel battle, flames spouting, wings thrumming. With the advantage of her colossal size and the devastating power of her fiery breath, Velmi successfully maintained a safe distance from one of the corporeal golems, preventing it from launching an attack. Not only that, she utilized her weight to pin another corporeal golem down, rendering it immobile. With a swift motion, she unleashed her claws, tearing away the magically protected remains. As the accumulated damage exceeded its self-repair capabilities, one of the corporeal golems ultimately lost its ability to move, transforming into a foul-smelling heap of shattered remains. Well done. Just as the red dragon prepared to pounce on the remaining corporeal golem, employing the same method to eliminate it, the previously empty tunnel suddenly burst into a dazzling display of colorful magical lights. One after another, summoning circles materialized from thin air. In the blink of an eye, the tunnel was teeming with creatures summoned by spellcraft, numbering in the dozens. More than half of them were the beloved undead of the necromancer Asta, accompanied by ogres, trolls, half-giants, bear goblins, orcs, and various other malevolent beings, as well as ferocious beasts like wolves, lions, tigers, bears, and leopards. Clearly, their true purpose was not to vanquish the intruders, but rather to exhaust their stamina, spells, potions, scrolls, and magical items through sheer numbers. Unfortunately, Velmis had just unleashed a fiery breath and could not perform another in quick succession, rendering her incapable of dealing area damage to so many targets simultaneously. Thus, she seized the corporeal golem pinned beneath her as a weapon, grasping one of its legs and smashing it forward with great force. With a resounding crash, several of the undead creatures, undeterred by the dragon's presence, were instantly crushed. The skeleton warriors clad in metal armor and wielding weapons were shattered by the impact. Seizing the opportunity, the ferocious red dragon leaped, using her massive frame as a weapon, her tough, hardened scales offering protection as she rolled down. A significant number of the summoned creatures suffered damage exceeding their life threshold, just as Velmis prepared to press her advantage and eliminate the remaining foes. A peculiar sound emanated from the staircase around the corner of the tunnel. Following that, 2 additional corporeal golems, accompanied by 8 similarly sized metal constructs, charged down from above. Each of the latter wielded heavy weapons such as axes, scythes, two-handed swords, and war hammers, all of which glimmered with magical energy. Undoubtedly, these enchanted weapons met the minimum standard required to breach dragon scales. I need assistance. At that moment, she finally comprehended why her companion had repeatedly emphasized the dangers of the path leading to the upper levels. Just those metal constructs armed with magical weapons were sufficient to block a narrow passage and overwhelm an adult dragon. Retreat. Zwissi was acutely aware that the battle unfolding within the passage had activated the defensive mechanisms of the upper echelons. Thus, he retrieved a card he had meticulously prepared. Magic card, Swamp. LV1 black card, non-upgradable. Card quality, ordinary. Effect, creates a treacherous swamp area at a designated location, thick with mud. Any object or creature weighing over 10 kilograms will be ensnared without distinction between friend or foe, sinking deeper into the mire. Duration, 1 minute. To use this card, one must expend 1 point of universal magic, 1 point of death magic, or double the amount of any other type of magic. Upon the formation of the swamp, this card automatically enters the graveyard to await rebirth, which takes 1 day. In an instant, a vast expanse of black swamp materialized in the center of the passage. Heavy flesh golems, metallic constructs, and a portion of summoned creatures fell into it without a moment's hesitation, becoming increasingly ensnared. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Zwissi, evidently unwilling to squander such a perfect opportunity for offense, swiftly produced a magic scroll and activated the spell contained within with a simple gesture. The next moment, a brilliant wall of fire appeared above the swamp, continuously scorching the immobilized foes trapped within. Following that, a barrage of fireballs erupted from a gem-encrusted ring, raining down upon the heads of the summoned creatures and flesh golems, exploding with ferocity. Boom, 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 boom. The flames from the explosions caused the surrounding temperature to soar, transforming the entire passage into a veritable hellscape. The former was a spell known as Wall of Fire, a manifestation of conjuration magic, while the latter was the luxurious upgrade of the fireball spell, Meteor Fireball. Under such relentless bombardment, the numerous summoned creatures were the first to succumb, retreating in haste. The similarly weak flesh golems suffered grievous damage as well. Only the metallic constructs displayed no signs of melting, Instead, they continued to struggle as if unaffected, attempting to extricate themselves from the swamp. Fire damage immunity. Verme's expression shifted slightly. As a red dragon of fire energy, her greatest disdain was reserved for foes impervious to flame. This indicated that one of her most potent weapons, the fiery breath, would be rendered entirely ineffective. They must be specially designed iron golems. But that was of little concern. She needed to swiftly unleash her fiery breath to eliminate the flesh golems. In this critical moment, Zhusi maintained a clear and composed mind. The flesh golems were vulnerable to fire, yet converted any lightning damage they absorbed into restorative energy. Conversely, the iron golems were susceptible to lightning, converting fire damage into their own repair energy. If fire spells were utilized against the flesh golems, the nearby iron golems would be rejuvenated. Conversely, if lightning spells targeted the iron golems, the nearby flesh golems would recover. The necromancer Asta was evidently employing such a combination to ensure that regardless of the form of energy attack received, at least one type of golem could pose a threat to the intruders. Should one be oblivious to these mechanisms or falter in maintaining clarity of thought during battle, they would be inexorably worn down by two complementary golems. Zhusi's tactical philosophy is distinctly articulated. First, to concentrate firepower on the severely battered corporeal golem, and subsequently to contend with the iron golem mired in the swamp. Although the red dragon found this command somewhat perplexing, it nonetheless unleashed a torrent of searing flames after a brief recovery. Subjected to the ravages of firewalls, barrages of fireballs, and the dragon's breath, all corporeal golems present eventually succumbed, transforming into charred remnants. Seizing the moment while the swamp below had yet to dissipate, Zhusi hastened forward. Treading upon the boundary between the solid floor and the mire, raising a device affixed to his belt that stored a vast reservoir of electrical energy, unleashing its contents in a singular surge. With a crack, a robust bolt of lightning, akin to a silver serpent, shot forth from the cylindrical crystal, striking the nearest iron golem with pinpoint accuracy. Following swiftly were the second, third, and fourth. As they were clustered closely together and given that metal is a superb conductor, they absorbed the full brunt of the electrical assault without the slightest waste. Zhusi, demonstrating no hesitation, activated several high-tier magical scrolls in rapid succession. In an instant, an array of potent acids and lightning wreaked havoc above the throng of iron golems. Chapter 13. Distinguishing between primary and secondary. What is that thing in your hand? Vermes was utterly astonished by the formidable lightning that had just struck. This was no ordinary magical effect that could be conjured by the basic lightning spell. Even someone as robust as she could not guarantee that she would remain unscathed after a single strike. The sight of the iron golem, which lay lifeless in the mire, bore testament to the astonishing devastation wrought by that cataclysmic bolt. The red dragon found it hard to believe that such powerful magical artifacts and scrolls could be possessed by a mere human child of this age. It defied all logic. This? Zhusi remarked, tapping the cylindrical, semi-transparent crystal he was preparing to wield. It's merely a small energy storage device, nothing of great significance. Moreover, its limitations are quite severe. It can only store electrical energy. What you just witnessed was the culmination of several months' continuous operation of a power-generating apparatus. However, it is now completely depleted. Also, beware, the mire is about to vanish. Before his words had fully settled, Zhusi began to retreat swiftly to a safe distance. As a creator, his most suitable combat style was to remain behind his resilient allies, utilizing various magical items, scrolls, and potions to provide support. In essence, he was more of a support-type profession rather than a combat-oriented one. Thus, upon confirming his relative safety, Zhusi promptly retrieved another card from his possession. Magic card. Enchanted minions, LV1 green card, upgradable, card quality, inferior, effect. Upon activation, this card enhances the natural weapons of a designated target, such as teeth or claws, effectively adding an additional enchantment level to the existing ones. Duration, 2 minutes. Activation of this card requires the expenditure of a small amount of universal magical energy or 1 point of green magic, symbolizing the forest, life, and nature. Once the enchanted minions effect is activated, the card automatically enters the graveyard, awaiting resurrection in 12 hours. Undoubtedly, this was one of the cards crafted by Zhusi himself. Its inspiration stemmed from the natural spell known as Enchanted Fangs. He happened to possess a creature card that could substantially enhance combat power through this very spell. It had taken considerable effort to comprehend the principles and mechanics underlying this spell before achieving successful creation. It is essential to recognize that crafting a card is entirely different from mimicking a profession and acquiring its abilities through metamorphosis. In truth, the journey of a traveling mage to create any type and level of card is fraught with challenges, particularly for a novice who has just embarked on this path. They must incessantly seek knowledge from diverse worlds, delve into the profound and intricate principles of magic, and then transmute that knowledge into their own unique constructs and systems. Zwissi believed that the initial two cards he acquired, Library of Thoughts and Metamorphosis, were not mere coincidences. Instead, the former owner of the legacy was aware that what the heir would require most after igniting the spark would be the assistance of these two cards. Without the Library of Thought, acquiring a vast expanse of knowledge in a short span would be an arduous task, not to mention mastering an entirely unfamiliar language and writing system. Even with linguistic proficiency, the presence of spells and magical artifacts that facilitate reading would merely serve as auxiliary aids. As for mimicry, it offers Zwissi the opportunity to swiftly embrace a spellcasting profession that aligns with the current magical realm, enabling him to be nurtured as a prodigy by those around him, thereby securing superior resources and a more favorable living environment. Otherwise, given the treacherous and cruel nature of the necromancer Aster, should he discover that his target lacks sufficient innate talent for spellcasting, the consequences would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Zwissi mused that had he demonstrated even a modicum less competence, he might have found himself preemptively reserved in a glass jar filled with preservative solution, meant to contain the dismembered remains of his body, his entrails, head, and limbs exhumed from the depths of the necromantic laboratory. This is not mere hyperbole. Within a mere 2 years, he had personally dismembered and terminated the lives of 6 apprentices who failed to pass the trials. Fortunately, this nightmarish existence was soon to reach its conclusion. As the effects of swamp gradually dissipated, the corridor's floor reverted to a solid stone surface. Zwissi immediately directed his attention towards the red dragon, activating the card in his possession. In an instant, a verdant light enveloped the dragon's claws and fangs, manifesting a subtle yet stable magical aura. This was Vermes sensed the alteration, her expression betraying a profound perplexity. This is enhancement magic. Your claws and fangs are now potent enough to rend apart the formidable exoskeletons of those iron golems. Go forth. Eliminate them. Zwissi commanded with unwavering resolve. The teeth and claws of an adult red dragon could already be regarded as innate magical weapons, coupled with the spell's enhancement effects. Vanquishing the severely damaged iron golems should theoretically pose little challenge. Perhaps magical minions instilled a robust confidence within the red dragon, or perhaps those iron golems, battered and teetering, no longer resembled a credible threat. Regardless, Vermes charged forth fearlessly. She first opened her jaws and bit down on the nearest golem's head, flinging it about like a rag doll. In the blink of an eye, the golem's head was severed from its body with a resounding crack. As the heavy iron carcass fell, it not only shattered the stone tiles, but also created a small dent in the ground. Simultaneously, the red dragon's tail was not idle. With a swift sweep, it toppled several already unsteady golems. Following this, she lunged forward, using her claws and teeth to viciously tear at the damaged portions of the iron golems. Although some golems struggled to retaliate, even unleashing toxic clouds of death, they found it nearly impossible to inflict significant harm against the red dragon's formidable scales and potent magical resistance. At best, only a few deep scratches were left on the hard, scaly back of the iron golems, along with slight internal damage. After all, these steel automatons possess neither wisdom nor the capacity for thought, nor do they understand the concept of retreat. They merely execute their master's commands with mechanical precision. It was as if the visage of Zwissi loomed over their heads. With a thunderous roar, she abandoned all semblance of defense and strategy, charging forward like a madwoman. Through her relentless and fearless melee combat, she swiftly dismantled the 7 severely damaged iron golems into mere fragments. Various metallic limbs, torsos, and heads lay scattered about. No wonder it is said that the eggs of red dragons have the lowest survival rate among all true dragons across the entirety of Faerun. Only the disgrace of true dragons, the white dragon, can rival them in this regard. The number of individuals that reach adulthood is lamentably scant, with the majority perishing in their youth due to conflicts with their brethren. This propensity to succumb to rage and fight to the death when injured or emotionally agitated is perplexing, to say the least. Furthermore, She poured all her excess energy into enhancing the level of the traveling mage. She understood well that the mage was the core of her power. The distinction between primary and secondary must be clear. With heavy breaths, the red dragon slowly regained her senses from the frenzied state. Swissy nodded gently, yes. That should suffice. However, you must carry me across to avoid any potential spikes or magical traps that may exist on the floor and the inner walls. Climb up by stepping on my tail. Valms extended her long tail behind her, although she felt humiliated by having a human child riding on her back. Even considering it an affront, she knew that should any of her kin witness this, she would undoubtedly face merciless ridicule, possibly becoming a source of shame for red dragons. Nevertheless, in a bid to preserve her life, she reluctantly chose to follow her instincts. Moreover, she attempted to persuade and deceive herself with the notion of an equal alliance. There was no escaping the fact that red dragons are the most arrogant and proud of all true dragons. It seems that to truly tame this creature, one would need to invest considerable time and effort in gradual training. Chapter 14. Treasures as Anticipated. The corridor and staircase leading to the upper levels were riddled with more than 12 traps of varying sizes. Over half of these consisted of sharp spikes that appeared abruptly, while others manifested as energy-based assaults. The former were entirely thwarted by the robust dragon scales, posing not even the slightest threat. As for the latter, they were absorbed by the immense wings. In simple terms, Vermes endured all the damage from these traps with his strong and magically resistant physique. Fortunately, for an adult dragon, what could at most be considered minor injuries were far from life-threatening or severe. Moreover, Swissy was well aware of the emotions that the red dragon had experienced during the recent battle. In truth, ever since establishing a stable mental connection with the awakened creature, any hint of malevolent thoughts directed towards him was immediately conveyed with clarity. However, he chose not to expose this knowledge before any actions were taken. After all, anyone would inevitably experience a strong sense of aversion upon suddenly becoming a puppet under another's control, particularly a proud red dragon that regarded other beings with disdain. Thus, the two, one human and one dragon, managed to squeeze through the grand door, successfully reaching the upper area of the mage's tower. Casting a glance at the rather monotonous decor surrounding them, Vermes promptly inquired, "Which way shall we proceed next?" "Patience. Now that we have ascended, let us first explore the room to the left. It is where Asta stores his precious belongings. If all goes as expected, there should be numerous tomes of invaluable knowledge, notes, gemstones, magical artifacts, and scrolls. Compared to the ordinary apprentices who might never ascend to this level in their lifetime, Swissy was decidedly well acquainted with this place, having visited it nearly 3 to 5 times each month, sometimes to activate a portal to the Forgotten Realms, other times to assist the necromancer Asta in crafting various items, and occasionally to study books, magical artifacts, scrolls, and knowledge extracted from the minds and mouths of captives, all sourced from another world. In the eyes of other apprentices, Swissy was unequivocally the most favored and trusted student of Asta within the entire tower. "Are you implying that there are treasures of great worth here?" The red dragon's eyes sparkled with sudden illumination. At that moment, her greed and desire for wealth overshadowed all else. "Treasures? If you refer to precious metals such as gold and silver, they are likely stored in the room where the portal resides, serving as bait to attract greedy beings like yourself. I doubt anyone could transport that heavy trove without a large spatial container." With that, Swissy dismounted from the dragon's back, summoning a human soldier wielding a short sword and shield using a biological card, and commanded it to push open the door to the left. This precaution was primarily to avert any potential traps that might be concealed upon the door, though he did not believe that Asta would squander time and energy setting up traps in his private domain, which were exceedingly cumbersome whether activated or deactivated. Exercising caution was never a folly. Merely a second later, the correctness of this prudence was undeniably validated. The instant a human soldier's hand made contact with the doorknob, a sudden flash of red light erupted. In that moment, he appeared to witness a vision of terror, causing him to panic uncontrollably, running amok and emitting desperate, terrified shrieks. Undoubtedly, this summoned human warrior had fallen victim to a psychic assault, potentially through fear spell or emotion control. Fortunately, the effects of such magic are typically fleeting. Before long, he regained his composure. Swissy surmised that the trap on the door was likely intended merely as an alarm, summoning the fallen steel golems and flesh golems to deal with the intruder. Otherwise, it could have easily been replaced with negative energy rays or more horrifying instant death spells. Alas, the loyal sentinels were no longer present. Entering the cluttered room, barely 20 square meters in size, the first thing that caught the eye was a collection of several pouch-sized bags stacked upon the table. Upon opening them, one could see an array of uncut gemstones in various colors, categorized within. Among them, diamonds, often utilized in spellcasting and the crafting of magical items, had a portion ground into a convenient powder, individually packaged. These gemstones were valued at no less than 64,351 Dant coins, along with 7 Talon silver coins. The Red Dragon was indeed a natural treasure collector and appraisal master. With a mere glance, Vermes provided an assessment with negligible margin for error. Dant and Talon were the legal tender minted by AM, the most commercially prosperous nation of the Faerun continent. Dant represented gold coins, while Talon denoted silver coins. These two currencies were among the most stable and widely recognized in the diverse array of precious metal currencies in the Forgotten Realms. Despite the seemingly worn leather satchel appearing small, it was, in fact, a magical item capable of holding far more than its physical dimensions would suggest, and the bearer would hardly feel its weight. Unfortunately, its capacity was quite limited, akin to a large storage cabinet, and carelessness could easily lead to it being filled to capacity. As Wasi directed his gaze elsewhere, Vermes immediately approached with an avaricious expression, declaring, regarding those gemstones, "I believe I am entitled to a share." Absolutely not. These gems are meticulously selected top-tier spellcasting materials. Bestowing them upon someone like you, who merely hoards them in a nest to gather mold, would be a grave waste. Only in my possession will they be utilized to their fullest potential. Having uttered this, Wasi disregarded the Red Dragon's face, contorted with jealousy and anger, and commanded the human soldier to retrieve the thick tomes and notes from the bookshelf, open them, and then hand them over. This action is primarily undertaken to prevent the presence of peculiar and bizarre enchantments, or perhaps to avoid the danger posed by malevolent magical entities that might have created perilous artifacts. He had witnessed firsthand an apprentice who, upon perusing a tome crafted from human skin, filled with an array of cruel and sinister sacrificial rites, gradually succumbed to a loss of rationality, ultimately descending into madness. In the realm of magic, the pursuit of knowledge is seldom a secure endeavor. The more formidable the knowledge that promises immense power, the greater the risks it entails, often transcending the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Fortunately, the volumes and notes upon the shelves of this chamber appeared relatively mundane. Given the constraints of time, he chose to hastily gather them all into his satchel. Ultimately, within the storage room located on the upper level, in addition to the previously acquired gemstones, he discovered over 20 books and notes that were conspicuously absent from the mid-tier public library. Wasi managed to uncover 2 wands, one containing 30 charges of intimidation, and the other housing 43 charges of animate dead, a high-level spell scroll of raise undead, 2 scrolls of charm person, a scroll of protection from arrows, a scroll of invisibility, an unfinished, semi-processed storage ring, a black robe imbued with numerous protective enchantments, which he could not don due to issues of age and height, as well as a modest assortment of various chaotic potions. To an outsider, this might seem a considerable bounty. However, he was acutely aware that these items paled in comparison to the true wealth of the necromancer. It was evident that the genuinely significant and valuable treasures had long been concealed, likely spirited away by the missing Asta. Had time permitted, Wasi would undoubtedly have sought a thorough search of the tower from top to bottom. Alas, the undead creatures outside were relentlessly assaulting the protective barriers of the Mage Tower, threatening to inundate the premises at any moment. Chapter 15. Money over life. Departing from the storage room, Wasi swiftly surveyed the various chambers of the upper district, quickly confirming his suspicions. There was no doubt that this Mage Tower had been abandoned by its master. Although the reasons behind Asta's decision to relinquish his immense power and exalted social status within the floating city's magical council remain a mystery. The vanished gemstones, rare spellcasting materials, high-level magical items, equipment, scrolls, and potions, not to mention the long-dead familiar now reduced to a desiccated corpse in the bedroom, all testified to the fact that this necromancer had indeed departed. Particularly telling was the abandonment of his familiar, left to fend for itself. Such an act was not one a normal mage would undertake. Perhaps he had indeed discovered the means to transform into a lich, thus decisively severing ties with all that defined his former self to embrace death and eternity. Of course, This no longer concerns Wasi, as he stood at the entrance to the room housing the time-space portal, gazing at the colossal metallic frame adorned with gemstones, which loomed prominently nearby. "Is this our destination?" Vermes exclaimed, eyes wide as he fixated on the glittering heap of precious metals surrounding the room. For an evil five-colored dragon, nothing could stir the depths of their avarice more than such a spectacle. It was evident that these treasures, which would be deemed invaluable by ordinary folk, held little significance for Astha, who had opted to become an undead creature. The importance of gemstones, spell materials, and magical artifacts far outweighed that of mere currency. If gold and silver could not be exchanged for something of use, they were merely a pile of cold, worthless metal. Realizing this, Wasi promptly slapped his cheeks, forcing himself to awaken from the frenzy of greed for gold and silver. He then pointed toward the monstrous statues within the room, saying, "Have you noticed those black statues? They are all disguised gargoyles. Many adventurers and merchants, drawn by the treasures piled on the ground, have fallen victim to the gargoyles' unexpected ambushes." Gargoyles. The red dragon cast a dismissive glance at the scattered black statues near the coins, curling his lip in disdain. "Merely a bunch of little insects that could be crushed without effort. Perhaps so for you. Yet they remain quite lethal to me. These creatures are not only swift, but also capable of flight and leaps. Therefore, dispose of them for me." Wasi issued the command plainly. Despite having a few protective scrolls in his collection that could suffice for the situation, he was reluctant to waste them on trivial matters. It is worth noting that the Forgotten Realms of Fair Inn are rife with red-robed mages, liches, dragons, and various monsters. Controlling an adult red dragon does not instill much sense of security in Wasi. Thus, it was prudent to conserve resources for more critical moments ahead. "As you wish." With a resounding crash, Vermes collapsed the doorframe, akin to a speeding freight truck barreling through and reducing the black statues lining the way to mere fragments. The remaining gargoyles, realizing their exposure, swiftly broke free from their stony stasis, transforming into forms reminiscent of winged demons, and launched their assault. Regrettably, their attacks posed no more threat to an adult dragon than a mere tickle. In less than a minute, dismembered wings, limbs, heads, and torsos lay scattered across the ground. As the gargoyles were quintessential earth element subspecies, their shattered bodies swiftly turned into rigid stone fragments. Once the last one was dealt with, Wasi immediately led the human soldiers stationed by his side to the massive doorframe, seamlessly connecting to the energy reserves of the mage tower. Moreover, he unleashed the power of his spark into the center of the door. Instantly, a hazy vortex of chaos materialized within the emptiness of the doorframe. Shortly thereafter, the chaos began to clarify, revealing a nebulous and indistinct image. Despite Wasi's earnest efforts to stabilize the teleportation passage, the overpowering confinement magic enveloping the floating city relentlessly interfered and disrupted his attempts. In desperation, he shouted at the red dragon, who was frantically stuffing gold and silver coins into wooden boxes and sacks. "Forget about those damned coins. Hurry over. The mage tower's energy reserves are nearly depleted and won't last much longer. Damn it. Just give me one more minute. Just 1 minute." Vermes had clearly lost her sanity. Exhibiting a reckless disregard for her life in pursuit of wealth, she opened her maw wide and unleashed a torrent of deadly flames forward, melting all the remaining coins that had yet to be contained into molten liquid. Following this, she gouged the ground with her claws, creating channels for the precious metal solution to flow, ultimately directing it into a large container of unknown origin. Once she completed this task, she contentedly gathered the filled sacks, boxes, and jars, plunging herself into the teleportation portal. No sooner had the red dragon stepped through than a violent tremor reverberated beneath the mage tower. It was evident that activating and maintaining this portal had significantly intensified the consumption of the tower's energy reserves. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, the undead creatures outside would soon breach the defenses. Simultaneously, the portal grew increasingly unstable due to insufficient energy supply, teetering on the brink of closure, as evidenced by the erratic flickering of white light. "We must go." At this critical juncture, Wasi dared not linger any longer, allowing the summoned human soldiers beside him to pull him into the portal. The next moment his eyes were enveloped in a blinding white light, rendering him utterly blind. He could only vaguely sense his body being compressed and distorted by an invisible force, as if he was tossed into a tumultuous washing machine, spinning wildly. The moment his feet regained the sensation of standing on solid ground, he immediately lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. retching violently as he expelled stomach acid and bile. "My lord, are you all right?" A soldier clad in armor hastily unfastened a water flask from his waist and presented it forward. Dazed and disoriented, Swissy instinctively accepted the flask, rinsed his mouth with fresh water, and took a small sip, gradually regaining his composure. As he lifted his head, he was met with a sight that rendered him momentarily speechless. A stretch of pristine white beach and an endless expanse of azure sea. Where are we? And what has become of Vermius? Judging by the surrounding temperature, climate, and flora, it was evident that they were on a desolate island in the southern seas, devoid of human presence. Clearly, the point of emergence from the portal differed from theirs. The soldier conducted a brief survey of the area and swiftly rendered his assessment. Though merely a summoned creature, he possessed an intellect indistinguishable from that of a normal human, endowed with a measure of common sense and practical skills. Damn it! Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Zwissy mentally cursed the entire lineage of the Red Dragon along with its female kin. Had it not been for that scoundrel's reckless pursuit of wealth over life, wasting a precious minute, they would not have encountered such unforeseen circumstances due to insufficient energy supply to the portal. Now, having barely escaped the impending destruction of the floating city, he found himself plunged into survival mode on a deserted island. The only silver lining was that this island lay within a relatively warm maritime region, suggesting a likely abundance of food and potable fresh water. Chapter 16. The most absurd experience. What could be deemed the most ludicrous experience in the world? One might assert that it is the moment when you believed you were destined for a mundane existence. You envisioned a blissful childhood, followed by a stable job with a decent income, allowing you to indulge in your interests during your leisure time, gradually aging until your inevitable demise. Although merely a faceless entity among the masses, you lived a life filled with joy. Yet, one fateful day, in the face of peril, you ignited a spark within yourself and transformed into a sorcerer, a rarity in the sea of humanity, catapulting you into a realm infused with magic. Admittedly, this transition was not entirely without merit. In a strict sense, exchanging an ordinary narrative for an extraordinary one should be deemed a significant gain. Despite the presence of a treacherous, cunning, and brutal mentor, and the frequent encounters with dissected living beings and corpses, there was still the potential to acquire profound knowledge and formidable magical prowess. However, just as you began to contemplate traversing this newfound path, a cataclysmic magical plague descended from the heavens, threatening to obliterate entire civilizations. The most outrageous twist of fate was that you, inexplicably, were the source of this plague. A harbinger of destruction. What began as an extraordinary narrative swiftly morphed into a doomsday scenario, witnessing the familiar and unfamiliar alike succumb to illness and death, leaving you as the sole survivor, was an indescribable mental torment. After enduring this torment, when you finally managed to escape, hoping to settle in a new world, a shortage of energy caused a mishap during your transportation, plunging you once more into a survival narrative on a deserted island. It is noteworthy that all these transformations transpired within a mere 2 years. Anyone with a slightly fragile psyche would have likely succumbed to madness long ago. Yet, Swissy maintained his composure, seated before a campfire, ravenously devouring delectable roasted fish while gathering reports from summoned soldiers regarding the island's conditions. After all, he had not savored a proper meal in quite some time, disregarding any semblance of decorum, solely intent on swiftly replenishing his protein and nutritional needs. My lord, this island spans approximately 18 kilometers in length and 13 kilometers in width, adorned with numerous coconut trees and various shrubs and wild fruit trees. The highest elevation is the mountain beneath us, standing at about 200 meters. Approximately 3 kilometers from our current location lies a small freshwater lake, formed by rainwater cascading from higher altitudes. The water is crystal clear and suitable for direct consumption. Along the cliffs leading to the lake, many seabirds have made their nests. Based on my observations, there seem to be no large herbivores or predators nearby. The most perilous creatures appear to be the venomous snakes. To the west of the island, a rocky area conceals an abundance of fish, crabs, and conchs. This implies a bountiful supply of food and fresh water, alleviating our immediate concerns for survival. Does it not? Swissy swallowed the last morsel of fish, gazing up at the star-studded night sky, and succinctly concluded his thoughts. What is the most essential resource for an individual inadvertently stranded on a deserted island? The answer, undoubtedly, is fresh water. Following closely is food. With these two vital elements, one can sustain life effectively. On this island, various sources of nourishment abound, including fish, seabirds, snakes, crabs, conchs, as well as coconuts and wild fruits. The former provides a wealth of protein, calcium, fats, and vitamins A and E, while the latter offers dietary fiber, sugars, minerals, and vitamins B and C. From a nutritional perspective, the essentials for survival and growth are essentially covered. The soldier nodded expressionlessly, affirming, "Indeed, we are fortunate." It is worth noting that the likelihood of a natural freshwater reserve on an island of this size is not particularly high. Fortunate? Spare me the sentiment. I would much prefer to traverse the portal and behold towns and villages, Zhuasi retorted, carelessly discarding the remaining fish bones and reclining on a makeshift bed crafted from coconut fronds. Of course, if one could even deem this arrangement a bed. Given the uncomplicated terrain, ascending to the peak of the lone mountain allows for a commanding view of the entire island. It is abundantly clear that he is trapped here, confronted with two choices. The alternative involves utilizing the unstable teleportation of the traveling mage to attempt reaching other worlds. As for emulating the protagonists in films and tales by constructing a raft or small vessel to venture out to sea in search of fortune, that notion is utterly preposterous. This is Feyre in a realm teeming with magic and monsters. The ocean harbors more than mere predators like whales, sharks, and colossal squids. It is also home to a plethora of aquatic intelligent races, such as Sawajin and Quatoa, alongside unspeakably terrifying deep-sea behemoths. To set sail without an experienced navigator or captain would be tantamount to courting death. After a brief contemplation, Zhuasi deemed the first option more prudent. Although the second attempt involved the assistance of a magical portal to stabilize the transit, it still encountered unforeseen complications. After two unsuccessful attempts, Zhuasi found himself somewhat psychologically scarred by this ability. Furthermore, the Forgotten Realms of Feyre is replete with captivating arcane knowledge, formidable spells, magical artifacts, and even legendary relics. Given the uniqueness of its magical webcasting system, to abandon the prospect of departure would indeed be a regrettable decision. Thus, with a sense of anticipation and dreams for the future, Zhuasi soon succumbed to weariness and drifted into a deep slumber. He was utterly exhausted. Previously, while secluded within the tower of the floating city, he had been on high alert, unable to afford a restful sleep for fear of awakening to find himself surrounded by countless undead. Now, having escaped the precarious grasp of survival and having feasted on ample fish, it was entirely reasonable for him to desire a restful sleep. Observing his master enter the realm of dreams, the summoned male soldier stood silently by the campfire, taking on the duties of vigilance and watch for the night. Meanwhile, far to the south, in the low-lying hills near the pivotal border city of Myradima in the Kingdom of the Cell, the red dragon Vermes paced restlessly within her lair, which was overflowing with treasures. After several long minutes, she abruptly halted, lifting her head to glare at her trembling, evil minions standing nearby. "Is there still no news?" she demanded in a voice that resonated with authority. The red dragon epitomized strength, cruelty, and tyranny. Each one was a born despot. Engaging in conversation with such a tyrant was undeniably terrifying and perilous, as the dragon could mercilessly eliminate a subordinate merely for delivering unfavorable tidings. Indeed, before this orc warrior, several clan leaders and bear goblins had already perished beneath the dragon's claws. Thus, he had to exercise utmost caution, for his life hung by a thread. Yet, the benefit of his position lay in the ability to wield power by leveraging the red dragon's fearsome reputation, commanding all subjugated tribes, even those whose leaders had once been his rivals and bitter foes. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. I shall grant you 10 more days. If within this time you fail to locate that human whelp, you know what the consequences will be. With that declaration, Vermes flared her wings, stirring up a tempestuous wind. Witnessing the dragon's wrath, the orc warrior dared not linger and immediately fled the cave at the fastest pace possible. It was evident that the one Vermes demanded her minions to find was none other than Zhuasi, the human child who had become lost after traversing the portal. Her urgency was not born of any moral awakening, but rather stemmed from the incessant threats emanating through telepathy from the small creature in her mind. If Zhuasi was not found within a specified time frame, parts of Vermes' own mind would be consumed. The longer the search dragged on, the more of her intellect would be devoured, until she might be rendered a foolish dragon or, worse still, lose her entire mind and perish. Otherwise, Vermes would have been quite pleased to be rid of Zhuasi, hoping never to encounter her again. Alas, newly awakened creations often exhibit a profound attachment to their creators, yearning to remain close to their masters. Chapter 17. Who could possibly dislike big cats? The dark night swiftly passed. As the sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, Zwissi finally stirred from his slumber. He cast a glance at the soldier, who was feigning sleep at the entrance of the cave, and tentatively inquired, "Have you been here all night without resting?" "Indeed, my lord. Your safety is of paramount importance. I dare not risk slumber, lest a venomous serpent slither in through the entrance," the soldier replied, quickly opening his eyes and standing to bow. Without a doubt, the sense of responsibility and loyalty he exhibited astonished Zwissi. He had initially presumed that the humanoid beings summoned by the card were mere puppets devoid of intellect and thought, mechanically obeying commands like golems. Yet, the soldier before him displayed behavior remarkably akin to that of a living person. He even required sustenance and rest to restore his vigor, just like an ordinary human. Clearly, the biological cards wielded by the traveling mage were not akin to the crude and straightforward summoning spells of the conjuration school, which forcibly called forth creatures from other realms to fight or serve the spellcaster through a powerful contract. Neither were they mere constructs sealed within cards like puppets. Instead, they employed a far more intricate and profound arcane technique. Regrettably, Zwissi had never crafted biological cards himself, leaving him entirely ignorant on the subject. It was not for lack of desire, but rather an inability. The prerequisites for creating biological cards were exceedingly stringent. With his current abilities, he could at best attempt to summon weaklings such as goblins or kobolds, or perhaps domesticated animals like cats or dogs. Moreover, the mana required to create a biological card was nearly 3 times that of a spell card of the same level. Most crucially, the former's impact in combat was far less immediate than that of the latter. Rather than expend his precious mana on the endeavor of crafting biological cards, it would be far more prudent to invest it in enhancing his professional level. The soldier, evidently oblivious to Zwissi's musings, noticed his master standing still in silence and proactively asked, "My lord, are you hungry? Shall I catch some fish or gather a few bird eggs for your breakfast?" Zwissi quickly shook his head gently. "No, it's unnecessary. I ate well yesterday and am not hungry at the moment. Besides, you must be quite weary after a night without sleep. You should lie down and rest. I will manage breakfast myself." "Rest? If I were to rest, who would ensure your safety?" The soldier's face betrayed his concern. It was evident that, in his subconscious, the protection of his master's safety took precedence over all else, even above his own life. With that, a card materialized in the palm of his hand. Biological card, Wild Leopard, LV1 green card, upgradable. Card quality, ordinary. Effect, summons a large-sized leopard, remaining until killed or voluntarily dismissed. One can issue simple commands to it through gestures, such as attack, retreat, hide, and ambush. However, complex verbal communication remains beyond its capabilities. After all, this is merely a beast, and one cannot expect it to possess the intelligence of sentient beings. The utilization of this card necessitates the expenditure of 2 points of green mana or 2 points of universal mana. Upon the demise of the summoned leopard, the card automatically returns to the graveyard, awaiting rebirth after a period of 1 day. As the creature card was activated, a large feline adorned with yellow fur and black spots materialized at the entrance of the cave. Including its tail, it measured over 2 meters and 80 centimeters in length. With a somewhat rounded head and relatively short, yet powerful limbs, weighing approximately 150 kilograms. Both its sharp teeth and claws testified to its status as a predator in the animal kingdom. Upon being summoned, the leopard emitted a low growl and gently nuzzled the back of its summoner's hand, signifying its affection. It was evident that this creature was significantly larger than the leopards found on Earth, potentially rivaling or even surpassing some smaller tigers, such as the Sumatran tiger. It remains uncertain whether this is due to a specific rare breed or an anomaly induced by magical forces. "Are you reassured now?" Zwissi inquired, raising his hand to vigorously rub the head of the leopard, which was nearly as tall as his shoulder. Unlike the initial summoning of the human soldiers, they were now quite familiar with one another. Zwissi, with a penchant for endearments, even bestowed a name upon the leopard, calling it Ruid. The name translates to ambusher. After all, who would not cherish a clever, fierce, and loyal large feline? Witnessing the bond between the human and the leopard, the soldiers were filled with a sense of comfort, thinking to themselves, "With it around, I can rest easy." However, They cautioned Zhuasi to remain vigilant while traversing the underbrush on the island, as seemingly inconspicuous snakes can often pose a greater threat than ferocious beasts. I understand. I will be careful, Zhuasi replied, waving his hand as he turned to descend the mountain path with the leopard in tow. Perhaps having been confined within the mage tower of the floating city for too long, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation upon seeing the verdant flora and vibrant wildflowers surrounding him, which lifted his spirits immensely. The leopard followed leisurely, ever alert to its surroundings, raising its head and pricking its ears at the slightest rustle. However, it typically discovered only small creatures such as squirrels, rabbits, weasels, and foxes. As the soldier had surmised the previous night, there were no large terrestrial creatures on this island. The most numerous and dangerous inhabitants were the various snakes, differing in length and girth. In no time, Ruud had dispatched and consumed 4 half-meter-long snakes, as well as a larger snake measuring 1.5 meters in length and as thick as Zhuasi's arm. The leopard was always eager to accept such an offering for breakfast. Whether these snakes were venomous remained unknown. However, as long as one avoided being bitten, the distinction between venomous and non-venomous was of little consequence. As they reached the seaside, a mild hunger stirred within Zhuasi after his morning exercise, prompting him to command the large cat to procure 2 coconuts for breakfast. It is well known that leopards are adept climbers. The slightly shorter yet robust limbs of the spotted leopard render it a formidable climber among its kind. Not only could it fetch 2 coconuts, but it could also effortlessly hoist a deer of similar size to the treetops. In the blink of an eye, Reed skillfully swatted 2 coconuts from the canopy with his paw and brought them to his master. Zhuasi retrieved a gleaming silver dagger from his satchel, locating the soft eyes on the coconut shell, and plunged it in with force. Upon extraction, sweet coconut water flowed from the small puncture. He unabashedly tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. After finishing the coconut water, he proceeded to crack open the shell and relish the fresh coconut flesh within. With both coconuts consumed, he felt moderately satisfied. Just as Zhuasi contemplated procuring some fish or bird eggs, he suddenly spotted a mast rising above the horizon. Atop the mast fluttered a slender, elongated yellow flag in the wind. A ship? Delight illuminated his face momentarily, but was soon replaced by confusion. As the distance closed, he discerned that it was not merely one vessel, but 2. The foremost ship, broad and rounded, resembled the plump bellies of sedentary folk, evidently designed for increased cargo capacity as a merchant vessel. In swift pursuit, a slender and remarkably fast warship followed closely behind. The gap between them was roughly several hundred meters. The latter was evidently intent on catching up to the former, which was desperately trying to escape. To lighten their load and enhance their speed, some sailors were tossing heavy stones, akin to ballast, into the sea. Chapter 18. The merchant and the pirate move swiftly if you wish to survive. Cast all these ballast stones into the sea. If those damned pirates catch up with us, we are all doomed. A middle-aged man, around 50, with a thick beard, stood on the deck, bellowing at the busy sailors. It was evident from his attire and commanding presence that he was the captain of the vessel. The sailors, heedless of their captain's harsh demeanor, exerted every ounce of strength to hoist the heavy ballast stones from the hold and swiftly hurl them into the water. They understood all too well that the captain's words rang true. If the pirates were to catch up, the scant crew aboard would likely be overwhelmed within mere minutes. Moreover, most of the sailors on the merchant ship were mere laborers with no training in combat. Regrettably, the ship's design and structure dictated that even if they cast overboard all the ballast, cargo, and supplies, they could never outrun a warship, or rather, a pirate ship, engineered specifically for pursuit and battle. The distance between the 2 vessels continued to diminish. Before long, the owner of the ship, a man in his 30s hailing from the Northern Empire's capital, Ascatara, could no longer remain seated. He set down his valuable monocular and hastened to the captain's side, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Base, are we doomed? What will those pirates do if they catch us? Will they slaughter everyone, or will they imprison us for ransom?" Gulp. Upon hearing this, the merchant instinctively swallowed hard. I believe I saw half-orcs, earth goblins, and ogres on the pirate's deck. What? Earth goblins and ogres? The captain's mouth fell open in astonishment, followed by a furious curse. Damn it, how could we be so unfortunate? That must be Bloodhand Hallett's ship. Only he has the power to command those immensely strong yet dim-witted ogres. Bloodhand Hallett? At the mere mention of this notorious name, the merchant shuddered involuntarily. Any merchant traversing the trade routes of the Sword Sea would be well aware of this infamous pirate captain. It was said that he was once the son of a noble from the kingdom of Tysel, but was exiled for reasons unknown, ultimately transforming into a ruthless pirate. Unlike ordinary pirates who sought only wealth, Hallett reveled in involving himself in schemes of treachery and betrayal. He would accept commissions from nobles or heirs of merchant guilds to intercept specified targets at sea. These targets were typically the parents, uncles, husbands, wives, or siblings of the commissioning parties. Once these individuals vanished, the client would instantaneously inherit lands, titles, guilds, and vast fortunes. However, upon completing his tasks, Hallett would not immediately execute the captives. The exorbitant cost often represents nearly all the savings of a noble estate or half the wealth of a merchant guild. In retaliation, the pirate captain seizes the client who has breached the contract, commanding those victims of treachery to personally excavate the hearts of their sons, wives, nephews, or siblings. Thus, the moniker Bloody Hand was born. It does not refer to the bloodied hands of Harlot, but rather to his ability to compel others to stain their hands with the blood of their kin. No one knows whether this almost twisted obsession stems from his own vile nature or his formative experiences. Yet, through such means, Harlot amassed a colossal fortune unattainable by traditional pirates, as well as an extensive network of intelligence spanning coastal cities. Even the infamous AM Shadow Thief occasionally chose to collaborate with him. "Mr. Bernard, I believe it is best for us to abandon this ship and all its cargo, then escape to the island in a small boat to hide," suggested old Captain Bay solemnly. "Moreover, if the pirates suffer significant casualties, they will undoubtedly retaliate by slaughtering everyone, and may even set the ship ablaze." He sought to ascertain whether Bloody Hand Harlot's intentions were directed towards the ship's cargo or towards the son of the rolled-in merchant guild, who was most esteemed by Bernard. If it were the latter, it would imply that he had been drawn into an internal power struggle within the guild. The merchant known as Bernard also appeared to recognize this, his mind racing with thoughts of several competitive siblings, attempting to identify those with the motive and means to orchestrate such a deed. Finally, he took a deep breath and nodded. "Very well. When we reach the shallow waters and the ship is about to run aground, we will directly row to the island." However, a small issue arose. That is, we must abandon a portion of the sailors. What? Not enough small boats? The captain froze, instinctively glancing at the number of small wooden boats secured to the sides of the vessel. He discovered that aside from the 4 regularly used near the bow, the rest appeared to be hastily cobbled together from rotten wood. If cast into the water, they would surely disintegrate within a minute. For small boats, each capable of accommodating a maximum of 6 to 8 individuals, could at most carry 24 to 32 people. Yet this large merchant ship had employed over 60 sailors. Old Base could not guarantee that when he announced only half the crew could escape while the other half faced the brutal pirates, the enraged sailors would not revolt immediately. Bernard noticed the tension reflected in the captain's eyes and quickly lowered his voice. "We do not necessarily need to reveal the truth to the sailors. We can discreetly take a few trusted confidants and, while everyone is distracted, board the small boat to the island. After all, the fewer we are, the easier it will be to hide, and the lower the risk of capture. But such an action would ruin the credibility I have built over the years." Old Base roared in fury. Without a commendable reputation, one cannot recruit sailors willing to embark on a voyage, nor can one earn the trust of employers. This predicament is undoubtedly fatal for a captain and could potentially ruin his life. At such a critical juncture, what relevance does one's reputation hold? Should any misfortune befall me, do you truly believe my father would spare you and your family? I could leverage my authority to procure for you a larger vessel, thereby enabling a more lucrative share of trade profits. To escape the perilous situation he found himself in, Bernard cast aside his usual demeanor of gentility and affability, resorting instead to threats and temptations. He was determined not to become a captive of the notorious Bloodhand Harlot, nor did he wish to perish at the hands of merciless pirates. After a tumultuous internal struggle, the old captain ultimately capitulated. Seizing the moment of panic as the ship ran aground, he stealthily took Bernard, the boatswain, and the first mate aboard a small boat, paddling swiftly to the shore. By the time the others became aware of the situation, it was too late. The helpless sailors could only curse loudly as they watched the approaching pirates begin to board, one after another, brandishing gleaming curved swords as they ascended the deck. Chapter 19. Bloodhand Harlot. Without the captain's, first mate's, and boatswain's command, the remaining illiterate sailors, who might not even recognize letters, could hardly muster an effective resistance. Not only did they fail to organize any form of opposition, but many, paralyzed by fear, leapt directly into the sea, hoping to swim across the shallow waters to reach the shore. Yet, without exception, they were struck down by crossbow bolts. The average human swimming speed in the ocean rarely exceeds 100 meters per minute. A single minute is ample time for the crossbow to unleash several volleys. Moreover, the timing coincided with a receding tide, as the bodies and dark crimson blood quickly stained the surface of the sea. As for those who remained on deck and attempted to resist, after witnessing the death of 7 or 8 of their comrades, they too fell to their knees and chose to surrender. After all, the number of pirates exceeded 200, including terrifying and ferocious creatures such as earth giants and ogres. The former differ significantly from their relatives, the goblins, who are chaotic, foolish, timid, and prone to destruction. Instead, they are humanoid in stature, or slightly taller, adept with various weapons and armor, and capable of commanding their subordinates with iron will. The earth giants operate within a strictly enforced hierarchy. Some malevolent human rulers even recruit them as officers in their armies to bolster the combat prowess and obedience of their soldiers. As for the ogres, their giant, muscular forms instill a sense of despair in any human who encounters them. Standing at 3 meters tall and weighing over 150 kilograms, their mere swings of a club can easily slay a robust horse. A glance at the young sailor on the merchant ship's deck, reduced to mere limbs with a torso resembling a puddle of mangled flesh, save for a single, intact kidney, reveals that the ogre's strength is beyond the capacity of ordinary humans to withstand. At the moment when the captured sailors huddled on the deck, trembling in anticipation of their fate, the pirate captain, Bloodhand Harlett, finally made his appearance. Contrary to the rumors depicting him as a grotesque and fearsome figure, he appeared quite handsome, likely in his 40s, with neatly cropped hair and a tuft of goat-like beard. He exuded an air of maturity, wisdom, and world-weariness. Harlett donned a white shirt produced in AM, complemented by a deep blue captain's coat. His legs were clad in black trousers of an indeterminate material, and on his feet were brown waterproof leather boots. A triangular had adorned his head. Most notably, the pirate captain bore 2 remarkable weapons at his waist. One was an exquisitely ornate, curved dagger, its hilt adorned with a glimmering blue gemstone the size of a quail's egg. The other, a starkly unremarkable short sword, entirely black and devoid of reflection. It was highly likely that both were magical artifacts. At the moment when Harlett set foot upon the deck of the merchant ship, all the pirates, be they human, half-orc, earth gnome, or the rather dim-witted ogres, raised their arms and vociferously proclaimed in the common tongue, "Hail the illustrious Captain Bloodhand! Under your command, we have once more triumphed in capturing our prey upon the vast seas. You are the supreme sovereign of these waters, the uncrowned king." Oh. Undoubtedly, this man had entirely won the allegiance of his crew. Some even fervently idolized him, taking great pride in obeying his every command. Harlett, well-versed in such displays, nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Now, bring forth the son of the Roland Trading Company's master. I eagerly anticipate his anguished wails upon discovering the truth." Captain, we have thoroughly searched the entire ship and found no trace of the Roland Trading Company's master's son. Not only him, but the ship's captain, first mate, and bosun have also vanished, a cautious earth gnome explained. "What? Are you suggesting they have fled?" A chilling glimmer flashed in Harlett's eyes. "Please, don't kill me, and spare my tongue. The master, captain, first mate, and bosun abandoned us when the ship ran aground and escaped in a small boat. They must have hidden in the island's thicket by now." The human sailor, clearly terrified, divulged everything he knew, his face contorted with anger and hatred, especially when mentioning the captain. "They abandoned the merchant ship and its precious cargo to flee to the island? It seems our quarry is far more cunning and decisive than we anticipated," Harlett mused, stroking the beard upon his chin. "What shall we do now, Captain? Shall we search the island?" The earth gnome queried, his tone uncertain. After all, the cargo beneath their feet was of considerable value. Searching the island with over 200 pirates to locate 4 hiding individuals would be an exceedingly daunting task. Days could pass without any results. Do you comprehend the immense wealth that the Roland Trading Company has amassed over generations? Do you know how many merchant ships they possess and the trade routes they command? The profits from this endeavor far exceed the mere value of this single ship's cargo. Leave a portion of men to guard the captives and the ship. The rest shall ascend the island. Even if we must dig to the very earth's core, we will unearth Bernard. With Captain Bloodhand's command, the pirates leaped into small boats, vigorously rowing towards the nearby beach. None were aware that the island harbored not only themselves and the four who had fled the merchant ship, but also a traveling mage and the creature he had summoned. Merchants? Pirates? The chase and battle upon the sea? How intriguing, concealed within the thicket. Zwissi observed the unfolding events with keen interest etched upon his youthful visage. He did not rush to engage with the four individuals who had first landed on the small boat, nor did he impulsively launch an attack on the pirates. Instead, he resolved to first uncover the truth behind the situation. In simpler terms, he chose to conceal himself in the shadows and observe the unfolding drama. Once the opportune moment arrived, he would decide to reveal himself to assist one of the parties and then depart from this desolate, uninhabited isle aboard a favorable vessel. Having formulated his plan of action, he extended a hand to gently stroke the leopard resting behind him and spoke in a hushed tone. "Let us proceed, Red. The time for the hunt has arrived. First, we shall capture a few prisoners to ascertain the identities and intentions of both factions." A low growl emanated from the leopard, its two yellow-spotted eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Though it did not comprehend the entirety of the statement, it grasped the essence of the word hunt. The man and his leopard swiftly melded into the dense underbrush, disappearing among the foliage and shrubs. In a short span of time, they had set their sights on the three pirates who were huddled together, searching the vicinity. Chapter 20. Captivity and interrogation. Don't move. There's a serpent to your right. Damn it. Help me get it off. All right. It's done. Good heavens. I've truly had enough. How many snakes are there on this cursed island? In less than an hour since our arrival, we've encountered 17 or 18 of them. Quit your complaining. You must understand this is Captain Bloodhand's order, and no one can defy it. Of course, I am aware it's the captain's command, but the issue is, with merely a couple of hundred of us, can we truly locate four individuals deliberately hiding on such an expansive island? Perhaps. I've heard that ogres and trolls possess keen senses, and half-orc hunters are quite adept at tracking. The three human pirates conversed while discarding the recently slain serpent some distance away. It was evident they were not like those untrained in combat. Each possessed at least 1 or 2 levels of warrior skills, excelling in the use of the curved sabers favored by pirates. Particularly when striking at the venomous snake, their movements were swift and precise, devoid of hesitation. Upon confirming no second wave of pirates within a 50 to 100-meter radius, Zwissi immediately signaled to the leopard beside him to approach stealthily. The leopard understood perfectly, its body low to the ground as it silently crept from behind towards the intended target. When it was less than 10 meters from one of the unfortunate souls, Reed finally launched a lethal ambush. In an instant, it surged forward with remarkable speed, leaping and sinking its formidable jaws into the target's neck. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of a severed spine, the human pirate collapsed to the ground without ever discerning the identity of his assailant. Blood gushed from the gaping wound, evidently severing an artery. The successful predator wasted no time, turning swiftly to vanish into the thicket and underbrush. The entire occurrence transpired so swiftly that the other two pirates, upon turning around, could only glimpse a vague yellow blur and their comrade convulsing in a pool of blood. What the hell was that? The slightly shorter pirate immediately raised his saber, warily scanning the area ahead. What? A beast? How could that be? If it were a wild animal, wouldn't it drag its prey away to feast? Yet that creature, after slaying Rick, had not lingered for even a second before fleeing. This defied logic. The shorter pirate presented a differing theory. Just as the two human pirates debated the nature of the entity that had dispatched their companion, Zwissi retrieved a sturdy rope from his satchel and tossed it at their feet. In an instant, the ends of the rope seemed to come alive, swiftly ascending the legs of the nearby targets and entangling them. Within mere seconds, the two pirates found themselves bound from head to toe, resembling mummies. Even their mouths were tightly secured, leaving them to struggle and emit muffled sounds. Undoubtedly, this is no ordinary rope, but rather an activated rope imbued with rudimentary magical effects. Although its spell level is not particularly high, allowing even many apprentices to wield it, when used appropriately, it can effectively bind and capture foes far mightier than oneself. This rope is crafted from animal sinews, meticulously processed and reinforced to achieve remarkable strength and resilience. Once ensnared, it tightens the more one struggles. Not even two mere human pirates could hope to break free, let alone a formidable ogre. Once it was confirmed that the pirates no longer posed a threat, Zwissi cautiously emerged from his hiding place, meticulously confiscating their weapons, including curved blades and hidden daggers concealed within their boots. He then proceeded to remove their adornments, such as earrings, rings, and amulets, primarily to prevent the possibility of magical items concealed within their jewelry. While the likelihood of ordinary pirates possessing magical artifacts is nearly non-existent, these precautions were lessons learned through blood and tears during Zhuaxi's time in the lofty towers of the floating city. He would never forget the experience of capturing an apprentice caught stealing, who, despite being bound, had managed to unleash a frost ray from a ring, nearly freezing him to death. From that moment onward, rings, earrings, and other easily overlooked trinkets became objects of heightened scrutiny. Regrettably, the gold, silver, and gemstones adorning these pirates were merely decorative. The most valuable among them was a rare blue pearl set in a necklace. This small gem, formed over the years through the infusion of magical energy, is not only cherished by the affluent and noble but also serves as a prime material for crafting magical items. If fashioned into a mana regeneration pearl, it could fetch a price exceeding 1,000 gold coins. Gazing at the blue pearl, which radiated a captivating aura under the sunlight, Zhuaxi murmured in disbelief. Isn't it rather absurd for a band of pirates, who thrive on plunder, to possess such a valuable personal item? Roar. At that moment, a leopard emerged from the thicket, licking the blood from its jaws and teeth. The two individuals bound by the activated rope witnessed this scene and instantly felt their legs weaken in terror, nearly soiling themselves, their faces betraying sheer panic. At this moment, even their dull wits could surmise the gravity of their situation. Yet Zhuaxi remained unfazed by their reaction, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he addressed them. I trust you have come to understand your predicament. I shall now announce the rules of the game, which you are to adhere to without fail. First, you are forbidden from uttering any cries. Should you do so, I will immediately command the great cat to sever your throats. Alternatively, I shall methodically remove your fingers, toes, and sever your nose and lips. Third, I will separate you for individual interrogation. Should your answers to the same questions diverge drastically, you are aware of the consequences. In the end, among the two of you, I shall permit only the one who divulges the most information to survive, while the other shall meet their demise. How simple and comprehensible, is it not? For a fleeting moment, both pirates beheld astonishment and dread in one another's eyes. They could scarcely fathom that a mere boy, appearing to be around 10 years of age, could harbor such malevolent and intricate thoughts. According to this decree, no one would dare conceal even the slightest fragment of information. Moreover, they would exert every effort to disclose all they knew in exchange for the singular opportunity to be spared. However, after a brief silence, the two pirates began to squirm and writhe like insects, eager to outpace one another and become the first to submit to interrogation. From that moment forth, their camaraderie had transformed into that of competitors and relentless adversaries. After all, one cannot expect a band of marauders, who thrive on plunder, to possess any noble spirit of self-sacrifice. Pirates have always lived solely for themselves. Chapter 21. Confirming the location name? Astaire. Age. 25. Why did you choose to become a pirate? I offended the local thieves guild in my hometown, so I had no choice but to venture out to sea in search of fortune. How many crew members are aboard your pirate ship? And who is the captain? We number 247. And our captain is the illustrious Bloodhand Harlot. You seem to hold great admiration for your captain? Naturally, Captain Harlot is the most renowned, generous, and worthy leader in the entire Sword Sea. All the pirates of the Narransel Islands take pride in having served on his ship. Oh, tell me more about your captain, and why, despite having successfully captured a merchant vessel, he still ordered you to this desolate island to pursue for fugitives. Under the meticulous interrogation by Zhuaxi, the pirate captive swiftly divulged all the information he possessed. Without a doubt, this diverged greatly from his anticipated simple pirate raid on merchants. Particularly, Bloodhand Harlot's modus operandi did not resemble that of an ordinary pirate. It seemed more akin to utilizing piracy as a faude to construct an extensive network of intelligence and influence. From the various captives, the Lich Archmage Asta collected information regarding the continent of Faerun, allowing Zhuaxi to ascertain that the Narransel Islands are situated in the southwest of the continent, comprising thousands of unnamed islets. To the east, crossing the Acevale Strait, lies the peninsula extending from the borders of the Am Empire and the Tether Kingdom. At the southern tip of the peninsula, there are scattered unnamed islands, along with a stretch of water whimsically dubbed the Racing Strait by passing ships. The origin of this name is naturally due to the rampant and overwhelming pirate activities in the vicinity of the Narragansett Islands. All merchant vessels traversing the route from the Racing Strait to the Acevale Strait are at risk of being targeted and pursued by pirates, resulting in a frantic race where those in front desperately flee while those behind fervently chase. Although the AM Empire has repeatedly dispatched naval forces to eradicate the pirates, the results have been minimal. Often, when the warships arrive, the pirates vanish into silence, only to resurface once the ships depart. It became evident that the small island beneath his feet was adjacent to the Racing Strait, not far from the capital of AM, Ascatra. Upon realizing his approximate location, Zwissi visibly relaxed. His greatest fear had been that the island he had been transported to was far from the mainland, potentially weeks, months, or even years without a ship passing. In comparison to this crucial intelligence, the enigmatic actions of the pirate Captain Bloodhand Harlett, as well as the fugitive heir of the Roldan Trading Company, became secondary concerns. However, considering the threat posed by the over 200 pirates, including earth gnomes and ogres, Zwissi resolved to take the initiative. He aimed to at least diminish the number of pirates, particularly those advancing towards the cave near the mountain summit. Read. Eliminate them. Zwissi issued the order to kill without hesitation. He had never intended to spare any captives from the very beginning. The earlier proclamations and rules were merely a fade, crafted to extract valuable intelligence from the human pirates. After all, they were over 200 ruthless, bloodthirsty brigands. In contrast, Zwissi had only himself and a handful of summoned creatures. In direct combat, he possessed not the slightest chance of victory. As he beheld the leopard approaching with its maw agape, filled with sharp teeth, the two human pirates immediately writhed in a frenzy, seemingly questioning why he had not adhered to his promises. During his nearly 2 years spent in the tower of the floating city, he had cultivated a heart of stone. In the blink of an eye, the once lively captives lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes forever closed. After severing an enemy's throat, the great cat licked the blood from its lips, as if awaiting the next command. Come now, Reed. It is time to greet our pirate guests and remind them who truly reigns over this island. With that, Zwissi retrieved the animate dead wand from his satchel and aimed it at the 3 corpses on the ground, unleashing the spells contained within. This 4th-tier necromantic magic, true to its name, could transform a relatively intact corpse into a zombie or discard the flesh encasing the bones, leaving only the skeletal remains. Though these lowly undead would not even qualify as cannon fodder in the eyes of the great necromancer Asta, they could still instill a sense of terror and cause damage among a superstitious and weak-willed band of pirates. Before long, the 3 zombies, conjured from the pirate corpses, began to rise unsteadily from the ground. However, apart from the last one awakened, the first 2 quickly broke free from the caster's control, as Zwissi's current level of magic was insufficient to command so many undead at once. Seeing the 2 zombies lurching towards him, he swiftly directed his controlled zombie to tackle them down, then released his hold and, accompanied by the great cat, departed at great speed. By the time the 3 zombies rose once more, the pair had vanished without a trace. Aimlessly, the zombies began to wander in search of a target. It was evident that Zwissi had conjured these undead creatures to sow chaos among the pirates roaming the island, perhaps during daylight. Dispatching a few slow-moving zombies would not pose much difficulty. Yet, once darkness fell, these creatures, equipped with dark vision, eye, and the ability to sense nearby living beings, would become the most lethal ambushers and assassins. Moreover, Zwissi intended to create not just a mere handful of skeletons or zombies, but to expend half of the spells stored within his wand, which contained over 40 charges. In the ensuing hour, he effortlessly coordinated with the leopard, eliminating all pirates near the cave at the mountain's peak. There was simply no other option. Who would have thought that these pirates were so complacent, utterly oblivious to any potential threats lurking on the island? Thus, upon landing, they dispersed, venturing into the dense foliage, grass, and underbrush in small squads, each comprising no more than 4 individuals. The distance between these teams varied from a mere 100 meters to over 200. Often, even if one squad detected another under attack and sought to rush to their aid, it would take them several seconds to arrive. In those brief moments, Left C could eliminate the enemies before him and then utilize their corpses to summon a few zombies for the next engagement. Although the creator class is not inherently suited for combat, ideally, they should remain in their towers crafting various magical items and curiosities. There is no basis for comparison. When juxtaposed with high-ranking mages capable of conjuring storms, unleashing lightning, flames, caustic acids, and poisonous clouds, the Creator's abilities may seem diminished. However, when pitted against a band of illiterate pirates, Left Sea could devise numerous unique methods to vanquish them. This highlights the disparity between knowledge and wisdom. Moreover, the enemies were in plain sight while he operated from the shadows. Chapter 22. There are myriad methods of murder that do not necessarily involve combat. The disappearance of a score or so of humans, half-orcs, and earth gnomes is hardly remarkable to a band of pirates numbering over 200, scattered across the island. However, as dusk descended and the sun gradually dipped below the western horizon, a shift in circumstances unfolded. The individuals who had previously searched the woods, grass, and thickets in small groups began to converge at an accelerated pace towards the beach where their small boats were stored. Before long, a colossal bonfire, constructed from timber, was ignited. Have they finally begun to gather? Zwisi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, even pausing his stirring of the cauldron. This so-called cauldron was crafted from the metallic weapons, scimitars, longswords, taken from the slain pirates, utilizing his creator's ability of shaping. The viscous mixture he stirred within was composed of crushed plant seeds, combined with a touch of water. This particular plant, known on Earth by the resounding name of castor bean, was infamous for its toxicity. It is well known that castor seeds contain a highly poisonous substance called ricin. A mere fraction of a milligram is sufficient to induce a torturous death in a robust adult male. Even in the realm of Feyre and, rife with arcane powers, magic, and divine arts, alleviating or neutralizing ricin's effects is no trivial matter. Perhaps an antidote or spell such as slow poison and neutralized poison could achieve it. This was one of the most invaluable lessons Zwisi gleaned from the necromancer Asta. After an entire afternoon of toil, he had amassed a considerable quantity of castor seeds using rudimentary methods of crushing, mixing with water, and stirring. Subsequently, he employed his ability to refine, yielding a higher purity of crystalline substance. He had now procured enough high-purity ricin to potentially kill thousands. All that remained was the opportunity for the pirates to gather for a meal and rest. The soldiers, evidently aware of their master's intentions, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, at their current scale, they had congregated nearly 100 individuals. It was estimated that in about 40 minutes, the remaining pirates would gradually arrive, coinciding perfectly with sunset, the true onset of night. With that in mind, let us add a little seasoning to our guest's dinner. Rising, Zwisi directed his refinability towards the cauldron. Instantly, a small handful of crystalline powder erupted from the murky liquid, landing precisely in a nearby glass jar. Once this was accomplished, he carefully cradled the jar and led the way down to the beach where the bonfire was being lit. The summoned soldiers and leopard followed closely behind. Approximately half an hour later, the trio concealed themselves behind the underbrush near the beach, with the sun now reduced to its final glimmer. Visibility in the surrounding environment was drastically diminished. However, for those goblins and half-orcs endowed with dark vision, these matters posed no significant challenge. Even amidst the darkest of nights, these humanoid beings can discern everything within an 18 to 20 meter range. Fortunately, at this moment, these fellows busily transported wine and provisions from the stranded ship. Luosi keenly observed this and promptly instructed the soldier beside him, now clad in pirate attire, take advantage of the moment. Slip into their cauldron of stew, their barrels of wine, and their fresh water, and add some ricin. Remember, if anyone inquires about your identity, use the name estate. Understood? The soldier accepted the glass jar, concealing it within his garments, and feigned a casual stroll towards the campfire. It was uncertain whether it was due to the human pirates' unfamiliarity with goblins, half-orcs, and ogres, or if their daytime foraging through the dense forest had depleted their stamina, rendering them indifferent to the comings and goings of their comrades. Regardless, the soldier raised no suspicion along the way, arriving safely at the storied location. Just as he prepared to retrieve the jar and administer the poison, a half-orc chef, engaged in cooking nearby, abruptly shouted, "Hey, human brat, what are you doing?" In an instant, the soldier froze mid-motion. His nerves were taut, and instinctively, his other hand rested upon the hilt of his curved dagger, his mind racing with thoughts of how to eliminate the adversary without alarming the other pirates. However, the half-orc chef remained oblivious to this tension, instead striding over and snatching the jar filled with ricin crystals from the soldier's grasp, nonchalantly opening it and tasting a pinch. After a few seconds of contemplation, he smirked and taunted, "Aha, A jar of exquisite spices. You scoundrel. Daring to pilfer the seasoning meant for the crew's meals, truly impatient for life. Spices? Seasoning? The soldier, who had just moments ago been prepared to strike, found himself utterly stunned. He could scarcely articulate the sheer folly and abysmal taste of this half-orc before him. It is known that high-purity ricin is a crystalline substance with a distinctly bitter flavor, seemingly devoid of any association with spices or seasoning. Yet what transpired next left him utterly astounded. The half-orc, clutching the jar of ricin crystals, sprinkled a handful into each pot of stew until the jar was empty, casting the vacant glass vessel to the ground with a furious curse. "Begone, filthy, wretched scum. Should I catch you stealing again, even a cup of wine or a pinch of salt, I shall twist your head off and toss it into the pot to feed those ogres. They are never picky. I apologize. I shall never dare again." Struggling to suppress the urge to burst into laughter, the soldier hurriedly feigned a look of panic and swiftly retreated into the dark woods, fearful that lingering too long might reveal the distorted expression on his face from stifling laughter. The half-orc chef, convinced he had performed a noble deed, spat in the direction of the fleeing figure and, brimming with self-satisfaction, resumed stirring the pot of stew and seafood soup with his spoon. Chuckling, he remarked, "Well, we now have both good news and bad news. The good news is that the toxin levels in those dishes and soups, even after boiling, are potent enough to incapacitate the mightiest ogre. The bad news is that if certain pirates merely indulge in alcohol and grilled fish, they will remain unharmed. What shall we do next? Shall we simply wait here for the pirates to succumb to the poison?" A soldier inquired, curiosity etched on his face. In response, Zwissi retrieved from his satchel some bone powder, a handful of black agates, and an eyeball soaked in a preservative solution, still containing nerve tissue. The materials alone indicated that this was undoubtedly a necromantic ritual. After all, having studied under Asta for so long, he possessed the deepest understanding and highest proficiency in necromantic magic. Chapter 23. The magical ritual. The magical ritual embodies a power that is far more intricate and challenging to master than mere spellcasting. However, its effects and potency surpass those of conventional magic by a considerable margin. Many sorcerers find themselves confined to the simplest and most rudimentary rituals of summoning, binding, prophecy, and otherworldly exploration throughout their lives. Yet, Zwissi is different. Since acquiring the title of creator, he has recognized that he cannot cast spells like the other apprentices within the tower through incantations and gestures. Instead, he has devoted all his energy to the study of the esoteric and perplexing art of magical rituals. This is his sole means of unleashing spells. Aside from crafting magical items and utilizing scrolls, some revolutionary combinations of runes have even drawn praise from the necromancer Asta. Unlike traditional spellcasters who approach their craft with caution and restraint, Zwissi excels at leveraging his unique perspective as a traveler from another realm to maximize the efficacy of magical rituals. Furthermore, the rituals he has refined typically do not require the extensive setup and meticulous checks that can take hours, days, or even weeks. In less than half an hour, he completed all preparations around the beach where the pirates had kindled their campfire. As the somber incantation resonated, an eye, preserved in a preservative solution and possessing optic nerves, suddenly levitated into the air through anti-gravity, hovering approximately 30 meters above the pirates' heads. It was accomplished. Observing the bone dust that had completely vanished beneath his feet, along with the transformed, transparent granules of valuable black onyx, a glimmer of pity flickered in Zwissi's eyes for these ruthless pirates. He knew that these vile individuals would soon meet their demise in the most excruciating and despairing manner. On another part of the beach, the weary and famished pirates had already begun to devour their food ravenously. Particularly, a few massive ogres nearly consumed an entire pot of seaweed soup rich in ricin. However, Bloodhand Harlot refrained from partaking in the food offered by his subordinates. He quietly sipped from his cup of wine, occasionally nibbling on the roasted fish placed before him. Harlot instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. In his estimation, the loss of 2 or 3 subordinates while pursuing merely 4 strays from a merchant ship was already a significant setback. The Earth Gnome quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the majority are humans, with a few half-orcs among them. My subordinates, Born and Mark, have also vanished without a trace. Clearly, either there are dangerous creatures on this island, or the merchant possesses formidable magical artifacts. But fret not, I have dispatched 2 teams to investigate, and I believe results will surface shortly. Excellent. You have not disappointed me. Once this venture concludes, I shall choose to retreat into the shadows, allowing you to inherit the name Bloodhand and continue to navigate these seas with prowess. A satisfied expression graced Harlot's face as he bestowed a tempting promise upon his loyal aide, who had accompanied him for many years. Thank you for your generosity and trust. Rest assured, even if I were to inherit the infamous title of Bloodhand, I would still regard you as my eternal captain and pledge my unwavering loyalty. The Earth Gnome knelt on one knee, trembling with excitement, for he had awaited this moment for a full 3 years. Many pirates eking out a living on the Narransel Islands might not survive such a duration. Although this Earth Gnome could not fathom why the enigmatic Bloodhand captain had chosen to relinquish his hard-won renown and retreat into the shadows, it did not hinder his imagination of inheriting the Bloodhand title, expanding the crew, and assembling a formidable fleet capable of plundering the entire western coast of Faerun. He even entertained the thought of becoming the acknowledged pirate king of this maritime realm. Halot discerned the glimmer of ambition in his subordinate's eyes and allowed a faint, sardonic smile to grace his lips, both mocking the other's presumption and hinting at some unspoken expectation. However, this expression faded in mere seconds. Once the pirates had gorged themselves, they swiftly congregated to indulge in drinking, brawling, wrestling, gambling, and hurling profanities at one another. For those who had long endured the monotony of the sea, these were their sole forms of entertainment. Particularly, the bare-knuckle brawls and wrestling ignited the latent violence within these nefarious souls, granting them an unparalleled thrill. Typically, the combatants refrained from inflicting mortal harm, perhaps breaking a few bones or leaving each other bloodied and dazed. Due to the slow-acting nature of ricin, combined with the sensory stimulation from alcohol and brawling, no one in the camp exhibited any symptoms of distress even after 3.5 hours. This, of course, excluded the half-orc cook who had carelessly sprinkled the ricin crystals into the stew. This unfortunate wretch now lay slumped among the supplies, coughing blood, vomiting uncontrollably, and experiencing a fiery agony in his throat as if engulfed by flames. His urine, once a normal white or yellow, had transformed into a disconcerting dark red. The excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen left him too weak to utter a cry for help. He could only sweat profusely. It was evident that the large quantity of high-purity ricin he had consumed was taking effect, leading to a rapid deterioration of his vital organs. Unless he received aid, he would soon succumb. Regrettably, all the pirates were engrossed in the thrilling brawl and remained oblivious to the plight of the half-orc cook. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly erupted from the darkened jungle. Following this commotion, a party of 8 earth gnomes and 2 ogres emerged, escorting 4 human captives bound together by ropes, coming into view for all to see. The 4 human captives were none other than Captain Base, the first mate, the bosun, and Bernard, who had previously abandoned the merchant ship and its crew to secretly row ashore and hide. Leading the group, the pompous earth gnome strode forward with a broad grin, revealing a set of large yellowed teeth. "Captain, look what I have brought you," he exclaimed. Harlot burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, well done. You shall receive your due reward, I assure you. Now, tell me, where did you find these fellows?" "Ha ha, it is rather fortuitous. These 4 have been hiding and evading capture all day, weary, hungry, and thirsty. They intended to sneak to the lakeside at dusk for a drink and perhaps gather some bird eggs to stave off their hunger. As fate would have it, we stumbled upon them and seized them." As he spoke, the leading earth gnome yanked the rope forcefully, causing the 4 feeble captives to collapse to their knees before their captain. Among them, the bosun, who had evidently fought fiercely during the capture, hung his arms limply, suggesting either dislocation or broken bones. After all, the pursuing party included 2 immensely strong ogres, rendering any ordinary human no match for them. In stark contrast, the highly valued heir of the merchant guild, Bernard, remained unscathed. However, upon beholding the notorious Bloodhand captain, he immediately succumbed to uncontrollable tremors, his eyes filled with despair. Yet, Harlot was evidently no ordinary pirate. He held little regard for the paltry ransom offered. Chapter 24. Never allow others to determine your fate. Gazing at the quivering sun of a merchant kneeling before him, Harlot gracefully rose and executed a refined noble bow. "Greetings, Bernard. Although this is our first encounter, your esteemed name precedes you. As the most cherished heir of the Lord of the Roldan Trading Guild, you have been managing a portion of your family's business since the tender age of 16. Through collaboration with the Merchant Alliance, You remarkably tripled the trade volume along the trade routes from Ascathra to Baldur's Gate within just 1 year, doubling your profits in the process. By the age of 25, you had become a seasoned merchant in your own right, extending your enterprise further north to Waterdeep, Neverwinter, and Luskan. Due to your unwavering pursuit of profit, you have shown little regard for the legality of the goods you trade, nor for the identities of your trading partners. This very trait has won you your father's favor. It is for this reason that you personally undertook the risky venture of transporting a substantial shipment of contraband to the southern port of Calamity, primarily to forge a long-term supply agreement with the local thieves guild that controls the smuggling routes, thereby securing the most vital and lucrative trade route for the Roldan Trading Guild. However, what you could never have anticipated was the treachery and betrayal that came from your own blood. How could you possibly know all this? Bernard exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could hardly fathom how someone could possess such intimate knowledge of him, especially regarding those clandestine dealings in the north that were often shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few core members. With a smile, Harlot elucidated, I have many acquaintances skilled in gathering information. Thus, when I took on this particular business deal, I tasked them in advance to collect intelligence about you. I must admit, as a merchant, you are both successful and commendable. However, as an heir to a trading guild, you are somewhat lacking. What do you mean? Bernard furrowed his brow in confusion. Quite simply. Firstly, you lack the ruthlessness required. You did not eliminate those siblings who posed a potential threat to your standing at the earliest opportunity. Secondly, you have failed to comprehend that merely being profitable is insufficient for a trading guild. A minimal degree of martial protection is also essential. Yet, in your relentless pursuit of maximum profit, you neglected to employ adventurers and guards for your protection, overlooking the critical aspect of security. My capture of you serves as a testament to this oversight. In that moment, Harlot resembled a wise elder, directly pointing out Bernard's grievous errors. As he stated, in the realm of Fair Inn, where dragons, magic, monsters, bandits, and various malevolent forces abound, a trading guild's growth hinges upon more than mere profitability. Astute merchants collaborate with powerful local organizations, such as the Mages Guild, the Thieves Guild, or even the temple of a formidable deity. Such alliances often intimidate those lurking in the shadows with malicious intent. At the very least, one ought to invest in adventurers and mercenaries to safeguard their endeavors. However, that captured merchant vessel held nothing of value, save for a group of sailors whose combat prowess was nearly negligible. Upon hearing this, Bernard's countenance darkened abruptly, and he vehemently retorted, What do you know? Do you think I desire this? To maximize profits, to earn my father's approval, to outshine my siblings. I have no choice but to compress costs to the utmost. Harlot scoffed and shook his head. See, this is the most absurd and foolish aspect. You toil year after year, risking everything to earn money that you surrender to the merchant guild. Your father then extracts a portion of that sum to distribute among your competitive siblings, sending them forth to seek new trade routes and markets. And what do? They meticulously conceal their profits, using them to forge alliances and recruit a faction that answers solely to them. Ultimately, some of them even aspire to usurp you. Remember, never relinquish the power to dictate your own fate to anyone, not even your own father. Do you recall the motto of the merchants of Ascathra? A merchant devoid of power, despite possessing wealth, is pitiable, for he becomes mere prey in the eyes of all. Power is never granted. It is seized through one's own efforts. It must be said that Bloodhand Harlot is a remarkably astute individual with a unique perspective. In but a few words, he rendered Bernard speechless, leaving him visibly shaken, disheartened, and dejected. The young merchant understood that not a single word of Harlot's was erroneous. After a prolonged silence, Bernard, seemingly resigned to his fate, lifted his gaze and, with a wry smile, inquired, Could you reveal the identity of the trader who sold this route? What terms did he or she offer you? I am afraid I cannot. I am a man of my word. Having promised confidentiality to each partner, I cannot divulge even the slightest morsel of useful information. However, you are not entirely without prospects. Should the client fail to fulfill their promise, I shall, as per custom, draft a new contract with you. At that point, our relationship will transform from adversaries to allies, granting you an opportunity for vengeance. Now, take it easy. I have no intention of killing you just yet, so there is no need for such despair. Come, have some food and drink. I trust you must be quite hungry and thirsty. With that, Bloodhand Harlot pushed the bowl of seafood stew, bread, and goblet toward Bernard, gesturing graciously. It was evident that he was in high spirits, even exhibiting a certain aristocratic demeanor, grace, and erudition. After all, in Faerun, knowledge has always been an expensive and luxurious commodity. Ordinary folk struggle to secure their basic needs, let alone gain access to education. Only the affluent merchants and the nobility can afford private tutors or enroll in the costly academies of the grand cities. Based solely on this observation, it is highly probable that the pirate captain hails from noble lineage. With a resounding gulp, the four captives found themselves involuntarily salivating at the sight of the food and drink before them, their stomachs audibly protesting after an entire day devoid of sustenance. Not even a drop of water to quench their thirst. The allure of such temptation was insurmountable. Just as Bernard cautiously extended his hand to grasp the now-cooled soup, a voice echoed from behind him. "Do not touch that bowl, and certainly do not put its contents into your mouth, unless you wish to meet your demise." In an instant, every eye present, including those of the pirates, turned toward the dark thicket from whence the voice emanated. Moments later, a human warrior, donned in a helmet and chainmail, wielding a short sword in one hand and a shield in the other, emerged into their line of sight. "Who are you? What did your words just imply? Did my missing crew perish at your hands?" Harlot squinted as he demanded answers. Simultaneously, the pirates under his command brandished their weapons, encircling the unexpected intruder from both sides. Chapter 25. The perils of overthinking. In the face of the menacing pirates surrounding him, the warrior remained remarkably composed. Devoid of any hint of panic, he walked directly towards the campfire and halted less than 3 meters from Hallett, bowing gracefully. "Greetings, Captain Bloodhand. I come on behalf of my master to engage in a negotiation." Clearly, he was none other than the soldier summoned by Zwissi. This confidence did not stem from personal prowess, but rather from his summoner, the enigmatic mage Zwissi, who orchestrated everything from the shadows. "Negotiation? Who is your master? By what right does he believe he is worthy of negotiating with me?" Hallett retorted with a cold smirk. Had it not been for the mysterious disappearance of 25 of his subordinates, which instilled a sense of trepidation, he would have already ordered the immediate execution of this audacious individual, before his words could fully dissipate. Several relatively weaker human pirates clutched their bellies and collapsed to the ground, writhing in severe agony, resembling boiled shrimp. The half-orcs and earth gnomes soon followed suit, succumbing to relentless vomiting. Among the vomit, dark red clots of blood were starkly visible. The ogres, possessing the strongest constitution but having consumed the most, were struck first with convulsions and severe shock, lying on their backs in a state of utter despair, their bodily functions failing as they choked on their own vomit. They had not even had the chance to consume the soup laced with high-purity ricin before being dispatched on their mission. At that moment, the entire beach was filled with anguished cries. The foul stench of the poisoned pirates' excretions mingled with the acrid odor of vomit, creating a hellish tableau. Witnessing the torment of the afflicted pirates, the captive Bernard instinctively recoiled in fear. He could scarcely believe he had been a mere step away from death. Had he inadvertently sipped that cold soup, he too would likely have faced a slow demise in excruciating pain, akin to the fate of the pirates. "Oh, goddess of wealth, Wujin, I silently pray to the deity I revere," the young merchant thought in desperation. Meanwhile, Captain Bloodhand, who had witnessed the unfolding chaos, wore ashen expression, his eyes blazing with fury and malice. It was a rare occurrence for him to find himself outmaneuvered. He had always been the one to toy with others, and this was the first time he had been ensnared in a trap. He was still uncertain who had orchestrated this betrayal against him. Unfazed by the pirate captain's simmering rage, the soldier continued to apply pressure. "Precisely 4 hours. Not a moment off from the time of poisoning anticipated by my master. Now, it is your turn to make a choice, Captain Bloodhand. Will it be negotiation, or will you watch helplessly as your men perish one by one under the torment of the poison?" In an instant, those pirates who had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness cast desperate glances at their captain. Clearly, they do not wish to perish. Rather, they seek to persuade Harlot to acquiesce to their demands in exchange for a remedy that might ensure their survival. "Are you not afraid that I might slay you?" Harlot exclaimed, abruptly drawing his curved blade and pressing it against the soldier's throat. The keen edge of the weapon sliced through the skin, letting dark crimson blood trickle down the soldier's neck, staining his chainmail. Yet, the soldier displayed not a flicker of fear, merely questioning with an impassive visage. "Is this your choice? If so, then please, kill me at once. My master will regard it as the signal to commence hostilities. Are you not afraid of death?" Harlot finally discerned that something was amiss. Throughout his life, he had encountered myriad individuals, even those steadfast souls, The paladins willing to sacrifice themselves for the noble cause of justice and the salvation of innocents would exhibit some semblance of trepidation in the face of death. This was an instinct inherent to all sentient beings, nearly impossible to suppress. Yet, before him stood a warrior, seemingly no more than 26 or 27, whose eyes reflected not a shred of dread, as if death were as commonplace as breathing. "It is my honor to die for my master. Indeed, it is the very essence of my existence." As he uttered these words, the soldier's countenance radiated an earnest, devout, and sacred expression. He spoke neither falsehoods nor deceit, but rather articulated the genuine thoughts within his heart. Yet, this utter lack of fear in the face of death instilled in Harlot a sensation of unease. In the realm of Faerun, organizations capable of inspiring such unwavering loyalty and willingness to die among their ranks were seldom benevolent. They were either the paladins and clerics of righteous deities or the brainwashed devotees of malevolent entities. It was also conceivable that they were under the influence of magic or mental manipulation. Regardless, this signified a profoundly alarming reality. The master of this soldier was likely a formidable and cunning spellcaster. In an instant, the notorious Captain Bloodhand envisioned a sinister mage, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, tall and gaunt, with cold, penetrating eyes. He even speculated that this sorcerer might be the very adversary employed to orchestrate his troubles. After all, Harlot had brazenly plundered merchant vessels over the years, exploiting human greed and frailty to expand his web of information and influence, inciting discontent among many. Not to mention, the organizations and temples of the righteous faction had long since taken notice. AMNS merchants had more than once sought to hire adventurers to eliminate him. Were it not for his dealings with the Shadow Thieves Guild, which often provided him with timely warnings before ambushes, he might have met his end countless times by now. Additionally, other pirate captains regarded Harlot as a thorn in their side, eager to dispose of him swiftly. There is a well-known adage, among peers lies the most palpable enmity. No one wished to witness the rise of a pirate king upon the Sword Coast, unless, of course, that individual was one of their own. "What does your master seek from me?" Despite his utter indifference towards the fate of his subordinate pirates, should all 200 of them perish at once, it is likely that upon their return, they would be discovered by other pirate ships from the Narransel Islands, leading to an immediate and ferocious assault. In these turbulent waters, rife with chaos, violence, and bloodshed, only strength and might can compel those ruthless marauders to maintain their composure and rationality. Pirates have always engaged in dialogue through sheer force. The act of one band of pirates plundering another is hardly a novel occurrence. It has persisted throughout history. Chapter 26. The midnight revelry of the undead. My master demands the merchant vessel you have seized, along with all the captives aboard, including these four before us. The soldier gestured towards the paralyzed merchants, the captain, the first mate, and the boatswain, while producing a glass jar exuding a chilling aura. Observing the jar filled with a dark crimson liquid, Harlot cautiously inquired, "Is your master employed by the Rolthan Trading Company?" The soldier shook his head without hesitation. "No. My master is not beholden to any organization or individual. He simply requires a ship and a few sailors to navigate it, nothing more." "Not accepting employment? Then let us renegotiate the terms. You provide me with the antidote, and I shall ensure your master reaches any destination of his choosing. Of course, upon docking. The merchant vessel, along with its precious cargo and sailors, will rightfully belong to your master. However, this young merchant is mine." Harlot attempted to bargain. For Bernard was not merely a business transaction. He was integral to a series of subsequent plans. Despite the notorious reputation that the Bloodhand captain bestowed upon Harlot, it also brought forth a multitude of troubles. After years adrift at sea, he had grown weary of perpetually hunting prey or being pursued as one himself. He yearned for a new identity, a chance to operate from the shadows. "I'm afraid that's not possible. My master does not entertain any form of negotiation. You must choose between acceptance and refusal. Moreover, I must remind you, ricin is a substance capable of causing severe internal failure. If we delay too long, even the antidote may render you crippled." The soldier continued to exert pressure with an inscrutable demeanor. He had received instructions from Zwissi prior to his appearance, ensuring that the entire threat and negotiation process was executed flawlessly. "Damn it. Very well, you win. These four captives, along with the merchant vessel and the captured human sailors, are all yours. Now, give me the antidote." Seeing that more of his pirates were succumbing to the agonizing effects of the poison, Harlot decisively chose to concede. He signaled to a nearby unpoisoned earth gnome to fetch an oil lamp, standing upon a relatively dim rock, swaying it up and down. Before long, several small boats arrived, carrying a group of bound humans and some orc pirates tasked with their supervision, wading through the shallow waters onto the shore. Despite the astonishment of the remaining pirates witnessing their comrades writhing in pain on the ground, eager to inquire what had transpired, Harlot silenced them with a glance, instructing them to cut the ropes and hand over all captives. Thus, 38 surviving sailors, bewildered, were herded behind the soldiers, accompanied by Captain Bass, shipowner Bernard, the first mate, and the injured boatswain. As the two groups met, the former immediately fixed the latter with expressions of fury and hatred. When the high-ranking officials of these four merchant vessels faced danger, they unhesitatingly abandoned the ordinary crew and chose to slip away discreetly. Had it not been for the presence of pirates, a brawl would likely have erupted immediately. You must retreat to the thicket at once. Remember, regardless of what you witness, remain in place and do not scatter, the soldier commanded in a hushed tone. As a participant in the entire scheme, he was acutely aware of what was to unfold. Those lacking combat skills and experience would only become a liability if they stayed. Understood. Rest assured, my lord. We will obediently hide in the thicket as you instructed. A seemingly esteemed middle-aged sailor stepped forward, affirming his stance, before leading the others into the dark woods. Captain Bass and the merchant Bernard evidently wished to speak, but were silenced by the soldier, who gestured for them to leave swiftly. Once all the captives had vacated the beach, the soldier handed a jar filled with the so-called antidote to the waiting goblin. Upon receiving the captain's approval, the goblin promptly began administering the potion to the unfortunate souls who had been moaning for quite some time and were now too weak to do more than groan. The results were immediate. Each poisoned individual who ingested the antidote displayed an expression of relief, as if their suffering had vanished. However, no one noticed that for the next half-minute after consuming the antidote, their skin took on an unhealthy pallor and their pupils emitted a chilling glow. Had a spellcaster been present, they would have immediately recognized that these poisoned individuals had not truly been healed. Rather, their bodies were undergoing a transformation towards undeath. Once their physical form ceased to exhibit signs of life, they would no longer feel pain. This implied that the previous negotiations and transactions were merely a smokescreen deliberately orchestrated by Zwissi to mislead the enemy. From the very beginning, he had no intention of sparing them. His goal was to eliminate this band of pirates completely, leaving no one behind. The reason was simple. Zwissi felt himself too weak to triumph in a direct confrontation against a pirate ship laden with over 200 men. Furthermore, his habits cultivated in the floating city's tower dictated that he could never place his safety in the mercy or promises of others. Thus, seizing the advantage to eradicate all pirates once and for all became his only viable option, as he witnessed his pirates gradually being healed and slowly rising from the beach. The fury and murderous intent within Harriot's heart somewhat abated. Narrowing his eyes, he probed once more, "Who exactly is your master? Why has he appeared on this desolate island? What does he intend to do with the merchant ship and the captives?" As the final word left his lips, the eyeball seemed to activate, radiating an eerie green light. Shortly thereafter, low, menacing growls emanated from the dark woods, grass, and underbrush behind him. In less than half a minute, corpses transformed into zombies through the animate dead spell surrounded the camp from all directions. Despite their limited numbers, merely a mere 20 or so, they cast a heavy pall over Hallett's heart. He was uncertain of how many more such wretched beings lurked within the vast, impenetrable darkness of the jungle. The malevolent sorcerer, yet to reveal himself, instilled a profound unease within the pirate captain. As for the unpoisoned earth goblins and ogres, though terrified by the horrifying spectacle before them, they nevertheless drew their weapons, bracing themselves for battle. Just as Hallett readied to command his crew to charge forth and vanquish these lowly undead, he suddenly realized that those pirates who had recently been cured of their poison exhibited behavior almost indistinguishable from that of zombies. They moved with the same sluggishness, their eyes gleaming with a sinister red light that signified their undead nature. Damn it, the substances they had just consumed were not antidotes at all. Hallett finally grasped the grim trickery he had fallen victim to. Chapter 27. None of you shall escape, Captain. What shall we do now? A trembling voice of a goblin inquired. It is only natural to feel dread when surrounded by over 200 undead creatures. Did they not notice even the usually reckless ogres retreating cautiously? As for the half-orcs, who have never been associated with loyalty, they had turned multiple times to glance at the small boats overturned on the shore. Were it not for the lingering fear inspired by Captain Bloodhand's reputation, they would have long since scattered in a panic. This is precisely why the backbone of the crew has consistently comprised the lawful evil goblins, rather than humans, half-orcs, or the formidable ogres. Under the goblins' strict management, the pirate ship maintained a code of discipline and formidable combat prowess. Harlot took a deep breath, swiftly drawing another short sword from his waist, and pointed it at the soldier standing motionless, shouting to his men, "Charge and seize him. Only by capturing this wretch can we force the hidden necromancer to reveal himself. Otherwise, even if we wish to flee, escape will be impossible. Do not forget, the undead do not require breath. Once they overturn the ship and drag us beneath the waves, we shall drown." In an instant, the countenance of every pirate shifted. Even the half-orc, who had just contemplated escaping amid the chaos, abandoned that notion and adopted a resolute stance. They understood their captain's words held truth. With the speed of their small vessel, no amount of frantic paddling could outpace the relentless, breathless undead in these shallow waters. "You think capturing me will threaten my master?" Naive. The soldier stood unmoving, sneering coldly. He exhibited no intent to retreat or flee. Instead, he lightly sliced open the skin and veins of his wrist with the short sword, allowing his blood to drip onto the ground. This blatant act of self-mutilation immediately raised the pirates' alarms. Yet, before they could comprehend his intentions, the previously sluggish zombies around them suddenly stirred as if they had caught the scent of blood, becoming agitated. Some even succumbed to a frenzied state, captivated by the aroma of living blood. "Quick! Stop that damned fool! He intends to take his own life." Paulette, seasoned and wise, quickly recognized that the soldier was activating some dreadful necromantic ritual through sacrifice. However, it was regrettably too late. Just as the ogres, goblins, and half-orc pirates roared and charged forward, the summoned human soldier unhesitatingly plunged the short sword into his own heart. Indeed, this was the true task bestowed upon him by Cece. Feeling his life force ebbing away, the soldier summoned all his strength in his final moments to shout, "Tremble before the power of my master. Fear, none of you shall escape." As his last breath escaped him, the sacrifice was complete. A chilling sensation, indescribable by mere words, enveloped the entire beach. The bonfire, once ablaze with fervent flames, was abruptly extinguished without warning. Simultaneously, every surviving pirate present shuddered in unison, sensing an unsettling drop in the ambient temperature. The reanimated zombies, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, exhibited a marked enhancement in both reaction and mobility. Alarmingly, they responded with heightened fervor to the scent of the living. In the blink of an eye, over 200 resurrected corpses charged toward the pirates stationed on the shore. "Maintain a tight formation. Prepare to engage." Harold brandished his gem-encrusted scimitar, severing the head of a human zombie with precision. He understood that if he did not step forward to stabilize the morale of his crew, they risked being overwhelmed by the onslaught of the undead. At that very moment, as the blade made contact with the neck, a flash of silver lightning danced along the edge. It was evident that this enchanted scimitar unleashed additional electrical damage upon striking. After years of navigating the vast seas, Harold had amassed considerable wealth, rendering the acquisition of magical weapons and equipment a commonplace endeavor. Observing their captain's fierce determination, the other pirates cast aside their doubts, swiftly forming a circular defensive perimeter to confront the relentless tide of zombies. In the midst of the fierce battle, no one noticed that the corpse of the suicidal soldier had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, concealed within the woods, Zwissi remained hidden, donning a pair of spectacles imbued with dark vision and far sight. He closely monitored the brutal clash unfolding nearby, then commented impassively, "Truly deserving of the formidable reputation they have forged in the islands of Narransel and the Sword Sea. Remarkably, they have trained a band of lowly pirates to operate with military precision. It seems my decision to remain concealed has proven wise. A direct confrontation would likely yield exceedingly slim chances of victory, especially against Harold, who undoubtedly possesses potent magical artifacts." As anticipated, the situation unfolded as Zwissi predicted. The lowly undead, driven by the arcane ritual, relentlessly assaulted the pirates' defensive formation, even dragging half-orcs and earth goblins from their ranks, devouring them alive. At last, the pirate captain unveiled his first trump card, a silver amulet hanging from his neck. In the next moment, every zombie within a 10-meter radius collapsed, never to rise again. Undoubtedly, They had been purified by some form of positive energy spell contained within the amulet, clearing away at least 20 of the undead. However, soon after, a new wave of zombies surged forth, for the greatest advantage of the undead lies in their unyielding endurance against fatigue and fear, even in the face of deities. And even when surrounded by the lifeless remnants of his kin, the feeble-minded, lowly undead creatures would still charge forth with unwavering audacity. Beside him, two primary combat ogres bore the scars of battle, their limbs marred by numerous bite marks. Most critically, the incessant and fierce confrontation had drained the vitality of all involved. Nearly every surviving pirate gasped for breath, their lungs feeling as if they were ablaze with agony. I know. We must endure a little longer. There are few of these wretched beings left. In an instant, a spectral visage of a goat's head, entirely formed of magical energy, materialized out of thin air and surged forward with astonishing speed. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. Every zombie obstructing the path of the goat head's advance was violently propelled back, at least a dozen meters away. That terrifying force even snapped 2 coconut trees, each as thick as a grown man's waist. Chapter 28. Apologies, for I am too feeble. The name of the magical ring, the Ram's Ring, flashed through Zwacy's mind, accompanied by a wealth of knowledge, his gaze revealing profound astonishment and vigilance. Simultaneously, he silently rejoiced at his restraint. Had he acted recklessly, he would have faced a devastating blow, allowing his adversary to turn the tide effortlessly. The Ram's Ring, also known as the Impact Ring or the Castle Destroyer's Ring, manifested a phantom of a goat's head that could violently strike any target within an approximate 18-meter radius, affecting all beings and objects in a direct line of impact. Its power was sufficient to easily breach a locked door or a moderately sturdy wall. In summary, due to its simplicity of release and convenience, which afforded almost no time for the opponent to react, its efficacy in combat was often astonishing. It was evident that Harlot's Ram's Ring was likely prepared for naval warfare. When 2 ships drew near for a boarding confrontation, he needed merely to activate the spell stored within the ring to instantly hurl a considerable number of individuals off the deck into the sea, or to bore a hole into the enemy vessel, causing it to gradually sink into the depths. Furthermore, the Ram's Ring posed a significant threat to any spellcaster, particularly when mages, priests, and other magical professions began to chant spells and enter a state of concentration. A single impact could inflict immense damage and disrupt their casting. Zwacy was nearly certain that with his current frail physique, should he be struck by the Ram's Ring, it would result in the shattering of bones and internal organs, leading to an immediate demise with no chance for rescue. Fortunately, due to the relentless onslaught of undead creatures, Harlot had no time to preserve his trump card. In a mere blink, he expended the magical energy within the ring, decimating a substantial horde of advancing zombies. His band of pirates seized the moment, charging forth to massacre the fallen undead. At this juncture, fewer than 20 zombies remained on the beach. Most importantly, since depleting the energy of the Ram's Ring, the pirate captain had refrained from employing any further magical artifacts, even as his crew sustained severe injuries and he himself bore several wounds. Were they truly at their wits' end? Watching as his reanimated foes fell one after another, and with the pirate count dwindling to merely 6, Zwacy could no longer remain passive. For if he did not act soon, once the zombies were vanquished, the enemy would easily escape on their small vessel. Let us go, Reed. It is our time to take the stage. Zwacy patted the head of the great cat beside him, leaving his hiding place and striding directly toward the beach, soon appearing within the adversary's line of sight. What is that? Harlot, bloodied and having felled the last zombie with a decisive strike, squinted as he intently focused on the 2 indistinct figures in the distance. Due to his humanity, he lacked the ability to see in the dark, unlike the earth elementals or half-orcs. The captain, a frail and diminutive humanoid accompanied by a feline creature, the earth elemental, with only one functioning arm, gritted his teeth against the searing pain and relayed what he had observed. A diminutive humanoid and a feline creature? Could this be the master repeatedly mentioned by the suicidal warrior? Harlot's expression darkened considerably, for he surmised that the enemy's appearance at this moment was due to their observation of him exhausting nearly all his subordinates and magical resources in his struggle against the undead. The descriptor of frail and diminutive was interpreted by the pirate captain as an indication that the adversary was a gnome or halfling, both of which were roughly the height of human children on the continent of Fair Inn and clever enough to wield magic, particularly arcane spells as wizards or sorcerers. Soon, as the distance between the 2 parties diminished, the pirates finally discerned the true nature of their visitor. It was not a gnome or halfling as Harlot had presumed, but rather a human boy who appeared to be no older than 10. Beside the boy was a robust leopard, its eyes gleaming with a chilling light. This bizarre combination left not only the surviving pirates astonished, but also elicited a look of disbelief from their captain. Harlot could scarcely fathom that a seemingly harmless child could be a fearsome necromancer, manipulating events with ease. From the initially overlooked ambush scouting team gathering intelligence to the poisoning of the soup under the cover of darkness, followed by the deception of the captives under the guise of negotiation, ultimately leading to the boy personally administering an unknown liquid, dubbed an antidote, into the poisoned victims' mouths, transforming them from living beings into undead, and culminating in the sacrificial activation of a magical ritual to incite an undead assault. The entire process was seamless, each action intricately linked to the next, to the point that even as adversaries, one couldn't help but applaud his cunning. The insidiousness, coldness, and meticulous planning that inadvertently surfaced stood in stark contrast to the image presented before them, prompting one to question whether they were ensnared in a dreadful nightmare. Good evening, everyone. Are you satisfied with the grand welcome ceremony I have meticulously prepared for you? Lothar was the first to greet them, his tone laced with provocation. It was evident he sought to incite them, hoping to strip them of their last shred of rationality. An irrational enemy is always easier to contend with than a composed one, a lesson gleaned from his time within the towers of the floating city. Regrettably, Harlot had already endured enough provocation that night. The fire of his fury had cooled with the pain radiating from his wounds. After a brief silence, he inquired in a remarkably calm tone, "Why are you doing this? Do we have any grievances between us?" Zwissi gently shook his head, declaring, "No, there exists no enmity between us. The reason for my actions against you is the threat posed to my personal safety by you and your subordinates upon your arrival on this island. To neutralize this threat, I had no choice but to take the initiative. Furthermore, I happen to be in need of a vessel. Is it merely because you perceive us as a threat that you have slaughtered nearly all of my subordinates?" Hallett's tone escalated sharply, his gaze resembling that of one witnessing an unhinged madman. "My apologies. I am indeed too feeble to engage in contact and negotiations with you while ensuring my own safety. Thus, I was compelled to choose a preemptive strike, eradicating you entirely. After all, you are notorious pirates, every one of you stained with the blood of innocence, deserving of your fate. Let me clarify, my objective is not solely to eliminate all your subordinates, but to include you as well. Rooting out the source of trouble is a prudent practice, ensuring that no future threats remain." With these words, Zwissi slowly raised his arm, revealing the ruby ring adorning his finger. After a day and night of recuperation, this ring of flaming spheres could once again be activated, unleashing a formidable array of fire magic of the elemental manipulation type. Chapter 29, Captain. It is your turn to raise the bid. Is it justifiable to annihilate those who pose a threat solely because of one's own weakness? The logic behind this statement seemed flawed, even to a pirate captain. If this necromancer, possessing the appearance of a boy not yet 10 years of age, could indeed be deemed weak, what then could be said of his fallen crew? Especially the ogres, who could effortlessly overpower a small squad of fully armed human warriors. It is vital to note that over 200 elite pirates were more than capable of besieging a modest town or fortress. Yet now, they had all succumbed to poison and necromantic magic with alarming ease. Wait. As the magical ring began to emit a chilling red glow, Harlot immediately steeled himself and shouted loudly. He was no fool like his subordinates, who were oblivious to the existence of magical artifacts. From the intense magical fluctuations, he surmised that once the spell contained within the ring was unleashed, his fate would likely be grim. "Oh, do you have any last words you wish to convey?" Zwissi paused in his attempt to activate the fireball ring, raising his gaze to observe the pirate captain, eager to see what method he would employ to salvage his life. As the suffocating magical aura dissipated, Harlot let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead and cheeks with his sleeve, feigning composure as he spoke. "You just stated that your aggression stemmed from your own weakness, rendering you incapable of negotiating or bargaining while ensuring your safety. However, now that my crew has nearly perished and I myself have sustained significant injuries, I theoretically pose no further threat to you, do I?" So, Zwissi blinked, failing to grasp the implication of Harlot's words. Or perhaps, as a traveler from another world, his thought processes and values diverged greatly from those of the native inhabitants of the magical realm. This disparity had been glaringly evident during their encounter at the floating city tower. Therefore, you ought to choose to capture me rather than kill me. Do not forget, I am Captain Bloodhand, capable of offering a substantial ransom in exchange for my life and freedom. Harlot provided a direct rationale for sparing his life. After all, in this world, no one would willingly forsake wealth. When a person could be exchanged for a significant sum of ransom, any creature possessing even a modicum of intelligence would hesitate to take their life. How much ransom are you willing to pay? What form of payment would you propose? Swissi, after a moment of contemplation, appeared visibly intrigued. It is well known that acquiring knowledge of magic is an exceedingly costly endeavor, not to mention the astronomical expenses associated with purchasing books, spell components, scrolls, gemstones, specialized paper, magical ink, and other necessities. The staggering cost of constructing a mage's tower is even more daunting. According to the statistics of the great necromancer Asta, the expense of nurturing a child, utterly ignorant of magic, into a competent level 1 mage is approximately between 6,000 to 10,000 gold coins. The apprenticeship period is already terrifying, not to mention the expenses incurred after becoming a full-fledged mage. Therefore, if Swissi wishes to establish a relatively secure stronghold in Faerun, he must amass a substantial fortune to ensure he can procure the myriad necessities he requires. 100,000 minted Dant gold coins from the AMN Empire, or magical artifacts and gems of equivalent value. You may choose to conduct transactions at any coastal port from Baldur's Gate to Kalimport. In a bid to preserve his own life, Halot has gone to great lengths, offering a price that is impossible to refuse. He understands that money can be earned again, but once life is lost, nothing remains. 100,000 gold coins. The wealth of the pirate captain astonishes Swissi. Just as he is about to accept this condition, Bernard, the merchant who had been hiding in the bushes, suddenly leaps out, exclaiming with fervor, "My lord mage, please do not agree. All the merchant guilds of Athkatla once united to place a bounty. The government has also issued a reward of nearly 20,000 gold coins. Altogether, that amounts to 80,000. In other words, if you take his life and present his head, you can legally and rightfully claim 80,000 gold coins without paying a single copper in tax. Furthermore, you will gain a resounding reputation as well as the friendship of the officials and great merchants of the City of Gold. Moreover, should you choose to hand him over to me for disposal, I am willing to personally cover the remaining 20,000 gold coin difference." Hearing these heart-wrenching words, Halot's eyes redden instantly, filled with fury and murderous intent as he gazes at the young merchant. He can hardly believe that the captive who had recently knelt before him trembling in fear now dares to provoke trouble. In contrast to the amusing reaction of the pirate captain, Swissi maintains his composure, speaking with a hint of playful intrigue. "Ah, it seems a competitor has emerged. His offer is evidently far superior to yours, particularly the friendship of the officials and great merchants of Ammon's capital, Athkatla, which you could never provide. However, I am a fair individual, willing to grant you another opportunity to revise your bid. Come now, Captain, it is your turn to raise the stakes. How does one sell an item for a high price?" The answer is, of course, to find two bidders filled with animosity toward each other. The young merchant Bernard is clearly harboring resentment towards the pirate captain, who nearly ruined his life, as evidenced by his sudden interruption of the transaction. Thus, if Halot wishes to avoid falling into the hands of his foe, he must offer a higher price. It must be evident at a glance that the ransom's value far exceeds 100,000 gold coins, not to mention the friendship of the officials and great merchants of the City of Gold. After all, for Swissi, the fiercer the bidding war and the deeper the animosity, the more beneficial it is for him. "I offer 130,000 gold coins." Halot grits his teeth, raising his bid by an additional 30,000 gold coins. It is evident that this price is already causing him considerable distress. Ultimately, it is generally acknowledged that successfully plundering a merchant vessel, along with its cargo, ship, and captives, would yield a profit of approximately 20 to 30,000 gold coins. Of this sum, 1/3 is allocated as a reward to the pirates involved in the operation. Another third is designated for the upkeep of the ship, weapons, and armor, as well as for replenishing provisions, such as food, wine, and fresh water. The remaining third is the only portion that can be deposited into the captain's private treasury. 130,000 gold coins represents roughly 1/8 to 1/6 of Harrod's accumulated wealth over the years. The latter's expenditures are by no means less than the former's. Furthermore, upon regaining freedom, one cannot avoid dealings with the slave traders of Carlinport. When all is considered, It is estimated that his wealth would shrink by at least half. I shall add an additional 20,000. Bernard undoubtedly perceived the increasingly grim expression on the pirate captain's face and decisively chose to press on. This was not an act born of blind hatred, quite the opposite. This astute young merchant was employing this method as a means of retribution, compelling Harret to dig deeper into his coffers to pay the ransom. Harret, realizing this, glared furiously at Bernard, suppressing the impulse to attack and demand, "You scoundrel! What do you truly desire? Do you intend for us to be irreconcilable enemies?" "No, your blood-handed captain, I merely seek an answer from you. Who betrayed you with the information about the trade routes? Provide me with their name, and I shall cease my opposition," the merchant stated with a serious demeanor. Without identifying the traitor, Bernard could scarcely imagine how many similar predicaments he might encounter in his future dealings. It is essential to understand that hiring an assassin in a realm teeming with monsters, bandits, cults, and beasts is exceedingly simple. Moreover, the principle of 1,000 days of thievery holds true. Yet where is the wisdom in 1,000 days of guarding against thieves? Chapter 30. The level up of the traveler mage Isadora. It was your youngest sister who betrayed you. After a prolonged silence, Hallett finally revealed the name of the client, fully aware that there was no way for him to proceed with this business deal any longer. Rather than continue to conceal the truth, it was better to expose it and negotiate a more favorable price with the merchant. "What? Isadora? This is inconceivable. Among all my siblings, she and I shared the closest bond. Even if I were to perish, I have 3 brothers and 2 sisters. The inheritance of the merchant guild would never fall to her." Bernard clenched his fists tightly, his tone and demeanor radiating intense agitation. However, Hallett retorted with a scornful expression. "Fool, do you believe that this girl named Isadora only collaborated with me? No. She simultaneously extended invitations for cooperation to myself, the pirates of the northern seas of Ruskan, and to 6 bandit factions that lurk near the main trade routes of AM. Furthermore, she promised that upon the successful completion of her schemes, she would offer 60% of the annual profits of the Roland Merchant Guild as remuneration. She allowed us to utilize the guild's ships and caravans to smuggle various contraband for profit. The seemingly innocent little sister you know is merely a fade. To be precise, Isadora has deceived everyone, including the astute and capable Sir Chao Gigi, the master of the Roland Merchant Guild. She has concealed her true intentions for so long, merely biding her time to deliver a fatal blow and eliminate all competitors. If all goes as expected, your 3 brothers and 2 sisters have probably already met their demise." Boom. With the pirate captain's words, Bernard felt as if his mind had exploded. He collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unsure whether it was fear or sorrow that consumed him. He could scarcely believe that the beautiful girl with golden hair and a perpetually gentle, shy demeanor could commit such malevolent acts. However, Hallett was unperturbed by the young merchant's reaction and directly addressed Swasi, who stood by watching the unfolding drama. 170,000 gold coins, along with all the books and scrolls I have collected and plundered over the years. What say you? Deal. Now remove and throw over all your weapons, belt, boots, amulet, rings, bracers, hat, and coat. Remember, do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, if I sense even the slightest hint of deceit, you will experience the fiery wrath of a fireball to your face." As Swasi issued the warning, he raised his arm once more, aiming the ruby ring straight ahead. Each time he named an item, the corners of the pirate captain's mouth twitched involuntarily. The reason was simple. All these items were precious magical artifacts. Among them, 2 weapons were particularly noteworthy. One was a magical scimitar that dealt additional lightning damage upon striking. The other was a short sword that granted its wielder an extra 3 points of agility. The belt bestows 3 points of strength upon its wearer, while the ring, known as the Ram's Ring, and the amulet can unleash a powerful dispel akin to that of a high-level priest once daily. The boots grant immunity to all fear-related magical effects, and the bracers provide an additional 2 points to the Constitution attribute. Even the seemingly inconspicuous coat boasts a defensive capability equivalent to that of 3 magical leather armors, with non-magical weapons merely leaving a mark upon striking. As for the triangular hat, it allows the wearer to cast wind creation once each day, enabling a vessel to accelerate unexpectedly at critical moments, useful for pursuing merchant ships or evading a fleet's pursuit. Originally, Hallett intended to conceal a few items, but now, every single one has been identified. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to painfully remove these magical artifacts, discarding them one by one. There was no need for such complications. Zwissi simply retrieved the animating rope from his satchel and tossed it forward. In an instant, the rope swiftly coiled around Halet, binding his upper body tightly. As Halet was taken aback by the self-binding rope, the red magical ring was unexpectedly activated. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions and flames completely engulfed the remaining earth goblins, half-orcs, and the two nearly lifeless ogre pirates. The latter, until their last breath, could not comprehend why. Having accepted Captain Bloodhand's offered ransom, they were still slain. Not only these pirates, but even the human sailors emerging from the thicket were profoundly shaken by such ruthless and unrelenting slaughter. They could hardly fathom how a boy who appeared to be under 10 could be so cold-hearted. Feeling the scorching wave of heat approaching, Halet couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling slightly, why did you kill them? Because the recent transaction was solely your personal ransom, they were not included. Moreover, the presence of those two ogres unsettled me, so it was best to eliminate them in advance, Zwissi explained nonchalantly, all the while releasing a book that radiated with a starlit glow, simultaneously gathering the residual magical energy from the surroundings. After a day of slaughter, he had accumulated sufficient mana, which he channeled entirely into his traveling mage profession. At last, his traveling mage level ascended from LV2 to LV3. Not only did his mana pool increase from a previous limit of 100 points to 150 points, but his spark level also rose to LV3. Most importantly, upon reaching LV3, Zwissi could finally create and draw LV3 cards. It is worth noting that he had restrained himself from drawing cards after completing the Escape from Despair quest, awaiting this very moment. Now, let the drawing commence. As the cards began to spin rapidly into existence from the pages of the book, 3 cards were drawn in no time. Biological card, large stone element, level 3 red card, upgradable, card quality, rare, effect. Randomly summons a large stone element approximately 3.5 meters tall. Its body may be composed of any type of rock such as granite, basalt, limestone, or sandstone, and it will obey all commands you issue until it is utterly destroyed. To utilize this card, one must pay 5 points of red magical energy, symbolizing mountains, flames, destruction, and eruption, or 5 points of universal magical energy. Upon the demise of the summoned stone element, this card automatically enters the graveyard, awaiting rebirth for a duration of 3 days. Magic card, Force Field Shield, level 2 blue card, non-upgradable, card quality, common effect, creates an imperceptible energy force field around the body. All external attacks, whether ranged or melee, will be deflected by the force field. The duration lasts for 1 hour per level of the mage. To employ this card, one must expend 3 points of blue magical energy, symbolizing the ocean, flowing water, manipulation, and control, or 3 points of universal magical energy. Once the magical effect is activated, this card automatically enters the graveyard, awaiting rebirth for a period of 2 days. Magic card, True Phantom, level 3 blue card, non-upgradable, card quality, precious, effect, creates a magical illusion indistinguishable from the selected target. You can control the illusion to speak, move, and perform any action. However, bear in mind that it is merely an illusion, lacking physicality, and cannot inflict any harm upon the enemy. The duration lasts for 2 hours. To activate this card, one must pay 5 points of blue magical energy or 5 points of universal magical energy. Once the illusion manifests, this card automatically enters the graveyard, awaiting rebirth for a span of 3 days. Chapter 31. The choice of the second mimetic spellcasting profession. Indeed, waiting until after the level up to draw cards proved to be the correct decision. As he gazed at the 3 newly acquired cards in his hand, Zwissi's face radiated satisfaction. These 3 cards were nothing short of a timely boon for him. Whether it was the imposing, large stone elemental, capable of serving as both a shield and an aggressive frontliner, the enduring protective spell, Force Field Shield, or the illusionary magic, True Illusion, that could turn the tide in a critical moment, each significantly enhanced his relatively fragile self-defense capabilities. At the very least, he now possessed the confidence to confront a considerable number of weak adversaries head-on. After all, in the perilous world of Fea-In, where monsters often outnumber humans, encountering goblins, kobolds, orcs, half-orcs, gnolls, trolls, or even packs of wolves was utterly commonplace. Even within the safety of a grand city, one might still witness a band of cutthroats, armed with wicked blades, springing from an alley to plunder unsuspecting passers-by after dusk. not to mention the various monstrosities that could emerge from the fetid sewers. As a transmigrator well-versed in numerous games set in the Forgotten Realms, Zwissi was acutely aware of the terrifying crises lurking beneath the surface of this seemingly tranquil world, as well as the malevolent schemes that were brewing in the shadows. With that thought, he instinctively cast a glance at the updated quest log. Acquire a spellcasting profession from the current world. Reward: 1 card draw opportunity. Hold a total of 20 cards. Reward: 1 card draw opportunity. Current card count: 18. Craft a creature card by hand. Reward: 1 card draw opportunity. Evidently, as the level of his traveling mage ascended to LV3, the number of quests had increased from 2 to 3. This indicated that Zwissi's speculation was correct. This legacy was adhering to some form of rule, guiding and nurturing him into becoming a competent traveling mage. Furthermore, as the level of the traveling mage increased, more opportunities for card draws would be provided. To acquire a spellcasting profession from the current world, Zwissi found himself lost in contemplation as he focused on the first quest. In truth, he had been considering obtaining a new spellcasting profession through mimicry ever since the portal opened, in order to compensate for the creator's total inability to cast spells. Unfortunately, at that time, he could not maintain stable long-term contact with the magic net, nor did he possess an in-depth understanding of the relevant professions, leading to a reluctant decision to temporarily set this matter aside. However, it seemed that this issue no longer existed. Moreover, according to the description of the mimicry spell's effects, each spellcasting profession acquired through mimicry was relatively independent, as long as the two professions hailed from different worlds. There was no need to worry about the creator's inability to cast spells affecting the newly acquired spellcasting profession. However, if two different spellcasting professions originated from the same world, one would have to carefully consider the complications arising from incompatibility. Having resolved the fundamental issue, the only remaining dilemma is which type of spellcasting profession would be most suitable for oneself. Undoubtedly, the Forgotten Realms of Feyre boasts an innumerable array of spellcasting classes. Just within the arcane category, one can distinguish between wizards and sorcerers. In addition to these, there exist 2 entirely distinct divine magic systems, one that receives blessings from deities, the cleric, and another that draws power from nature, the druid and shaman, as well as psychic abilities akin to those of the mind flayer. When one considers the myriad of eccentric hybrid professions, advancements, and expansions, such as bards, spellblades, paladins, dark wardens, arcane sentinels, arcane knights, rangers, spell shooters, desecrators, soul mages, shamans, warlocks, and scholars of tomes, among others, it is likely that merely enumerating these names could fill several pages of parchment. Most importantly, each profession possesses distinct characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages, which could certainly overwhelm anyone prone to indecision. Fortunately, Zwissi is not afflicted by such indecisiveness. He understands that the ability of mimicry to emulate these professions hinges not on subjective awareness or choice, but rather on the availability of sufficient knowledge and training methods corresponding to the chosen profession. This criterion effectively eliminates the more rare and obscure spellcasting classes, as without adequate relevant knowledge, even a forced success in mimicry would likely result in an inability to elevate the profession's level significantly, ultimately leading to stagnation upon reaching the limit. As Zwissi contemplated which spellcasting professions would offer the most accessible knowledge and align more closely with his own capabilities, Captain Old Base, who had been standing quietly for some time, finally mustered the courage to cautiously inquire, esteemed mage, how do you intend to deal with us? Deal with? Zwissi's thoughts were interrupted, and as he raised his head, he noticed the mixed expressions of reverence and fear etched on the sailors' faces. It was evident that they were deeply unsettled by the terrifying spectacle of the undead battle with the pirates. Particularly, the coldness exhibited during the execution of the remaining pirates with the ring of fireball did not convey an impression of benevolence. In many respects, the sailors' judgments were quite astute. Should anyone cast a detect alignment spell, the aura surrounding Zwissi would likely shimmer with the red glow signifying evil. Whether it is lawful evil, neutral evil, or chaotic evil remains to be seen. However, he himself felt he was unlikely to embody the whimsical nature of chaotic alignment. After all, practitioners of necromancy are fundamentally at odds with the tenets of goodness. The acts of desecrating corpses and disturbing the peace of the deceased are definitively classified as evil deeds in this world. Even if one were to control these undead beings to cultivate land and provide sustenance for the impoverished, Old Base lowered his voice and explained, "According to the laws of AMN, both the pirate ship and our merchant vessel now belong to you as spoils of war. Does AMU still enforce such laws?" Left C displayed an expression of astonishment. The old captain hastily recited the entirety of the legal text. It became evident that the AMU government instituted such a law to compel adventurers and mercenaries, along with influential merchant guilds, to organize their forces to eradicate pirates, thereby reducing security risks along several vital trade routes. Realizing this, Left C could not help but exclaim, "Truly, it is the nation most devoted to commerce across the entire continent of Fair and the city of gold, Ascalon, indeed lives up to its reputation. Since there exists a legal framework, let us adhere to the prescribed legal procedures. Do you believe that with our current manpower, we can navigate 2 vessels to the nearest port? How many days might it require?" "Certainly. We currently have 38 skilled sailors. If it is merely a matter of maneuvering the ships and adjusting their course, assigning 19 individuals to each vessel would suffice. Moreover, we are situated to the south of the Racing Strait, with both Mylartma and Manon port cities less than 4 days' journey away. However, I would advise against docking at either port, as it would significantly devalue the cargo aboard the merchant ships. It would be prudent to circumvent the Great Desert and land at the more southerly Kareen port." Once the conversation shifted to his area of expertise, Old Base became exceedingly loquacious, entirely oblivious to the disdain and hostility reflected in the gazes of the sailors behind him. Chapter 32. Partners' trust is an intriguing phenomenon, yet it can be shattered in an instant. Due to his clandestine escape in a small boat, the captain, first mate, boatswain, and merchant have irrevocably lost the sailors' faith. Had it not been for the illiterate sailors' ignorance of nautical knowledge and their reluctance to linger on this desolate island, they would have undoubtedly refused Bernard's offer of 10 gold coins each to board the ship once more. Thus, in this peculiar atmosphere, the group remained on the island for 3 days, replenishing their supply of fresh water and coconuts. When the rising tide allowed the grounded vessel to float again, Captain Bayes promptly ordered the sails raised, steering towards the southeastern port of Carlin. In just a few days, the 2 ships safely navigated away from the treacherous waters of the Sword Sea, officially entering the relatively safe Gleaming Sea. Along the way, they occasionally spotted various vessels of differing shapes and sizes passing by, including merchant ships and warships patrolling from Carlin. As the most populous and expansive coastal city on the southwestern coast of the continent of Faerun, Carlin's prosperity is beyond question, with a market scale that far surpasses that of the capital, Ascatra. Consequently, the rulers here felt compelled to establish a fleet capable of safeguarding against pirate incursions. Thanks to the warships patrolling from Carlin, pirate activities in the Gleaming Sea are far less rampant than those near the Rylancel Islands. Low Sea could even recline on a wooden chair on the deck as if on holiday, savoring the refreshing sea breeze while perusing books and notes discovered from the upper towers of the floating city, occasionally sipping coconut water infused with a hint of lemon. Beside him stood a vigilant soldier, armed with a short sword and shield, ever watchful. Whenever sailors passed by, their gazes towards the soldier were filled with astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. After all, they had witnessed him plunge a short sword into his own heart. Yet, who could have anticipated that merely a day later, this presumed dead youth would reappear, unscathed and without a single wound? Only the well-traveled merchant Bernard understood that the soldier was, in fact, summoned through magic, akin to the leopard that kept a 24-hour watch over the pirate Captain Hallett and the ship as whole. Such extraplanar summoned beings do not truly perish. If they endure damage surpassing their life limits, they are returned by the power of magic. Undoubtedly, possessing such an utterly loyal and unflinching guardian filled the young merchant with immense envy. While he could hire adventurers or mercenaries to serve him, achieving absolute loyalty, let alone a willingness to sacrifice their lives in critical moments, is nearly impossible. "My lord, in 3 or 4 days, we shall arrive at Carlin. May I inquire about your plans upon disembarking?" Bernard asked with great restraint. Through his observations over the past few days, he realized that the demeanor and conduct of Zwissi could not possibly be associated with that of a boy around 10 years of age. Quite the contrary. Coupled with the prior indiscriminate mass conversion of the undead and his decisive nature, the merchant became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. He was eager to secure the ransom quickly and then head north towards Candakeep or Waterdeep. Furthermore, there was no need for constant honorifics. He could simply address him as Soth. "Soth, is that your first name or surname?" Bernard inquired, filled with curiosity. "It is my name," Zwissi replied without hesitation. To be precise, this alias stemmed from a misunderstanding due to a pronunciation error when he first met the necromancer Asta. It is worth noting that Zwissi and Soth sound quite similar. Later, during his studies in magical lore, Zwissi discovered that names, in fact, held considerable magical power. Thus, he naturally concealed his true name and publicly declared himself as Soth. Bernard nodded gently. "Very well, Lord Soth. Since you intend to travel north, would you mind accompanying me along the way?" Zwissi closed the book in his hands and regarded the merchant with keen interest. "I have come to a realization. Rather than this, it would be wiser to complete this transaction properly. Then, I can convert the remaining funds into the specialties of Karen Port, such as spices, silk, pearls, and rare herbs, as well as secondary magical items, dividing them into 2 portions. Even if the merchant guild were to be illegally seized, I would possess sufficient financial resources to address various contingencies, even to engage in a prolonged legal battle." Bernard expressed his decision, which he had pondered extensively, with a serious countenance. It must be said that this was a plan of considerable audacity and risk, for unlike the threats posed by pirates on sea routes, the dangers of the Starspire Mountains and the Shattered Tooth Mountains were far graver. The latter was inhabited by numerous malevolent humanoid creatures and giants, who had made several attempts to wrest the second-largest port city, Milan, from the hands of AM, aiming to establish a kingdom ruled by various monsters. The former was not much better, teeming with goblins, ogres, and beastmen. It was rumored that near the easternmost volcano, Mount Taggart, a colossal evil red dragon had been sighted soaring through the skies. Upon hearing this, Zwissi could not help but laugh. "So you intend to hire me as your bodyguard?" "No, not a bodyguard. A partner," Bernard corrected him, gripping his fists tightly in nervousness. He understood that the success of his plan hinged on whether he could persuade the enigmatic necromancer before him. "Do tell me your plan. I am listening," Zwissi said, suddenly intrigued by the merchant's intentions, raising his arm in a gesture of invitation. Bernard unfolded a somewhat hasty map and, summoning his courage, stated, "From the moment you chose to capture Bloodhand Harlett instead of killing him, I realized you must require a substantial amount of money. And I, as a prosperous merchant, know how to maximize profits through trade. If you are inclined to trust my words, you may hand over the entirety of the ransom to me for operational purposes once it is secured. I assure you that, through trade, I can generate at least quadruple the profits for you along this journey. Moreover, should you require anything or any materials in the future, as long as it falls within the trade routes of the guild, I shall exert every effort to procure them and ultimately sell them to you at cost price. My aspiration is to establish not merely a transient employment relationship, but a long-lasting alliance and partnership." Chapter 33. A high-stakes gamble partners? How intriguing. Upon hearing the young merchant's proposal, Zwissi immediately sensed a stir of excitement within him. Establishing a partnership with a powerful trading guild in Ascatra would not only provide a steady source of wealth, but also afford him significant social advantages. For instance, he could swiftly integrate into the local elite, becoming part of the aristocracy and enjoying the privileges that come with it. Of course, this opportunity came at the cost of becoming embroiled in a conspiracy fraught with numerous unknown risks. It was indeed a gamble, an audacious wager. The worst outcome would merely involve losing everything he had recently gained in this world. Why not take the chance? Zwissi found himself devoid of any reason to decline. After all, the rewards presented were simply too enticing. However, having grown accustomed to concealing his thoughts and emotions, he merely smiled and replied, "I need a moment to contemplate this. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an answer within a week." "I shall await your favorable response," the merchant said. "Regarding the ransom for the ship and cargo, I will allocate 1/3 of the profits to you after the sale." With that, Bernard bowed with a hand to his chest and reluctantly turned away. He had exhausted all available resources. Now, his fate rested in the hands of Lady Luck, Tamora. Once the merchant had departed, a soldier nearby could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "My lord, do you truly intend to involve yourself in such matters?" "Why not?" Zwissi shrugged in response. "As long as the benefits are substantial, I am entirely willing to assume a modicum of risk. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To gain something, one must be prepared to pay a price. Fear not. If I encounter an insurmountable foe, I shall promptly abandon all and flee. For a mage, failure is not daunting. The loss of courage to face danger and explore the unknown is what truly terrifies." The soldier nodded thoughtfully. "I see. But why did you not simply agree right away? Because things that come too easily are often perceived as cheap and unworthy of appreciation. Conversely, that which is hard-won is frequently regarded as a treasure, even if it is merely a worthless pebble. I intend to whet Bernard's appetite, thereby establishing myself as the dominant force in this partnership, Swissy patiently elucidated. At that moment, the wisdom and maturity reflected in his eyes belied his youthful appearance, instilling a sense of inexplicable apprehension in Captain B.S., who was directing the sailors nearby. The crew members even began to speculate in hushed tones that Swissy might not be human at all, but rather some sort of creature endowed with magical shape-shifting abilities. He paid no heed to such rumors, born of ignorance, folly, and fear. In the realm of Feo-In, the prevalence of similar rumors is not merely a trifling matter. One could say there are at least 8,000. Those possessing a modicum of rationality and intellect would not lend credence to such tales. Nevertheless, a prudent disposition is essential, and Swissy has cultivated this habit within the towering spires of the floating city. Under the tutelage of the necromancer Asta, who relishes instilling a fierce sense of competition among his apprentices, Swissy became acutely aware of the perils that lie in ignorance. After witnessing a beautiful young senior succumb to death after sipping a cup of tea, her body succumbing to a grotesque transformation within the hour, Swissy resolved to exercise caution. Before partaking in any meal or drink, he would first observe the reactions of experimental mice. After all, apprentices who lack sufficient vigilance rarely enjoy longevity. As time swiftly passed, 3 days evaporated in the monotony of maritime travel. Yet for Swissy, it proved an invaluable opportunity for study. He utilized this time to organize the tomes and notes left behind by the necromancer, delving deeply into the sections concerning the creation of large undead beings and various constructs. Although he now resided in a different world, much of the arcane knowledge retained a universal quality. Through the examination of several magical artifacts acquired from Harlot, Swissy was astonished to discover remarkable parallels between the two magical systems. Perhaps the realm inhabited by the Ael people is merely another principal material plane within the vast multiverse. Of course, these notions remain speculative. Swissy planned to investigate further upon reaching Candlekeep, the largest library on the western coast, in hopes of unearthing corroborative evidence. Look, it is the lighthouse. We have finally arrived at Calingport, a sailor shouted, pointing towards the stone spire rising steadily on the distant horizon. Despite the daylight, the magical flames flickering at the apex of the tower were distinctly visible. Soon, a vast and thriving port city unfolded before their eyes. Countless merchant vessels docked in the harbor, while dockworkers bustled about like ants, tirelessly loading and unloading heavy cargo. A multitude of merchants congregated around the marketplace, haggling over an array of goods, among which were slaves. If one were to encapsulate Calingport in a single word, it would undoubtedly be cacophonous. The local men typically adorned themselves in long robes, topped with tall cylindrical hats or wrapped in white headscarves, while women mostly wore conservative cloaks, their heads adorned with vibrant veils. This overall appearance imbued the atmosphere with an air of mystery and exoticism. Yet, alongside the customary attire, there were also young women, scantily clad and writhing like serpents by the roadside, dancing to the rhythm of the music. They magnetically attracted the sailors disembarking from their ships. Though the city appeared orderly at first glance, a closer inspection would reveal that several streets and slums had long been under the control of various factions. How many thieves' guilds are there in Calingport? Swissy inquired, his tone tinged with uncertainty. There are 6 large ones and over 30 smaller ones, a small portion of which are under the control of the Amor Shadow Thieves. With narrowed eyes, Lacey remarked, "Sounds rather exhilarating, doesn't it?" Bernard nodded with a wry smile. "Indeed, it is quite thrilling. Some thieving guilds, in their pursuit of better control over the smuggling and fencing networks within the sewers, even collaborate with the rat folk among the beastkin. I have known a few unfortunate souls who fell victim to their bites, and almost without exception, they became infected with the beastification virus, leading lives far worse than death. Additionally, I must caution you to be wary of halflings and children. In the alleys of Carlinport, they often pose a greater threat than muscle-bound warriors." Just as the two conversed, the sailors aboard the ship began to lower the sails and reduce speed, gradually maneuvering into the dock under the guidance of the port officials towards the far right berth. Before the two vessels could stabilize, a portly bald man, weighing at least 200 pounds, appeared on the makeshift wooden walkway nearby. Following closely behind him were 4 bodyguards clad in leather armor, their faces obscured by masks, and armed with short swords and daggers at their waists. Chapter 34. Welcome to Carlinport, welcome to Carlinport, my dear friend. The portly figure exclaimed, his arms wide open, laughter resounding joyfully. As he laughed, his ample flesh quivered in rhythm, creating undulating waves of jollity. Bernard swiftly descended from the ship, embracing the rotund individual, and with a hint of contrition in his voice, remarked, I apologize, Chief Apke. I encountered a few unforeseen circumstances at sea, which delayed my arrival. Unforeseen circumstances? The bald, corpulent man named Apke momentarily paused, then swiftly turned his gaze towards another pirate ship docked nearby, his expression transforming into one of sudden realization. You encountered pirates. Indeed, Bernard replied. My vessel fell unfortunate prey to Captain Harlett of the Bloodhand. Thankfully, it was a close call. I have successfully delivered this crucial cargo to you. With that, Bernard gestured for the first mate and several sailors to lift a large, sealed crate aboard. He then employed a crowbar to pry open several wooden planks, revealing the true contents within. Inside lay a row of steel crossbows intended to equip an army, accompanied by specialized armor-piercing bolts of formidable lethality. The sharp, diamond-shaped tips glimmered ominously, instilling a sense of dread merely through sight. It was unnecessary to inquire further. These were undoubtedly contraband. Officially, the AMU government prohibited their export and strictly forbade their circulation in civilian markets. The rationale was straightforward. These were not mere swords, armor, or bows. Just a handful of these weapons, unleashed in a single volley, could obliterate an entire squad of fully armed soldiers. Furthermore, using a crossbow required no extensive training like that of a bow. One merely needed sufficient strength to draw the string, place the bolt in the groove, aim at the adversary, and pull the trigger. In the majority of cities across Faerun, crossbows were classified as typical contraband, never openly sold by merchants or vendors as one might find in a game. Upon seeing the crossbows and armor-piercing bolts, Apke's eyes gleamed with excitement. He quickly retrieved one from the crate, pulled back the bowstring with vigor, loaded an armor-piercing bolt, and aimed it at the ship's side before pulling the trigger. Whoosh! Bang! The bolt, as expected, embedded itself deep, piercing through the solid wooden plank. A satisfied grin spread across Apke's ample face. This quantity indeed brings a sense of reassurance. As per our agreement, I shall compensate you handsomely. However, given the multitude of eyes at the dock, we must wait until nightfall to conduct our transaction. Not a problem. We shall exchange payment and goods under the cover of darkness. Additionally, I have brought a substantial amount of Escatra's specialties to divert attention and need to connect with buyers in the market. Can I entrust the safety of the ship to you? Bernard seized the opportunity to make a request, as he had already fallen out with his sailors and could hardly trust them to safeguard the cargo. Moreover, the prevalence of thieves in Carlinport's docks was maddening. A moment's inattention could result in mysteriously diminished goods aboard the vessel. Certainly, soon, I shall send someone to oversee the two ships for you. However, if I am not mistaken, the other vessel appears to be a warship rather than a merchant ship, does it not? Apke fixed his gaze upon the pirate ship that originally belonged to Hallett, his expression brimming with intrigue. As the leader of a thieves' guild, he maintained close ties with the pirates operating around the Narrantil Islands. After all, the latter often relied on the guild's channels for disposing of stolen goods, procuring weapons, and obtaining supplies. Conversely, the leaders of the Thieves Guild occasionally required the pirates' assistance in eliminating troublesome foes. Their business interactions were indeed profoundly intertwined. Yet, before Bernard could elucidate further, Apke spied Hallett, bound like a dumpling, being escorted by a leopard from below deck. In an instant, the bald, rotund figure was left agape, hastily rubbing his eyes as if unwilling to believe the reality before him. After several long seconds, he inquired with uncertainty, You have defeated and captured Captain Bloodhand. No, it was not I. It was Lord Soth, Bernard promptly corrected him. Soth, you mean that young warrior clad in chainmail? Apke gestured towards the soldiers standing on the deck, not far away. Bernard shook his head with a wry smile. Wrong. It is the boy who appears to be around 10 years old standing beside him. What? Are you jesting? The infamous Captain Bloodhand, who has roamed the seas for so many years, was bested by a mere child. Apke felt as though his worldview was crumbling. Do not be deceived by Lord Soth's appearance. He is no mere child. He is a cunning, cold-hearted, and ruthless necromancer. I witnessed him using trickery to poison Hallett's pirates en masse, only to resurrect them one by one as zombies. overwhelming the enemy with hundreds of undead. As Bernard recounted this, his eyes gleamed with profound awe. Unlike most of the Amur people, who harbor disdain for magic, Bernard had journeyed to the northern lands of Luskan and Waterdeep in his youth to expand trade routes, encountering numerous mages and warlocks. He understood well what it meant to convert and control so many undead in such a short time. However, he was unaware that Soth actually did not possess the ability to control over 200 zombies. He merely directed them towards the nearest target through a magical ritual. This was precisely why he had not revealed himself until the zombies were nearly eradicated, as appearing too early would likely have resulted in the undead attacking him as well. A necromancer? Apke's pupils dilated, seemingly grasping the implication. You mean to say? Shoo, do not speak of it. Bernard warned in a hushed tone. Lord Soth does not appreciate others commenting on his current state. I see. No wonder you managed to escape unharmed from Captain Bloodhand's pursuit. It was sheer fortune to encounter a powerful necromancer. It seems Hallett is in for a significant loss this time. Apke grinned maliciously, relishing the misfortune of others. Not merely a severe hemorrhage, he nearly lost his very life. What do you think about me approaching Harlett for a brief greeting? He should be quite pleased to see an old friend like me, don't you think? Perhaps. Look, he is making his way towards us now. As the two concluded their hushed conversation, Zwissi finally gathered his belongings and, accompanied by the leopard, the soldier, and his captive, prepared to disembark. The prolonged ordeal of life at sea had thoroughly rattled his brain. Although he himself did not suffer from seasickness, he was fervently yearning for a sumptuous meal, followed by some fresh fruits to replenish his vitamins, and ultimately, a stable, soft bed for a restful slumber. As for everything else, it could wait for another time. Chapter 35. Enigmatic Intentions, Your Grace. Where do you intend to go? Bernard inquired, stepping forward with a proactive demeanor. If it is merely these matters, you could entrust them entirely to me. My name is Apke, the leader of a thieves' guild in Carlinport. The rotund, bald man seized the opportunity to introduce himself. Despite the considerable number of arcane practitioners in Carlinport, nearly half of the royal guards being mages or sorcerers, these individuals are firmly under the control of the authorities and the monarchy. It is rather challenging for an underground organization like a thieves' guild, which possesses a more gangster-like nature, to recruit a formidable spellcaster. Typically, it is only the lesser mages who abandon their pursuit of profound magical knowledge to serve the leaders of thieves' guilds. Apke, however, had within his ranks a mage capable of casting third-tier arcane spells, and thus understood well the astonishing power that advanced spellcasters could unleash at critical moments. Consequently, he sought this opportunity to forge a closer bond and perhaps find a new ally. Oh, is that possible? Would it impose upon you? Zwissi feigned ignorance, batting his eyelashes. He was no fool and could easily discern the bald man's intentions. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Zwissi had no plans to linger in Carlinport for long. Once he secured the ransom, he would set forth northward, first to AM to assist Bernard with the inheritance troubles concerning the Merchant Guild, and then to Candlekeep or Waterdeep to further his magical studies. Not at all. It is indeed my honor to make the acquaintance of such a powerful spellcaster as yourself. Moreover, I am an old friend of Captain Bloodhand. With this, Apke's gaze shifted to the disheveled and odoriferous Hallett, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. Do not speak so familiarly. Our relationship is merely one of mutual benefit, hardly friendship. Such a statement wounds me deeply, Apke lamented, clutching his chest in a show of theatrical sorrow. Yet, he could not suppress his laughter as he teased. But you do appear rather disheveled at present. Ha! Faced with the jests of an old acquaintance, Hallett seethed with indignation, his anger palpable. Curse you. Laugh all you wish. Your time will come. Mark my words, I shall rise again soon. By the way, please convey a message for me. Have Eric bring sufficient gold, along with all the books and scrolls from my collection, to Carlinport to ransom me. You know how to reach him. Fear not, I shall relay your message. And at no cost to you, Apke replied without a hint of hesitation. This exchange alone revealed that their relationship was far more amicable than previously displayed. At the very least, the leader of the Thieves' Guild showed no inclination to take advantage of Hallett, nor did he intend to capture him and send him to AM once the ransom was paid. After settling the port fees, docking charges, and a modest bribe to the dock officials, who turned a blind eye to the contraband within the cargo, the group finally departed from the bustling and foul-smelling dock, leaving their vessel in the care of several henchmen from a thieves' guild. Navigating through a few vibrant and heavily trafficked thoroughfares, Apke soon came to a halt at the entrance of an inn named Joyous Moments. Through the slightly ajar door, faint melodies and the excited exclamations of patrons could be heard. Upon pushing the door open and stepping inside, the previously lively atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. It was evident that a woman, draped in sheer fabric and dancing atop a table, froze in place, her muscles tensed in shock. The patrons, who had been reveling just moments before, instinctively silenced themselves and took their seats in quietude. For all were acutely aware that the bald, portly man who had just entered, along with his band of thieves, were the true sovereigns of this street, wielding dominion over the lives and fates of everyone present. Undoubtedly, this exemplified the chilling effect of power. Similarly, the numerous thieves' guilds in Carlin Port engaged in treachery and fierce competition, each vying to seize whatever riches they could grasp. Apke undeniably relished this spectacle, deliberately slowing his pace as he took a full half-minute to reach the bar owner. Without preamble, he commanded, "I require the second floor to host several esteemed guests. You have 3 minutes to clear the entire floor, and instruct the chef to cease his current tasks to prepare his finest dishes." "Why, yes. Rest assured, I shall attend to it immediately," the proprietor, clearly intimidated and in his 50s, hastily darted upstairs, unceremoniously ejecting the dining patrons without collecting their payments. Simultaneously, the male staff member responsible for serving food rushed into the kitchen to inform the busy chef to prioritize the guild leader's request. The entire process was executed with an ineffable efficiency. In merely 15 minutes, the group found themselves seated around a table by the window on the second floor, savoring the establishment's most distinctive culinary offerings while observing the bustling street outside. Apke even summoned the dancer from downstairs to feed the incapacitated Hallett, who was unable to eat independently. Throughout the meal, whether it was Bernard, Apke, or the now captive Hallett, all discreetly scrutinized Zwacy's eating habits, mannerisms, and reactions to the diverse flavors and ingredients of the dishes presented. Regrettably, Zwacy's performance was nearly impeccable. Having undergone professional training in dining etiquette during his time on Earth, he wielded his knife, fork, and spoon with aesthetically pleasing grace. At no point did he allow his fingers to touch the food, nor did he let any soup residue linger at the corners of his mouth. Moreover, he took great care to keep the communal utensils entirely separate from his own, eliminating any possibility of direct contact. Furthermore, after dining, the waiter was instructed to immerse the used cutlery, bowls, and plates in scalding hot water for disinfection. The graceful demeanor and actions, coupled with a hygiene regimen that sent shivers down the spine, left even the aristocrat harlot feeling a twinge of inadequacy. In the eyes of the pirate captain, the decorum displayed by Zwacy would not falter even in the royal court. Furthermore, regardless of the flavors and ingredients of the dishes presented, his expression remained consistently neutral, devoid of any hint of surprise, joy, or similar reactions. Many dishes, which others deemed delectable, he merely sampled once before dismissing them, clearly exhibiting disdain for their unpalatability. This disdain extended even to those dishes adorned with costly spices and seasonings. It is worth noting that in Fair Inn, spices are unequivocally a luxury. A small pouch of relatively expensive spices could equate to the total earnings of an ordinary person for nearly half a month or even a full month without sustenance. Those who regularly indulged in spices undoubtedly belonged to the aristocratic or affluent class. Collectively, these observations led the three discreet onlookers to conclude that Zwacy not only hailed from a remarkably privileged background, but also maintained exceedingly high standards for food quality, bordering on the fastidious. Unbeknownst to them, the dishes Zwacy rejected were merely the result of haphazardly applied spices, rendering their flavors distinctly peculiar and utterly incompatible with the palate of a modern earth dweller. Chapter 36. The headache-inducing and diverse currencies having satiated his hunger and thirst, Zwacy promptly rose to take his leave, securing the most opulent room at the Joyful Times Inn. However, this opulence warranted a certain skepticism, for in his eyes, the room could at best be deemed of a moderately superior standard, merely cleaner than the ordinary quarters. Furthermore, as Carlin Port is situated in the southern reaches of the Fair Inn continent, it embodies a quintessential tropical desert climate. At present, during the day, the sun blazed mercilessly, with the ambient temperature likely soaring above 35 or 36 degrees Celsius, rendering the room as stifling as a steam chamber. Moreover, considering the potential presence of lethal mutated viruses and bacteria within his body, he could not afford to succumb to heat stroke, nor could he risk falling ill. Otherwise, in a mere week or two, Carlin Port, the most prosperous and densely populated city in Faya would transform into a veritable hell on earth. What a predicament! It seems I must venture into the local market to procure some items that could provide relief from the heat. Zouassi wiped the sweat streaming down his forehead and neck, hardly daring to recline for a nap. Just moments ago, while dining on the second-floor terrace, a refreshing sea breeze had caressed him, accompanied by an inexplicably acquired bucket of ice. Yet, upon entering the room, he was immediately drenched in perspiration. Well, this now adds yet another reason to refrain from lingering in Calanport. With no other recourse, Zouassi descended to inquire with the proprietor about the whereabouts of the market for magical items, then set off with his soldier companion. The Cheetah was left behind to guard Halet. Although the thief guild leader had assured him that the pirate captain would not escape, Zouassi remained skeptical. After nearly 2 years of life in the floating city tower, he found it increasingly difficult to place his trust in anyone. To believe in a person's promise upon first meeting often entails accepting risks beyond imagination. He was neither in a position to assume such a high-stakes gamble, nor could he afford the repercussions. Thus, driven by curiosity and anticipation regarding the magical goods market of Faya, the duo swiftly traversed the Grand Arena and the slave trading district, arriving before a domed structure. In stark contrast to the bustling crowds and cacophony elsewhere, this locale appeared remarkably tranquil. Both the merchants peddling their wares and the customers perusing their selection engaged in hushed conversations. Among them were individuals clad in robes and hoods, evidently possessing considerable arcane prowess, likely mages or sorcerers. Those carrying lutes or small harps were presumably the legendary bards. Additionally, a smattering of adventurers adorned in distinctive attire could be seen sifting through the offerings. Zouassi did not rush to select items of interest. Instead, he first took a leisurely stroll around the market. By eavesdropping on the exchanges between other customers and merchants, he gleaned insights into the relative value of various magical items in Calanport, discerning which were particularly coveted and which were somewhat more affordable. Firstly, due to the relatively high number of spellcasters, the prices of magic scrolls below the 3rd tier are often quite affordable. Consumables such as the Wand of Magic Missiles, the Wand of Sleep, the Wand of Web, and the Wand of Mage Armor are abundantly available. Secondly, in contrast to scrolls and wands that can only be utilized by spellcasters, magical rings, amulets, armors, weapons, cloaks, belts, and boots, which can be used by anyone, are far more sought after and consequently bear a higher price. Lastly, and most importantly, all goods here are not clearly priced. Instead, they test the buyer's discernment and understanding of magical items. A novice, completely ignorant of such matters, could easily find themselves at the mercy of the shopkeeper's unscrupulous pricing. How much usable currency do we currently possess? Whispered Zouassi to the soldier at his side. Half of it is in the form of the Bicon issued by Karan-san, while the other half is the Dant issued by AMU. Additionally, we have over 8,000 silver gold minted coins, predominantly MU's Centaur. As for the silver coins, they are quite mixed, including AMU's Talon, Corinsan's Dicash, Deepwater City Shards, and Sambia's Crows, totaling over 36,000 coins. If the goods aboard the pirate ship, which were plundered from unknown sources, are indeed as valuable as Bernard claims, selling them could yield an extra 15,000 to 20,000 gold coins. However, on this outing, I only brought gold coins, leaving the rest deposited with the Thieves Guild inept. According to him, we can use the receipt he issued as currency for our purchases. Undoubtedly, this money was looted from the pirate ship of the blood-handed harlot. The original owners of these coins are long forgotten. What is certain is that every gold and silver coin is stained with the blood of merchants and sailors. It is no wonder that the pirates of the Nyransel Islands are so rampant. No matter how many times they are purged, fresh blood continually joins their ranks. It only takes a single successful heist to amass a fortune unimaginable to an ordinary citizen. Of course, the risks are equally staggering, excluding prominent pirates like Harlot. Smaller pirate crews typically consist of a mere 10 to 20 individuals aboard a single-masted sailboat. A moment's carelessness could lead to a storm sinking them or encountering a heavily manned merchant ship that retaliates. It is a true embodiment of death accompanying one like the wind. Zouassi is not concerned with the life of pirates, nor with the origins of this money or how many lives were lost during the heists. His true headache lies in how to convert the myriad types of currency. From previous conversations with the merchant Bernard, Zouassi has roughly gleaned that 1 gold coin can typically be exchanged for 2 silver coins, 20 silver coins, or 200 copper coins. Moreover, There exists a higher denomination, the platinum coin, which can be exchanged for 5 gold coins. However, the minting of platinum coins is exceedingly rare, often treasured by nobles and affluent merchants, and seldom appears in trade. Yet, nearly all nations, city-states, and significantly influential organizations on the continent affire and issue currency within their controlled domains. The size, weight, and precious metal content of these currencies frequently exhibit considerable fluctuations. This disparity results in the actual value and purchasing power of similar currencies, once removed from their place of issuance, being inconsistent across different regions. Additionally, due to the chaos wrought by the gods descending during the tumultuous year of 1358 DR, both gold and platinum have experienced a certain decline in value, while silver has been gradually appreciating. Even the most astute merchants can typically discern only the variances in currency value along the trade routes they frequent. In this moment, Zhuasi finds himself nostalgically yearning for the currency exchange and electronic payment systems of Earth's banks, as he quietly contemplates the figures in his mind. A nearby female shopkeeper, her face partially concealed by a black veil, suddenly speaks. "Young man, have you been dazzled by the plethora of magical items here? If you don't mind, would you share what you wish to purchase? I may be able to recommend some selections." In an instant, Zhuasi lifts his gaze, captivated by a pair of eyes that evoke a sense of awe. Chapter 37. High emotional intelligence. What is truly breathtaking is the pair of eyes devoid of any sclera, presenting merely a sphere radiating a crimson glow. The pupils resemble an intersecting black cross, with a subtle white that at its center. Undoubtedly, these are not eyes that a human could possess. A being of divine and demonic heritage. In an instant, Zhuasi recognized the identity of the woman before him. It is crucial to understand that beings of divine and demonic lineage refer to the offspring born from the union of humanoid and otherworldly entities. This category encompasses Asmori, hybrids of humans and celestial beings, half-elementals, offspring of humans and elemental creatures, and tieflings, hybrids of humans and denizens of the infernal or abyssal realms. Moreover, there are also minotaurs, elves, orcs, and other such magical hybrids. In this realm of magic, where reproductive isolation is nearly non-existent, such hybrid intelligent beings are relatively common. Some of these hybrids bear a striking resemblance to humans, merely adorned with enigmatic patterns or awakening certain magical abilities upon reaching maturity. However, others exhibit more pronounced characteristics. For instance, the hair of fire elemental descendants may blaze like an unquenchable flame. Tieflings may inherit horns, tails, hooves, wings, and skin of vibrant red or blue hues from one of their progenitors. During his time in the floating city S Tower, Zhuasi had encountered numerous beings of divine and demonic descent, most of whom were artificially created by deranged sorcerers through unnatural means. He had even personally dissected several, transforming them into advanced undead guardians endowed with specialized magical abilities. However, given that the land of Karanshaw had been ruled by the storm giants and fire giants for millennia, it is hardly surprising that some hybrid descendants of humans would emerge. The veiled woman noticed Zhuasi's reaction and immediately inquired with a smile, "Are my eyes frightening you?" "No, not at all. I am merely captivated by their extraordinary beauty." In that critical moment, Zhuasi demonstrated remarkable emotional intelligence, as he could sense the astonishing magical power coursing through her veins. "Hiki, you possess a silver tongue," the woman replied, her voice resonating with a melodious laugh from beneath her veil. After all, few could resist the allure of compliments. Yet soon after, she gestured towards the array of books, scrolls, rings, wands, gloves, and other miscellaneous items displayed on the counter before her, saying, "Come, have a look. I assure you, whatever you wish to acquire can be found here." "What are these?" Zhuasi inquired, pointing at a row of books arranged neatly on the table, tightly packed together. He could sense that these tomes, crafted from various materials, exuded a faint magical aura. Furthermore, a sign stood prominently, inscribed in the common tongue, 5,000 gold coins per use. Most importantly, this was the only item in the entire magical market with a clearly marked price, rendering it particularly conspicuous. Each volume contained records of no fewer than a dozen, and sometimes even dozens, of spells. "I have successfully unraveled the protective enchantments placed by the original owner, allowing anyone to peruse the contents freely. Naturally, if you are a mage with sufficient spell recognition skills, you could indeed acquire it to use as your own spellbook." "What of the original owners of these spellbooks?" Zhuasi inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "In Fayur N. A mage losing their spellbook is akin to a soldier entering battle armed with a gun yet devoid of ammunition, a perilous predicament. Typically, mages regard their spellbooks as equally vital to their existence. They are deceased. All the owners of these spellbooks have perished, came the reply. After all, both Karen Harbor and the Karen Desert are treacherous and chaotic locales, where the demise of a few mages each year is hardly an anomaly. The woman delicately traced her slender fingers along the spine of the books, her tone betraying a chilling undercurrent of bloodshed. It is noteworthy that there are at least 30 or 40 of these spellbooks. Each conceals the spirit of a mage within its pages. Swissy felt no surprise at this revelation, merely nodding thoughtfully before posing another question. Why, then, are all the spellbooks priced at 5,000 gold pieces? Shouldn't the price reflect the number of spells contained within? No, I believe you have misunderstood. That sign indicates that for 5,000 gold pieces, one may select any single spellbook from this collection. However, the stipulation is that one cannot open the pages to inspect their contents. The value must be assessed solely by the book's exterior. In essence, it is a form of gambling, should fortune favor you. And the spellbook contains spells worth more than 5,000 gold pieces. You would indeed profit. Yet, if luck is not on your side, and the spells are valued at less, you must simply accept your misfortune. I find this reflects the capriciousness of fate. Quite intriguing. Wouldn't you agree? The woman explained with a smile. A spellbook blind box? How delightful. Swissy silently marveled at Karen Harbor. Truly one of the largest and most vibrant port cities in Fair. The merchants dealing in magical items here possess an extraordinary knack for understanding the gambling psychology of the masses. Let me think, she mused, swiftly circling her counter before using her mage hand to retrieve 3 palm-sized boxes from a high shelf, unveiling them one by one before Swissy. The first box contained a talisman of environmental resilience, which enables the wearer to withstand extreme heat and cold, priced at 2,500 gold pieces. The second held a ring of spring, which maintains the temperature within a circular area around the wearer at a pleasant 20 degrees Celsius, reminiscent of a refreshing spring. Priced at 3,500 gold pieces. The third box contained a frozen pearl, which, when placed, automatically lowers the surrounding temperature within a 15-meter radius, priced at 800 gold pieces. I shall take the frozen pearl from the third box, Swissy declared without a moment's hesitation, opting for the most economical choice. It is not a matter of frugality. Rather, the prices of magical items are utterly exorbitant. Despite possessing funds amounting to approximately 30,000 to 33,000 gold coins, he finds himself unable to procure but a mere handful of items. Take, for instance, the spellbook blind box, from which he might acquire a maximum of 6 volumes. In terms of magical weaponry, a simple 2-curved dagger devoid of any additional attributes commands a price of 4,000 gold coins, while a weapon like Halit's, which inflicts extra lightning damage upon striking, likely exceeds 8,000 coins. Indeed, the costs associated with magical equipment are astonishingly steep, rendering them unattainable for the average adventurer or mercenary. Thus, Swissy finds it imperative to economize, directing his limited resources toward the most critical areas. No problem. Hand me 800 gold coins, and it shall be yours, he states. The soldier, remaining silent, opens his satchel and counts out 800 gold coins, placing them in a heap upon the table. Approximately half of these are Dante coins issued by AMU, while the other half consists of Biquinta coins issued by Carlin. It is evident that he is employing this method to gauge which type of coin enjoys greater popularity and purchasing power in Carlin Harbor. However, regrettably, the woman exhibits no discernible reaction to either form of currency. After a brief count to confirm the amount is correct, she promptly deposits all of the coins into a seemingly bottomless pocket. This indicates that the disparity in purchasing power between the two types of coins is remarkably minimal, so negligible that it is nearly imperceptible. Chapter 38, Knowledge is Wealth. As the frozen pearl was placed into the small pocket on the exterior of his satchel, Swissy immediately sensed the oppressive heat dissipate, replaced by an indescribable coolness. It felt akin to stepping into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day. Every pore of his being seemed to rejoice in exhilaration. The woman noticed the shift in Swissy's expression and promptly cautioned him with a smile. Be careful. The effect of the frozen pearl is enduring. It is advisable not to keep it on your person for too long, or you risk catching a chill. Furthermore, if you place it in a bucket of water, the surface will freeze within approximately an hour, and in 2 to 3 hours, the entire bucket will solidify into ice. I understand, thank you. I will take care, Zhusi nodded gently. As the creator, he immediately discerned the magical principles and operational mechanics of the frozen pearl upon acquiring it. In essence, it is a cold water pearl imbued with freezing magic. The spell's level is so low that it does not even reach the first tier. At best, it is merely a zero-tier trick. However, the creator has taken an unconventional approach, opting to design it as a continuously releasing magic item rather than a one-time use projectile. This innovation allows for a harmonious balance between the rate of energy consumption and the rate of energy drawn from the magical web. If Zhusi were to estimate its production cost, it would not exceed 150 to 200 gold coins, certainly no more than that. Were he able to acquire sufficient magical scrolls and cold water pearls valued at 10 gold coins each, with his proficiency in crafting magical items, he could readily produce a dozen in no time. Alas, Zhusi currently lacks the ability to cast spells or transcribe scrolls, compelling him to reluctantly purchase one at a premium. After all, he simply cannot afford to fall ill. Do you desire anything else? Perhaps this enchanting pendant or that magic resistance necklace? The woman began to market other items at her stall, clearly having noticed the amount of gold in the soldier's pack and eager to deplete it entirely. Unfortunately, Zhusi held no interest in these inferior magical items. Instead, his gaze shifted to the books on the shelf. After a brief examination, he started to request titles. Please fetch me a copy of From Beginner to Master in Elvish Language and Script, Compendium of Draconic, The Tricks You Should Master from Apprentice to Mage, Advanced Techniques for Arcane Casters, On Material-Free Casting, An Introduction to the Magical Web, Essential Courses for High-Level Mages, Guide to Spell Initiative, and Supermagic Techniques for Spell Delay. From Beginner to Mastery in Elvish Language and Script 100 gold coins. Comprehensive Dragon Language 500 gold coins. The Tricks You Must Master from Apprentice to Mage 250 gold coins. Advanced Techniques for Arcane Casters 2,000 gold coins. On Material-Free Spellcasting 1,000 gold coins. Introduction to the Weave 1,300 gold coins. Essential Courses for High-Level Mages 5,000 gold coins. Guide to Spell Initiative 750 gold coins. Supermagic Technique, Spell Delay 3,000 gold coins. Each time the woman retrieved a book from the shelf, she would announce its price. Similarly, upon hearing the prices, Zhusi felt a jolt in his heart. By the time the last book's price was declared, he realized with astonishment that acquiring these tomes would cost him a staggering 13,900 gold coins. What does it mean that knowledge is wealth? This is it. Moreover, in the magic-infused realm of Feyre, knowledge is not only wealth, but also an immensely formidable power. Just as Zhusi was taken aback by the exorbitant prices of magical literature on the continent, a soldier promptly lowered his voice to caution. Master, I fear that even if we pooled all our gold together, we might still fall short. No matter. Let us gather all the money we possess. If it's insufficient, I shall find a way, Zhusi sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Having previously resided in the floating city's tower, all his books were borrowed from the necromancer Asta without costing him a single coin. Now, faced with the necessity of purchasing knowledge, he discovered that those readily available tomes and notes were, in fact, so valuable outside. Without hesitation, the soldier emptied the remaining coins from his satchel, totaling 6,326. Following that, he produced a storage receipt from the Thieves' Guild leader, Apki, which indicated 214 silver coins and a total of 36,395 assorted silver pieces. Observing these receipts and the pile of gold coins on the table, the woman swiftly calculated in her mind, her unusual eyes gleaming with unmistakable delight. 214 minted centaur coins could be converted into 107 gold coins. As for the silver pieces, the Raven from Sambia holds slightly less value at Karen Harbor. However, considering your considerable expenditure, I shall not be overly meticulous. Let us convert it to 820 gold coins. In total, that amounts to 253 gold coins. This means you are still short by 647 gold coins. Is there no possibility for a discount? Zhusi deliberately blinked, attempting to charm his way into waiving the remaining balance. Unfortunately, the woman was unmoved, resolutely shaking her head in refusal. I'm afraid not. The rules of trading magical items strictly prohibit bargaining. Alternatively, you may consider removing 1 or 2 books from your selection. Forget it. Please, could you appraise this? Zhuasi removed a cylindrical, semi-transparent energy crystal from his belt and gently placed it on the counter. What is this? The woman, clearly encountering such a peculiar object for the first time, immediately picked it up, eager to discern its function and value through magic. Before the spell could be cast, Zhuasi took the initiative to speak, weaving a tale. This is a formidable energy storage device, employing unprecedented technology and advanced enchantments. It is capable of absorbing and storing all forms of electrical energy, which can then be unleashed like a wand. Unlike ordinary lightning wands that release energy in singular bursts, this device can expel all its stored energy in one go, delivering astonishing damage in a brief moment. May I give it a try? The woman inquired, her gaze fixed on the cylindrical energy crystal without wavering. Of course, please proceed, Zhuasi replied affirmatively. Without further ado, the woman began to channel the magical energy coursing through her veins. Upon completing the incantation and gestures, a blinding arc of electricity shot forth from her fingertips, penetrating the interior of the cylindrical crystal. As she observed the shimmering silver light flickering within, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she could not help but exclaim. It truly absorbed and stored the energy. What is the principle behind this? What materials, magic, and technology have been utilized? How many lightning spells can it store at maximum? The upper limit is 30 lightning spells, Zhuasi responded. As for the principles, materials, magic, and technology involved, I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge such information. After all, no knowledge is without its price, especially when it is a closely guarded secret known only to me. As he spoke, a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox, crept onto Zhuasi's lips. From the woman's captivated reaction, it was evident that she was enthralled by the cylindrical energy storage device. At this moment, if he did not seize the opportunity to capitalize on the situation, he would not be justified in having spent nearly 14,000 gold coins at this stall today. He had come to understand that in this cursed land of Faerun, one must be prepared to amass astronomical wealth if they wish to acquire knowledge of magic. Otherwise, they would be unable to afford even a few tomes, let alone the invaluable high-tier spells, legendary magical items, and even artifacts. Chapter 39. Bartering. Do you believe I am incapable of deciphering the internal structure and secrets of this cylindrical crystal? You wish to take advantage of my ignorance? The woman lifted her head, her tone tinged with provocation. Zhuasi smiled faintly, nodding without hesitation. Indeed, if you are confident, then do present your offer. Once purchased, whether you choose to shatter it or employ various magical means to probe its depths, it shall be your prerogative. Clearly, his audacity stemmed from several unique abilities conferred by the profession of creator, without the skills of refinement and shaping. Even if outsiders discerned the materials and magic employed in its creation, they would be incapable of replicating a true energy storage device. Moreover, this artifact incorporated design principles akin to modern battery technology, having undergone over 300 experimental failures before its fortunate creation. To unravel its mysteries, one must first comprehend the dozens of composite materials and compounds that modern industry can produce, as well as the innovative runic arrangements embedded within. It is worth noting that even the necromancer Asta, renowned for his prowess, spent over a week studying it without uncovering its secrets. Of course, his lack of interest played a role. After all, for a formidable spellcaster obsessed with necromancy and the pursuit of immortality, a mere enhanced version of a lightning wand was hardly worth the expenditure of time and energy. In that time, he could have crafted several flesh golems or other advanced undead beings. Very well, since you are so self-assured, I shall indulge your confidence. Typically, the price of magical items that store spells is calculated by multiplying the base price by the number of spell circles, then by the creator's spellcasting level. Given that this is a proprietary technique, I shall additionally offer you a knowledge premium of 5,000 gold coins. Now, please disclose your spellcasting level. The woman exuded confidence in her knowledge of magical item creation, dismissing the notion that this intriguing little trinket could pose a challenge to her. Her palpable pride and unwavering self-assurance hinted at a personality undoubtedly influenced by her non-human heritage. My spellcasting level is 5. Zhuasi had no intention of wasting time with words, directly stating his status as a creator. The woman glanced down at the gem she held, then inquired, "Are you a mage?" She displayed no surprise or astonishment at the sight of a boy appearing no older than 10 possessing a spellcasting level of 5. Within the circles of spellcasters, physical appearance is not a reliable indicator of true age. Transformations to appear younger, change gender, or even Alter 1's race are all within the realm of possibility. Some foolish apprentices, while experimenting with transformation magic, have even unwittingly turned themselves into small animals such as chickens, ducks, or dogs. I apologize, that is a secret. I can only reveal that I am an arcane spellcaster. Zwissi cautiously provided a vague response. He was no fool. He discerned that the gem clutched in the other's hand was likely a magical artifact capable of detecting whether others were lying. Observing that Zwissi had begun to grow wary, the woman refrained from further probing and pocketing the gem. Stated directly, the base price for a storage wand is 750 gold coins. This intriguing device of yours can absorb and store a third-tier lightning bolt. So we shall calculate based on third-tier magic, ultimately multiplied by the spellcasting level. In total, that amounts to weight. Before she could finish her calculations, Zwissi promptly interjected. My energy storage device is not a wand. It can not only absorb a third-tier lightning bolt, but can also harness a sixth-tier chain lightning, and even the lightning breath of a blue dragon. Furthermore, unlike a wand, which is rendered useless after expending its last charge, this device is reusable and can also serve to defend against lightning-based magical attacks. Hence, your base price is flawed. And what do you believe it should be? The woman retorted, her expression impassive. Clearly, she understood that her calculation of the energy storage device as a wand was a deliberate attempt to undervalue it. I believe the base price should be raised to at least 1,500 gold coins, Zwissi stated, having contemplated and directly doubled the original price. However, this audacious demand elicited scornful laughter from the woman. 1,500 gold coins? Do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding the pricing of magical items? Or are you merely an inexperienced novice? That price could procure a wand capable of casting 50 third-tier spells, while your device is currently entirely empty. I shall offer a maximum of 1,200. 1,200? Zwissi quickly calculated in his mind how much he would ultimately receive, then nodded in agreement. Deal. 1,200 multiplied by 5, then by 3, and finally adding 5,000. Totals 23,000 gold coins. Subtracting the 1,647 you owe me, I should pay you 21,353 gold coins. The woman evidently possessed a remarkable aptitude for mental arithmetic, swiftly clarifying the accounts between them, just as she prepared to retrieve the money from the cloth pouch, which resembled a dimensional bag. Zwissi suddenly pointed at the spellbook blind box and said, I would like to test my luck. Oh, you wish to experience the capriciousness of fate? Very well. Please feel free to select. Remember, you cannot open it or cast any spells for appraisal. You must judge its value solely by its exterior. With that, a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes as she gestured invitingly, as if anticipating some entertaining spectacle. Zwissi, sensing the shopkeeper's mischievous gaze, quickly realized that the majority of the spells recorded in these tomes were unlikely to be worth 5,000 gold coins. The selection process lasted a full 20 minutes, after which he chose 2 volumes from the dozens available. One of them appeared exceedingly plain, with only its pale yellow cover remaining intact, while the rest was tattered and worn. Some pages of the books display jagged, uneven edges, while another tome presents a stark contrast, its cover lavishly adorned with countless gemstones, its edges embellished with gold and silver filigree. Are you certain these are the 2 you wish to select? Be aware that once chosen, regardless of the number of spells inscribed within, there shall be no turning back, the woman cautioned with a significant tone. Through this feigned act of kindness, she sought to exert an invisible pressure on the one selecting the spellbooks, thereby swaying their initial judgment. Of course, it is your prerogative. Additionally, I shall deduct 10,000 gold coins from the total. Observing that the diminutive figure before her remained unaffected by her influence, the woman exhibited a hint of disappointment. However, this sentiment swiftly transformed into astonishment and disbelief as the 2 spellbooks selected by the left-handed individual were opened. Following a brief spell identification by the shopkeeper, it was revealed that the tattered tome contained over 40 spells. Although the vast majority were low-level spells of the first and second tiers, it nonetheless included 5 third-tier spells and 2 fourth-tier spells. Undoubtedly, the value of this spellbook exceeded 5,000 gold coins. The other book, while containing fewer spells, possessed a 5th-tier teleportation spell. As a shrewd merchant, the woman was acutely aware of the difficulty in selecting a spellbook worth more than 5,000 gold coins from such dilapidated volumes. Moreover, certain spellbooks had languished here for many years, to the extent that even she could scarcely recall the spells they contained. Yet today, Someone had managed to select 2 in one go, leaving her to wonder if fortune's favor had smiled upon them. As if blessed by the goddess of luck, Tamora. Chapter 40. The costly magic. It appears that today is my fortunate day. Zwissi unabashedly instructed the soldiers to pack 2 spell books, along with the other tomes he had previously purchased, into his satchel. The absence of any surprise upon his countenance made it evident that his selection of 2 spell books, each valued at over 5,000 gold coins, was not a mere stroke of luck. The woman, evidently intrigued, inquired with curiosity, "What led you to discern the value of those 2 spell books? Tell me. I can offer you a chalice worth 850 gold coins, capable of producing 3 vials of holy water bearing the Cure Light Wounds effect daily." Upon examining the tattered edges of the books, I discovered numerous signs of scorching and corrosive damage from strong acids. Whoever managed to ruin a spellbook protected by magical wards must possess formidable arcane power. This implies that the original owner of the spellbook, his adversary, is equally impressive. Ah, I see. You possess keen observational skills and a remarkable capacity for logical reasoning, the woman acknowledged with a slight nod of admiration. However, Zwissi remained unaffected by her praise and continued to elucidate. As for the second book, despite its pages being encrusted with an excessive number of inferior gemstones valued at less than 10 gold coins, which initially conveys an impression of arrogance and vulgarity, a thorough study of summoning spells reveals that these gemstones are arranged in a peculiar and systematic manner. In essence, the cover of the second tome serves as a diminutive magical array designed to enhance summoning spells. Hence, I deduced that its former owner must have been a highly skilled specialist in the art of spellcasting. The woman promptly fulfilled her promise, placing a resplendent chalice, adorned with 4 circular transparent crystals, upon the counter. Judging by the faded holy emblem upon the chalice, it likely originated from the hands of a cleric. Typically, items of divine blessing ought to be housed within temples for the reverence and use of the faithful, rather than being casually offered for sale. Its presence in the marketplace suggests that its original owner, much like those of the spellbooks, has likely met an untimely demise. The valuables have been plundered by the murderer or other brigands, eventually finding their way into the magical item shops of Kalingport. Zwissi even speculated that more than a third, if not a larger portion, of the magical items for sale within this establishment could be of dubious origin. Yet, what does it matter? After all, he was merely here to procure what he needed. After securing the chalice, Zwissi selected another book from a different shelf, one that detailed the principal towns of the western coastline of Fair Inn, along with its special products and cultural nuances, as well as an illustrated adventure book that provided comprehensive insights into the common monsters and their weaknesses encountered in the wild. Finally, he acquired a magical map featuring functions of enlargement and reduction, reputed to document many obscure paths, subterranean entrances, and caverns unknown to most. The combined cost of the former 2 books amounts to a mere 460 gold coins, while the latter's price for a single map soars to an astonishing 8,000. Indeed, the pricing of maps on the continent of Fair Inn is utterly outrageous. Certain cities or organizations, in a bid to fend off external threats, have gone so far as to prohibit anyone from charting maps within their territorial confines. Consequently, cartography requires not only a high degree of professional skill and memory, but also the perilous risk of execution if one is caught. Thus, the exorbitant prices are hardly surprising. Even a hastily drawn map of the Sword Coast and Sword Bay, owned by Merchant Bernard, cost nearly several hundred gold coins. With the ongoing cooling effect of the frozen pearl, the room, initially stifling like a steam chamber, quickly transformed into a comfortable haven. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Thieves' Guild, situated 3 streets away from the inn, Apke was seated in his designated spot, attentively listening to a report from one of his thieves. After a full minute, he stroked his plump double chin and inquired, "Are you saying that the esteemed Lord Soth, accompanied by his servant, visited the largest spell shop in Calaran Harbor and purchased a multitude of books, while also selling an intriguing magical item?" The thief, sporting short brown-black hair, eagerly nodded. "Yes, I witnessed them trading." With an uncountable pile of gold coins stacked on the counter, it was enough to incite a desire to pull off a heist. "Don't be foolish. The proprietor of that magic shop is not someone we can afford to cross," Apke sternly admonished. However, his attention soon shifted to the middle-aged wizard standing to his right. "Kalon, what is your perspective on Lord Soth?" The middle-aged wizard, whose hair was noticeably thinning towards a Mediterranean style, pondered for a few moments before shaking his head with a wry smile. I apologize, my lord. It is difficult to make an accurate assessment without seeing him in person. However, given that he can effortlessly transform large numbers of low-level undead and maintain a degree of control over them, his spellcasting level must not be lower than 13th. He may even be a priest of certain malevolent deities, possessing the ability to rebuke undead. As for his age, it is indeed possible, as your merchant friend speculated, that he has usurped a new body using the 5th circle necromancy spell, the Soul Jar. Yet, it could also be the result of certain transmutation spells. In any case, he is an exceptionally dangerous individual, far surpassing my own capabilities. Do you think we could hire him for the impending guild war? Apki asked, his tone laden with uncertainty. Hire a powerful necromancer? What price do you intend to pay? Talona, the middle-aged wizard, clearly found his leader's extravagant notion quite far-fetched. He certainly does not believe that a truly formidable mage would readily accept employment from others, were it not for the realization that his potential had been utterly depleted, rendering it impossible for him to advance further along the path of magic. He would never have willingly consorted with a band of filthy, lowly thieves. How can one know without attempting? I believe that the Sorcerer's Guild should be relatively amenable. Apki has evidently not given up. Rather, he intends to seek an opportunity to test the waters. As for the cost, as long as victory in the guild war leads to territorial expansion, it can be easily compensated with the wealth, magical artifacts, and slaves seized from the enemies. Chapter 41. The ever-insufficient mana dining, sleeping, reading, studying. For the next few days, Zwasi remained ensconced in the Room of the Joyful Moments Inn, leading a life of seclusion, seldom venturing beyond the confines of his quarters. The only exception was the following day, when he took a brief respite to introduce Harlette to his trusted subordinates, where they engaged in a face-to-face discussion regarding the matter of ransom. After that, he never shifted from his haven. After all, Zwasi was inherently a reclusive individual, accustomed to solitude. Even during his time in the floating city Tower, he could endure an entire month or two without conversing with anyone aside from the necromancer Asta. In contrast to the excruciatingly tedious social interactions and the underhanded machinations among apprentices, he preferred to invest his precious time and energy in the pursuit of profound magical knowledge. The continuous acquisition of this knowledge, which could readily be transformed into wealth and power, provided him with an inexplicable sense of addiction and fulfillment. Particularly, he was engrossed in the unique arcane casting system and magical network of the continent of Feyre, which almost perfectly remedied his current deficiencies. Moreover, the plethora of spells within the arcane casting system was far more intriguing than the previous creator profession, which was limited to studying magical rituals, crafting magical items, curios, and potions. Additionally, he could juxtapose the vast knowledge amassed within the tower. Through persistent, in-depth study, Zwasi discovered that the disparities between the two magical systems were considerably less pronounced than he had anticipated. Although many spells bore identical or similar names, their structures differed slightly due to environmental factors. Their principles and essence remained largely consistent. He could undoubtedly build upon the foundation of the mage class, amalgamating the research achievements of another magical civilization to modify and refine the known advanced professions, thereby creating a wholly original arcane casting profession more suited to his needs, much like the red-robe sorcerers, archmages, arcane followers, and so forth. Perhaps I should first employ mimicry to create a level 5 mage. Otherwise, I would merely be studying theory all day long, devoid of any practical experience. Zwasi mused quietly while stroking his chin. However, the dilemma was that utilizing mimicry would mean adding another significant drain on his mana reserves. He had initially planned to elevate the mage profession to level 4 and seek an opportunity to complete the task of crafting his first creature card. Alas, what a vexing conundrum. His mana was perpetually insufficient. He longed to refine the magical items, scrolls, wands, and potions in his satchel that were temporarily of no use to him. Once more, a desire to indulge began to stir within him. After all, the stable sources of mana at present were quite limited. Allocating more to one profession invariably meant less for others. Beyond extracting energy from various magical items, the only alternative was to slay monsters and bandits to acquire more mana swiftly. Just as he was hesitating while gazing at his mana pool's value, a sudden, urgent knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Bang, bang, bang. Lord Zwasi, are you in your room? I am Parker, a server in the lobby on the first floor. A lady, claiming to be your friend, wishes to meet you. A somewhat familiar voice seeped through the crack of the door. Left with a moment of bewilderment, Zhuasi quickly recalled that a few days prior, she had sold a crystalline energy storage device to a sorceress suspected to possess the bloodline of a fire giant. Immediately, she concealed her inheritance and signaled the soldier stationed at the door to open it. The soldier, understanding her cue, stood up from his chair, unlatched the bolt, and pushed open the heavy wooden door. In an instant, two figures appeared at the threshold. One was the male server who had just knocked, while the other was the veiled woman, her pupils shaped like black crosses. Upon seeing Zhuasi, the woman tossed a gold coin to the server without a hint of courtesy and strode directly into the room, completely disregarding Parker, who was bowing and expressing his gratitude. Before slamming the door behind her, she even ignored the soldier beside her and raised the energy storage device in her hand, gritting her teeth as she demanded, "How did you achieve this?" "Achieve what?" Zhuasi blinked, perplexed by the bewildering inquiry. "How did you manage to make its performance so stable? Do you know? Over the past few days, I have failed more than 60 times without a single success. At least 2/3 of the materials you used here, I have never encountered before. Yet, that doesn't deter me. I quickly found some substitutes with similar effects. But stability, that remains an insurmountable key point." As she spoke, the woman exhibited none of her earlier composure, resembling a frenzied madwoman, especially when she became animated. She yanked off her veil, revealing a face of exquisite beauty that, even in Carlin Harbor, possessed an exotic allure. As Zhuasi had surmised, this sorceress was indeed a descendant of humans and fire giants. However, considering that nearly 1/20th of the human populace in the Carlin Fur region might possess diluted fire giant blood, it was not entirely surprising that some sorcerers who awakened their bloodline powers exhibited ancestral traits. Furthermore, the local populace generally had a high tolerance towards non-human races, as evidenced by the popularity of tamed orc, half-orc, kobold, goblin, gnoll, ogre, and troll slaves in the slave market. "So, you admit to your failure in cracking it, do you not?" Zhuasi asked directly. Instantly, the woman fell silent, her mouth closing in contemplation. Indeed, she had failed, paying a painfully steep price for her arrogance. To create an equally stable energy storage device, she had squandered over 100,000 gold coins worth of materials and gems. The closest she had come to success had barely managed to maintain stability for less than 10 seconds. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the stored energy of lightning was unleashed, recklessly wreaking havoc upon everything in its vicinity. Had it not been for the protective enchantments that mitigated energy damage, it is likely that even lives would have been gravely harmed or lost. After a prolonged silence, the woman took a deep breath and said, "Name your price. I require the complete technology for manufacturing such energy storage devices." However, Zhuasi merely smiled and shook his head, replying, "No, madam, I believe you are mistaken. In truth, this energy storage device cannot be replicated by anyone other than myself. As for the stability I mentioned earlier, do you think the entire cylindrical crystal was created through some transmutation magic? It was crafted through my unique abilities, like so." As he spoke, Zhuasi casually picked up 2 empty potion vials from the table and activated his molding ability. Before her eyes, the 2 previously independent vials appeared to melt under some mysterious force, gradually merging together, only to be reshaped into a statue of an adventurer, wielding a shield and a longsword. No incantations, no gestures, and certainly no magical materials were employed. The woman was utterly astonished by this ability to alter the material form, as she took the glass statue and scrutinized it repeatedly. After several minutes, she realized that the entire statue was seamless, displaying not even the slightest hint of joints or seams. It was as if the glass statue had been crafted in this manner from the very outset. Moreover, even the bubbles contained within the 2 potion vials had vanished. Chapter 42, The Perfect Match, Arcane Capabilities. Gently placing the glass sculpture down, the woman's face betrayed a look of incredulity. At that moment, she comprehended why the products she had crafted through transmutation magic were always less stable than the originals. It was neither a flaw in the spell nor in the materials. Zhuasi smiled knowingly and nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Even if I were to provide you with the complete set of techniques, you would still struggle to replicate this energy storage device accurately. Even if you managed to create one, the excessive use of advanced magic or materials would inflate the costs manifold, rendering the endeavor utterly unprofitable." "Damn it. Are you saying that all my previous efforts and investments were in vain?" The woman's tone was laced with palpable frustration. As the most renowned merchant of magical artifacts in Carlinport, she found it intolerable to incur losses. Of course, this disposition might also be attributed to the bloodline of her giant heritage. After all, giants are famously astute and cunning merchants, often leading the unsuspecting astray, persuading them to part with their last copper coins willingly. Well, it depends on the choices you make next. In truth, the cost of this energy storage device is far lower than you might imagine. It merely requires particularly intricate materials. If you could provide the materials and workspace free of charge, I could produce a considerable quantity of finished products in a short span. However, in exchange, I would require half of the profits from the sales of these devices, or their equivalent in scrolls, books, and magical items. Additionally, during my stay in Carlinport, I would like to utilize your workspace and alchemical equipment at no cost. By the way, you do possess your own mage tower, correct? Zhuasi nonchalantly proposed a collaboration. After escaping the lofty confines of the floating city, he had come to realize how much convenience that place, often regarded as a prison, had afforded him. Whether it was the library filled with an abundance of tomes, the warehouse brimming with inexhaustible materials, or the myriad rooms with specialized functionalities, as well as the creatures and enslaved artisans confined in the basement cells, acquiring such resources now demanded a fortune. Many things were, in fact, beyond the reach of mere currency. Thus, Zhuasi sought to establish this collaboration to temporarily secure a venue for his magical experiments. Otherwise, conducting experiments haphazardly in an unprotected room could lead to disastrous chain reactions, potentially endangering everyone within the establishment. I certainly have my own mage tower. However, you must first disclose how low the cost of producing an energy storage device truly is. The woman appeared noticeably intrigued. Zhuasi picked up a pen and inscribed the names of over 30 materials in the common tongue of Feyre in upon a blank sheet of paper, then handed it to her. Here, the costs are outlined here. Take a look. She hastily grasped the paper, scanning it briefly before exclaiming, "How is this even possible?" According to the materials listed above, the cost of constructing an energy storage device is astonishingly less than 2,000 gold coins. The woman took the initiative to introduce herself. In the tumultuous city of Carlinport, rife with chaos, murder, and power shifts, offering one's name is a gesture of goodwill. The recipient of this introduction often leverages the numerous thieving guilds to gather rumors surrounding the name, thereby assessing its trustworthiness. My name is Soth, a traveler newly arrived in Carlinport. It is a pleasure to meet you, the exquisite Lady Aisha. He consistently presents his most humble and courteous demeanor towards those endowed with formidable power who can offer him additional advantages. In truth, the actual cost of creating an energy storage device is scarcely 300 gold coins. Over 4/5 of the materials listed are earmarked for embezzlement and personal gain. Most crucially, Soth also plans to exploit the energy reserves of the mage's tower to enhance his various professions. Ultimately, the amount of magical energy consumed in the creation of an energy storage device will be dictated solely by him. As long as it does not exceed the sorceress's psychological expectations, the likelihood of discovery remains minimal. Aisha, evidently unaware of Soth's scheming to secure a better and safer advantage, eagerly inquired, "If the materials are sufficient, how many of such devices can you produce in a day?" 6. Soth replied without hesitation, offering a relatively conservative estimate. He understood the principle that scarcity increases value and was well aware that magical items costing tens of thousands of gold coins would only be affordable to a select few. A sudden influx of such items into the market would inevitably trigger a price collapse, along with a series of troublesome and severe consequences. Excellent. Give me 2 days to procure the materials, and I shall return to you then. Aisha was evidently quite satisfied with the efficiency of producing 6 energy storage devices in a day, selling each for 20,000 gold coins. What a jest! Such powerful magical items, free of any restrictions and accessible even to the common folk, should command a high price of 25,000 to 30,000 gold coins. Otherwise, the merchant's efforts would be deemed a failure. Moreover, the mission of the Auroral Magic Shop is to seek not the best, but the most expensive. Of course, she would never divulge the true price to Soth, instead calculating her share based on a selling price of 20,000 gold coins each. It must be said that, to some extent, the sorceress and Soth are indeed a perfect match, as both are immediately inclined to think of ways to take advantage of one another. As for who ultimately benefits more from the arrangement, that remains uncertain. In any case, both parties attained what they desired, resulting in a genuine win-win situation. After seeing Aisha depart from the joyful times inn, Soth promptly withdrew a portion of energy from the mana pool and established a brand new mana core through mimicry. At this point, in the section designated for his profession, apart from the most rudimentary title of Traveler Mage, he has also acquired the designation of Creator obtained from the towering spires of the floating city, and now he has added yet another title, Mage. Thanks to a remarkable intelligence enhancement of 19, he is granted 2 first-tier spell slots upon reaching Mage level 1. As for the cantrips, which are characterized by their negligible mana consumption and are affectionately referred to as tricks by mages, he is able to cast them numerous times throughout the day. Chapter 43. Dinner time. With the attainment of mage levels and spell slots, it was only natural to transition from theory to practice. Given the striking similarities in the magical theories of both worlds, some spell models differed by less than 5%, while others shared identical names and effects. Thus, with a solid theoretical foundation, Zwasi learned at an impressive pace. Within just a few hours, he had mastered an array of cantrips, including resistance, detect poison, detect magic, read magic, daze, dazzle, light, ray of frost, shocking grasp, thunderclap, inflict minor wounds, mage hand, message, ray, arcane mark, and prestidigitation. Although his proficiency remained modest, he could at least cast them while maintaining focus. Despite their low magical cost and minimal capacity to inflict serious injury or death, these spells proved exceptionally practical. The most quintessential among them were the detection spells, along with message, mending, and scribe, which offered considerable convenience in daily life. Notably, after learning detect poison, Zwasi no longer required summoned soldiers to test for toxins on his behalf. A simple spell rendered the safety of food and water immediately evident. As for spells like shocking grasp, dazzle, acid splash, thunderclap, ray of frost, and daze, while they may not be lethal, they could certainly cause discomfort and pain, thereby slowing the approach and attack speed of adversaries, granting precious time for subsequent actions. The spell ray could launch a crossbow bolt with the precision of a light crossbow, striking a target no further than 24 meters away. Mastering this magic meant that Zwasi could ambush from the shadows with merely a bundle of crossbow bolts. If he were to coat them with a lethal poison, the effectiveness would naturally be amplified. Indeed, this tome, From Apprentice to Mage, The Cantrips You Should Master, proved to be an invaluable resource, including such a multitude of zero-level spells. As Zwasi set down the slightly heavy book, a look of delight graced his face. Although the inherent value of cantrips was not particularly high, any novice mage could master several, if not dozens. The expenditure felt exceedingly worthwhile. Just as he was about to turn his attention to the more complex and potent first-level spells, his stomach audibly grumbled. Raising his gaze to the window, he noticed that night had fallen unnoticed. Absorbed in his magical practice, Zwasi had gone nearly 6 or 7 hours without sustenance, consuming only a bit of the locally renowned mint tea. "Master, it is time for dinner," a soldier reminded him. "Very well, let us first attend to our hunger." Zwasi nodded, swiftly gathering the books and his notes strewn across the table, stuffing them all into his satchel. Given the boldness and rampant thievery of the halfling rogues in Kaling Harbor, he dared not leave such valuable items behind in the room. The two individuals swiftly gathered their belongings and descended the creaking wooden staircase to the bustling lobby on the ground floor. The atmosphere had transformed into a cacophony of voices, teeming with sailors freshly disembarked from their ships and laborers who had toiled throughout the day, congregating in groups. They indulged in cheap, watered-down beer while consuming a meager meal priced at 2 copper coins. This so-called meal consisted primarily of a plate of cold cuts, which had likely been sitting out for an indeterminate time but were still edible, a bowl of broth concocted from unpeeled shrimp, seaweed, and clam meat, 2 of the most inexpensive and somewhat stale herring, and, as the staple, a piece of hard, nearly brick-like black bread that could certainly damage one's teeth if not soaked in soup. The watered-down beer required an additional copper coin to purchase. This was the stark reality of the lower-class citizens of Kalingport, apart from the slums and slaves. Despite the hardships of their existence and the meager savings they could muster, they could at least manage to fill their stomachs. Upon seeing Zwasi descend the stairs, the innkeeper promptly rushed out from behind the counter and bowed deeply. "Good evening, esteemed Lord Soth," he greeted. "What might you wish to dine on this evening? We have just received a fresh batch of oysters. Whether enjoyed raw with sauce or grilled with garlic, ginger, and an array of spices, they are truly delectable. Additionally, Today's special is steamed mackerel and peppered lamb soup. I assure you, the mackerel was caught just this afternoon, and the lamb is freshly slaughtered, guaranteed to be clean and hygienic. It was evident that his fervent attentiveness stemmed from the instructions of the notorious Thieves Guild leader, Apke. Although the innkeeper was unaware of the nature of the relationship between the two, he had discerned from Apke's demeanor during their previous meal that regardless of their connection, he could not afford to offend either party. I would like a generous serving of grilled oysters, a large platter of steamed mackerel, a pot of steaming peppered lamb soup, and some soft, fresh white bread. Remember to add plenty of scallions. The bread must be sufficiently soft. As for beverages, no alcohol. Please bring me some freshly squeezed coconut juice or lemon juice with honey. Furthermore, prepare an identical dinner for the gentleman in the adjoining room, and ensure the delivery person feeds him. Finally, bring enough fresh meat and fish to satisfy my pet. With that, Swissi produced a gold coin and handed it to the innkeeper before making his way to the window seat reserved for him. The innkeeper, witnessing the gleam of gold emanating from the coin and feeling its weight, heavier than any other metal of the same volume, broke into a broad smile. He bellowed at his employees to expedite their actions, particularly the kitchen staff, insisting they set aside their current tasks to ensure Swissi's order was ready and served within 15 minutes. As for the impoverished souls who could only afford the meager 2 copper coin meals and watered beer, they would have to wait. After all, the innkeeper was acutely aware of whom to prioritize, guests who spent merely a few copper coins on a meal versus those who could easily part with a gold coin. Soon, amidst the astonished, envious, and jealous gazes of others, several large platters brimming with tantalizing dishes were brought forth. The oysters, expertly sautéed with garlic, ginger, and spices, were particularly enticing, stirring the appetites of those who had never experienced the delights of seasoning. Moreover, the boy's youthful appearance, resembling that of a mere 10-year-old, led some to contemplate a brazen act of theft. However, their fleeting thoughts of mischief were swiftly quelled as a soldier partially unsheathed his glinting dagger, casting a sharp glance across the hall. Damn, which noble or wealthy merchant's son is this? He even brought bodyguards with him. A middle-aged man, sporting a scruffy beard and a brutish visage, muttered an oath under his breath. Beside him, another rather unsightly fellow rolled his eyes in disdain, retorting, "Are you dreaming of a heist? Forget it." It was rumored that just days prior, many had witnessed the boy entering the inn alongside the leader of the Apuk tribe and sharing a meal. I assure you, should you attempt to rob him, regardless of success, his corpse would be left hanging on the wall to dry within hours. Indeed, beware, for one may earn their fortune, yet lose their life in the process. A younger man nodded in agreement, affirming the common wisdom in Kaling Port to avoid provoking the Thieves Guild. Aside from the legendary Dark Elf Ranger, Drizzt Do'Urden, who, alongside formidable companions, had once successfully dismantled the Thieves Guild, no one else had managed to emerge unscathed after crossing paths with them. A few months prior, a paladin of the God of Justice had confronted a Thieves Guild while attempting to rescue a child forced into slavery due to debt. Alas, merely 3 days later, the paladin's lifeless body was discovered in the sewers. This illustrates the formidable power wielded by the Thieves Guild in this city, rendering even the temple powerless against them. Chapter 44. The abandoned people. After casting spells over a lavish spread of dishes and confirming their safety, Swissi felt reassured and boldly began his meal. It must be said that as a coastal city near the tropics, Carlin Port seafood is truly a marvel of the Faron continent. Whether it be the oysters, large enough to fit an adult's palm, roasted with garlic, ginger, and spices, or the tender and flavorful mackerel, the taste is undeniably delightful. Coupled with a rich pepper lamb soup, anyone who has partaken in such fare would be compelled to give a thumbs up. Moreover, the portions at the Joyful Times Inn are generally generous. The plates are approximately 30 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide, piled high with food resembling a small peak. The bowls are typical large soup bowls. One hearty bowl of meat broth accompanied by 2 substantial pieces of bread would suffice to satiate even a robust adult. Most importantly, the prices are remarkably reasonable. Even for the expertly seasoned and roasted oysters, a full plate costs merely a silver coin. Thus, the gold coins Swissi had previously tossed to the innkeeper could be considered as nearly half designated for an extra tip. The disparity in food prices starkly illustrates the divergence between the lives of ordinary people and those of spellcasters, akin to 2 entirely different worlds. For the former, a gold coin often signifies the means to feed themselves and their families, ensuring a month of carefree living. Conversely, for the latter, A single gold coin would scarcely purchase 1 or 2 scrolls capable of containing magical energy or a dozen empty vials for potions. This profound sense of disjunction and the peculiar financial system utterly captivated Zwissi. At times, he would indulge in whimsical musings, envisioning legendary spellcasters or dragons, possessing fortunes in the millions or even billions of gold coins, suddenly deciding to liquidate their wealth for a mundane necessity, such as grain, salt, or steel. The ensuing monopoly and ensuing price inflation would wreak havoc upon the markets and trade of nations and city-states alike. Regrettably, such scenarios are destined never to materialize. For dragons, the accumulation of treasure has never been intended for expenditure. It serves merely to satisfy their innate greed and collecting obsession. Similarly, high-ranking and legendary spellcasters are unlikely to engage in such trivial pursuits. Their vast fortunes predominantly exist in the form of magical items, scrolls, gemstones, potions, curiosities, tomes, and spellcasting materials. This world is enigmatic and splendid. At merely 10 years of age, there is no need for haste. There will be ample time to explore it gradually. Zwissi murmured softly in a voice only he could hear, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Once the fervor of his desire to explore the unknown and embrace adventure subsided, he casually tossed an empty oyster shell onto the table. Observing that the table still bore a substantial amount of food and broth, the soldier hastily swallowed his mouthful and, with surprise, inquired, "Master, are you already full?" "Yes, quite so. Recently, I have felt a certain looseness in one of my teeth, suggesting that it may soon fall out, which has dampened my appetite." With a sigh of resignation, I instinctively touched my left cheek. As is well known, humans replace their milk teeth with permanent ones between the ages of 6 and 12. My body is currently undergoing this very transition, which will persist for the next year or two until the last milk tooth finally falls away. It is an exceedingly tormenting process, particularly for one who possesses an adult soul. I can scarcely imagine the implications of losing my front teeth. Would it cause my speech to become slurred, affecting my ability to chant spells? Or might I directly incur a debuff that heightens my chances of casting failure? Just as I pondered these concerns, I suddenly noticed a group of ragged children, barefoot and huddled outside the inn, their presence unbeknownst to me until now. They appeared emaciated, the eldest perhaps around 15 or 16, while the youngest seemed barely 10. With eyes filled with longing, they gazed at the remnants of food and broth on the table, swallowing hard in anticipation. Damn it! Who allowed these wretched children to approach the inn, displaying such repulsive expressions toward our esteemed guests? Begone! Get lost! We do not wish to see you again. A server, noticing the children, immediately adopted a menacing demeanor, brandishing a stick in an attempt to drive them away. Surprisingly, none of the patrons intervened. Instead, they seemed eager to witness the spectacle. Some even encouraged the server to strike harder, hoping for blood. This blatant bullying of the weak caused me to frown instinctively. In a situation akin to that within the floating city tower, where one's own safety is uncertain, I would certainly refrain from intervening. However, now that I have regained my freedom, the education I once received and the values I was forced to temporarily abandon appeared to resurface. The soldier perceptively sensed my shift in demeanor and quietly inquired, "Do you need me to intervene?" "Go ahead." I nodded after a moment of contemplation. Without hesitation, the soldier rose and strode toward the entrance, seizing the arm of the employee poised to strike. The latter, initially intent on delivering a blow to this meddlesome interloper, halted abruptly upon recognizing the soldier's visage, forcing a strained smile as he asked, "Sir, what brings you here? Is it the wish of Lord Soth? He truly is a kind-hearted man. However, you must be unaware of the circumstances in Carlin Harbor. These are no ordinary children, but a group of the Forsaken." "The Forsaken?" The soldier's face displayed confusion. Taken literally, it suggests those who have been abandoned or cast aside. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that Carlin Harbor is a land that acknowledges the ownership of slaves as personal property. How could they possibly forsake any labor-capable individual, even if they are merely a group of unripe children? The service officer solemnly nodded. Indeed, the Forsaken. Do not be deceived by their seemingly harmless appearance. They are, in fact, afflicted with beastification disease. Once provoked or driven to madness, especially on a full moon night, they will succumb to a frenzied state. Anyone bitten and who has not received timely treatment will also fall victim to this affliction. The Forsaken typically scavenge in the sewers, surviving on meager scraps. These juvenile wretches that venture above ground have likely fled due to conflicts in the sewers. Their tribes or clans may have been overrun by other beastified individuals, compelling them to seek sustenance on the surface. In Carlin Harbor, no one is inclined to allow an individual infected with beastification disease to approach them, for one can never know when they might suddenly go berserk and inflict harm. The Thieves' Guild may occasionally employ the Forsaken, yet they would never permit them to encroach upon their controlled districts, nor would they allow the spread of beastification within their territory. After hearing this, the soldier regarded those children with a newfound wariness. Although he believed that even if these emaciated little creatures transformed into werewolves or ram-in, he could easily dispatch them with his dagger, the safety of his master would always take precedence. He wished to keep any potential danger at bay from his lord. Chapter 45. The Beastmen of Carlin. Poured among the discourse surrounding the terms abandoned people and beastification, there lies a mention of the Beastmen. As the name suggests, this is a unique group capable of transforming between human and beast forms. However, unlike the natural shape-shifting of druids, their metamorphosis is often the result of a curse or an affliction known as beastification, a supernatural malediction. This dreadful curse possesses a remarkable contagiousness once bitten by a beastman. No matter how minor the injury, the curse infiltrates the body through the wound and can swiftly render the victim permanently transformed into one of their kind. Most alarmingly, this transformation is nearly irreversible. Once one becomes a beastman, they remain so for life, with the potential to pass this affliction to future generations. It is precisely due to this astonishing transmissibility that a single beastman, by incessantly biting ordinary individuals, can rapidly amass a formidable and uncontrollable tribe, posing a significant threat to nearby villages and towns. In the continent of Faerun, the vast majority of cities vehemently reject beastmen, forbidding them from approaching populous areas. Some extreme rulers even enact decrees allowing the merciless capture and burning of beastmen upon discovery, without the necessity of trial. Carlin Port, however, is somewhat more tolerant towards beastmen, refraining from large-scale exterminations. Yet, beastmen remain devoid of any legal protection. They lack even the status to become slaves, merely struggling for survival as an ostracized and marginalized group. Their social standing is likely inferior to that of the untouchables in certain South Asian caste systems. Among these beastmen, the ratfolk constitute the most numerous and organized faction. These transformed beings, resembling large rats of a height comparable to that of normal humans, account for 80% of the total beastmen population, with reports suggesting that thousands reside within the sewers. In contrast, other beastmen, such as werewolves and catfolk, number only in the hundreds or even fewer. Left to ponder the beastification curse, Zwisi, undoubtedly intrigued, after a moment of contemplating the potential risks, promptly commanded, "Bring them to me." "What? Are you certain?" The attendant, clutching a stick, was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time in his life he had witnessed someone willing to invite these perilous outcasts closer. Even the soldier could not help but interject, "Master, they are quite dangerous." Yet, Zwisi dismissively shook his head, "It matters not. They are merely untrained children. I do not perceive them as a threat. On the contrary, I find them to be rather fascinating subjects for research." "Very well, I hope you are correct." The soldier decisively chose to obey the summoner's will, beckoning to the frightened children, "Come here. The master wishes to see you." It was uncertain whether the children's loss of vigilance stemmed from their extreme hunger or if they had long since grown accustomed to being summoned and commanded. In summary, with no option to flee or resist, they obediently followed the soldier into the inn, forming a circle around the table, their eyes fixed on the remnants of food exuding an enticing aroma. A younger child, unable to suppress the urge to reach for the food, was repeatedly restrained by the eldest girl with a mere glance. It was evident that they were united, possibly originating from the same tribe or clan of beastmen. The eldest girl lowered her head and awkwardly performed a bow, then began distributing the fish, meat, and oysters one by one to her younger companions. The bread was meticulously torn into pieces of similar size, and the soup was passed around, with each child receiving a spoonful to ensure everyone partook, despite their evident hunger. As they devoured the food ravenously, the entire process of sharing and eating was remarkably orderly, devoid of any chaos or competition for food. Undoubtedly, it could be concluded that these so-called abandoned people, the little beastmen before him, belonged to the same clan. Only through the strong bonds forged by blood relations could they remain united in solidarity, helping one another even amidst hunger and cold. Although the remnants on the table were plentiful, they were clearly insufficient to satiate the bellies of 8 starving children. In no time, they consumed everything edible, leaving the bowls nearly spotless, as if they had been scrubbed clean. The leading girl, still unsatisfied, licked her lips and looked up with her large black eyes, seemingly awaiting a question from Zwissi. She understood well that for beastmen like herself, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even those who professed to uphold kindness and order, the holy knights, rarely showed even a hint of compassion towards beastmen. Thus, whether it be food, safe shelter, or clean drinking water, one must pay a corresponding price to obtain them. "What is your name?" Zwissi inquired, beginning with a relatively inconsequential question. He could perceive that these children harbored a general hostility towards the outside world, particularly the older ones, whose eyes revealed a ferocity inconsistent with their age. At this moment, it was prudent to find a way to lower their guard. Otherwise, it would be challenging to extract any useful information. "Vangus, my name is Vangus," the girl replied, a name that elicited no surprise from Zwissi, if it could even be considered a name, for it meant sharp tooth in the common tongue. However, considering that beastmen lived on the fringes of society, residing in the dark, sunless sewers, they had no opportunity for education. Every single one of them was illiterate, making it unsurprising that a child would be given a name reminiscent of a nickname like Sharp Tooth. In fact, many notorious thieves in Carlin Harbor would change their names to homophones of certain words. For instance, Fit disappeared and Silas remained silent, showcasing their profound expertise in their respective fields. Although her time on the continent of Felon has been brief, Zwissi has encountered a plethora of peculiar names, rendering her accustomed to such oddities, and she merely nodded. "Very well, Vangus. Enlighten me. What kind of beast folk are you and your kin? What compels you to venture above ground in search of sustenance, despite the peril of being driven away or even killed?" After a span of 2 to 3 minutes, her frail form began to swell unexpectedly. Her skin, pallid from lack of sunlight, rapidly sprouted an abundance of dark fur, while her mouth grotesquely elongated, revealing a row of sharp canines reminiscent of a canine creature. Her hands and feet transformed entirely, taking on the shape of claws, and a bushy tail sprouted from behind her. A werewolf, with just a glance. Zwissi instantly recognized the girl before her as a member of this particular breed of beastfolk. No wonder the children had displayed such orderly behavior during the meal, with the younger ones deferring to their elders. Like wolves, werewolves possess a robust sense of kinship and a well-defined hierarchy within their ranks. Chapter 46. The sewer war. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the girl transformed, instantly igniting a tumult within the inn. The onset of a beastman's metamorphosis often heralded imminent violence and slaughter. Soldiers swiftly raised their shields to protect their master, their muscles taut, poised to eliminate this pack of perilous young werewolves at a moment's notice. Disregarding the hostile, disdainful, and fearful gazes surrounding her, she confidently proclaimed, "As you can see, we are all werewolves from the same clan. The reason for our sudden emergence from the sewers to the surface is, of course, because our home was ravaged by those accursed ratmen. They somehow acquired a vast arsenal of silver-coated weapons and arrows, launching a surprise attack upon us. Despite our desperate resistance, the sheer number of foes overwhelmed us. Within less than half an hour, all the adults in our clan were ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving only us, the underage, to escape amidst the chaos." Ratman? Surprise attack? An abundance of silver weapons and arrows. Zwissi immediately grasped several key phrases. Although the girl's account was rather simplistic, he discerned anomalies within it. Firstly, ratmen were typically a more peaceful breed of beastmen, rarely initiating aggression even under the full moon's madness. Secondly, silver, as one of the most precious and unique metals in the magical realm, inflicted great harm upon demons, devils, and beastmen alike. Ordinarily, ratmen, as beastmen, should not possess such a significant stockpile of silver weaponry. This was as ironic as finding a dragon-slaying sword nestled within a dragon's lair in a game. Thirdly, the sheer number of ratmen involved in this ambush indicated a highly organized and premeditated operation, not the work of a mere handful of rogue individuals. In summary, something monumental and hidden surely transpired within the sewers. The outcasts, the bald, rotund man displayed unmistakable disdain and revulsion upon seeing this ragtag group of children, who reeked of the distinctive stench of the sewers. However, before he could gesture for his bodyguards to expel them, Zwissi smiled and said, "You have arrived just in time. I have just received astonishing news from these children, which may pique your interest. Oh, what news? A feigned look of interest contorted Apyuk's plump face. He clearly held little regard for the potential insights a group of lowly outcast children could provide, but he was too proud to express such sentiments openly. Yet Zhuasi remained undeterred, continuing, a large group of rat men, armed with silver-coated weapons, ambushed a werewolf clan, exterminating all the adult werewolves. Given the scale of the Thieves Guild in Carlin Port, this could very well be deemed an underground war. Wouldn't you agree? What? Apyuk, who had been indifferent just a moment ago, now turned pale with fury. He immediately spun around, signaling his bodyguards with a glance. Without uttering a word, the latter rushed into the inn, forcefully expelling all guests from the hall. Even the owner and staff were pushed into the kitchen. Once the area was cleared, the astute leader of the Thieves Guild plopped down onto a wooden chair, which, though somewhat weathered, bore an overwhelming weight, creaking under the strain. Fortunately, it held together. Shifting his considerable bulk slightly, Apki inquired with utmost seriousness, when did this attack occur? Who was the leader of those rat men? Losai nodded encouragingly, urging, do not hesitate. Speak up. If your information is sufficiently precise, my companion here will not be stingy with rewards. Indeed. Pray tell, what transpired in the sewers? Apki urged impatiently. Had it not been for Losai's presence, he would have commanded his bodyguards to seize these young rascals and confine them in a lightless dungeon, torturing them with whips and various cruel methods to extract information. As the leader of a thieves' guild, Apki appeared benign and harmless. Yet he harbored a heart that was cold, cruel, and cunning. However, unlike his peers, he preferred not to display such traits openly, considering it unrefined. Apki believed that an over-reliance on violence would not instill fear. Rather, it could have the opposite effect. True intimidation, he thought, should be akin to a whip held aloft, wielding its greatest deterrent power before it strikes. Once it descends upon the flesh, it merely inflicts pain. Only in moments of necessity would this portly bald man reveal his most ferocious side. The girl, oblivious to Apki's dangerous gaze, gritted her teeth and spoke with palpable hatred. The attack occurred 4 days ago. I do not know the name of the Ratman leader, but he possesses very distinctive features. One eye is blind, his tail is but a stub, and there is a small notch in his left ear. She continued, I have heard from the elders that as far back as last month, there were rumors of other clans being ambushed by Ramin in the sewers. They surely aim to eradicate us entirely and transform the sewers into their own kingdom. What do these revelations suggest to you? Losai asked, his tone laden with meaning. In essence, the Ratman's movements are being supported by other guild leaders. Have they forged some form of cooperative agreement? Losai immediately grasped the underlying implications of her words. He was intrigued by the potential scale of this so-called guild war. Would it resemble the gang warfare depicted in films, with hundreds or even thousands gathering for a violent clash? Or would it involve sending assassins to eliminate key figures or sabotaging their illicit enterprises? Why would the rulers of Carlin Harbor allow these thieves' guilds to clash without intervention? Were they not concerned about nurturing a superpower that might usurp their authority? Or perhaps these thieving guilds serve merely as instruments in the power struggles of the upper aristocracy? Given the intricate and tumultuous power dynamics of Carlin Port, Zhuasi mused that it would not be implausible for a vast and unseen force to be operating in the shadows. Of course, he held little concern for the ultimate fate of this city. Rather, he felt a compelling urge to capitalize on the impending conflict between the rival guilds. After all, one of the primary sources of magical energy is derived from bloodshed. Within the sewers of Carlin Port lurked thousands of nefarious ratmen. They spread the beastification disease through their vicious bites, forcibly converting others into members of their grotesque clan. Should the opportunity arise, Zhuasi would be wholly unopposed to orchestrating a campaign of extermination against these vermin. Chapter 47. The Thieves' Guild. It was evident that the joyful times and was hardly an appropriate venue for discussing clandestine matters such as guild wars. Thus, at the earnest invitation of Apki, Zhuasi accompanied his soldiers to his stronghold. This formidable structure was reinforced with an abundance of bricks and stones on the exterior, while its interior was deliberately designed as a convoluted labyrinth, spanning 4 expansive levels, 2 above ground and 2 below. The narrow, elongated corridors, which twisted sharply every few meters, were laden with lethal traps and perilous mechanisms. Though they were not as terrifying as the magical traps leading to the upper levels of the floating city's mage tower, they were equally dangerous in their own right. The seemingly ordinary floor concealed movable sections, with over 1/10 of its area capable of shifting. Beneath lay a bed of metallic spikes, half a meter in height. Should a trap be triggered, an unwary intruder would plummet and be impaled. Moreover, certain walls concealed hidden compartments, capable of spewing scalding flames and flammable oils. A hapless victim ignited by such traps would likely find that the most merciful outcome would be to hasten their own demise, alleviating the agony of severe burns. Even if the flaming oil and fire traps failed to ensnare anyone, the panic they induced would drive intruders into frantic flight, often leading them to step into the spike traps. Truly, it was an impregnable fortress. Zhuasi stood amidst the corridor, reflecting on its design. He could scarcely fathom the toll and lives that an external force would need to expend to conquer this stronghold without the extensive use of magical power. Ha! Do you share this sentiment? Appy chuckled with pride. In truth, when I seized this place, it required little effort, and even fewer lives were lost. Oh, how did you achieve that? Zhuasi inquired, feigning curiosity to indulge the vanity of the rotund, bald man before him. Apke, stroking his ample chin, explained, I employed substantial sums to corrupt a confidant of the former master of this fortress, persuading him to plunge a poisoned dagger into his back at the last moment. And thus, it was all concluded. There were no blood-soaked battles nor any thrilling confrontations. Zhuasi nodded, unperturbed, a clever approach. In my homeland, we have a saying, a fortified stronghold is always breached from within. An astute observation indeed, I wholeheartedly concur. It is precisely from the lessons learned from my adversaries that I have come to never fully trust anyone, not even those loyal servants who have followed me for over 5 years. With that, Apke pushed open the grand door at the corridor's end and strode inside. The dim light revealed a vast circular chamber, furnished with an enormous soft bed, 4 elongated sofas, a table, and an empty bookshelf that held merely a dozen tomes. Torches imbued with the second-tier magic, eternal flame, were secured in iron rings along the walls, casting light upon the surroundings. 2 distinctly attired individuals awaited in the chamber. 1. A balding middle-aged man clad in a robe, unmistakably belonged to the arcane professions, a mage or sorcerer. The other was adorned in tight-fitting black leather armor, with a short sword and a dagger at his waist, likely the guild's most elite rogue or assassin. Without further ado, Apke gestured towards the 2 figures, introducing them. This is my magical advisor, Karan, a mage capable of casting 3rd-tier arcane spells. Beside him stands my sharpest dagger, the master assassin, Bernice. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Sauce. I am immensely impressed by your remarkable feat of transforming over 200 zombies on the island. Karan bowed slightly, clearly pleased by the compliment. In contrast, Bernice remained rather aloof, merely nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Once the guild leader settled into his designated seat, he promptly addressed his subordinates. I have just received some rather unsettling news. The filthy rat men in the sewers are expanding. Over the past fortnight, they acquired a substantial number of silver-plated weapons, and through sheer numbers and ambush tactics, they have obliterated several camps belonging to other beastkin clans. Ratmen? Bernice instinctively furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is said their leader is blind in one eye, has only half a tail, and bears a small notch on his left ear. I need you to ascertain his identity immediately, along with any potential collaborators. Apke stated unequivocally. Intelligence is perpetually the most crucial element in the clandestine warfare of the Thieves Guild in Karen Harbor. Only by obtaining sufficient accurate information can one discern who the true enemy is. Understood. Please allow me a few hours. Bernice bowed to his loyal leader and then melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight as if he were a ghost devoid of substance. One can only imagine the shock and disbelief of his target when he stealthily approached from behind and thrust his poison dagger into their jaw or pierced their heart. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, once the master assassin had thoroughly departed, Apke crossed his arms over his chest and turned his gaze towards Sauce, who was seated on the sofa. Lord Sauce, I trust you have realized that the guild war in Karen Harbor is about to commence. In order to secure ultimate victory in this conflict, I seek your assistance. Whether it be gold, slaves, or magical artifacts, I shall do my utmost to accommodate your needs. You wish to employ me? Sauce raised his gaze to meet that of the Thieves Guild leader. No, not employment, but rather a request for assistance, Apke emphasized. Moreover, in this chaotic and intricate city, even a powerful spellcaster like yourself may encounter minor inconveniences that are not suitable for direct intervention. In this regard, I can offer a multitude of conveniences. It must be said that this bald, rotund individual evidently possesses a commendable emotional intelligence. His eloquence is such that it becomes quite challenging to harbor any disdain towards him. It is settled. Apki readily agreed, opening his arms with a smile as he said, "Now, let us discuss the matter of remuneration. There is no need to rush regarding compensation. Rather, you should first assist me in preparing certain items. After all, you ought to be ready to confront those rat folk in the sewers, should you not?" Swasey inquired with a meaningful undertone. "That will depend on the outcome of our negotiations. The guild wars are rife with conspiracy and betrayal. I would prefer that this rat leader be amenable to my terms and shift his stance. Nonetheless, some preparatory work must still be undertaken. May I, with all due respect, inquire what you wish for me to assist in preparing? Rats. Have your subordinates help me capture as many rats as possible. Additionally, please arrange for some sturdy iron cages to be custom-made." Chapter 48. Difficult Circumstances After Reaching a Cooperative Agreement. Swasey swiftly departed from the discomforting lair of the Thieves' Guild. He could always sense a multitude of prying eyes lurking in the shadowy corners and hidden recesses behind the walls, coupled with the intricate labyrinth and various traps. It was already quite gracious of him to venture into such perilous territory. "My apologies, Chief, I am uncertain. However, I have heard that those rat men possess the ability to control and communicate with rats. Perhaps His Excellency Soth intends to exploit this for poisoning, much like he previously utilized refined castor bean toxin to silently incapacitate over 200 ferocious pirates." The middle-aged mage cautiously articulated his hypothesis. He could conceive no other purpose for capturing such a multitude of rats. Indeed, that holds some merit. It appears that His Excellency Soth is not only a formidable necromancer, but also a master of toxins. I wonder what poison he will employ this time. Perhaps we could procure some to apply to our crossbow bolts for enhanced lethality, Apki suggested, visibly intrigued. The use of poison was as commonplace for the Thieves' Guild as eating and drinking. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the extraction and manufacture of poisons demanded considerable expertise, far beyond the capabilities of the average individual. Moreover, many toxins derived from flora and fauna were notoriously difficult to preserve. Thus, a vial of superior poison capable of causing death within seconds could fetch between 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins on the black market. Even ordinary non-lethal poisons would command at least 200 to 300 gold coins per small vial. Quran nodded in agreement. "A splendid idea. With the steel crossbows we've acquired, along with those armor-piercing arrows, if we were to apply toxins, no one would stand a chance against us in direct combat. Yet, the ratmen in the sewers still pose a significant threat. We must eliminate them before the battle commences. I am curious as to why those usually cautious and timid ratmen are causing such a commotion this time," Apki mused, his eyes shimmering with profound intensity. A stark contrast to his usual jovial demeanor. Meanwhile, Swasey had just arrived near the Joyful Hours Inn, where he immediately observed the group of young werewolves still congregating at the entrance, confronting the staff and owner, armed with sticks and kitchen knives. Although no physical confrontation had erupted, the tense atmosphere was palpable from afar. "Do you not require slumber at this late hour?" Swasey interjected, employing a half-jesting tone to dissolve the pointless standoff and mutual suspicion. The innkeeper visibly breathed a sigh of relief, gesturing for the employees to lower their weapons, and hurried over with a forlorn expression, lamenting, "Your Excellency Soth, please do us the favor of dispersing these little wolf cubs. With their presence, how shall I conduct my business in the future? Are you truly determined to drive them away? The chief of the Apki clan has bestowed upon them a reward of 600 gold coins." As he spoke, Swasey shook the slightly heavy leather pouch in his hand. In an instant, 600 gold coins. Are you certain? It is worth noting that they are all werewolves, who transform into mindless beasts under the full moon. If it proves too much of a strain, I shall seek another inn. Swasey deliberately feigned hesitation. No, not at all a burden." The innkeeper hastened to wave his hands frantically. "You know, I am a person with a great deal of compassion, and I adore children. Allowing them to stay in my establishment, they shall not be bullied in any way. As for the issue of losing their sanity on the night of the full moon, I shall commission some large iron cages from the blacksmith shop and keep them locked in the cellar. If that is the case, let them reside in your inn." With that, Swasey tossed the pouch filled with gold coins to the innkeeper. The latter joyfully opened his arms to catch it, stepping back 2 or 3 paces to steady himself. It is known that on the continent of Faron, the standard weight of gold coins typically hovers around 9.1 grams. The weight of 600 coins exceeds 5 kilograms. A pouch of this weight, if wielded by someone with a bit more strength, could certainly cause grievous injury. Could we forego this money and exchange it for another condition? The girl asked, lifting her gaze to meet his with her large, dark eyes. Oh, why? Zhuasi found himself intrigued by this evidently precocious girl. After all, for most, 600 gold coins is an enticing sum. To refuse such a substantial amount is not something just anyone could easily accomplish. Vangus turned to glance at the remaining members of his clan, and with a tone of exasperation, he explained, money holds no value for us discarded people. We, the outcasts, are not protected by the law. Therefore, legitimate merchants are unwilling to sell us any goods. As for those unscrupulous black market traders, they decide whether to engage in transactions or resort to underhanded dealings based on their own interests. Given our numbers and ages, we appear as lambs ready for slaughter in the eyes of black market merchants. Not to mention the innkeeper, who, without your assistance, would swiftly devour the gold and cast us out. Upon hearing this, Zhuasi swiftly comprehended the dire and deplorable living conditions of the beastmen in Carlin Port. A contemplative expression gracing his features. If money is of no use, what conditions would you wish to exchange it for? As the current leader of her clan, I hope to become your slave or servant to gain your protection, the girl stated solemnly as she knelt down. Not just her, but the werewolf children behind her followed suit, all kneeling in unison. This sudden and bizarre scene, along with the incomprehensible request, left Zhuasi utterly bewildered. He had witnessed slaves desperately striving to rebel against their masters for freedom, yet this was the first time he encountered someone willingly desiring to become a servant. Most importantly, why choose oneself? Is there perhaps some ulterior motive at play? This thought evokes a somewhat paranoid reflection reminiscent of a certain philosophical leftist perspective. Once one detects the presence of any potential benefit, there emerges an instinctive response akin to the belief that there are always ill-intentioned subjects seeking to cause harm. Chapter 49. A Chance for Oneself, My Lord Soth. The Forsaken indeed find no protection under the law in Carlin Port. However, should they become the servants of a certain individual, they are elevated from the status of Forsaken to that of the master's property. Such property and servants are, in fact, safeguarded by the law. The innkeeper, Parker, observed Zhuasi standing in silence, seemingly taken aback, and swiftly approached to unveil the underlying truth. After all, he often received generous tips from this relatively youthful yet remarkably magnanimous guest, and was thus eager to share local customs and insights in exchange for additional rewards. Are you suggesting that for the Forsaken, becoming a servant is not a misfortune, but rather a means to enhance their societal standing? Zhuasi appeared to grasp some of this notion, yet remained in a state of disbelief, astonished that such peculiar circumstances could exist in the world. It turned out that in Carlin Port, being a servant was not the most abject fate. Beneath them existed a class known as the Forsaken, who had devolved into beast-like creatures. This group, capable of spreading the beastification disease and losing control under the full moon, lacked even the qualifications to become slaves. For slave owners sought obedient servants, not a pack of wild dogs that might turn on their masters. Once marked with the insignia of servitude, others would think twice before attempting to drive them away or even take their lives, considering the potential repercussions. Especially someone like you. A formidable spellcaster capable of conversing on equal terms with Chief Apke is not someone the average person would dare provoke. Very well, I believe I understand. Thank you for your explanation. Zhuasi promptly produced a gold coin to offer the innkeeper. He deftly caught it, beaming with joy as he bowed repeatedly in gratitude, showering her with praises of kindness, generosity, and nobility. Nevertheless, Zhuasi paid little heed to such tiresome flattery, instead focusing on the girl kneeling before her, and inquired, "Why me? I am merely an outsider, and shall soon depart from Carlin Port. If you seek a master, would not Apke be a better choice? After all, he is the leader of the Thieves' Guild and possesses considerable strength. Because you are the only one who has not regarded us with disdain or contempt. You even offered us food. Although Chief Apke is indeed a worthy patron, he would never perceive us as human." Vanges answered without hesitation. As one who has been reluctantly thrust into the role of clan leader, she understood all too well that without the protection of a sufficiently powerful and benevolent master, she and these young wolfkins stood little chance of surviving even a month in Carlin Port. In truth, had they not fortuitously acquired some food today, the two youngest children would likely have seen no dawn. As for stealing or robbing, please, this is Carlin Port, a haven for thieves. Almost every street is overseen by a corresponding gang responsible for its management. To steal under their very noses? The lightest punishment entails the amputation of several fingers, while a more severe transgression could result in immediate death. Only members of the Thieves' Guild are permitted to engage in acts of robbery, theft, and smuggling. Moreover, beastmen inherently possess scant human rights. When they resort to violence, their brutality surpasses that inflicted upon ordinary thieves. However, let me make myself clear. You must adhere to my commands. Under no circumstances are you to harm anyone without permission, nor are you to spread the beast transformation disease. No problem. You are the master, and we shall dutifully obey your every command, Vargas readily affirmed. Then it is settled. Come, I shall grant you a magical mark. This way, as you traverse the streets and alleys, you need not fear expulsion or death. As he spoke, his fingers began to shimmer with a deep blue arcane light. The werewolf girl, who had awaited this moment eagerly, tore open the collar of her tattered shirt, revealing her gaunt chest, resembling a skeletal frame. In the next instant, his glowing fingers gently touched the area between her collarbones. Suddenly, an image of a hand holding a card materialized out of thin air. Clearly, this was the secret mark from the Zero Ring magic. True to its name, this spell can etch a visible or invisible personal sigil or pattern anywhere. The hand holding the card represented the traveling mage, while the hand itself symbolized him. The werewolf girl gazed at the secret mark on her chest. Unable to contain her tears of joy, she understood that with this mark, she could lead her clan to survival, free from the fears of starvation or violence. As for the other young werewolves, since he had only inscribed one secret mark, today, they would have to wait until tomorrow for further preparations. As you wish. Parker eagerly accepted the gold coins and led the little werewolves towards the bathhouse behind the inn. Although bathing the stench-ridden werewolf children was hardly an appealing task, given the risk of being scratched or bitten, potentially contracting the beast transformation disease, Parker was invigorated by the prospect of purchasing them ordinary clothing and shoes afterward, which would leave a considerable sum remaining. Once they had all departed, a soldier cautiously inquired, "Master, do you truly believe it wise to accept these perilous young werewolves? Once they succumb to their primal instincts, they may become indistinguishable from enemies. Do not worry. I am well aware of the dangers posed by werewolves. However, do you not find the challenge of overcoming the dilemma of the beast transformation disease, transforming individuals into ever more beast-like beings, a fascinating endeavor? To me, beastmen represent a highly promising subject for research. If one could resolve the troubles easily influenced by primal instincts, one would be a consummate warrior and hunter. Furthermore, should we neglect the plight of the little werewolves today, they would soon meet their demise in some alley or sewer of Carlinport. Incidents of this nature might be dismissed as inconsequential if one remains unacquainted with them. However, to turn a blind eye after having encountered such a situation signifies a loss of fundamental humanity. After all, even many animals exhibit the compassion to nurture orphaned kin, let alone we, the beings who have established civilization, society, and moral values. I have coldly witnessed the deaths of many innocents and, in the struggle for survival, have been compelled to take lives, remaining ever vigilant and skeptical of those around me. Yet now, I intend to extend them an opportunity, and likewise, to offer myself a chance to restore trust among humanity. Should these little werewolves mature into the bloodthirsty savages depicted in the tales, I shall take it upon myself to end their lives, holding myself accountable for the choice I make today. With that thought, Zwissi lifted his gaze to the resplendent starry sky above, a gentle smile gracing his features, before he made his way directly to his room upstairs. The hour was already late. As a spellcaster, he must secure at least 8 hours of restful sleep each day, otherwise, he would be unable to replenish his energy and magical power. Chapter 50. The Frenzied Ratmen in the Dead of Night. For many inhabitants of Carlin Harbor, slumber was not an option. On the contrary, it marked the most active and tumultuous hour of their day, particularly within the vast and intricate sewers beneath the city. Hundreds of ratmen congregated, besieging a group of Kuta fishmen who had sought refuge in the same subterranean realm. These amphibious beings, characterized by their fish-like heads, vibrant scales, and diminutive limbs adorned with webbed fingers, often lurked in the sewers of coastal towns or launched assaults on small fishing villages, transforming them into their domains. However, on this night, these creatures, regarded as a significant threat and nuisance by coastal dwellers, were facing a cataclysmic disaster. Despite the Kutu fishmen's superior weaponry and the presence of a priest invoking divine magic, they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the ratmen. The bodies of some fishmen lay mangled and bloodied, revealing scales and muscle beneath torn flesh. When the last Kuta fishman priest fell to a frenzied onslaught, The victorious rat men raised their hands in a spine-chilling cheer. The dark red stains on their gray fur and the remnants of flesh and blood in their mouths bore testament to their madness that night. Undoubtedly, among the various anthropomorphic beings, rat men were not renowned for their combat prowess. Yet, in this moment, they exhibited an unexpected ferocity and bloodlust. The reason for this transformation was evident in the figures standing atop a mound of kutu fishmen corpses, a one-eyed leader with a severed tail and a notch in his left ear. Exuding a fiercer demeanor than his kin, brandishing a curved blade, he severed the head of the kutu fishman priest, raising the bloodied trophy high as he proclaimed, "My dear brothers and sisters, today we have forged history, a history unprecedented in Carlin Harbor. Under the guidance of the great god of the hunt, we have conquered every corner of the sewers, whether they be the disdainful werewolves, the trolls who view us as mere food, or these scaly fishmen, all have fallen beneath our feet. Glory be to Mara. I declare, from this moment forth, the rat men shall establish our own kingdom within the sewers of Carlin Harbor. No one shall dictate to us again, and I promise, this is merely the beginning. Otherwise, we shall sever their heads as offerings to the Lord of Beasts." Oh, how splendidly spoken. Thanks to the blessings of the great god of the hunt, Mara. From now on, the sewers belong to the rat men. Indeed, anyone who dares intrude without permission shall meet their end. The Thieves' Guild of Carlin Harbor must learn to respect us. Lanny, you are our king. In an instant, the surrounding rat men erupted into a frenzy, their shouts echoing with an almost maniacal fervor. Those in the front row, in particular, were filled with a reverent admiration for one known as the rat man leader, Lanny. It was this fervent atmosphere that rendered the presence of a pair of eyes in the nearby shadows unnoticed, observing every moment with keen interest. This observer was none other than Bernice, the master assassin in the employ of Apki. The fact that these rat men had thrown themselves into the embrace of the god of slaughter, Mara, was astonishing. No wonder they had suddenly become so frenzied and bloodthirsty. Yet, who exactly was this Lanny? Why did Bernice have no recollection of him? He murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. However, upon witnessing the rat men begin to stack the slain bodies of the Kotau fishmen, seemingly preparing for some ghastly sacrificial ritual, he deemed it prudent to retreat towards the entrance of the sewer. After all, no one could predict what terrifying entities might be summoned during such a chaotic and malevolent ceremony. If a creature capable of piercing invisibility were to be inadvertently summoned, no matter how skilled one was in stealth, they would be revealed in an instant. Bernice's continued survival in the port city of Carlin was largely due to his lack of the insatiable curiosity that plagued many other thieves. An hour later, in the circular chamber of the second underground level of the Thieves' Guild, Apki sat quietly in his silk nightgown, listening intently to Bernice's report while absent-mindedly stroking his plump chin. After a prolonged silence, he furrowed his brow and posed a question to his magical advisor. Isn't it the case that the followers of the god of slaughter, Mara, typically thrive in remote forests and wilderness? Moreover, I have heard that these individuals who call themselves the people of the Black Blood hold a profound disdain for the rat men dwelling in the city's sewers. Why then would a rat man devoted to Mara appear in the sewers of Carlin? This is utterly peculiar. Mara is worshipped by all beast men of the evil factions, and theoretically, it is entirely plausible for rat men to become her followers. However, what astonishes me is that this rat man leader, Lanny, harbors grand ambitions of establishing an underground kingdom within the sewers. Such an endeavor would be intolerable to all the thieves' guilds in Carlin. The middle-aged mage, Karan, pointed out the issue from a professional standpoint. As is well known, the sewers of Carlin form a complex, interconnected underground network. Many thieves' guilds exploit this system for smuggling activities or to establish black market strongholds for trading stolen goods. This implies that the sewers are communal. No one can claim dominion over them without declaring enmity toward all other guilds. It seems some individual has made empty promises to deceive these rat men into serving him. But it matters not. If others can use them, then so can I. Bernice, deliver a letter to the rat man leader named Lanny. Inform him that I have arranged a meeting at the entrance of the sewers on South Street at midnight tomorrow. Apki, the leader of the Thieves' Guild, astutely discerned the essence of the entire matter. Since the rat men have become a blade manipulated by those with ulterior motives, why should he not seize the reins of this blade himself? After all, none of the parties involved seem inclined to honor their commitments. He could easily offer a handsome sum to entice the rat man to rebel. Understood. I shall ensure the letter is delivered. The assassin once again melted into the shadows, departing without a sound. Once he was far away, Apki resumed his inquiry. Karan, how many rats have we managed to capture at the behest of Lord Soth? We have approximately over 2,000 now. As you know, they are exceedingly difficult to catch. Moreover, once their numbers reach a certain threshold, they begin to turn on one another and feast upon the corpses of their kind. The mention of these rats immediately provoked a torrent of complaints from the middle-aged mage. The mere thought of those densely packed rats in their cages sent shivers down his spine. I find myself increasingly intrigued by the tricks Lord Soth might conjure with these rats. You know, I have always held a fascination for magic, though I lack the innate talent for it. Chapter 51. The business genius. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight ascended from the horizon, Carlinport finally bid farewell to the perils of the night and welcomed the vibrant bustle of the day. The slaves, already awaiting at the dock, commenced their arduous task of unloading goods under the crack of the overseer's whip. As a metropolis boasting a resident population exceeding 200,000, this city witnessed a continuous influx and egress of vessels from various corners of the foreign continent, delivering exotic wares from over 1,000 kilometers away, all vying for lucrative sales in the most prosperous harbor of the southwestern seas. In addition to ordinary merchandise, certain ships also transported a plethora of living entities, including rare beasts and slaves of diverse races. As one of the few nations still adhering to the institution of slavery, the insatiable demand for slaves among the Carlin nobility and affluent merchants enticed adventurers, mercenaries, unscrupulous traders, and gang members from regions where slavery is prohibited to take perilous risks. After all, capturing slaves is a venture with no upfront costs. The aristocrats and wealthy traders of Carlin often regarded the ownership of slaves as a symbol of power and status. A slave owner possessing vast tracts of farmland and estates near the Carlin River might boast a wealth of several thousand slaves from various races. Furthermore, the arenas required a significant number of enslaved warriors for their brutal gladiatorial displays. It can be asserted that slaves had become an indispensable element of this society. Without them, the agricultural and economic activities of Carlin would swiftly descend into stagnation or outright collapse. Both agriculture and numerous artisanal workshops would falter in their operations due to a lack of sufficient labor. At this moment, Zwissi, having recently risen from his slumber, sat in his own room, perusing a procurement intention list personally delivered by the merchant Bernard. With a tone of profound bewilderment, he inquired, "Why are there slaves? And in such a staggering number of 150? If memory serves, both Tycel and Amu to the north seem to have prohibited slavery." Bernard, clearly prepared for this line of questioning, promptly elucidated, "According to our calculations, we would require at least 500 to 700 camels to barely traverse the Great Desert. When factoring in the necessary provisions and water, the caravan becomes exceedingly vast. Relying solely on hiring locals for such a multitude of camels and goods would be prohibitively expensive. It is far more economical to purchase slaves outright. Moreover, we cannot ascertain if any hired locals might be spies for bandits. After all, the Carlin Desert is hardly a safe haven, with caravans falling prey to robbers in alarming numbers each year. In contrast, slaves, who have no opportunity for outside contact, are comparatively safer. Of course, we will engage a few civilians possessing specialized skills, but their numbers must be strictly managed. As for the decrees against slavery in Tycel and Anmu, there is little need for undue concern. Firstly, the kingdom of Tycel is currently embroiled in a state of division and turmoil. The nobility fervently strives to vanquish their rivals and expand their territories, even seeking to wrest the crown from the discredited royal family. They exhibit no concern for whether the caravans include slaves. Several noble lords, situated close to the towering conifers of Kaling, clandestinely sell civilians captured and plundered from the lands of rival nobles to slave traders. Although A&M officially prohibits the slave trade, the number of nobles and affluent merchants secretly engaging in this illicit commerce is staggering. As long as they exercise caution to avoid the meddling of adventurers or paladins, they generally encounter little trouble. Furthermore, I have no intention of transporting these slaves into Ascatra. Upon reaching the final transit city of Kramel, they will be granted the status of free citizens and subsequently relocated to rural estates to cultivate the land and tend to livestock. After all, the Mercantile Guild possesses vast tracts of land and established industries in need of healthy labor. It must be said, this man, seemingly just past 30, is undoubtedly a prodigy in the realm of commerce. He possesses an astute understanding of the unique products of each region and the fluctuations in various commodity prices. while simultaneously minimizing operational costs. Even in matters of hiring labor and logistics, he finds ways to reap a profit. Just look at the procurement intention list accompanied by the plan. Any capitalist on Earth would be impressed by his expertise. Merely embarking from Kaling Port to the north entails changing transport modes more than 3 times. Initially, camels are employed, and upon traversing the desert to reach Manan, all camels will be sold to local caravans heading south. These caravans, needing to cross the vast Kaling Desert, often offer exceedingly high prices, at least 1/3 to 1/2 above the price at the camel-rich Kaling Port. Following closely behind, the cargo will be loaded onto carts pulled by heavy draft horses from Tazelt, crossing the verdant Verdes forest and the treacherous mountain ranges teeming with monsters and beasts. Upon arriving in the city of Kramol, within A&M's borders, both the slaves and draft horses will be sold at premium prices, thereafter transferring to river transport vessels to flow downstream directly into the illustrious Ascatra, known as the City of Gold. With each change of transport, Bernard manages to secure a profit. Moreover, he meticulously outlines the goods to be sold and procured in various towns throughout the journey. Each transaction considers potential price fluctuations due to substantial buying and selling. Thank you for your trust. Rest assured, I pledge my reputation as a merchant that this journey will yield considerable profits, Bernard assured with firm conviction. Indeed, I have no doubt about that. In a few days, once I receive the ransom from Hallett, I will hand over the funds to you for operations, Lothar reassured the merchant before him. He understood that Bernard currently felt quite insecure, especially given that his once beloved little sister had abruptly transformed into a ruthless schemer, intent on uniting with outsiders to eliminate all her siblings in one fell swoop. This nightmarish situation sends shivers down one's spine merely at the thought of it. Coupled with the rampant presence of thieves' guilds in Caring Port, one can only wonder what ulterior schemes the girl named Isadora might devise upon learning of Captain Bloodhand's failure. This is precisely why, after liquidating all his possessions, Bernard hastened to report the matter, presenting an impeccably detailed list of procurement intentions and plans without reservation. He fervently endeavored to demonstrate his worth, hoping to swiftly secure Zwis's allegiance through mutual interests. The merchant, who received a positive confirmation, departed with great delight. Hardly had he left when the werewolf maiden, Fangus, who had been waiting outside, entered and knelt on one knee, bowing deeply. My lord, as per your request, I ventured to the slave and pet market with 2 of the older members of our clan, yet we did not encounter the creatures you mentioned. Oh, were you not harassed or driven away by anyone in the market? Zwiss inquired with keen interest, observing her. After a refreshing bath and a restful night's sleep, the werewolf maiden appeared significantly rejuvenated. Moreover, her natural beauty, characterized by well-defined features and piercing eyes, radiated an indescribable wild allure. It is evident that the condition known as beastification profoundly influences one's appearance and demeanor. It is said that some individuals, completely succumbing to their primal instincts, may permanently transform into a hybrid of human and beast. Chapter 52. Better to be lacking than excessive. No. The mark you bestowed upon me has perfectly deterred those ill-intentioned individuals. Even the guards merely inquired symbolically before allowing us to depart. As Fong Gussi spoke these words, she lowered her head and gently caressed the mystical mark on her chest, her eyes and tone betraying a surge of emotion. This was the first time in her life that she had not faced discrimination and exclusion due to her identity as a werewolf. She could even walk openly under the sunlight, unburdened by the fear of being driven away or harmed. The feeling of being sheltered by a powerful and benevolent master was truly delightful. Such thoughts involuntarily blossomed within the heart of the werewolf girl. Noticing the almost Stockholm Syndrome-like reaction from her, Zwis's face instantly contorted into an expression of bewilderment. While he could empathize with the marginalized beast folk who longed to live like ordinary humans, even at the cost of becoming someone else's property, the intense reliance on a mark symbolizing servitude, coupled with gratitude towards the one who branded her, seemed a touch too masochistic. From a contemporary medical perspective, this clearly bordered on a psychological disorder, one that necessitated prolonged treatment. However, Zwissi soon cast aside these sudden thoughts that had emerged in his mind. After all, Feyre-In was not Earth. The 2 worlds possessed entirely different value systems. In Feyre-In, the relationship between master and servant was commonplace. Even among the noble paladins, one could find a few male servants or maidens. Moreover, he was not a professional psychologist, nor did he possess the time or energy to spend months or even years correcting the misguided perceptions of a group of young werewolves. Upon hearing that her mystical mark was indeed effective, Zhuasi promptly continued, "So, what interesting things did you discover at the pet market?" Feng Gusi eagerly nodded her head. "Yes. Setting aside the ordinary pets and animals devoid of special abilities, I encountered a small magical beast known as the annihilation. According to the seller, although it appears to be roughly the size of a cat, it possesses deadly fangs and can serve as an excellent companion for mages and sorcerers, priced at 500 gold coins. Furthermore, there are adventurers selling recently hatched bipedal dragonlings for 300 gold coins each. If one spends an additional 2,000 gold coins on a training manual, they can train the bipedal dragon into a mount and combat partner. Is it only the annihilation and the bipedal dragonlings?" Zhuasi instinctively furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with these two magical creatures, for he yearned for a familiar akin to a pixie, a pseudo-dragon, a little devil, a quasit, any variety of magical bat, or even a small elemental being as a companion for his burgeoning career as a mage. Indeed, having just attained the status of a level 1 mage, Zhuasi had already begun contemplating the acquisition of a more suitable magical pet to prepare for potential dangers. Certainly, such advanced magical companions typically necessitate a minimum of level 5 in sorcery, as well as corresponding expertise in advanced magical creatures. However, for one endowed with the library of thought, these requirements pose little challenge. Among the smaller-sized creatures, only 2 varieties exist. Additionally, I have observed individuals offering the offspring of dire wolves and various felines of uncertain magical lineage. The latter, when startled, can blend into their surroundings by altering their fur color, much like a chameleon. Vangus recounted her observations from the pet market with great enthusiasm. When she mentioned the dire wolf pups, her tone and expression shifted noticeably. After all, werewolves inherently possess the ability to communicate with wolf-like beings. Should they be sufficiently powerful, werewolves can even ascend to the role of leader within any wolf pack, commanding their kin to assist in hunting and combat. "Very well, I understand. You may go have your breakfast now," Zhuasi said, waving his hand in disappointment, signaling the werewolf girl to take her leave. It was evident that the pet market in Carlin Harbor could not meet his fundamental requirements for magical companions. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, Zhuasi refused to settle for commonplace creatures such as bats, cats, snakes, or ravens, as most ordinary sorcerers might. As for item-based magical companions, they clearly overlapped with the creations of the summoner profession and were thus dismissed from consideration from the outset. Realizing that he might not find his ideal magical creature in the immediate future, he swiftly picked up one of the spell books and devoted himself to deciphering the symbols, formulas, annotations, and codes that constituted the spells in order to identify their names and functions. Only after fully comprehending a spell could he begin to learn and memorize it. Given that the difficulty of first circle arcane studies had increased several-fold compared to zero circle spells, and the number of available spells was significantly greater, Zhuasi selected several commonly utilized spells after completing the identification of first circle magic. For instance, he chose Mage Armor, which offers prolonged protection, Shield, which conjures an invisible circular barrier to deflect, Magic Missile, essential crowd control spells such as Grease and Sleep, and True Strike, which ensures the caster's next attack is almost guaranteed to hit. Zhuasi had long since developed his own distinct perspective on the order of spell acquisition. Ironically, what he lacked were defensive and control spells. Before long, the room resonated with the sounds of incantations and the occasional flicker of magical light. So engrossed was he in his studies that even lunch was brought to him by a soldier, and he merely managed a few bites. "Lord Sauce, we have successfully secured what you requested. Moreover, this evening, I intend to meet face-to-face with the Ratman Chief, and I hope you can prepare accordingly," the Guild Master of Thieves stated directly. "Oh, do you mean, should negotiations fail, we will simply launch an assault to eliminate the opposition?" Zhuasi's expression revealed his astonishment. He found it hard to believe that the bald, rotund man before him was so resolute, intending to swiftly resolve the issue of the Ratmen in the sewers. Apki grinned and nodded, affirming, "Indeed. From my investigation last night, I have discovered that the leader of the Ratmen in the sewers is named Lanny, a devotee of Mara, the god of hunting. This individual is utterly deranged, attempting to transform the sewers of Carlin Port into his own domain. He lacks a fundamental understanding of this city and is oblivious to the seemingly chaotic yet fundamentally organized rules of engagement among the guilds. I see. It appears I must make some preparations. It is worth noting that fashioning those loathsome rodents into usable tools involves a multitude of intricate and laborious steps. With that, he closed the spell book in his hands, rose, and followed his companion to a secret repository utilized by the Thieves' Guild for storing plundered goods. As soon as they stepped through the door, a cacophony of piercing squeaks and the unsettling sound of teeth gnawing on an indiscernible object filled the air. Through the dim light of dusk, one could barely discern several enormous iron cages, densely packed with rodents of various sizes. The total number exceeded 2,000, and merely gazing upon them sent shivers down one's spine. Some of the larger rats within the cages were even mercilessly biting the smaller ones to death, savoring the flesh of their kin. Even Apke, accustomed to grand spectacles, could not suppress a shudder as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it. The presence of so many rats is utterly distressing. Lord Soth, if you do not mind, could you enlighten us on the purpose of having so many rats?" inquired the magical advisor, Karan, with a look of curiosity. "Patience, you shall soon find out." Upon witnessing these ghastly materials, even those unfamiliar with magic could sense that this was undoubtedly related to a necromantic ritual. Chapter 53. Negotiation as midnight approached. The once bustling port of Carlin began to gradually quiet down. Apart from a few establishments catering to specialized services, most businesses had closed for the night. Only the taverns and inns near the docks, which operated 24 hours, still echoed with the raucous laughter of inebriated sailors. At this moment, Zwissi stood at the entrance of the city's southern sewer, cloaked in a gray mantle with his hood drawn to obscure his face, keenly surveying his surroundings. This was his first venture into the city's enigmatic nighttime realm, and he found himself particularly intrigued by the shadowy aspects of Carlin that lay hidden from the light of day. Unlike the order maintained by the guards during daylight hours, the night was entirely at the mercy of the Thieves' Guild. Women clad in revealing attire lured patrons from street corners, surrendering a portion of their earnings to the patrolling thieves in exchange for protection. Should an unruly drunkard attempt to take advantage, the guild members would swiftly intervene, teaching the impertinent fool a harsh lesson, demanding a fine amounting to 5 to 10 times the original offense as reparation. Smuggling vessels docked near the wharf arrived one after another, stealthily unloading crates of goods into designated warehouses. In essence, the night and day in Carlin resembled two utterly disparate worlds. The former exuded an ineffable aura of strangeness, absurdity, and mystery. "It is time. Let us descend and meet this creature known as Ronnie," declared Apke as he, surrounded by several bodyguards, made his way into the damp, dimly lit, and foul-smelling sewer. Following closely were the magical advisor Karan and the master assassin Bernice. Behind them trailed over 20 burly men, each cautiously carrying iron cages, their contents obscured by dark cloths, rendering them indistinguishable. Zwissi walked at the rear with the soldiers. As they traversed the narrow, steep entrance, the vista before them suddenly widened significantly. Contrary to his expectations of a low and cramped space, the sewer unexpectedly soared over 3 meters in height, its width ample enough to accommodate 4 individuals side by side. It was no wonder that the sewers of many great cities in Faerun were often inhabited by various brigands and monstrous creatures. The living conditions here surpassed those of the ramshackle huts found in slums, provided one could endure the pungent odors of refuse and wastewater, as well as the ever-present threat of perilous neighbors. Perhaps in consideration of safeguarding the residents near the sewer entrance, a row of rusted iron bars stood guard leading deeper into the darkness, with the sole entrance secured by a sturdy iron chain. This meant that the forthcoming meeting would necessitate a conversation through the iron bars, preventing any potential outbursts of violence from the irate ratfolk should negotiations falter. It appeared that everything had been meticulously arranged. Zwissi cast a glance at the figure of the bald, portly man not far away, and his assessment of Apke rose several notches in his estimation. Unlike the leaders of other thieving guilds, this individual does not revel in showcasing his power and strength through violence, bloodshed, and slaughter. Instead, he prioritizes his own safety, considering how to swiftly and quietly eliminate his adversaries. Seizing the moment before the Ratman chief arrives, 20 robust men swiftly lowered a cage shrouded in black cloth near the iron bars and gently opened the door. In an instant, a chilling commotion erupted from within, only to be swiftly replaced by an unsettling silence. After a brief interval, the sound of boots squelching in the muck gradually approached. In approximately 2 or 3 minutes, a throng of rat men, cloaked in gray fur, finally materialized on the other side of the iron bars. Their numbers were vast, extending into the darkness of the tunnel, with at least several hundred of them tightly packed together. The pairs of glowing eyes emanating from the shadows would send shivers down anyone's spine. At the forefront stood a one-eyed rat-man chief, who stepped forward to within half a meter of the iron bars and directly inquired, "Are you Apek, the leader of the thieving guild that controls most of the docklands?" Furthermore, he deliberately named his opponent to display his intelligence capabilities. "You know my name." The rat-man chief, referred to as Lanny, was evidently taken aback. Without hesitation, Apek nodded, "Indeed, I not only know your name, but I am also aware that you are a follower of the hunting god Mara, intent on turning the sewers of Calingport into your domain. Tell me, who is supporting you from behind? Regardless of what he promises you, I am willing to offer double, provided that you serve me in the impending guild war." "How can you be so sure that it is another thieving guild supporting me? Could it not be other forces within Calingport?" The rat-man chief retorted, maintaining his composure. "Aha, do you take me for a fool? In this city, the only ones who would deal with beast-kin, particularly you rat-men, are the thieving guilds. Those lofty nobles? Or the priests and paladins of various temples? Perhaps the wizards and warlocks residing in their lofty towers? No, they wouldn't concern themselves with the happenings in the filthy sewers. Only a thieving guild leader like myself would pay heed to the changes arising from beneath the ground." As he spoke, Apek exuded an air of authority, revealing a formidable side for the first time. He aimed to impose his will upon this ambitious rat-man chief. If that proved impossible, he at least sought to discern who his primary adversaries would be in this guild war. The rat-man chief fell silent for a moment, ultimately revealing a sarcastic smile upon his furry visage, and with a tone tinged with regret, he declined, "I'm afraid there is nothing of substance for us to discuss, as what I desire is beyond your capacity to provide." "Oh, how could you know what I am unable to provide if you do not express it?" Apek retorted with evident perplexity. "Moreover, if you genuinely believe that I cannot offer what you seek, why would you accept the invitation?" Perhaps realizing that this negotiation would yield no favorable outcome, he subtly gestured to those behind him, including Zwisi. In the next moment, several bodyguards, armed with shields, shifted slightly forward, preparing to shield against the impending onslaught of crossbow fire. Assassin Bernice's hand rested upon his crossbow, ready to unleash a lethal poison bolt with the mere squeeze of the trigger. Meanwhile, the magical advisor Kurong discreetly inserted his fingers into his spell components pouch, poised to chant incantations that would unleash formidable spells. As for Zwisi, her focus had long since sharpened upon the iron cages draped in black cloth. She was prepared to unleash the adorable creatures contained within at any moment, delivering a tremendous surprise to the rat-men. It was evident that all were poised for combat, waiting for the command to unleash their full firepower upon the rat-men leader on the other side of the iron bars. Chapter 54. Magic requires a touch of imagination and creativity. The rat-man leader, Runny, slowly advanced 2 steps, extending his furry claws to grasp the iron gate, his mouth splitting open to reveal 2 sharp incisors. "The reason I accepted the invitation is, of course, to seize the opportunity to eliminate you." No sooner had he spoken than he applied a sudden force with both hands, and with a resounding crash, he snapped 2 iron rods, each as thick as a toe. In an instant, a gap appeared in the previously perfect iron barrier that separated both sides. Damn it, that scoundrel had tampered with the fence beforehand. Bernice, ever the elite assassin, immediately noticed the sod marks at the break in the iron bars. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and aimed at the rat-man leader, launching a poisoned arrow, then drew 2 sharp daggers from his waist, rushing forward to block the opening. Alas, Runny was evidently well prepared, effortlessly dodging with his innate agility and reflexes. However, another rat-man behind him was not so fortunate. He was struck in the eye by the poisoned arrow, letting out a scream before collapsing backward onto the ground, convulsing in his final moments. "Attack! Annihilate them!" Runny commanded without even glancing at the unfortunate rat-man felled by the poisoned bolt. His objective was clear, to eliminate Apke here tonight. With the command given, hundreds of rat-men surged forward like a tide, brandishing their weapons and charging toward the gap in the iron fence. The overwhelming number, coupled with the madness and bloodlust gleaming in their eyes, instilled a profound fear in the ranks of the Thieves' Guild. Several bodyguards wielding shields immediately coordinated with the assassin Bernice, attempting to fend off the oncoming horde. Apke, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. He swiftly turned to Lord Soth and exclaimed, "Your Grace, it all rests on you now." Please, you must help me eliminate this dangerous madman. Fear not. The show is about to begin, Soth replied, casting a glance at his magical advisor, Karan. He then raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from his fingertips, causing all who beheld it to emit cries of pain and instinctively shield their eyes. The members of the Thieves' Guild, mostly facing away from the sudden flash, were not severely affected. However, the ratmen charging toward the light were rendered nearly blind. Their once keen eyes now clouded. They could see nothing at all. Flash spell, a negligible cost cantrip capable of producing a momentary, dazzling brilliance. Yet, unleashed in such a dark environment, it could undoubtedly plunge those who witnessed it into brief blindness. Seizing upon the enemy's momentary disorientation, the bodyguards and assassins swiftly struck down those ratmen instinctively recoiling from the blinding light. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 large rats lay dead in a pool of blood. As the other ratmen regained their sight, Karan completed the incantation of his spell, raising his hand to unleash a second-tier magic, the web spell, across the iron bars. A small cluster of soft silk flew through the gap in the fence, rapidly expanding in the densely populated passage behind, ensnaring dozens of ratmen, including their leader, Lanny, in a vast, sticky, and resilient web with a remarkable diameter of 12 meters. Upon completing the casting, a cruel smile emerged on the face of the mage, who turned his Wasi and said, "My lord, please commence your performance." "Then I shall not be polite," Wasi replied. As he spoke, he grasped a handful of earth from the graves of the deceased and scattered it into the air, simultaneously raising his hands to perform intricate gestures and chanting a spell. Guided by the incantation, the fine soil swiftly flew through the gap in the bars, spreading deep into the sewer. As the earth fell upon the ratmen, several black cloth-covered iron cages revealed their horrifying true nature. Before the ratmen could comprehend what was transpiring, a multitude of rats erupted from the cages. Possessing the ability to communicate with and even control the rats, a few audacious ratmen attempted to dominate these evidently uncontrollable rodents. However, in the next moment, they discovered the grave error of their assumptions. For these rats were not alive. They were a horde of zombie rats that had risen from the dead. "Ah, damn it. These zombie rats are biting me. Kill them. Quickly, kill them," cried one. "Fool. Ignore those zombie rats. First, slay Apki. Once he is dead, the entire dock will become our hunting ground." In an instant, the horde of zombie rats caused significant chaos among the hundreds of ratmen. Especially Lanny, who had just freed himself from the web, took the lead in seizing a zombie rat and swung his weapon down with ferocity. However, he soon realized the enormous mistake he had made. As the sharp blade cleaved the zombie rat in two, a chilling dark red light burst forth from the severed body. The carcass exploded into fragments. Boom. Lanny had no time to evade. The negative energy from the explosion struck him, causing his legs to give way, and he collapsed to the ground. Once again ensnared by the sticky, resilient web, it was not only he who suffered. Other ratmen who attempted to slay the zombie rats also bore the brunt of the negative energy explosion, with some succumbing to complete rigidity and death shortly thereafter. In mere minutes, hundreds of ratmen in the sewer had suffered casualties exceeding half. Those left either fled in terror or, injured and unable to run swiftly, were overwhelmed and devoured alive by the swarm of zombie rats. The horrifying scene and the sounds of gnawing flesh sent shivers down the spines of the members of the Thieves' Guild. Clearly, this was the grand gifts Wasi had prepared for the ratmen. Through this ruthless slaughter, he himself acquired a substantial amount of magical power. Not only did it elevate his mage level from LV1 to LV2, but the surplus was entirely allocated to his traveling mage profession. Gazing upon the scene ahead, which resembled a hell's cape, Kalan displayed an expression of profound astonishment, then clasped his hand to his chest and executed a deep bow. An impressively splendid performance. Your mastery of necromancy indeed surpasses the limits of my imagination. Slaying the rats to resurrect them as zombies, utilizing their bodies as vessels for negative energy, and then directing them to charge at the enemy. This is nothing short of a fantastical imagination. When foes attempt to slay the zombie rats, the negative energy within them erupts instantaneously, inflicting area damage. If employed judiciously, a single individual could potentially obliterate an entire army. Moreover, due to their diminutive size, the zombie rats are remarkably easy to control. Even a level 1 mage or warlock can effortlessly command a dozen or 20 of them. Often, even without the guidance of a magical ritual, astonishing results can be achieved. My lord Soth, allow me to convey my most sincere admiration to you as an arcane spellcaster. The technique of creating negative energy bombs from zombie rats and the accompanying magical rituals are achievements I have studied and refined through diligent learning from him. Furthermore, while imparting this magical knowledge, he once uttered a phrase that I now share with you. Oh, what was it? Talona exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement. He said, "The practice of magic requires not only knowledge and skill, but also a touch of imagination and creativity." Chapter 55. On the importance of casting without materials to wield magic requires a touch of imagination and creativity. Such profound words elicited a heartfelt sigh from Quran. As a wild mage devoid of a formidable lineage or a distinguished mentor, his journey into the arcane was fraught with challenges, particularly in theoretical knowledge and foundational concepts. He found himself at a considerable disadvantage compared to the academically trained mages who had received systematic education. Oftentimes, the insights and experiences that Quran labored over for months or even years could be grasped by his peers in a mere classroom session or through a few casual remarks from their instructors. This disparity accounted for why he barely attained the status of a third-tier arcanist in his middle age, engulfed in uncertainty regarding his future. Even the average academic mage eclipsed his abilities, not to mention prodigies like Zwisi, who had been personally tutored by the necromancer Asta. In truth, if Zwisi were to organize the plethora of magical knowledge contained within his library of thought, it would likely fill an entire room. Although this endeavor stemmed from a peculiar personal inclination, many of the books, scrolls, and notes, some of which were not immediately relevant, had not been thoroughly perused, merely stored in the library. Yet, when the need arose, he could effortlessly retrieve them for reference. In many respects, Zwisi functioned as a mobile library, continuously recording everything he saw and heard. It was evident that the rotund, bald figure was eager to investigate whether any of the corpses might harbor a survivor who could provide valuable information, such as the identity of the Ratman leader named Ronnie and the unknown benefactor behind him, along with their ulterior motives and potential contingencies. Understood, thank you very much. Apke turned sharply, pointing to the two closest subordinates. You and you. Go check if the Ratman leader known as Ronnie is dead. If he is still alive, bring him to me. Despite their evident reluctance to approach the foreboding sewer, they dared not defy the command of the guild leader. Gritting their teeth, they stepped through the iron grating, treading lightly to avoid disturbing the terrifying zombie rats. After several tense minutes, they finally discovered Ronnie among a disarray of Ratman corpses, unconscious but still breathing. The presence of the holy emblem of the god of hunting, Mara, which Ronnie bore, had afforded him a degree of deterrence against the smaller undead creatures. Thus, he had not met the same gruesome fate as his kin, who had been devoured alive by the zombie rats. In Feyre-En, a holy emblem symbolizes the deity's majesty and power. Priests can invoke their divine patron through these emblems to gain spells, as well as to dispel or control undead beings. Although Ronnie was not a priest, had he been one, he would likely have employed the ability to banish undead when confronted with the assault of the zombie rats. Yet he is also a devout follower of Mara, the god of hunting, which suggests that the emblem he bears may possess certain extraordinary powers. Or perhaps it is an artifact of magical nature in itself. Out of caution, the assassin Bursney abruptly yanked this emblem from the neck of the Ratman leader. This rough action evidently aggravated the wound, eliciting a painful groan from the latter, who then slowly opened his eyes. However, before he could grasp the situation, a sharp curved dagger was pressed against his throat. Now we can have a proper conversation, don't you think? Ep grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. I think I can explain. Everything that just happened was a misunderstanding. Realizing that his life was at the mercy of his adversary, Lanny hastily raised his hands, simultaneously relinquishing his beastly form. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a furry, large rodent into a somewhat frail 30-year-old man, standing approximately 1 meter and 65 centimeters tall. Much like his beastly guise, this individual also bore the marks of injury, with one eye blind and a notch bitten out of his ear. Upon finishing his words, the bald, rotund man signaled to his subordinates. Without uttering a word, Bursney swiftly delivered a kick, striking the Ratman leader squarely on the temple. The latter could not even muster a plea for mercy before his eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. The surrounding bodyguards and enforcers, displaying remarkable expertise, swiftly bound him with ropes and stuffed him into a filthy burlap sack. It was needless to say that what awaited Lanny would be inhumane torture and torment. Given the diverse array of potions, magical items, and divine spells on the continent of Feyre-En, which possess formidable healing effects. It would be a luxury to wish for a quick death. Of course, this had no bearing on Zhusi, who was currently engrossed in the enhancement of his physical attributes derived from absorbing life energy. As more and more half-dead ratmen succumbed, both agility and constitution surpassed their critical thresholds, each increasing by 1 point from their original values. Strength, 62, 8. Agility, 115, 16. Constitution, 85, 13. Perception, 122, 14. Intelligence, 163, 19. Charisma, 11. Furthermore, upon reaching level 2 as a mage, the number of first-ring spell slots increased from 2 to 3. Should he ascend to the next level, Zhusi would be able to learn and memorize more potent second-ring spells. However, before that, he resolved to fully master the content and techniques of the tome on casting without materials. As for the reason, one only needs to observe the peculiar materials required for casting these spells, along with the necessity of swallowing them whole, to understand why. For instance, the spell, Spider Walk, necessitates the consumption of a live spider. At worst, one could select a smaller specimen, close their eyes, and endure the moment. After all, it would be digested into protein once in the stomach. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that some of these casting materials are simply beyond what an ordinary person could bear. Take, for instance, the transformative magic of the second circle, which enhances 6 fundamental attributes. It is indeed a source of immense delight for the seasoned practitioner, whether it be the resilience of the bear, the strength of the bull, or the cunning of the fox. The corresponding spell components are none other than the excrement of the respective creatures. The renowned Fireball spell of the third circle also requires bat droppings. Left to his own devices, Zhusi would rather remain in the subterranean levels of the floating city's tower, diligently dissecting cadavers, than traverse the streets burdened with a pouch of assorted biological waste, much less contemplate the taste of such materials. Thus, mastering the material-free casting technique is imperative. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly find himself temporarily excluding a portion of magical options from his repertoire, regardless of how practical or astonishing their effects might be. Moreover, the necessity of sourcing materials for each spell is an irksome endeavor. Should he inadvertently forget to replenish his supplies while passing through a town, he could very well falter at a critical moment. Chapter 56. Exchange with the capture of the ratfolk leader, Lanny. Over 300 ratfolk met a tragic demise. This brief skirmish, or rather a one-sided massacre, within the sewers of Carlin Port, has finally reached its conclusion. Before departing, he assured that a gratifying gift for Zhusi would be delivered soon and dispatched some of his men to handle the remains. Clearly, the leader of the Thieves' Guild wished to keep the events that transpired in the sewers at midnight under wraps. However, dealing with more than 300 rat-sized corpses is undoubtedly no trivial task. Even if one were to discard them into the sea, they would require at least some dismemberment to avoid detection. At this critical juncture, Zhusi stepped forward once more, demonstrating his unparalleled anatomical skills, captivating all present, including the magical advisor, Karan. With nothing but a slender, 2-finger-long knife, he effortlessly drained the blood, skinned, deboned, and extracted the organs of a ratfolk corpse, slicing it into uneven chunks according to the muscle fibers in mere minutes. His movements, akin to art, and his profound understanding of the anatomy of humanoid creatures were simply breathtaking. Even butchers specializing in the slaughter of pigs, cattle, and sheep would undoubtedly give a thumbs up in admiration. Most importantly, the members of the Thieves' Guild observed no trace of fear, disgust, or revulsion on Zhusi's face. Quite the contrary, he maintained a stoic expression while dismembering the ratfolk, simultaneously collecting specially treated bones, organs, eyeballs, and blood as materials for spellcasting and research. At that moment, no one dared to doubt that this boy, appearing to be around 10 years of age, was indeed a formidable necromancer. For only a necromancer, accustomed to dealing with corpses, could dissect over 100 dead bodies with such composure. Of course, these individuals were entirely unaware that Zhusi's primary motivation for remaining to assist was his desire for close contact with the recently deceased bodies, to extract the last remnants of magical energy from the ratfolk. After several hours of toil, he managed to average 5 points of universal mana from each ratfolk, totaling 1,500 points from 300. Additionally, the zombie rats contributed a substantial amount of extra black mana. 2 hours later, once all the ratfolk corpses had been dismantled and discarded into the sea, the group finally emerged from the sewers, standing beneath the night sky, greedily inhaling the fresh air devoid of the stench of blood and decay. After a full minute, Charon, with a wry smile, remarked, "Well, I now realize that I am perhaps not suited for the study of necromancy, especially not when faced with a multitude of corpses, something the average person would find intolerable. No, you are mistaken. The essence of necromancy has never been merely to awaken and control the dead. Rather, it is an exploration of the mysteries that lie between life and death, transcending the boundaries that separate the two, and perhaps even achieving eternal existence. The creation of undead beings, flesh puppets, and the study of various curses, plagues, instant death spells, and negative energy incantations are merely byproducts of this profound journey. If one cannot grasp this fundamental truth, they will merely remain a second-rate necromancer throughout their existence." Zhuasi solemnly corrected. This sentiment echoes the core principle that the great necromancer Asta emphasized repeatedly in his inaugural lecture on an introduction to necromancy. The quest to unravel the enigma of life and death, to attain eternal life. Charon's eyes glimmered with a spark of imagination, envisioning the immense power that lies between life and death. "No problem. But what do you intend to offer in exchange?" Zhuasi inquired with keen interest. "I believe this should suffice," Charon replied, producing a uniquely crafted copper lamp from his waist pouch. In Karensan, such oil lamps are commonplace in every household. However, this one radiated a distinctly powerful magical aura. A magical lamp? Surely it does not contain a giant spirit. Zhuasi's expression transformed into one of astonishment as he deduced the implications. The Karensan region has a historical backdrop of relentless conflicts between wind giants and fire giants, both of whom traversed dimensions in ancient times. Thus, a lamp or vessel imbued with magical energy here is likely to be a relic of a captured and sealed giant spirit. Charon nodded, his expression complex. Indeed, this lamp encapsulates a giant spirit, but not the conventional fire, wind, earth, or water giants. Rather, it houses a rare small giant. This is the tiniest and weakest of all giants, closely resembling human stature and possessing some spell-like abilities. I fail to comprehend. If the lamp confines a giant spirit, its value must be immense. Why not keep it for yourself or sell it in the magical artifact market? Zhuasi squinted, voicing his skepticism, ever vigilant. He could not fathom the notion of fortune falling effortlessly into his lap. Because Charon's eyes flickered with embarrassment, and he explained somewhat sheepishly. The lamp is bound by intricate rules set by its creator. To utilize it, one must answer 3 riddles posed by the small giant correctly in succession, otherwise. She reserves the right to deny any requests. I have already failed twice, leaving me with but one final opportunity. So, once I acquire this lamp, I will have only one chance left? Zhuasi's expression shifted to one of realization, as he had anticipated that if there truly were a controllable giant spirit within, even the weakest small giant would not be so easily relinquished as a bargaining chip. Yet, the mere thought of a valuable magical artifact being squandered by the fool before me fills me with profound sorrow. Indeed, I have faith that, with your esteemed prowess and wisdom, my lord Soth, you shall undoubtedly handle the matter of the diminutive giant spirit within. Charon cautiously uttered his flattery, fully aware that this lamp, originally worth at least several thousand gold coins, had diminished in value due to his 2 failed attempts. Even the merchants in the magical market were reluctant to acquire such a completely error-prone trinket at a low price. Gazing at the golden oil lamp, intricately inscribed with invisible magical runes, I pondered for a moment before finally nodding. It's a deal. However, I must declare in advance that the technique of crafting negative energy bombs from zombie mice should never be employed in the presence of priests. Their ability to dispel and rebuke the undead could very well purify these diminutive undead beings in an instant or turn against you in a vicious attack. Though I am merely a wild mage, I am aware that priests and paladins, favored by the divine, are inherently the nemesis of undead creatures. Now, let us hasten to finalize this transaction, for one must understand that staying up late is hardly a commendable habit for a mage. Chapter 57. Only power is the foundation and assurance of everything. After completing the transaction, Zhuasi did not hastily summon the little giant from the lamp. Instead, he took a moment to study the hidden magical runes on the surface before stowing them away in the satchel he always carried. He planned to attempt to solve the intricate riddles that the giant might pose, drawing upon his extensive reservoir of knowledge after concluding his journey to the Candle Castle. If all went as expected, the sun would soon rise. After a long night of toil, he felt utterly exhausted. It seemed that for someone of his current age, prolonged physical labor and staying up late were proving rather strenuous. Standing at the door, Zhusi yawned and shook his head in resignation. In his university days, he had been the night owl of his dormitory, enduring a week of slumber that never exceeded 3 hours each night, astonishing his roommates and perhaps even instilling a fear of his sudden demise in their midst. Yet now, even enduring 1 or 2 sleepless nights seemed an insurmountable challenge. Just as Zhusi contemplated waking the attendant who had dozed off at the counter to prepare a bucket of hot water for a bath, a shadow suddenly emerged from the entrance of the cellar. The soldier immediately stepped forward, shield in hand, ready to defend. However, his tense expression soon relaxed, for the newcomer was none other than Feng Gusi. The wolf girl sniffed the air, her eyes widening in shock. This scent is a blend of slaughter, decay, and death. Master, have you encountered trouble with those ratmen in the sewers? Your sense of smell is surprisingly acute, Zhusi remarked, lifting his gaze to the girl before him. Although he was already aware of the extraordinary olfactory abilities of werewolves, he was astonished that she could detect the scent emanating from him from such a distance and without transforming. It was no wonder that the book Common Monsters of the Wilderness ranked werewolves among the creatures adventurers and travelers most dreaded to encounter. Once they had set their sights on a target, escape was often futile. Victims would typically exhaust their strength during prolonged pursuits, ultimately torn to shreds by the werewolves. It is not my sense of smell that is exceptional, but rather the overwhelming stench of blood upon you. How many wretched ratmen did you slay tonight? 10, 20, 50? The wolf girl licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with intense hatred and bloodlust. She would not forget who had annihilated her clan, taking the lives of her parents and elders. If given the chance, Feng Gusi would eagerly participate in this hunt, using her sharp teeth to tear the throats of those despicable ratmen and her claws to excavate their hearts. 300. Master has slain over 300 ratmen tonight and even helped to capture their leader alive, the soldier volunteered, providing the answer. What? The werewolf maiden appeared incredulous at the reality her ears had just absorbed. She had witnessed firsthand the terrifying ferocity of the frenzied ratmen, whose charge resembled an unending tide of darkness. No matter how many were slain, an inexhaustible stream of ratmen would always follow. With the combat prowess of an adult werewolf, it was inconceivable that they could be completely vanquished, even if the adversaries wielded silver-coated weapons. Indeed, those foes responsible for your family's ruin are either dead or fled, and even their leader has become a prisoner enduring various tortures in the interrogation chamber. Henceforth, you need not expend your thoughts on devising revenge. Embrace your new life fully. Do not dwell in hatred, for it serves no purpose in your growth. After delivering these words, Zhusi lazily stretched, disregarding any semblance of decorum, and ascended the stairs. He left the werewolf maiden standing in stunned silence. Meanwhile, the soldier approached the counter, rousing the drowsy attendant to prepare a large tub of bathing water without delay. After bathing and having a light breakfast, Zhusi soon lay down and fell into a deep slumber. He slept soundly for a full 9 hours. Awakening around 2 in the afternoon, the soldier promptly handed him a glass of clear water. As a devoted summoned creature, he had come to understand his master's habits well over the days, knowing that upon waking, the first order of business was to drink a generous glass of water, and thus had prepared it in advance. Thank you. Zhusi accepted the glass and drank it down in one go. Currently, with only this one humanoid summoned creature at his disposal, he often utilized him more as a servant and protector rather than as a combat unit. As he spoke, the soldier produced several notes crafted from a special paper, resembling modern currency in both shape and design. Each of these bills bore the profile of the goddess Wogan. They symbolized the goddess's authority in trade and wealth, and also served as a form of anti-counterfeiting measure. Most importantly, in any corner of the continent of Faerun, wherever there existed a temple of the wealth goddess, these notes could be exchanged for the corresponding amount of gold coins without incurring any additional fees. An 8,000 gold note? The leader of the Thieves' Guild certainly proved unexpectedly generous. Zhusi picked up one of the notes and scrutinized it under the sunlight. He had initially presumed that the bald, portly fellow would part with around 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins at most, as that amount would suffice to hire a reasonably skilled and experienced band of adventurers. Yet, to his surprise, he had received a single sum of 8,000, conveniently issued as a note. I believe he desires to continue leveraging your power, Master. to triumph in the impending guild war at Carlinport. Furthermore, the Lady Aisha sought you out at noon and expressed her wish for you to visit her mage tower immediately upon your awakening. The soldier recounted the events of the day in one breath. Oh, has that magical item merchant prepared the materials? Upon hearing that the sorceress had come to seek him, Zwissi immediately shook off his drowsiness and transformed into a figure brimming with vitality. In comparison to collaborating with the leader of the Thieves Guild for some extra coin, he evidently placed greater importance on the possession of the mage tower belonging to Aisha. The reason is quite simple. The wealth that could be extracted from the latter is incomparable to what the former could offer. Moreover, Zwissi's true desires lie not merely in financial gain, but in the acquisition of knowledge and power. For without strength, even the most abundant riches render one no more than a fat pig confined within a pen. One need only look at Bernard to understand this. As the heir to the Roldan Trading Company and one of the most successful young merchants, he possesses staggering wealth. Yet he nearly lost everything due to a pirate ship. Similarly, Captain Hallett, known as Bloodhand, has made a name for himself as a formidable figure at sea, amassing countless treasures over the years through plunder. Yet, in the end, he too was compelled to part with a substantial sum to secure his freedom. Thus, in the perilous realm of Faerun, rife with treachery and schemes, both power and wealth are ultimately illusory. Only strength serves as the foundation and assurance of all. Chapter 58. The joy of freebies. After a meal, I prepared my spells and spent a brief moment studying the techniques for casting without materials. By 4 in the afternoon, I finally set off from the inn towards the gathering place for scholars and spellcasters in the XC district of Carlinport. In stark contrast to the bustling and crowded areas of the city, this place appeared remarkably serene and orderly at first glance. Towering on either side of the road were numerous mage towers, libraries, and villa gardens. Over 1/5 of the pedestrians exhibited distinct magical fluctuations, predominantly wizards, sorcerers, and bards, or wore magical artifacts of considerable rank. Moreover, they were accompanied by throngs of servants and slaves. Most importantly, this area was devoid of the pickpockets and thieves that plagued the dock district. The patrolling soldiers were also exceptionally diligent, promptly interrogating any suspicious individuals and swiftly deciding whether to apprehend or expel them. The cleanliness of the streets was nearly comparable to that of a modern city. Even on the arid fringes of the desert, numerous ornate fountains adorned the plazas. In stark contrast, the impoverished slums struggled to provide even a sip of clean drinking water for their destitute inhabitants. Utilizing the address left by the merchant woman, I soon discovered a 4-story spire. Before I could even reach out to knock, the previously shut door suddenly swung open. Thank heavens, you've finally awakened before nightfall. Enough chatter. Come in quickly. I have prepared ample materials. Let's get to work, urged Aisha at the entrance. So eager? Have you already received an order? I inquired as I followed her into the hall on the first floor of the Mage Tower. Compared to the necromancer Asta's floating city, this place was decidedly more exquisite, albeit with a compact and somewhat cramped layout. The stairs and corridors were barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Various materials, tools, scrolls, and semi-finished magical items were haphazardly piled everywhere. Your range of business is quite extensive. I marveled at the energy she exuded. A magic merchant capable of traversing different planes for trade was undoubtedly not someone one could easily encounter. Compared to this woman, the leader of the Thieves Guild, Apki, who ruled over half the dock district, seemed like a mere novice. What did you expect? Aisha replied with a light laugh. I am one of the few magic merchants in Carlinport with a stable supply channel for continuous goods. Of course, part of this is due to my unique lineage, which facilitates dealings with those cunning planar traders. As we conversed, we ascended to a workshop on the second floor. The merchant pointed to the materials piled in the corner, saying, "Here are the items you requested. I have already activated the permissions. You can freely access the Mage Tower's reserve energy." Not even offering me a cup of tea and jumping straight into work? Zwissi could not help but express his dissatisfaction. Fine, you win. However, I prefer not to be disturbed while I work. It would be best for you to leave. He concocted a flimsy excuse to send the businesswoman away. For the act of pilfering was easily detected in the presence of others, and solitude was far more convenient. No problem, I shall wait for you on the first floor. Aisha replied without hesitation, turning and vanishing at the end of the spiral staircase. Once she was entirely out of sight, Zwissi cautiously cast a detection spell, confirming that there were no other surveillance magics or devices in the workspace. He swiftly seized several small jars filled with silvery metallic granules from the corner and stuffed them into his waist pouch. Following this, he grabbed a translucent, silken substance resembling liquid mercury from a nearby bottle. The former, without question, was one of the renowned magical metals of Theia and Mithril. Its defining characteristic was its lightness, possessing hardness and toughness comparable to the finest steel while weighing nearly half as much. The latter contained silk from a creature known as the phase spider. This terrifying predator possesses the ability to traverse between the ethereal plane and the material world, causing its silk to be a unique amalgamation of ethereal matter and its own magical energy, imbued with formidable magical power, making it a prime material for crafting robes, cloaks, and other equipment. Many who lack knowledge of magic often mistakenly believe the phase spider's ability to traverse is akin to teleportation magic. It is evident that these two rare and expensive materials were pilfered by Zhuasi under the guise of creating a storage device. Nevertheless, despite his thievery, he exhibited no signs of cutting corners during the crafting process. On the contrary, Zhuasi harbored an almost obsessive-compulsive meticulousness regarding the creation of magical items, akin to a perfectionist with severe compulsions, allowing no flaws whatsoever. Utilizing his abilities as a creator, he completed the fabrication of 6 storage devices in less than an hour. As for the remaining time, naturally, it was spent in further acts of pilfering. Since the workspace adjoined the Mage Tower's library, Zhuasi extracted some of the tower's reserve energy and dove into the library, rapidly flipping through books and notes in sequential order. Utilizing the ability of the thought library to retain everything he read, he memorized all the books on a shelf within a mere 40 minutes. Priceless knowledge worth thousands, even tens of thousands of gold coins, was thus effortlessly acquired. The sole regret was that spells could not be recorded through the thought library, as they were too abstract and required manual transcription for comprehension. Once again, it was proven that pilfering indeed brings joy. However, considering the encroaching darkness, continuing this endeavor might lead to being caught in the act. Zhuasi decisively relinquished the notion of indulging in the entirety of the library's collection in a single breath, and instead, he descended to the first floor, cradling 6 meticulously crafted energy storage devices. Upon witnessing the cylindrical storage apparatus, Aisha sprang from the sofa with an air of astonishment, her face alight with joy as she inquired, "Have you completed it so swiftly?" "Indeed. At long last, I have fulfilled today's quota," Zhuasi replied, feigning exhaustion with a subtle nod. "Well done. Here, I have prepared the finest mint tea from Carlinport for you. Let us enjoy a couple of cups to invigorate our spirits. It is also the perfect moment for me to recharge these devices a tad," she continued, raising her hand to begin reciting an incantation. In the blink of an eye, brilliant arcs of electricity erupted from her fingertips, dancing and leaping between the various storage units. Chapter 59. Distance has never been an obstacle to cooperation, with a series of sharp crackles echoing through the air. Arcs of electricity danced as the energy storage device rapidly absorbed an immense amount of electrical energy. This crude method of charging nearly caused Zhuasi, who was enjoying a cup of tea, to choke. What an impressive display. The opening move was a 6th-tier spell, Chain Lightning. Judging by the level of spellcasting, the female merchant was at least a formidable level 12 sorceress. It was no wonder she thrived in the bustling environment of Carlinport. Moreover, sorcerers possess an inherent advantage over wizards, as they draw upon the power of their bloodlines to cast spells. This means they require neither preparation nor study, and they can unleash spells far more frequently than wizards. The only drawback is that the number of spells they can master is quite limited, and unlike in games, they do not have a spell list from which to choose. The spells they can learn are entirely random or dictated by their innate bloodline talents. After unleashing 3 astonishing, Chain Lightning spells in quick succession, Aisha approached to inspect the status of the energy storage device. Upon discovering the cylindrical crystal pulsating with silver lightning, she nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Perfect quality. It seems you truly possess unparalleled talent and skill in alchemy and magical creation. Perhaps we could forge a long-term partnership and soon amass an unimaginable fortune." "Long-term partnership? I'm afraid I have no intention of staying in Carlinport for long," Zhuasi replied, shaking his head and decisively rejecting the alluring proposal. On one hand, he harbored little affection for this city rife with conspiracy, betrayal, and chaos, and he had no desire to settle down here. Personal and financial safety were far from assured. On the other hand, despite the abundance of spellcasters in Carlinport, there was no unified organization to oversee them. Most spellcasters maintained their own small circles, occasionally gathering to exchange knowledge and insights, but they seldom welcomed outsiders. Even AM, who was vehemently opposed to magical power, managed to establish a masked mage guild, not to mention the Grand Library of Candlehold in Sword Bay, which housed vast collections of books, and the illustrious cities of Deepwater and Silver Moon, teeming with high-level and legendary mages, as well as followers of the goddess of magic. Thus, Calingport was hardly a place conducive to study and research. Rather, it resembled a paradise for opportunists and ambitious individuals. Yet Aisha remained unfazed, shrugging her shoulders. Not planning to settle in Calingport? That's perfectly fine. Distance has never been an obstacle to cooperation, especially since both of us wield arcane powers. I have ample patience to wait for you to establish yourself elsewhere, and we can conduct our transactions through teleportation magic. After all, there are few magical item creators in this world with unique skills and techniques like yours. It is indeed my honor to be valued by a merchant of magical items such as yourself. If you don't mind, may I utilize your alchemical laboratory later? I wish to conduct research on lycanthropy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zwissi made a request, having already acquired a considerable amount of blood from both Ramin and werewolves. He was eager to unravel the mysteries surrounding this affliction that transforms humans into beasts, seeking to understand the underlying mechanisms at play. Could it be alleviated or treated through spells, potions, or enchanted artifacts? Lycanthropy. Aisha momentarily paused, then inquired with a tone of incredulity. What piques your interest in this matter? To my knowledge, only those druids who revere the balance of nature would aspire to control and cure lycanthropy. I happen to know a master of shape-shifting among the druids, well-versed in the studies of lycanthropy and werewolves. However, you should be aware that knowledge is never without cost. As she spoke, a subtle smile crept onto Aisha's lips, as if the sound of clinking coins echoed in her ears. As a sorceress of giant lineage, she harbored none of the fear or aversion toward werewolves that the common folk of Carlin Harbor did. She even understood that if bitten by an afflicted individual, one could avoid infection by consuming belladonna within a certain time frame. In fact, in a place like Carlin Harbor, it was not uncommon to receive several young werewolves as servants or slaves. In certain establishments run by spellcasters, one might even encounter enslaved shapeshifters capable of assuming any form, catering to the sordid fantasies and dark desires of the affluent. Imagine the thrill when a queen, princess, or one of the powerful magic-wielding sisters of the North, clad in provocative attire, appears in a dimly lit chamber. How much stimulation would that offer the consumer? What exorbitant price would they be willing to pay for such an enhanced experience? How much would it cost to acquire this knowledge? Zwissi straightforwardly presented himself as ready to be fleeced. I believe 3,000 gold coins is a fair price. What do you think? The merchant considered briefly before proposing what she deemed a lucrative offer. By her estimation, she would spend no more than 1,000 gold coins to procure knowledge about werewolves and lycanthropy from the druid master, leaving a profit margin of 2,000 gold coins. Deal. Zwissi readily agreed, foregoing any attempts at negotiation. After all, the value he had previously extracted had far surpassed this amount many times over, making it unnecessary to quibble over such trifles, especially considering the additional 2,000 points of general mana extracted from the energy reserves of the Mage Tower had elevated his mage level from LV2 to LV3. Not only did this qualify him to delve deeper into the arcane web, but it also granted him 2 extra second-tier spell slots. At this rate, it would not be long before he achieved his goal of elevating his mage level to LV5. Mastery of spells, various casting techniques, and proficiencies all required time and effort to be learned and understood incrementally. Agreed. Then it is settled. In the very first batch of orders, there was indeed this druid shapeshifter. I shall proceed to deliver the goods. You may remain here for a while. Should you desire refreshments or wish to utilize the workshop and alchemical apparatus, simply inform the golem. As for any materials you might require, you may initially incur a debt, which can later be deducted from your share of the profits. With that, Aisha stuffed all 6 energy devices into a cloth pouch and, with a flourish, executed a teleportation spell of at least the 5th tier, vanishing without a trace. It was evident that her clientele did not all reside within the confines of Kaling Harbor. Some might dwell in forests, mountains, or other towns situated dozens or even hundreds of kilometers away. Zwissi, seated in the lobby on the ground floor, leisurely sipped 2 cups of mint tea, allowing himself a moment of respite before plunging into the room where the alchemical equipment was arranged. After spending a bit of time discerning the differences and functionalities of the alchemical devices from both worlds, he soon retrieved the blood of ratmen and werewolves to commence his experiments. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge of necromancy, curses, and pestilence research, Zwissi quickly identified some unusual characteristics within the blood samples. Chapter 60. Extravagance and Opulence Incredible. The blood of the beastmen harbors astonishing transformative magical powers. It simultaneously embodies both blessings and curses, akin to a splendid artwork woven from light and shadow. Observing the luminous glow emanating from the vial in his hand, Zwissi could not help but exclaim in admiration. Clearly, the blessed aspect endows these beastmen with formidable shape-shifting abilities. Conversely, the cursed aspect renders them prone to losing their rationality and succumbing to their primal instincts, while also possessing the capacity to transmit the beastly affliction to others through bites. Thus, to alleviate and treat the beastly affliction, one must primarily address the curse. It is no wonder that a legend regarding the origins of the beastly affliction has long circulated in Faer. It is said that the world's first beastman was a gift and blessing from the moon goddess, Sullen, bestowed upon children abandoned in the wild. However, the god of hunting, Mara, perceived the beastmen as ideal instruments for propagating his doctrines, and thus descended a curse that increasingly subjected the beastmen to their bestial nature, gradually evolving them into their current form. Given that this curse has become deeply entwined with both body and soul, ordinary spells such as Dispel Curse or Heal Disease are utterly ineffective. Presently, the sole solution lies in utilizing a more potent force to counteract the curse. By disrupting the curse's coherence, it becomes possible for beastmen to retain their rationality on the night of the full moon, preventing them from devolving into unrecognizable beasts. Of course, this is no simple task. After all, whether it be a blessing or a curse, the incredible power contained within exceeds Zwissi's current capabilities. At this moment, he found himself eagerly anticipating the knowledge and techniques that the merchant woman might acquire from that druidic shape-shifting master to address the conundrum of the beastly affliction. It is well known that certain druidic shapeshifters in Faer can harness the forces of nature to perfectly control the beastly affliction, allowing them to transform into werewolves without the fear of losing their sanity and becoming bloodthirsty savages. Meanwhile, Aisha, having just completed deliveries at 5 locations, arrived contentedly at the residence of her final client, her dimensional bag in tow. As a merchant of magical artifacts, she adheres to a strategy that ordinary merchants might find incomprehensible: to retain as little gold and silver as possible and instead exchange them for items of greater value and magical significance. Thus, at this moment, her dimensional bag contained not only a substantial quantity of gold coins, but also scrolls, potions, books, notes, magical items, and materials acquired from her clients. Furthermore, Aisha planned to mark up the prices of these items by at least double before reselling them to Zwissi. What constitutes a win-win situation? A win-win situation is one in which one achieves victory twice. Most importantly, she had already sold one of her energy storage devices for an exorbitant price ranging from 30,000 to 35,000 gold coins. Indeed, you read that correctly. This sorceress does not adhere to uniform pricing when trading magical artifacts. Rather, she adjusts her prices based on the individual buyer. If she encounters someone knowledgeable, she will propose a relatively reasonable price that still leaves ample room for profit. However, should she meet an unsuspecting fool, she will undoubtedly take full advantage of the situation. As the saying goes, there is no commerce without deceit. With a heart brimming with joy, Aisha raised her hand and rapped on the door of this remarkably opulent residence, even by the standards of Carlin Harbor. Soon, a human slave rushed out to open the door, bowing respectfully and greeting her. "Good evening, esteemed Lady Aisha. The master has prepared a feast and has been awaiting your arrival in the parlor. What are we waiting for? Lead the way, for I am quite famished," she replied. The businesswoman had evidently visited more than once, striding confidently into the garden adorned with exquisite plants and flowers. Guided by 2 slaves, she quickly reached her destination, the 2nd floor of the main building. Within the vast expanse of over 500 square meters, the space was densely populated with a myriad of paintings, sculptures, and decorative artifacts. The magnificent reliefs on the walls and the extravagant magical chandeliers overhead undeniably showcased the owner's immense wealth. Moreover, there were no fewer than 10 servants attending to the guests, with the number of slaves reaching an astonishing 30. The table was laden with delicacies that the average person would scarcely have heard of. with several dishes featuring ingredients worth over 100 gold coins. Clearly, this was a true reflection of the upper aristocracy and affluent merchant class in Carlin Harbor. Scholars have remarked that they are the most indulgent group on the entire continent of Fair Inn, yet also the most extravagantly wasteful. Welcome, my friend. I hope you have brought the goods I ordered today. A middle-aged man seated at the head of the table greeted her, arms wide open. Indeed. Here it is. Aisha replied straightforwardly, handing over the energy storage device to his servant before graciously taking her seat to savor the delicacies expertly prepared by the chef. She even directed a nearby slave to pour her wine. The master, however, seemed indifferent to her commands, as all his attention was captured by the cylindrical energy storage device. He took it from the servant's hand, examined it for a while, and finally lifted his gaze to inquire, "How does this work?" "Quite simply. For charging. One can have someone cast a lightning spell, or during a storm, erect a metal antenna on the roof with its end connected to the energy storage device. To release, aim one end at the target and activate the protruding button on top. A light press releases a bolt of lightning, while a long press discharges all the stored energy at once," the businesswoman explained as she enjoyed her meal. "Is this it?" The middle-aged man curiously gazed at the protruding part of the cylinder and aimed it at a nearby slave, pressing the button. In the next moment, crack! The slave collapsed without a sound, instantly reduced to a charred corpse. Ha! How amusing! Truly delightful. Witnessing a living being perish before his very eyes. The middle-aged man exhibited not an ounce of anxiety or panic. Instead, he erupted into joyous laughter. Almost immediately, he resembled a child who had just received a new toy, unleashing a torrent of lightning that mercilessly struck down 6 slaves in the reception room, only ceasing when the energy within the device was completely expended. Astonishing. This was my first encounter with an apparatus capable of allowing someone entirely ignorant of magic to wield such formidable lightning like a true sorcerer. I must possess this. Aisha, evidently accustomed to the blatant dehumanization of slaves, lifted her glass and took a small sip of chilled wine, declaring bluntly, 35,000 gold coins. Agreed. I shall order 5 more at that price. The middle-aged man responded without a moment's hesitation. However, I have one condition. I wish to meet the creator in person. The mention of the creator instantly put Aisha on high alert, as she was keen to protect her lucrative source from being poached. The middle-aged man, sensing the merchant's unease, quickly reassured her with a smile. "Fear not. I have no intention of usurping your supply. I merely wish to meet this genius and see if he can assist me with a particular dilemma." "No problem. It is settled then." He waved his hand, signaling for the servants to remove and dispose of the lifeless bodies of the slain slaves. To him, the act of ending a few lives seemed as trivial as shooting birds with a slingshot. The remaining slaves, upon witnessing the execution of their kin, displayed not a trace of sorrow, fear, or hatred, but rather a profound sense of awe, submission, and numbness. Chapter 61. The Grand Procurement. The fruits of the flower-stone grass, the tender branches of the belladonna, a modest quantity of refined silver, the teeth of a warg or a winter wolf, 2 vials of restoration potion, a scroll of dispel magic, a scroll of remove curse, and finally, the completion of a complex magical ritual on the night of the full moon, contrary to the earlier assumption that the curse could be subdued solely through the forces of nature. They intended to deceive the curse in order to shield themselves from the encroachments of beastly instincts. The natural forces played but a minor role in the entire process. This implies that even without being a druid or mastering the natural divine arts, Zwissi could achieve a similar effect through alternative means. After all, he was a professional when it came to magical rituals. Moreover, as a traveling mage, he essentially functioned as a reservoir and converter of energy, capable of transmuting one type of elemental energy into another by paying double the cost. The green energy symbolizing the forest and life was roughly equivalent to the natural energy wielded by druids. How about that? The expenditure of 3,000 gold coins proves to be quite worthwhile, doesn't it? Aisha wore a faint smile, for she had acquired this notebook for less than 500 gold coins, effortlessly turning a 5-fold profit upon resale. Zwissi was evidently aware of the considerable markup involved. Yet he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was worth it. With this notebook, I can devise a solution for managing the werewolf's frenzy on the night of the full moon, allowing me to carry that pack of little werewolves with confidence. Shall I assist you in procuring the materials needed for the magical ritual? In light of our impending partnership, I can offer you a 10% discount, ensuring a price lower than the market rate. As she spoke, Aisha calmly retrieved all the necessary materials for the ritual from her dimensional bag, along with other magical items acquired from clients. Laying them out one by one on the table, she had evidently anticipated Zwissi's needs, thus procuring a complete set of casting materials and potions from the master of druidic transformations. As for the scrolls, she had thoughtfully substituted them with arcane scrolls instead of the divine scrolls employed by druids. Furthermore, a full jar of oak seeds infused with natural energy was prepared for use in the ritual. Should the first attempt fail, the remaining quantity would be ample enough to start anew. The ultimate aim of this service, without exception, was to thoroughly empty his purse, ideally compelling him to secure a substantial loan from the bank as well. How much will the complete set of magical ritual components cost? Zwissi inquired with keen vigilance. Are you saying it totals 3,270 gold coins? Undoubtedly. This price ensured that the merchant would reap sufficient profit while remaining within Zwissi's acceptable range. Taking into account the time and effort required to source these items in the marketplace, Zwissi reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well, let it be at that price. Procure a set for me. No problem. Including the previous 3,000 gold coins, you currently possess a credit of 48,330 gold coins with me. Furthermore, I highly recommend that you acquire a dimensional bag for the purpose of storing items. Aisha took this opportunity to promote her magical storage bag once again. Little did she know, the seemingly unremarkable small handbag owned by Zwissi was, in fact, a magical item akin to a dimensional bag. However, due to its limited internal space, which is less than 1 cubic meter and a weight capacity of merely over 150 kilograms, it could not accommodate a substantial number of items. Otherwise, Zwissi would have long since filled it with the intricate and costly alchemical equipment and various convenient tools from the towering spire of the floating city. Of course, the advantage of this small handbag lies in its ability to instantly retrieve specified items with just a thought, eliminating the need to waste time rummaging through its contents. What specifications and prices do your dimensional bags offer? After a moment's hesitation, Zwissi resolved to spend some gold on one for unforeseen circumstances. After all, gold coins are meant to be spent. As long as they can be exchanged for useful knowledge, scrolls, and magical items, he would not mind exhausting all his money. It must be said that nearly 2 years of life within the tower of the floating city had fundamentally transformed his original perception of wealth. Upon hearing Zwissi express interest in purchasing a dimensional bag, Aisha's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly introduced. I have 4 types of dimensional bags available. The most popular one has an internal capacity of approximately 0.8 cubic meters, a weight limit of 110 kilograms, and a bag weight of 6 kilograms when filled. The price is also quite affordable, at only 2,500 gold coins. This is too small and does not meet my requirements, Zwissi replied, shaking his head in disappointment. The reason was simple. This lowest grade, least expensive dimensional bag had a loading capacity inferior to that of his own handbag. While it was indeed inexpensive, he preferred to acquire a larger one. You prefer larger ones? Not a problem. I have the largest dimensional bag here, boasting an internal space of a full 7 cubic meters, a weight limit of 680 kilograms, and a bag weight of just 27 kilograms when filled. Even if you were to raid a dragon's lair, you could clear it out in one go. Of course, the price is slightly higher, requiring a full 10,000 gold coins. While speaking, Aisha commanded the golem stationed at the door. Zwissi held the bag in his hands, assessing its internal space, and immediately nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This is the one. Instantly, his balance of 48,330 gold coins was reduced by 10,000. Once again, it was proven that nothing related to magic comes cheaply. However, considering that 7 cubic meters of space could hold a considerable amount, Zwissi felt that this expenditure was well justified. Thank you for your patronage. This dimensional bag is now yours. Additionally, I have a product list here. If anything catches your eye, please feel free to let me know. As yet another expensive item was successfully sold, a joy that could not be concealed graced Aisha's face. The businesswoman felt as if she were on the verge of triumph today. Merely from Zwissi alone, she had accrued several tens of thousands of gold coins. If such profits could be realized daily, it would not be long before she fulfilled her aspirations to join the merchant guild established by the giants, becoming a dimension-hopping trader traversing various worlds. I shall achieve this. Zwissi cast a glance at the items and prices on the list, swiftly stowing them into his satchel before rising to take his leave. At this moment, the night had completely descended, Earlier that afternoon, he had overheard two drunken patrons at the joyous time in discussing a chilling tale, how a hapless soul had been drained of blood in a certain alley the previous night. Chapter 62. Assassination. Having left his soldiers at the inn to supervise and instruct the young werewolves in combat techniques, he now appeared to be an exceedingly easy target. A few ill-intentioned individuals had been trailing him closely, seemingly awaiting an opportune moment to strike. After all, it was only around 9 o'clock in the evening, and many shops had yet to close. They dared not brazenly commit robbery in plain view of the public. Alas, the law and order in Carlin Harbor was deplorable. Was it merely because of my youth that I seemed an easy mark? Luosi could not help but mutter, swiftly darting into a pitch-black alley where visibility was utterly absent. Before his pursuers could follow, he immediately retrieved a small piece of leather from his pocket and began to chant a spell in a hushed voice. In the blink of an eye, an invisible protective force field enveloped him. This was a first-tier spell of the arcane school, known as mage armor. The spell provided additional defense equivalent to that of leather armor. Any ranged or melee attacks would be deflected by the intangible field, resulting in inevitable deviation, and its duration was notably prolonged. However, mere mage armor did not instill much sense of security in Luosi. He quickly produced a card to cast Force Field Shield. Clearly, Luosi had no intention of prolonging the encounter with these miscreants. He intended to eliminate the tail that had been following him. Just as he completed his incantation, several shadows finally entered the alley through the sole entrance. The leading man squinted as he scanned the darkness for some time before exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it! Where has that little brat gone?" "Don't worry. He can't escape. This is a dead end. I saw him enter just moments ago," another reassured him hastily. "You all wait here. I'll fetch a torch for illumination." The third shadow had evidently realized that human eyes alone could not discern what lurked in such darkness. Just as he turned to leave, the next moment, whoosh, a crossbow bolt shot out from the inky blackness of the alley, striking the unfortunate man's neck with unerring accuracy. The sharp tip pierced through his throat, bloodied and emerging from the other side. Particularly, the coloration of the arrowhead was distinctly unusual, undoubtedly coated with some insidious poison. Within mere seconds, the man who had suggested fetching a torch collapsed to the ground, expiring with a final, grotesque expression on his face, as the blood surrounding the wound exhibited a peculiar rapid coagulation. "Not good. That little brat has a crossbow. Run. In this narrow alley, we cannot evade the bolts." The two remaining men, witnessing their companion's demise, immediately turned to flee in terror. Regrettably, Luosi had no intention of letting them escape. One bolt struck a thigh, while another found its mark in a back. Of course, given that the arrows were coated with a lethal toxin, the precise location of impact was inconsequential. Once the venom from the arrowhead entered the bloodstream, death became an inevitable fate. The two avaricious individuals had not fled far when their expressions began to darken, contorted with agony, until they collapsed lifelessly amidst the screams of passers-by and nearby shop employees. To be precise, given his current physical age and strength attributes, he could not draw the crossbow string. The reason he was able to shoot the crossbow bolt earlier was solely due to the application of a zero-ring spell, arrow technique. This unassuming little trick allowed the caster to unleash a crossbow bolt as if wielding a light crossbow, achieving a maximum range of no more than 24 meters. As for the poisoned bolts, after mastering the arrow technique, he had discreetly prepared a few. The poison was derived from an unidentifiable plant native to Kalingport, whose white sap, secreted upon the tree's bark being cut, was refined through the creator's unique abilities. Its effects were akin to the infamous arrow poison tree found on Earth. A mere trace of this toxin could paralyze the heart, coagulate the blood, obstruct the vessels, and ultimately lead to asphyxiation and death. With the zero-ring spell and the poison, he effortlessly dispatched 3 would-be robbers who had attempted to follow him. Judging by their attire and weaponry, they were not mere common thugs but rather akin to adventurers or mercenaries, seeking to seize an opportunity for easy gain. Little did they expect to encounter a formidable opponent, resulting in their complete annihilation, with not a single one escaping. In a place as chaotic as Kalingport, acts of violence were not uncommon. However, the slaying of 3 fully armed adventurers or mercenaries by a boy appearing to be no more than 10 years old, and in such a gruesome manner, warranted significant attention. In an instant, numerous patrons from the inns and taverns lining the streets craned their necks to observe his every move. Having learned from previous encounters, no one dared to display even a hint of malice or greed. A somewhat inebriated drunkard, jolted awake by the scent of blood, exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the 3 corpses on the ground. My heavens! Who is that child? How have I never seen him before? How did he manage to slay these 3 ruffians? Don't ask me. That alley is so dark, who knows how he did it? But judging by the victims' reactions, they must have been struck by poison bolts, another drunkard remarked, raising his head to take another swig of diluted cheap beer. While the 2 conversed, he had approached the bodies, cautiously bending down to examine the belongings in an effort to ascertain the identities of the deceased. Yet, before he could crouch down, a figure suddenly leapt from the shadows behind him, brandishing a sharp dagger and thrusting it towards his back with astonishing speed. Backstab. Typically, such a sudden attack, if successful, would inflict damage several times greater than a standard strike. Most individuals, upon receiving such a blow, would likely succumb instantly, just as the sharp dagger was a mere 10 centimeters from Zhuasi. The intangible force field generated by the mage armor and force field shield caused the blade to veer dramatically off course. Simultaneously, Zhuasi reacted swiftly, rolling to the ground and using a corpse as a shield. Ultimately, the attempted backstab failed to injure him and instead struck the left shoulder of the corpse. Observing the failure of his ambush, the cloaked figure opted to press forward, hoping to leverage his size and strength to overpower his target. However, he soon realized his grave mistake, as Zhuasi, upon recognizing the assassination attempt aimed at him, unhesitatingly activated the ram's ring adorning his finger. Suddenly, an ethereal goat's head, entirely composed of magical energy, materialized out of thin air and violently collided with the assailant. With a resounding crash, the cloaked figure was sent flying, spewing a spray of blood midair. Following this, a dazzling series of magical projectiles erupted from Zhuasi's fingertips, each striking his legs with formidable force. Chapter 63. The Terrifying Necromancer. Bang! 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 3 magical missiles shot forth like bullets from a gun equipped with auto-targeting, each strike erupting into a splendid spray of crimson. Once the barrage concluded, the assailant, clad in black leather armor and masked, found his legs a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. Coupled with the prior damage inflicted by the ram's ring, he was nearly bereft of the ability to rise. Yet, Zhuasi remained undeterred. He retrieved the wand of corpse manipulation and gently tapped the corpse lying before him. In an instant, the lifeless body, adorned with plate armor on its upper half and an arrow embedded in its thigh, staggered to its feet, its eyes glowing with a dreadful red light. A necromancer. All onlookers immediately recognized Zhuasi's identity, for no one but a necromancer would dare to employ such sinister and terrifying magic to resurrect the dead in a public setting. After all, the continent of Faerun was home to deities and temples. Many benevolent and neutral gods vehemently opposed and condemned the reawakening and creation of undead beings. Their priests and followers dedicated themselves to the annihilation of all undead in the material realm. However, having narrowly escaped death from a sudden attack, Zhuasi could scarcely afford to ponder such moral dilemmas. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the human zombie under his control to attack. The adult male zombie, standing approximately 6 feet tall, unsteadily approached the assailant and swung its axe without uttering a word. Despite the masked attacker raising 2 daggers in a futile attempt to block, the zombie's strength far surpassed that of its former human self. Clang! The metallic clash sparked as the daggers were effortlessly knocked aside. The heavy iron back of the axe came crashing down, shattering the assailant's knee into a pulp. The crisp sound of splintering bone elicited involuntary touches to the knees of all witnesses present. The searing pain compelled the assassin to emit a heart-wrenching wail. Regrettably for him, the zombie showed no signs of mercy, once again lifting the axe to obliterate the other knee. Following this, it targeted the elbows of both arms and all 10 fingers. With a near-brutal ferocity, the zombie dismantled the assassin's capacity to resist in mere seconds. The onlookers, who had been merely curious and wary moments before, now regarded Zhuasi with awe. In Kalingport, reverence was typically reserved for only 2 kinds of individuals, those in positions of power, such as nobles or guild leaders, and those who were cold, ruthless, and wielded formidable strength. These individuals may embody formidable warriors capable of charging into the fray, slaying foes with unparalleled skill. They may also be stealthy assassins lurking in the shadows, striking with deadly precision, or they could be mages and warlocks wielding arcane powers shrouded in mystery, alongside priests who consider themselves servants of the divine. Among them, the necromancer who masters the dark arts of death is undoubtedly the most fearsome figure, evoking deep-seated terror in the hearts of many. After all, the mere act of awakening and manipulating the dead is sufficient to instill dread in the average person. Moreover, in the hands of a necromancer, death may not signify an end, but rather a new beginning. Firstly, corpses defiled by necromantic magic cannot be easily resurrected by the basic spell of Raise Dead. Instead, they require at least the 7th level spell, Reincarnate, or even the 9th level spell, True Resurrection. Such high-level clerics or druids are typically the chief priests of grand temples within major cities or the overseers of vast forests. To even request their assistance is a formidable challenge. Merely encountering them is a rare occurrence. Secondly, after vanquishing their enemies, necromancers can manipulate not only the bodies but also the very souls of the deceased. They possess the ability to twist the souls of the dead, transforming them into phantoms or vengeful spirits at their command. Some of the more deranged necromancers may even craft the souls into animated components, constructing magical automatons that function autonomously. In summary, to the ordinary person's eyes, necromancers are a sinister, terrifying breed, best left undisturbed. At present, Zwissi found himself indifferent to the reactions of those around him. He strode directly to the assailant and forcefully yanked away the black mask concealing her face. In an instant, the visage of a striking half-elf woman, adorned with golden short hair and exquisite features, was revealed to the air. Particularly distinctive were her pointed ears. Regrettably, her condition was dire. Excessive blood loss had rendered her face and lips an ashen hue, her nose and mouth smeared with dark crimson blood. "Who are you? Why attempt to kill me? Who or what forces sent you?" Zwissi demanded, his expression impassive. Despite the fury boiling within him, he compelled himself to remain composed, drawing upon the education and training he received in the floating city S-Tower. The Grand Necromancer, Asta, had repeatedly emphasized that for a spellcaster, anger is the most futile of emotions, without exception. Such emotions can strip a caster of their most vital attributes, calmness and rationality, transforming them into a barbarian who indiscriminately unleashes magical might. She clearly exhibited no fear of death, having seemingly prepared to sacrifice her life for this assassination mission from the very beginning. However, regrettably for her, her venomous retort was thwarted before it could even approach, blocked by the protective arcane armor. Witnessing her unwillingness to cooperate, Zwissi retrieved a card from his inventory, a traveler's card. Creature card, Shadow Minion, LV2 black card, non-upgradable, card quality, rare. Effect, upon activation, the traveler will gain a sphere of negative energy imbued with the essence of life. One can utilize this orb of energy to eliminate a target, subsequently transforming them into a shadow minion. This minion retains the profession level, combat skills, equipment, personality, memories, and consciousness of its former life. Regardless of its animosity and hatred towards its master, it remains incapable of defying any command issued by them, destined to endure an eternity of unending agony and regret. Furthermore, the shadow minion possesses vulnerabilities akin to that of a vampire, fearing sunlight and the essence of positive energy. When exposed to intense sunlight or struck by positive energy spells, it is instantaneously and irrevocably obliterated. The shadow minion embodies a duality of semi-ethereal existence and unstable form, rendering it immune to all non-magical weapon assaults, capable of concealing itself in any shadowed location without detection. All negative energy attacks serve only to heal the shadow minion. It can achieve control over an entity by personally slaying it, thereafter transforming it into a progeny. It is crucial to note that the target for transformation must be a living being of flesh and blood. Undead, elementals, and fae do not qualify. Moreover, the residual life force of the target must not exceed the energy limit conferred by the card. Otherwise, the transformation will inevitably fail. The use of this card necessitates the expenditure of 3 points of black magic or 3 points of universal magic. Upon failure of transformation or the destruction of the shadow minion, the card automatically descends into the graveyard, awaiting rebirth for a duration of 2 days. It is evident without inquiry that this is the final and most exceptional card among all biological cards currently possessed by Zwissi. Unlike soldiers, leopards, and large stone elementals, which can be summoned directly through the card, this one requires the selection of a target and the personal execution of the entire transformation process. Zwissi had previously regarded this card as excessively malevolent and had not found a suitable target, thus refraining from its use. However, today, he was undeniably incensed by the half-elf assassin attempting to take his life, resolved to make the assailant experience a fate worse than death. Chapter 64. Shadow Servant once more. I grant you an opportunity. Reveal the name and details of the mastermind behind this, and I shall mercifully grant you a swift end. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, you shall pay dearly for your lack of cooperation, a price that will be exceedingly painful. Zhuasi fixed his gaze upon the other's eyes, delivering his ultimatum word by word. Excellent. You have successfully extinguished the last flicker of compassion within me. Without hesitation, Zhuasi activated the card in his hand. In an instant, a swirling mass of dark gray energy enveloped his right hand entirely, resembling a blaze of fire. Intriguingly, this flame bore not a hint of warmth. Instead, it exuded a chilling and sinister aura. Undoubtedly, this was negative energy infused with the essence of life. Yet it differed from the negative energy typically associated with the creation of undead beings. Under normal circumstances, Zhuasi might have taken time to study this phenomenon. However, at this moment, his sole desire was to ensure that the half-elf assassin, who had attempted to take his life, would immediately experience the torment and regret she so richly deserved, while simultaneously uncovering the identity of the true orchestrator behind it all. As the hand, cloaked in black-gray negative energy, made contact with the assassin's neck, she let out a spine-chilling scream. The dense negative energy seeped into her body like liquid, progressively infiltrating through her mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. Due to the slow pace of this process, the onlookers could clearly see the veins beneath her skin darkening at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, a thick cloud of black mist began to emanate from her body, enveloping her in a shroud. Once the concentration of mist reached a certain threshold, her previously shattered knees, arms, and fingers miraculously restored themselves to their original state. Even the two daggers, which had been knocked away, returned to her hands, rejoining them under some invisible force. The entirety of her being floated uncontrollably from the ground, her expression contorted in a grotesque grimace. Anyone with even a modicum of sense could discern that this unfortunate assassin was enduring unimaginable agony. Many ordinary onlookers, who had never witnessed magic before, were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, the transformation process did not last too long. Merely 2 minutes later, it began to subside. As the surrounding black mist dissipated, all who beheld the new form of the female half-elf collectively gasped in shock. For now, she could no longer be regarded as human. Her pallid, grayish visage, reminiscent of a corpse, her body composed of shadows that exuded an unsettling instability, and her eyes glowing a menacing red, each element served as testament to her transformation into an unequivocal shadow being. What have you done to me?" the assassin demanded in a chilling, raspy voice. "I have transformed you into a shadow servant. Now, as your master, I command you to kneel." Zhuasi directly wielded the authority at his disposal. He perceived that once the transformation was complete, an intangible connection had been established between himself and the other party. Whenever he wished, he could effortlessly control the shadowy servant through this link, even summoning it to his side from a considerable distance in an instant. Thud. Upon hearing the command to kneel, the female assassin felt her body succumb to an irresistible force. In a state of extreme humility and submission, she knelt before the very target she had intended to eliminate mere moments ago. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief. She could not comprehend what had transpired. Why, despite her heart brimming with animosity and hatred, was she unable to muster even the slightest resistance? Zhuasi undoubtedly took note of her confusion and stepped closer, whispering into her ear, "Are you perplexed as to why you cannot control your own body? The answer is simple. From this moment forth, your new identity is that of my servant. No matter how deeply you loathe me or how fervently you wish to kill me, you must unconditionally obey every command I issue, even to slay the master to whom you have pledged your loyalty, and this torment shall endure for eternity." Upon hearing these words, the expression on the female half-elf's face twisted grotesquely, her eyes glowing with a fierce hatred and murderous intent. Overwhelmed by her emotions, her fully shadow-formed body began to flicker, elongating and contracting erratically. Unstable form of semi-phantom life. This is a characteristic unique to shadow beings, akin to a form of magical ability. As her physical form had been transformed into a semi-energetic state, ordinary weapons would pass through her as if striking air. Even enchanted weapons had only a 50% chance of making contact. Moreover, she could traverse physical barriers such as walls and ceilings. Additionally, a significant trait of shadow beings is their ability to meld into shadows, rendering them nearly undetectable to ordinary individuals. Only through the daylight technique of the 3 rings could one drive them out. Do not regard me with such eyes. Do not forget, I once offered you a choice, which you failed to cherish. Now, I command you to reveal your name and the identity of the master who instructed you to kill me. Zhusi completely disregarded the assassin's predatory gaze, utilizing the authority bestowed upon him by the card to compel her to divulge her secrets. Even back in the floating city's tower, he had grown accustomed to the jealousy, hostility, animosity, hatred, and envy of other apprentices. They could not fathom why the necromancer Asta regarded him with such favor. They remained oblivious to the fact that he wielded the power of sparks, capable of opening portals to other planes, crystal walls, and the cosmos, the sole hope for the necromancer to evade death and pursue immortality. Some audacious apprentices even attempted to poison his meals or orchestrate various accidents to eliminate this formidable threat. My name is Yelena. I have been sent by Mook to assassinate you. Despite the half-elf's profound reluctance towards this directive and several attempts to forcibly interrupt the task, she ultimately could not withstand the overwhelming dominion bestowed by the cards, intermittently revealing both her own identity and that of her clandestine master. Mook? Who is he? Why does he wish to end my life? It was evident that Zhusi was hearing this name for the first time, instinctively furrowing his brow. She identified herself as a half-elf. Oh no, she should now be referred to as the Shadow Servant. Primarily tasked with gathering intelligence, she covertly managed the establishments, shops, taverns, and inns controlled by pirates. Recently, another confidant of Hallett, Eric, had been liquidating assets to raise ransom, inflicting significant losses upon Mook. Through his inquiries, Zhusi discerned that all this turmoil stemmed from your capture of Captain Bloodhand. He effortlessly unraveled the entire sequence of events. Initially, he had presumed that this assassination attempt was likely a consequence of his involvement in the guild wars of Carlinport. Yet, who could have known that the answer lay within the internecine strife among pirates? Chapter 65. A gracious return upon discerning the identity of his adversary. Zhusi immediately realized that the inn must have also fallen prey to an assault. As he reached the entrance, his eyes were met with the sight of a blood-soaked soldier, a leopard, and several older young werewolves, all in the throes of transformation. Scattered upon the ground were several lifeless bodies, 2 of which had been brutally mangled, their features unrecognizable, and their innards strewn about, a clear indication of a werewolf's handiwork. The soldier, clutching his side where a sharp weapon had pierced through, struggled to rise and report to his master. His pallor was alarming, a consequence of excessive blood loss, and it appeared that his kidneys had sustained serious damage, suggesting that he would not last long. However, as a summoned creature, the soldier harbored no fear of death. Lacking a clear understanding of its finality, he was always ready to lay down his life for his master, akin to his prior act of self-sacrifice to activate the magical ritual on the deserted island. Is Hallett dead? Zhusi inquired, his face a mask of cold determination. The soldier shook his head gently. No. He has merely sustained minor injuries and is currently taking refuge in a guest room, under the watchful care of several young werewolves. You have done well. Upon hearing that the pirate captain was alive, Zhusi's seething anger began to abate. It was crucial to the forthcoming plan that Hallett remained unscathed. Without this valuable asset worth a staggering 170,000 gold coins, he would be forced to expend an exorbitant amount of time and effort to amass such capital. After all, pursuing magical studies in Feyre Inn without sufficient funds was akin to chasing shadows. Just the construction of a fully functional mage tower could easily require hundreds of thousands of gold pieces. Thus, Zhusi could not permit any complications to arise concerning Hallett before the ransom was paid. As he prepared to retrieve the Holy Grail and healing potions to tend to the injured summoned creature and young werewolves, the soldier suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud, struggling to lift his head as he managed a bittersweet smile. Master, I fear I am beyond help. Hearing you say that brings me peace. Until tomorrow. With that, the soldier's eyes gently closed, and his body swiftly transformed into a mere illusion, vanishing from the street before the inn. Master, witnessing the soldier's demise and the subsequent disappearance of his body, Van Gus cautiously inched forward. Thanks to the formidable physical resilience granted by her transformed state, she had suffered only minor injuries, which were not severe. With the werewolf's remarkable regenerative abilities, she would be back to her former self in just a few days, with not a scar to mark the ordeal. In truth, aside from magical and silver weapons. Ordinary steel arms struggled to inflict fatal wounds upon werewolves. Should they delve deeper into the potential of their transformation? A select few werewolves could enhance their size and strength beyond that of their kin, allowing them to heal grievous injuries in mere seconds. You and your kin have performed admirably tonight, living up to my expectations. Here, take this holy grail and fetch some pure water to distribute among the injured little ones. The holy water, imbued with the ability to heal minor wounds, will facilitate the rapid recovery of their injuries. Zwasi casually handed the golden chalice to the wolf girl. He was not blind. He could see the myriad of cuts and gashes inflicted by sharp weapons on the young werewolves. During the recent skirmish, these youthful beings had fought valiantly. Thank you so much. Vangus accepted the chalice with slightly trembling hands, her eyes brimming with joy and excitement. Her kin had fought so fiercely, all in an effort to earn the trust of this young master before her. After all, it was unlikely that one could find another master in Carlin Harbor who was so benevolent and kind towards beast folk, especially one who could provide such a precious magical artifact capable of transforming water into holy water for a pack of werewolves, far exceeding what the girl had dared to hope for. With haste, she distributed the transformed holy water to the clan members who had participated in the battle. In no time, the wounds on the young werewolves had healed significantly. Only a few deeper lacerations remained scabbed over, while the shallower ones had completely mended. As for the leopard, it was covered in the blood of its enemies. After rinsing it twice with water and a brush, its beautiful fur appeared as pristine as ever. After offering some comfort to the flustered innkeeper, Zwasi ascended to the second floor, heading towards the room where the pirate captain was confined. Upon entering, he encountered 4 young werewolves, aged around 12 or 13, glaring fiercely as they encircled the captive. Despite their youth, their eyes radiated a ferocity, as if they were ready to engage in a deadly struggle against any intruder. The battle is over. You all should revert to your human forms and seek out Vangus. I need to have a private conversation with Hallett. Zwasi issued the new command to the young ones directly. It became evident that not all werewolves succumbed to chaotic and malevolent madness. At least this group of juvenile werewolves understood the significance of gratitude. Master, that fellow tried to escape just now. Please be cautious. A boy quickly resumed his human form, offering a warning. Damn it, I told you, that was not an escape. I merely intended to gather reinforcements and ascertain who was plotting to kill me. Hallett retorted, his voice laced with frustration. His face bore several prominent bruises and dark circles, likely the result of being beaten by the young werewolves while attempting to flee. Do not underestimate these youngsters, despite their age. The enhancements gained from their transformations granted them strength, agility, and endurance comparable to that of adult males. In a true confrontation, the pirate captain, bound by the living rope and unarmed, would stand no chance against them. I know who wishes to kill you. Once the young werewolves had exited the guest room, Zwasi promptly cut to the chase. Who? Who is it? Hallett sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with an uncontrollable rage and brutality. At the very moment he was assaulted, he silently vowed that if he survived, he would seek vengeance at any cost upon regaining his freedom. The name Mook. Hallett sent a chilling wave of murderous intent coursing through him, and he roared in uncontainable fury. Scoundrel! How dare he betray me? Had it not been for the opportunity one bestowed upon him, this wretched half-elf would still be a despicable slave, peddling his body. How lamentable! He now believes himself to be empowered, ready to eliminate his master and Sorsolo. Moreover, judging by the number and caliber of the assassins involved, it is evident that he has meticulously orchestrated this plan over a considerable period, rather than acting on a whim. Had it not been for my intervention, this rogue would have undoubtedly succeeded in his treachery. Chapter 66. Death is not your enemy. Eternity is what could be more infuriating than being defeated and captured, forced to pay an exorbitant ransom to one's adversary, especially for someone like Bloodhand Hallett, who delights in manipulating the emotions and minds of others. How could he possibly endure the thought of being regarded as merely a tool by his subordinates, who now wished to end his life and seize the vast fortune he had amassed over the years? After a few minutes of frenzied emotional outburst, he slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixating on the figure before him, and declared, I believe we need to have a discussion. Mook must pay for his betrayal. With blood. Zwasi curled his lips, revealing a dangerously charming smile that belied his apparent youth, and nodded lightly. I wholeheartedly concur. Release me. Allow me to summon my men. I swear, the ransom I promised you will not diminish by a single coin. the pirate captain hastily assured him, torn between his growing fury and the desperate hope of regaining his freedom. However, to his dismay, Zwissi did not even pause to contemplate. He outright refused. I'm afraid your assurances fail to inspire my trust. Moreover, I have no need for you or your subordinates' assistance. What? Hallett exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Mook commands at least 50 meticulously trained assassins and killers, not to mention 2 elite mercenary squads specifically designated to neutralize various threats and troubles. It is utterly impossible for you alone to pose any danger to him. Furthermore, we are in Carlin Port, surrounded by numerous temples. If you were to publicly transform corpses into undead, the temples of Tyr, the god of justice, Heim, the god of guardians, or Lushanda, the lord of dawn, would swiftly intervene. Do you think I am limited to poison and the summoning of the undead? Zwissi's face suddenly lit up with a playful smile. In the next moment, Hallett felt a chilling sensation at his neck. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a grim, ash-colored hand, gripping a dagger, poised against his chin. With a mere fraction of added pressure, the blade could pierce through his frail jaw and directly into his brain. This was a professional assassin's approach, far superior to the crude methods of those who simply preferred to slit throats. While the latter might inflict a fatal wound, the target would not succumb immediately, often struggling for 2 or 3 minutes until losing consciousness from blood loss. The former, however, was entirely different. Once the dagger penetrated the unprotected jaw and upper mandible, it would immediately compromise the most vital organ, the brain. Some seasoned assassins could even sever the brainstem in an instant, halting respiration and cardiac function, leaving no opportunity for the target to resist or struggle. As the pirate captain slowly turned his head to discern the identity of the assailant who had silently appeared behind him, he was abruptly enveloped by a shroud of darkness. In the next moment, not only did the dagger that had been pressed against his chin vanish, but the space behind him was also devoid of any presence, leaving only emptiness. Had it not been for the sharp point of the dagger piercing his skin and drawing forth a few drops of blood, he might have believed that everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. What was that? Harlett surveyed the entire room with heightened vigilance. Unfortunately, apart from himself and Zwissi, there was no trace of another soul within the confines of the chamber. Yelenya, come forth. Greet the master of your former master. Zwissi commanded the shadowy servant lurking in the darkness. In an instant, a wisp of black mist leapt from the corner of the room, gradually coalescing into the form of a female half-elf. Her face was marred by an unrestrained expression of hatred and twisted emotions, startling the pirate captain. However, it did not take long for Harlett to recognize the identity of the half-elf assassin, his pupils dilating in shock. Yelenya, weren't you one of Mook's most trusted lieutenants? How could you become this ghastly apparition? She was sent by Mook to ambush me. However, I turned the tables and forcibly transformed her into a shadow creature. As you can see, wherever there is shadow, Yelenya can conceal herself, unnoticed by anyone. Zwissi continued, I intend to have her eliminate Mook's subordinates one by one, until none are left alive. What do you say? Are you interested in witnessing my method of retribution? With that, Zwissi approached his shadowy servant, extending a hand to caress the assassin's face, which was darkly hued yet still possessed an exquisite beauty. Is she under your control? Does she retain her thoughts and memories from her former life? Harlett observed the intense defiance radiating from Yelenya, a cold and cruel smile spreading across his face. To have a traitor perish at the hands of their most trusted ally? Is there a more intriguing and worthy spectacle in this world? The answer is clearly no. I believe that the best way to punish an enemy is never to simply kill them outright. Such suffering is too fleeting, and they will soon find solace in death. On the contrary, I prefer to grant these foes an interminable existence, forcing them to slay those they cherish most while remaining fully aware of their actions. They will then spend the rest of their lives steeped in endless regret and torment, burdened by an intense hatred for me, yet compelled to obey my every command time and again. As the saying goes, sometimes death is not your enemy, eternity is. Only eternal suffering constitutes true pain. Only through relentless torment can one utterly shatter a person's reason, will, and soul. The prolonged vengeance will conclude only when the enemy has collapsed into a thoughtless, soulless husk. From the moment anyone becomes my adversary, they must prepare for such a fate. 4. I never forgive. Upon hearing these words, the once entertained Harlett felt an icy chill enveloping him, and his gaze towards Zwissi shifted to one filled with dread. He felt that within the fragile form of the other lay not a human soul, but rather a vengeful demon that had crawled forth from an unfathomable abyss. No, it was a terror 100-fold greater than any demon. Eternal suffering? Merely contemplating it instilled a sense of despair. As for Yelenia, the hatred in her gaze was swiftly supplanted by confusion and fear. Having been forcibly controlled for only a brief moment, she felt on the brink of madness. One could scarcely imagine enduring such torment for years, even decades. In this moment, the female assassin finally grasped the painful price that Zwissi had alluded to. Regrettably, she had already forfeited her right to choose. Now, even uttering a word required her master's consent. Zwissi, perceiving the reaction of the shadowy servant, leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Are you beginning to feel fear? It is too late. I have not been without mercy. You chose to spurn my goodwill. Now, proceed with the plan and eliminate Mook's subordinates one by one. Remember, leave no one alive who has ever seen you. That is an order." Yelenia raised her head, her face a portrait of anguish and pleading. Yet Zwissi disregarded her expression entirely. Removing the pearl fireball ring from his hand and placing it upon the female assassin's right middle finger, smiling as he said, "If you encounter a formidable foe, activate the spell on this magical ring. Rest assured, most would never anticipate that a creature of shadows, fearful of the light, could unleash a spell as potent as the pearl fireball. Oh, I almost forgot. Be careful not to accidentally slay Mook as well. I have plans for him involving Captain Harlot, the Blood Hand." Understanding her inescapable fate, the female assassin closed her eyes in despair, instantly melding into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 67. Midnight Massacre within a lavish mansion on the outskirts of the Carlin Harbor Market District. A somewhat portly half-elf man sat anxiously in a chair, his gaze fixed upon the door, as if awaiting some portentous event. This man was none other than Mook, who had resolved to eliminate his master and embark on a path of independence. Such acts of betrayal, while commonplace among the tumultuous pirate factions, were particularly audacious in this instance. Some pirate crews would swiftly dispatch an aging captain incapable of securing further loot, merely to elevate a new leader in a matter of weeks. Yet, Captain Harlot was a different breed. Since his foray into the seas, he had never encountered even a whisper of insurrection. For those who dared to betray him invariably vanished without a trace or found themselves tossed into the briny depths to feed the fish. Harlot was no fool, mindlessly reveling in violence and death. He was astute and perceptive, adept at managing his ambitious subordinates, and maintained a close alliance with the shadowy thieves of AM. Had it not been for his current captivity, Mook would not have dared to undertake such a perilous gamble. In a dimly lit corner, another man shook his head softly. "Not yet, but I suspect it will be soon. After all, Yelenia has undergone the most rigorous training under the AM thieves and has executed numerous missions against hostile forces with remarkable success. I doubt anyone could evade her assassination attempts." "Let us hope so," Mook replied. After years of careful cultivation, Harlot's influence has grown vast. Even I am unaware of how many secrets he harbors or which organizations he collaborates with. Should we fail to eliminate him this time, we shall be left to face an unending tide of vengeance. As for Yelenia, I harbor little concern. No matter how potent magic may be, the mage themselves are inherently fragile. Oftentimes, a dagger thrust from behind suffices to dispatch them easily. Countless ostensibly formidable mages have perished at our hands over the years. Furthermore, this necromancer named Soth merely excels in poison and deception. Upon uttering these words, Mook opened a drawer and retrieved a device resembling a pipe, gently placing it before him. The man in the shadowy corner, witnessing this, could not restrain himself from admonishing, "You ought to refrain from consuming that accursed substance provided by the red-robed mages. It bears no benefit for your body or mind." Regrettably, Mook heeded not the warning, and just as he was about to inhale the last remnants of the powder, the tightly shut door was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash. A burly armored man burst into the room, panic-stricken, shouting, "Monsters! Monsters! There are monsters! Everyone is dead." The man in the corner sprang forward in a sudden burst of movement, seizing the intruder by the collar and demanding loudly, "What happened?" Before he could utter a word, a dim gray-white hand materialized out of thin air, gripping a non-reflective black dagger. With an astonishing speed, it plunged the blade mercilessly into the bone seam beneath the muscular man's ear. A gruesome sound accompanied the eruption of a mixture of blood and brain matter from the wound. The victim, unable to emit even a scream, had already ceased to breathe and beat. A devastating blow to the brain. This familiar assassination technique sent shivers down the man's spine. causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, he reached for the short sword at his waist. Alas, before he could mount a counterattack, the dim gray-white hand that wielded the dagger dissipated into a cloud of black mist, as if it had never existed. The only testament to the horrific event was the warm corpse sprawled on the ground and the copious blood pouring from the wound, proving that what had transpired was no mere illusion. Mook immediately discarded what he held and unsteadily rose from his chair. However, the effects of consuming a large quantity of powder left his mind clouded and his balance unsteady. He had barely taken 2 steps before he collapsed headfirst onto the floor. Through his blurred vision, he faintly discerned a wisp of black mist emerging from the shadows in the corner of the room, slowly coalescing into a female figure, silently approaching the man standing at the door. "Beware!" Mook screamed internally. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to control his body, his mouth unable to utter even the faintest sound. He could only watch helplessly as the lethal dagger pierced the man's back, driving directly through his heart. The sharpest tip tore through the chest, causing dark red blood to spout forth like a fountain. Simultaneously, chilling negative energy surged into the body through the wound. "Yelena, it's truly you. Why? Why have you become this wretched being?" The man struggled to turn his head, gasping out his question with his last breath. "I'm sorry. I am no longer in control of myself." The female assassin's eyes, glowing with a crimson light, conveyed a profound sorrow and regret that words could scarcely describe. Just moments ago, she had personally extinguished the lives of everyone in the house, including her most cherished friends and comrades in their perilous assassination mission. Now, the corridors, hallways, and courtyard outside were littered with bodies lying in pools of blood. The astonishing efficiency of the shadow assassin in executing these killings was vividly illustrated in the pitch-black environment, where even the 2 hired arcane casters had been effortlessly slain in their slumber. With each successful murder, Yelena felt her soul and consciousness being brutally torn apart, leading her to contemplate suicide more than once. Regrettably, such thoughts were swiftly suppressed by the overwhelming control granted by the cards, especially after becoming a shadow servant. She had been cruelly deprived of the ability to weep. No matter how profound her inner sorrow, she could not express it. "Well done. You have not disappointed me." As the man slowly closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness, Swissy appeared in the corridor at the doorway, accompanied by Hallett and a leopard. Following closely behind were 2 werewolves in their beastly forms. It was evident that while Yelena was wreaking havoc within the house, Swissy was not idle. Instead, he had brought along reinforcements to finish off the fallen, collecting the residual magical energy, life essence, and valuable spoils from the deceased. Among these treasures were the spell books of 2 mages, along with their scrolls, potions, and magical equipment. Additionally, there were a few magical weapons, armor, and a considerable amount of wealth, serving as one of Bloodhand Captain's most crucial secret strongholds in Carlin Harbor. The underground warehouse of this residence alone housed hundreds of trade bars, precious metal ingots crafted from gold and silver, specifically for bulk transactions. Now, all of it had become Swissy's bounty. The furious expression etched on Hallett's face revealed the immense economic loss inflicted upon him by Mook's betrayal. It is worth noting that a significant portion of this wealth was originally intended for ransom payments. But now, it was all lost. Chapter 68. Enemies confronted. "Damn wretch. How dare you betray me?" Fueled by a tempest of rage, Harlett strode forward with determination, raising his foot to deliver a vicious kick to Mook's face. The impact resonated with a dull thud as Mook's head collided with the leg of the table behind him, causing blood to spill from the back of his skull and leaving his face a gruesome mess, with 2 teeth flying from his mouth. It must be noted that the pirate captain was an LV-11 warrior, possessing exceptional strength, agility, and constitution, attributes that made his kick far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. The mere fact that Mook did not succumb to unconsciousness or death from that blow attested to his resilience, revealing he was no ordinary foe. The half-elf, whose physique had somewhat deteriorated, shook his head vigorously before struggling to rise with the support of the table. He wiped the blood from his mouth with his arm and retorted with a cold smirk, "Betrayal? You are the last person in this world who has the right to utter that word. Look at all those who have been secretly dealt with over the years. What gives you the audacity to demand my loyalty? Ungrateful scoundrel. Were it not for me, you would still be languishing in some nondescript tavern, treated as a plaything by those aged and unattractive men. I granted you your freedom. I bestowed upon you power. I provided you with the opportunity to alter your fate. And how have you repaid me? You would raise a hand against me in my moment of need. With a furious roar, the pirate captain rammed his head forcefully into Mook's nose. Thud! Mook's nose crumpled under the impact, blood mingling with tears and snot streaming uncontrollably down his face. Yet, over the years, I have diligently built an intelligence network for you, stretching from Carlin Port to Manon and Meritmar. This alone is sufficient to repay the debt of gratitude from our past. Moreover, I have helped you amass considerable wealth through my endeavors. And how do you treat me? You are well aware of my animosity towards Eric, yet you assign him the task of procuring the ransom. That scoundrel demanded I surrender the majority of my resources, including this hard-won trade association. If you were in my position, what would you do? Submit meekly to orders and be trampled upon? No, I have had enough of being a pawn in someone else's game of fate. This time, I will seize control of my own destiny. Seize control of your destiny? Huh. Is that truly your aim? You have made no progress at all. Upon hearing this, Harlot suddenly ceased his fury and erupted into a raucous laugh, laced with unabashed sarcasm. He had initially believed Mook's betrayal stemmed from ambition for power, wealth, or other desires. But to discover it was for the sake of some trivial notion of seizing his own fate was utterly bewildering. Perhaps in your eyes, my actions seem childish and laughable. But for me, this is something that transcends life itself, a goal for which I am willing to sacrifice everything. Alas, I ultimately failed. As Mook spoke, his gaze fell upon Yelenia, transformed into a shadowy creature, enduring her own torment and suffering in solitude. The two locked eyes for a prolonged moment before he could no longer restrain a sigh. Alas, I am sorry, I have brought this upon you. The emotions of the female assassin were evidently in turmoil. Yet, owing to the orders issued by Zwissi, she was unable to utter a word without permission. Mook noticed this and promptly turned to Zwissi, who stood at the doorway, and said, "My lord, I wish to propose a transaction." A transaction? Zwissi raised his gaze slightly, observing the half-elf who had reached a desperate impasse. Indeed, a transaction. I believe you have visited the underground warehouse and are aware of the valuable items stored within this house. However, I can assure you, that is not the entirety of it. Beyond the Kaling Desert, be it Manon or Melatma, I have established secret repositories. These hidden stores are unknown even to Harlot, and they contain numerous magical artifacts that may pique your interest. Mook laid his cards on the table with candor. As a shrewd individual, he understood the wisdom of having multiple safe havens and had not concentrated all his resources at the Kaling Harbor stronghold. Now, the precautions he had taken were finally coming into play. Speak, I am listening. Zwissi's expression remained calm, devoid of any sign of emotion or fluctuation. Regardless of the terms offered, he had no intention of sparing the life of the one who had sent an assassin after him. Mook seemed to grasp this, thus refraining from making excessive demands. He merely pointed at Yelenia and stated, "I wish to exchange the contents of these secret warehouses for her release. As for myself, I request your permission to end my own life. My fate has always been in the hands of others, but this time, I desire to seize control of it myself." Feigning indifference, Zwissi retorted, "How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? What assurance do you provide that the items in those warehouses can rival that of a shadowy assassin? After all, she has eliminated everyone in this house within a mere half-hour, save for you. Most importantly, what makes you think I would relinquish my right to vengeance and allow this Miss Assassin to find her release? I had planned for her to drain your life energy slowly, savoring the experience. Believe me, it is far from pleasant. You would distinctly feel your body growing cold and increasingly frail. And this is merely the beginning. Once you are utterly dead, the truly intriguing part will commence." Upon hearing these words, Mook's previously composed demeanor faltered drastically. He finally realized that he was on the brink of failure. He had never genuinely comprehended the capabilities of the necromancer who had defeated Harlot through ambush, poison, and the summoning of the undead on that desolate island. He regarded the general spellcaster as no different from those mages hired with coin. Yet now, Mook began to sense his soul trembling in fear, particularly under the gaze of those abyssal black eyes, which radiated an unmistakable malevolence. After a prolonged silence, he turned and approached the corner, gently rotating the candlestick. In an instant, a creaking sound echoed from the wall behind him. Moments later, a painting slowly ascended, revealing a hidden compartment. Without hesitation, Mook retrieved a lifelike statue of a giant spider from the recess. Taking a deep breath, he introduced it. "This is a magical statue. Regardless of one's understanding of magic, it can be used once a day to summon a giant spider to fight for 6 minutes. If sold, Such a magical statue would be worth at least several thousand gold coins. Yet, it is not the most precious item in my collection. A chuckle escaped his lips as he added, "Do you harbor any misconceptions about the shadow assassins?" Zhusi couldn't help but sneer. He had expected something of greater value, only to be presented with a mere statue capable of temporarily summoning a giant spider. For traveling mages, a plethora of summoned creatures was readily available, and the vast majority of summoned beings from cards had no time limit, existing until they were vanquished. Chapter 69. Eradication of Evidence. Mook did not anticipate that Zhusi would react in such a manner upon encountering the wolf spider statue, leaving him momentarily stunned. To him, this statue represented a coveted treasure, yearned for by countless adventurers and mercenaries alike. At a critical juncture, its summoning could drastically alter the outcome of a battle. Yelena, allow this fellow to witness the power you now possess. Zhusi commanded his shadow servant with unwavering resolve. The female assassin raised her left hand, beckoning gently towards the corridor. In the next instant, a throng of shadowy figures, resembling grotesque, twisted beings, surged through the walls, floor, and ceiling, flooding into the space. Their sheer number was nearly equal to that of the deceased within the house, with two even crawling up from the very corpses at the entrance. Undoubtedly, these distorted creatures were all shadow beings. Observing the profound shock etched on Mook's face, Zhusi casually elucidated, every shadow being possesses the ability to create derivatives, akin to vampires. This implies that any living entity slain by Yelena can transform into an entirely new shadow within mere seconds to minutes. These new shadows can, in turn, proliferate through further killings, akin to a snowball effect, growing ever larger. Moreover, these shadows are entirely under her control. Should I desire, I could swiftly establish a legion of shadows. Pray tell, do you possess anything in your collection that could rival such formidable power? In that instant, Mook fell silent, as he could not conceive of any leverage that could compare to the immense capabilities of Yelena. More importantly, he comprehended the true meaning behind the earlier statement. The genuinely intriguing part only begins after one has met their demise. If Yelena were to slay him, he would be transformed into a shadow being, reduced to the mindless, lowest-tier shadow cannon fodder. Ha! Spare me your pathetic cleverness. Do you realize that from the moment you dispatched assassins to take out Soth, today's outcome was sealed? He is not a fool blinded by immediate gains. He will not spare anyone who attempts to kill or harm him. My survival thus far is not solely due to my ability to pay substantial ransoms, but rather because the battle that led to the annihilation of my forces was not instigated by me. He perceived me and my pirate crew as a threat and initiated the assault. But you, on the other hand, have violated his taboos. Halet mocked with a gleeful sneer. The pirate captain would forever remember Zhusi's decisive demeanor on the deserted island. It was not a matter of good versus evil, but rather a simple refusal to leave himself with any troubles or future repercussions. In Halet's eyes, such individuals were the most terrifying, for they could scarcely be swayed by greed and would never accept mediation or negotiation. Once embroiled, it signified a relentless struggle to the end. Can I exchange my private treasures for a peaceful demise? Realizing that he could not save Yelena, Mook immediately sought a lesser bargain. He did not wish to exist perpetually in this cursed state, drowning in the depths of anguish and hatred. In truth, due to the existence of deities, death is not a particularly terrifying prospect for most faith-driven mortals. Upon death, their souls are taken by the gods they believe in, reincarnating as prayerful beings to continue their existence in another form. In contrast, they dread being transformed into shadows or vampires, enduring the curse of eternal life until one day they are slain and purified to attain liberation. Agreed. Mook did not even attempt to negotiate. Swiftly drawing a piece of parchment and, with a quill dipped in ink, inscribing several lines. Once finished, he gently blew on the ink to dry it, rolled the parchment, and handed it to Zhusi, then turned to the pirate captain and declared, "Come, kill me. Then our enmity will be settled once and for all." "Settled? You scoundrel. You have caused me substantial losses, not to mention the intelligence network from Carlinport to Manon and Myratma." Harlot spat venomously. What a jest! If such matters could be forgiven, how could one ever command those ambitious subordinates? If possible, he would even relish the opportunity to cruelly extract Mook's heart in front of all his men. Yet, regrettably, Harlot's current position was merely that of a captive, devoid of any power to decide. Perhaps having relinquished everything before his impending death, Mook appeared remarkably at ease, scoffing as he retorted. Yours? The intelligence network from Carlinport to Manon was established solely by me. The wealth I accumulated through trade was painstakingly earned. Aside from the initial sum of 20,000 gold coins you provided as seed capital, you contributed almost nothing. Even so, that wealth is mine. Even you yourself belong to me. Do not forget. I purchased you for 160 gold coins. According to the laws of Carlinport, you remain my slave to this day. As he uttered these words, a malevolent and cruel glint shone in the pirate captain's eyes. He deliberately exposed his opponent's scars, eager to witness the expressions of pain and fury on the face of this traitor. Consider yourself fortunate. Seeing Zhusi speak, Harlot dared not pursue the matter further. He snatched up a dagger and, in a swift motion, plunged the blade deep into Mook's chest. With a sickening sound, the tip emerged from his back, and a copious amount of blood instantly stained the luxurious silk robe. In mere moments, Mook succumbed to unconsciousness from the excessive loss of blood. Revenge fulfilled. The pirate captain's countenance visibly brightened. He callously discarded the dagger onto the ground, allowing the living rope to bind him once more. As for Zhusi, he unceremoniously seized the tarantula statue from the table, then bent down to examine Mook's lifeless body. After confirming the absence of any valuable magical artifacts, he finally commanded, without lifting his gaze, utilize the magic ring to incinerate this corpse. Yelenia was utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind this directive. However, unable to defy her master's orders, she raised the fireball ring on her finger, activating the spell contained within. In the next instant, boom, 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 accompanied by violent explosions and flames, Mook's body was instantaneously obliterated from this world. Now, should anyone wish to resurrect him, they would require the most potent magic or divine spells, such as Wish or Miracle. Indeed, Zhusi's destruction of Mook's remains was fundamentally aimed at thwarting any friends or allies from retrieving the body for resurrection. The simplest and most effective preventive measure was to annihilate the corpse, thereby significantly increasing the difficulty and cost of any potential revival. Chapter 70. Investigation from the temple. As flames ignited by magic spread fervently, the entire structure soon became engulfed in a towering blaze. Nearby residents, startled from their slumber by the inferno, rushed forth with buckets in hand, desperately attempting to quell the flames. Alas, it was too late. Their only recourse was to excavate fire breaks to prevent the fire from consuming neighboring homes. Rest assured, the valuables had been evacuated before the conflagration spread. Most of it comprised precious spices, silks, and sugars. Based on my estimations, the worth ranged between 48,000 to 60,000 gold pieces. If transported to AMN or further north to Baldur's Gate, one could expect to profit at least fourfold. In the even more northern reaches of Waterdeep or Neverwinter, the profits could potentially soar to 8 times that amount. Bernard, ever the astute merchant, likely assessed the value of the goods stored in the Mook warehouse with a mere glance. What is paramount is that these coveted items were acquired without expenditure, sparing any concerns regarding price fluctuations that might arise from bulk purchases. Meanwhile, having witnessed a pirate stronghold brimming with armed men effortlessly dismantled, Zhusi's confidence in safely reaching Asketrol was greatly bolstered. Indeed, I shall entrust you with the handling of these goods. Zhusi bestowed a look of approval upon the merchant. Little did he know, he was internally lamenting the fact that such a vast trove was valued at only 50 to 60,000 gold pieces. This was hardly more than the worth of trade bars or magical items stowed within dimensional bags. To most, this sum represented a fortune sufficient for a comfortable lifetime. Yet, for a spellcaster, particularly one of higher caliber, it might equate to merely a handful of lightweight high-level spell scrolls, a single magic item. Materials for crafting a golem or construct, or the cost of several experiments. Bernard hastily placed a hand upon his chest and bowed. Thank you for your trust. I shall prepare an inventory of these goods shortly for your convenience. Gentlemen, I must caution you. In approximately 10 minutes, the city guards are likely to arrive. Should they discover a multitude of charred and desecrated corpses within the house, they would undoubtedly solicit the temple for an investigation. Once those meddlesome paladins arrive, they will surely conduct inquiries and searches in the vicinity. A thief clad in leather armor and shrouded in a gray cloak could not refrain from chiming in. As one dispatched by Ipuk from the guild to assist in surveillance, he was most averse to encountering paladins. For these rigid individuals inherently opposed crime and all associated individuals and organizations. With that, Zosi cast a glance at Yelena, concealed within his shadow, along with those she had transformed into shadowy beings, who swiftly vanished into the labyrinthine streets of Kalanport. Approximately 2 hours later, when the flames were finally extinguished, two paladins adorned with the emblem of the god of suffering, Ilmatar, appeared near the ruins. They first inquired about the situation from the soldiers. Following this, a man in his 40s promptly surveyed the extent of the damage inflicted upon the main structure by the flames, then knelt to inspect the charred remains, which were rendered unrecognizable. After several minutes of contemplation, he solemnly proclaimed, "There are traces of negative energy. Although the evidence has faded significantly due to the fire, this corpse has undoubtedly been defiled." Defiled? Are you suggesting that there are undead creatures, necromancers, and fiends from lower planes involved? A young woman in her early 20s gasped in astonishment. It is a common practice for many temples of benevolent deities and orders of paladins to pair an experienced elder with a novice. Alternatively, they might fall victim to the machinations of evil factions, ultimately succumbing to temptation and various other reasons that lead to their downfall. However, with the guidance of a seasoned mentor, the circumstances improve greatly. Through both verbal instruction and practical example, the young paladin can swiftly mature into a steadfast shield for the innocent and the weak. I do not know, yet I believe this matter warrants a thorough investigation. Our first step should be to ascertain the background and origins of this merchant guild. Secondly, we must scrutinize the marketplace, particularly the black market that specializes in acquiring goods of dubious provenance, to see if anyone is peddling stolen property. The elder paladin swiftly rendered his judgment, having learned from the guards that valuables within the house had been nearly completely stripped away. The basement warehouse, in particular, was cleaner than if it had been licked by a rat. This strongly indicated that the assailants were likely motivated by greed. Understood. I shall inquire about the merchant guild in the vicinity. The young female paladin appeared eager to prove herself, immediately commencing her search by knocking on doors, tirelessly questioning merchants, assistants, servants, and slaves for any leads. It must be noted that, as a representative of lawful good, she exhibited remarkable restraint, even upon witnessing the existence of slaves, which starkly contradicted her tenets. She refrained from unsheathing her sword or demanding the release of the captives. Quite the opposite. She merely maintained a minimal level of sympathy and compassion. After all, this was Caringport, the epicenter of the thriving slave trade. Furthermore, paladins embody not only goodness but also a commitment to order. Upholding order signifies that one must not disrupt the existing societal structure lightly and must adhere to local laws and regulations, unless such laws are irreparably corrupt. A paladin cannot engage in any unlawful actions, which naturally includes coercing slave owners to relinquish their property. Oh, what is it? The elder paladin, known as Ager, lifted his gaze. It is the number of armed personnel. According to figures gathered from several neighbors, there are over 60 armed guards stationed within this house, including even hired spellcasters. Maintaining such a quantity and caliber of armed forces over time evidently requires a substantial financial investment. The paladin lady recounted the suspicious details she had discovered in one breath. Upon hearing this, Ager immediately revealed a contented smile and softly praised her, saying, "A splendid investigation and deduction indeed. You truly deserve the title of chief apprentice for completing your foundational training with the highest honors. It appears we shall need to converse with the merchants associated with this guild to ascertain whether they possess any knowledge of the matter." Now, the paladin lady lifted her gaze towards the star-studded night sky. "No, certainly not now. We must at least wait until dawn." Ager solemnly advised, "Remember, Erlen, to maintain patience in the face of any circumstance. Do not allow impulsiveness to govern your reason, for the consequences could be dire." Chapter 71. Beware of the Holy Night. The betrayal of Mook undoubtedly instilled a profound sense of crisis in the captive Hallett. He began to succumb to paranoia. Convinced that his subordinates were conspiring to incite a rebellion or eliminate him, he incessantly urged Eric to gather the ransom at any cost. Undoubtedly, this notorious pirate captain remained blissfully unaware that his actions were a manifestation of his waning confidence. Zwissi observed everything quietly, choosing not to intervene. To him, Hallett was merely a pawn to exchange for gold. As long as the ransom was paid, the aftermath was inconsequential. Thus, whether Hallett was dispatched by his treacherous followers or whether he executed a massacre against them, neither scenario warranted alarm. After a restful night, Zwissi began his day by immersing himself in the study of the second circle spells, protection from arrows, and dimension jump. following the ambush from the previous night. He was eager to master more defensive and teleportation spells to ensure he possessed adequate magical protection or the ability to distance himself during sudden attacks. By approximately 1:30 in the afternoon, he had effectively grasped the two spells through the magical knowledge accumulated within the floating city's tower. He also prepared to fill all 3 first circle spell slots and 2 second circle spell slots. Subsequently, he took some time to practice the technique of casting without material components. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he set off once more, arriving at the Sorceress's tower to continue fulfilling their collaborative agreement, while also seeking to take advantage of the situation. Wait, I have a significant client who wishes to meet you. I wonder if you are available today? A client? Zhusi instinctively halted his steps. Indeed, this individual held considerable power in Carlinport. His family had existed for centuries, possessing unfathomable wealth and a fervent passion for collecting various rare and peculiar items, as well as magical artifacts. According to him, he wanted to see if you could assist him with a particular conundrum. Aisha disclosed all she knew without reservation, as she was uncertain about the man's intentions and did not wish to jeopardize their amicable collaboration. There will be compensation, correct? Zhusi inquired, his tone tinged with uncertainty. What? You were ambushed? Aisha was initially taken aback, then her eyes flared with an overwhelming fury. Who? Who did this? Tell me. I promise this scoundrel will not see the dawn of tomorrow. It was well known that in the eyes of this magical item merchant, Zhusi had become a golden goose. Now, someone dared to target her prized possession, a blatant affront to her patience. Hearing this, Aisha seemed to realize something and immediately pressed. Was that burning mansion on the edge of the market district you're doing last night? Zhusi nodded straightforwardly. Indeed. That would be a fellow named Mook, one of Captain Bloodhand Hallett's subordinates, who established a stronghold at Carlinport. It was he who dispatched assassins to eliminate both me and Hallett simultaneously. However, regrettably for him, I proved far more resilient than anticipated, and I undertook a retaliatory strike. By the way, how did you come to know of this matter? It has become quite the public spectacle, Aisha warned gravely. The guards even entrusted the investigation to the paladins of the God of Suffering. You would do well to exercise caution, for they are not to be trifled with. Both paladins and clerics are often backed by deities, along with the temples and religious factions that support them. Provoking these individuals frequently results in bounties and manhunts in numerous significant cities. The temple's involvement? Why? Zhusi pondered momentarily, unable to comprehend why the paladins would intervene in such internecine strife among those of ill repute. After all, neither he nor Mook could be deemed virtuous. Merely participants in a game of black against black. Aisha, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, patiently elucidated, I have heard that the paladins, upon investigating, discovered signs of desecration on the corpses. They suspect connections to undead creatures, necromancers, and fiends from the lower planes. You know how particularly sensitive paladins are to such matters. In any case, this presents a considerable predicament. What should I do to navigate this? Zhusi inquired, seeking counsel. Oh. The best strategy when dealing with paladins who adhere strictly to law and doctrine is to steadfastly deny any wrongdoing. As long as they lack concrete evidence, they cannot take action against you. Of course, if your eloquence is sufficient and your logic sound, you might also engage them in debate. Trust me, it is a most amusing experience, especially when they find themselves at a loss for words and unable to retaliate. It is simply irresistible to stifle laughter. Aisha recounted her experiences with enthusiasm. Undoubtedly, from the sorceress's remarks, it was evident that her alignment likely leaned toward malevolence, harboring no fondness for paladins, and seemingly intent on outwitting them. Nevertheless, in Carlinport, the affluent and powerful generally shared a mutual disdain for paladins. Only those languishing at the bottom of society, those enduring hardship and oppression, yearned for their aid. In contrast, Zhusi held no biases against the paladins. He merely wished to avoid attracting the ire of those who champion order and virtue. As a modern individual, he was acutely aware of the significance of order, law, and morality in the framework of civilization and society. Regrettably, the advantage currently lay with the paladins of Ilmet, the God of Suffering. Furthermore, Epk had issued a gag order, forbidding anyone from discussing the events of the previous night, lest they face his wrath. Warnings from the leaders of the Thieves' Guild in Karen Harbor often hold more weight than the laws enacted. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Violating the law may result in fines, imprisonment, forced labor, or even relegation to slavery. However, defying a command issued by the leader of the Thieves' Guild could lead to a far grimmer fate, being dismembered and cast into the sea. This grim reality implies that the paladins in charge of the investigation are likely to uncover little in the way of useful clues or witnesses. As for the potentially incriminating goods, Merchant Bernard has no intention of selling them. Instead, he has rented a temporary warehouse to store them, awaiting the assembly and departure of a caravan to transport them together. Chapter 72. The true affluent having learned a series of clever tricks to deal with paladins. Zwissi followed the sorceress through a substantial portion of the city, arriving at a vast courtyard situated in the administrative district. Although he had encountered numerous extravagant mansions of billionaires through the internet and various media, he was still awestruck by the immense courtyard before him, which was comparable in size to a small square. It is worth noting that this magnificent estate was not located in some remote wilderness, but in one of the most expensive areas within the city of Carlin Harbor. Only those who have attained noble status are entitled to own and purchase property in such a valuable administrative district. Moreover, cultivating such a diverse array of rare plants and flowers at the edge of a parched desert requires more than mere wealth. It demands extensive knowledge of magic and botany. Particularly, the presence of several carnivorous giant plants poses a grave danger, as even the slightest misstep could result in a living person being devoured whole. Is your client also an arcane practitioner? Zwissi inquired with uncertainty. Aisha gently shook her head. No, he is not. In his youth, he was a formidable warrior, having single-handedly slain over 100 members of a desert bandit group. However, it has been nearly a decade since he last engaged in combat, and I suspect his skills have grown rusty. For a warrior, a life of excessive comfort can be a deadly poison. A warrior? Are you certain he has not transitioned into a mage, sorcerer, cleric, druid, or some other spellcasting profession? Zwissi expressed skepticism, finding it hard to believe that a warrior could possess such leisure, even if he were the heir to a family with centuries of history. He felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not articulate why. Do not view a Beni Abbe through the lens of an ordinary person. He possesses remarkable expertise in art appreciation, mysticism, and the identification of magical artifacts. Furthermore, regardless of what you may encounter shortly, do not be overly astonished. Just remember that in Carlin Harbor, slaves are merely a form of property, and their owners have the right to dispose of them as they please. Aisha issued a precautionary warning, hoping to avoid any discord between them. Oh, I am quite curious about your experiences. Why do you present yourself in such a youthful guise? Aisha inquired with keen interest, surveying Zwissi. You may interpret it as the result of an accident. My body has seemingly regressed to that of a minor, as if time itself had reversed, yet my intellect and consciousness remain intact. After stating this, Zwissi chose to disregard the sorceress's inquisitive gaze and focused intently on following the servant guiding them through the expansive garden, ultimately arriving at the reception room located on the second floor. As they appeared at the doorway, a Beni Abbe, who was reclining on the sofa enjoying a massage, immediately waved his hand, signaling the two female masseuses, clad only in sheer veils, to withdraw. He then donned a purple silk robe and greeted them with a smile. Good evening. If I am not mistaken, this individual is indeed the manufacturer of those energy storage devices, correct? Precisely. Allow me to introduce him. His name is Soth, a creator of magical artifacts endowed with exceptionally rare talents and abilities. Should you have any perplexing dilemmas that require resolution, feel free to voice them now. Acting as an intermediary, the sorceress stepped forward to provide a brief introduction. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ebony Arb. Soth slightly bowed his head, attempting to conceal the fact that he was nearly blinded by the dazzling magical artifacts adorning the other. Rings, necklaces, bracers, earrings, nose rings, headpieces, belts, trousers, boots. Even the silk robe he had just draped over himself was a magical item. Based on the intensity of the magical aura, this entire ensemble must be worth at least 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins. Such wealth could nearly fund the construction of a rather impressive mage's tower. Among these artifacts, two were so formidable that even Soth felt a twinge of envy, accompanied by an impulsive desire to seize them. Fortunately, reason swiftly extinguished this dangerous inclination. What truly defines the affluent? This is it. I am equally delighted to make your acquaintance, Soth. To express my hospitality, I shall treat you to a meal first. We can discuss the remaining matters after dinner. Ebony Arb's eyes sparkled with an unusual glint, seemingly unfazed by Soth's youthful appearance. He first signaled to the servants in the living room, and soon a plethora of steaming dishes began to arrive, one after another. The variety and quantity were sufficient to satiate a dozen robust men. Yet, only 3 individuals partook in the feast. The remaining servants and slaves were merely obliged to stand by, dutifully observing while occasionally attending to the needs of their master and guests. They did not dare to exhibit the slightest hint of desire for the sumptuous food, keeping their heads bowed and avoiding the tantalizing array of dishes on the table. A vivid manifestation of the rigid social hierarchy of Kalingport. However, having witnessed the macabre scenes in the floating city's tower, where necromancers casually dispatched their servants for cruel experiments, Soth felt no discomfort in this setting. Nor did he attempt to express gratitude to the slaves as a demonstration of courtesy and refinement, understanding that such actions could instill fear in them, potentially leading to repercussions from their masters. The meal lasted a full 40 minutes. Once the last remnants of food were cleared away, Abanir picked up the cylindrical energy storage device beside him and eagerly inquired, "Soth, what inspired you to create such intriguing magical artifacts? Or rather, what was your initial concept?" "Concept? Well, I suppose it began with a desire to fabricate a device capable of absorbing, storing, and releasing all forms of energy. Unfortunately, after hundreds of failed experiments, I ultimately produced only this semi-finished product capable of storing electrical energy." Zwissi casually concocted a rationale. In truth, the essence of the cylindrical energy storage device merely simulates the principles of battery storage through the harnessing of magical powers. Much like the ecstatic delight of capitalists, it epitomizes the fusion of technology and magic. The hallmark of such inventions lies in the simplicity of the manufacturing process, which becomes remarkably straightforward and the material costs astonishingly low once the creator's unique abilities are employed. The true value has never resided in the object itself, but rather in the proprietary technology it embodies. However, AI Benny Abo remained oblivious to this fact, revealing a contemplative expression, "I see. So, could you enhance the upper limit of this energy storage device by enlarging its volume? You mean, to create a colossal apparatus capable of accommodating a greater amount of electrical energy?" Zwissi felt a wave of surprise. It is crucial to note that the primary advantage of the cylindrical energy storage device is its portability. If its size were to be drastically increased, it would lose its value as a magical item. Imagine amplifying the storage device 10-fold, 20-fold, or 30-fold. How laborious would it be for an average person to carry it? Would one then have to resort to livestock or carts to transport it as a mobile artillery? What a ludicrous notion. If one merely desires a large energy storage device, it would be far more practical to construct a rudimentary mage tower. The latter undoubtedly surpasses the former by leaps and bounds in terms of energy storage capacity and functionality. If a mobile artillery is desired, various spells such as Fireball, Lightning Bolt, Ice Storm, and Wall of Fire would evidently be far more suitable alternatives. Chapter 73. The Entangled Rune, indeed. What I desire is a super energy storage device of such immense proportions that it can withstand the lightning breath of a blue dragon multiple times. Ebony Abbé stood up, articulating his request with unambiguous clarity. Moreover, he extended his arms in a gesture of embrace, attempting to illustrate the desired dimensions of the cylindrical energy storage unit. Zwissi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why must it be so large? If the sole purpose is to resist the blue dragon's lightning breath, a size merely 3 times the standard dimensions should suffice for at least 12 instances." Yet, Ebony Abbé shook his head resolutely. "No, that is insufficient. You need only inform me whether there are technical challenges in constructing a storage device of this magnitude." "Not at all," came the reply. "However, you must understand that a proportional increase in size corresponds to a rise in material costs. Additionally, I require a sufficiently large workspace and a mage tower capable of providing ample energy." Recognizing an opportunity for profit, Zwissi swiftly unleashed a barrage of demands. He cared not whether the device was intended for dragon slaying or some other purpose. As long as there was profit to be made, all was agreeable. Problems solvable with money are never truly problematic. Rest assured, provide me with a list, and by dawn tomorrow, I shall dispatch individuals to resolve all matters. Furthermore, upon completion, I shall reward you with 50,000 gold coins and a token of my gratitude. Ebony Abbé, without hesitation, displayed his affluent nature. He did not even inquire about the required materials or their costs, readily agreeing to the terms. Thus, the two swiftly reached an accord. As Zwissi jotted down the material list with the pen and paper provided by a servant, Aisha stealthily approached. whispering a suggestion to include a few more gemstones and valuable materials like refined gold on the list. This alone sufficed to demonstrate that the cunning magical item merchant frequently exploited Ebony Abbé as a lucrative target. It was likely that even the magical items sold to him were priced higher than the norm. Indeed, Zwacy's intuition proved accurate. Earlier, Aisha had sold 5 energy storage devices to Ebony at the exorbitant price of 35,000 gold coins each. The latter did not even bother to negotiate, simply instructing his servant to deliver a sack filled with invaluable gems. This collection included emeralds, rubies, diamonds, and red zirconia, materials frequently utilized in spellcasting and magical item creation, as well as a few renowned bejeweled gems, known as the Tears of the Monarch. The latter 2 gems alone could fetch prices ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of gold coins. As for the former, each was typically valued between 1,505,000 gold coins. Regrettably, this transaction was conducted so discreetly that Zwacy remained oblivious to it. Aisha continued to calculate her share based on a price of 9,100 gold coins each, fully embodying her mercantile instincts. However, just as the 2 individuals were preparing to exploit Abney Arb, the man revealed a cryptic smile, turning to enter a secret door in the basement. In the next moment, he was transported from his home to an unknown chamber. Lacking windows or any sources of illumination, the surroundings were shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Yet, this did not affect Abney Arb in the slightest. He strode directly to the center of the room, kneeling on one knee as he recited an ancient and enigmatic incantation. Before long, a flame materialized out of thin air. Soon, more flames erupted, ultimately forming 2 entwined shapes resembling the numeral 3 upon a colossal circular stone table. As the last flame flickered to life, a spectral entity draped in a black robe, akin to a desiccated human skeleton, emerged at the center of the table. Clutching a formidable staff that radiated blinding arcane light, its hollow eye sockets glimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge could discern that this was a lich, a malevolent spellcaster who had transformed into an undead being to attain immortality. Often cast as the primary antagonist in countless horror tales. Ragan, great master of glyphs, your humble servant has come to report, Abney Arb intoned with utmost reverence. Bowing his head with one hand pressed to his chest, his demeanor of humility starkly contrasted with his usual authoritative presence. It was likely that the slaves and servants would never fathom that behind their formidable master lay an even more terrifying overlord. The lich inquired in a deep, raspy voice. What is the outcome? He has agreed to construct a larger energy storage device for us, Abney Arb replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the lich nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Remember, this device must be constructed at all costs. The larger, the better. It shall become one of our most vital secret weapons against Ivico LS Grandsharp. This powerful ancient blue dragon has been silent for nearly 90 years, and the time for its centennial awakening draws near. We must prepare for the worst. Furthermore, should you require assistance, feel free to contact several families on the list. They will be more than willing to offer you any support within their means. Understood. Rest assured, I will ensure that the entire manufacturing process proceeds without a hitch, Abney Arb vowed earnestly. In addition, I have some intriguing discoveries regarding the maker. Oh, what intriguing discoveries? The lich inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Last night, he was the target of an assassination attempt. The assailant was one of Bloodhand Captain Howlett's subordinates, known as Mook. During the tumultuous fray, he unabashedly wielded the necromancer's staff, in plain view of the masses, forcibly transforming an assassin into a shadowy creature. Utilizing the abilities acquired through this transformation, he efficiently eliminated every individual within the stronghold, absconding with its treasures. In a final act of obliteration, he set ablaze everything that could serve as evidence, reducing it to ashes. I personally believe that his modus operandi aligns seamlessly with the organization's ethos. Perhaps, I might endeavor to persuade him to join your ranks. Ebony Abbé cautiously articulated the thoughts swirling in his mind. The lich, standing in contemplation, soon erupted into a chilling, piercing laughter. After a significant pause, it ceased, raising a skeletal hand to stroke its jawbone, and remarked meaningfully, a young man with a profound desire for vengeance, an insatiable thirst for wealth and arcane knowledge, who exhibits no qualms about employing necromantic magic against his foes. Indeed, such potential is compelling and worthy of consideration. However, the binding sigil is not a privilege extended to just anyone. Let us propose a trial for him. We shall observe whether he falters or retreats when faced with the righteous inquiries of those holy warriors. As you wish. Once the new energy storage device is completed, I shall promptly dispatch someone to arrange it. Watching his servant depart, the Lich then picked up one of the devices and cast a detection spell upon the crystalline interior. After a few minutes, it murmured to itself in a voice only it could perceive, "What an intriguing and innovative design. It can absorb and store any form of electrical energy, subsequently releasing it at will. The intricate structure and materials within resemble a masterpiece crafted from knowledge and magic." Should this young man pass the trial, perhaps in a few decades, the organization may witness the emergence of a new Lich, perhaps even a new master of the sigils. Chapter 74. The secret auction. Unbeknownst to Zhuasi, he had unwittingly attracted the attention of the infamous evil organization, the Entangling Sigils. Following the assassination attempt the previous night, he realized that, despite his soldier level of LV5, he was only adequately equipped to confront petty thugs and lowly minions. However, when faced with warriors, rogues, assassins, and killers of a higher caliber, he found himself woefully inadequate. It was imperative that he strengthen his capabilities. Upon infusing tenfold the summoning cost in mana, Zhuasi was astonished to observe two distinctly divergent upgrade paths manifesting on either side of the card. The upper path enhanced the equipment, level, and combat skills of the summoned soldier, while the lower path augmented the quantity of soldiers initially capable of summoning a single soldier. An upgrade would enable him to summon 2 to 3, and further upgrades would yield 4 to 6, and so forth. The former path represented an elite route, potentially culminating in a formidable warrior capable of charging into battle with unparalleled ferocity. Conversely, the latter path focused on sheer numbers, potentially allowing a single card to summon an entire legion. Ah, there are branches. Zhuasi's expression was one of sheer astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. Most individuals would have been paralyzed by choice at such a juncture, feeling a profound sense of loss regardless of which option they forsook. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively opted for the elite route, expending a full 50 points of mana to advance 2 levels in one go. Creature card, Human Heavy Armored Soldier, LV3 white card, upgradable. Card quality, ordinary. Effect, summons a seasoned soldier with a warrior level of LV9 and extensive combat experience. This soldier may be clad in full armor, wearing a fully enclosed steel helmet, and wielding a longsword and a kite-shaped steel shield as a melee unit. Adept in military swordsmanship, shield bashing, powerful strikes, and charges. Alternatively, it may be an archer equipped with a composite bow, clad in half armor, and carrying a quiver of 40 arrows, proficient in precision shooting, sniping, rapid climbing, and mobility skills, regardless of the unit type. They will comprehend any language spoken to them, and will fully obey every command issued until killed or the summoning is actively cancelled. Using this card requires the payment of 4 points of white mana or 4 points of universal mana. Upon the soldier's death, the card automatically enters the graveyard, awaiting resurrection for a duration of 3 days. It must be said, the upgrade brought about a transformation in both level and equipment. A true metamorphosis compared to its previous state. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuasi opted to pay the 4-point fee to activate the card. In an instant, a fully armed warrior materialized, revealing only his eyes. Without the slightest pause, he removed his helmet to unveil a familiar visage, smiling as he proclaimed, "Master, I have grown stronger." Zhuasi reciprocated the sentiment with a faint smile of his own. He observed with clarity that the muscles of the soldiers, concealed beneath their heavy armor, had developed significantly more than before. This indicated a considerable enhancement in both their strength and physical attributes. Despite the presence of the vigilant shadow servant, Yeleniya, who could maintain a watchful eye without rest for 24 hours, along with numerous shadows she had transformed, Zhuasi still felt an inexplicable sense of security upon seeing the returning soldiers. Just as he was preparing to practice his spellcasting techniques for a while before lying down to close his eyes and sleep, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Shortly thereafter, the voice of the werewolf girl filtered through the door's crack. "Master, are you asleep? Is there something amiss?" Zhuasi instinctively inquired, gesturing for a soldier to open the door. Within approximately 2 seconds, Fangus appeared at the threshold of the room. "Tonight, around 9 o'clock. There will be a clandestine auction aboard a ship docked at the wharf. A plethora of intriguing items will be presented, including various rare and exotic slaves, burial items excavated from an ancient elven tomb, peculiar creatures, magical beings, as well as their eggs and offspring. I thought you might find this information of interest. A secret auction? Zwissi pondered momentarily. In the bustling metropolis of Kaling Port, where commerce thrived and smuggling flourished, auctions were held almost daily. Some were legitimate, while others were not. However, the distinction between legality and illegality did not adhere to conventional notions of lawfulness, but rather implied a different understanding. Legitimacy referred to having paid protection fees to the local thieves' guild, with no connection to standard taxation. Only with proper documentation could an auction proceed without risk of dire consequences. Conversely, illegality referred to those daring souls who, unwilling to pay protection fees, opted for reckless ventures. Given that the streets and alleys of Kaling Port were firmly under the control of the Thieves' Guild, illegal auctions could only be discreetly conducted aboard ships. The clientele typically comprised repeat customers or wealthy individuals who had confirmed through discreet means that their interests would remain confidential. In essence, such illicit secret auctions often showcased bizarre items that were unavailable in the marketplace. Do you know the specific location of the auction and how to gain entry? Zwissi asked directly. The werewolf girl gently shook her head. I do not know. However, Ollie's memorized the scent of those two individuals who discussed this matter. By circling the port a couple of times, we are sure to find them. Very well, let us give it a try. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zwissi swiftly made his decision. Whether in pursuit of the magical pet he had long desired or to fabricate a creature token to complete his task, he felt compelled to test his fortune. Relying solely on the pet market would likely yield nothing but disappointment as time passed. In the end, the number of mages and warlocks in Carlin Harbor is quite substantial, and they share similar needs. However, the rare, precious, and useful magical creatures are in limited supply, far too few to satisfy the demand. Thus, Zwissi, armed with sufficient funds, set forth into the night, accompanied by soldiers and two young werewolves, making their way to the bustling docks. Although darkness had completely enveloped the sky, numerous laborers and slaves were still toiling, transporting heavy cargo. All around, the taverns and inns were filled with sailors who were either intoxicated or utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Some vigorous souls, pent up from their time at sea, engaged in fervent activities with scantily clad women in inconspicuous, shadowy corners. Decadence, indulgence, release. Together, these elements painted a mesmerizing tableau. Chapter 75. The Big Cat is Still a Cat, the Werewolf. The nighttime dock is undoubtedly a chaotic and perilous place. Merely contending with the countless pickpockets is already a considerable headache, not to mention the incessant occurrences of robbery, theft, and vicious brawls. The latter, in particular, once ignited, can swiftly engulf the entire tavern or inn. Drunken patrons are often oblivious to who struck first. All they know is to seize the nearest unfortunate soul and unleash their wrath. In such a cascading chain reaction, few escape unscathed. A glance reveals dozens of individuals entangled in a fierce melee, an impressive sight indeed. Unless the nearby Thieves' Guild intervenes, these scuffles typically escalate until no one is left standing. Fortunately, the soldier's imposing stature, coupled with his full suit of armor, effectively deters those with ill intentions. After all, the uneducated masses tend to have a more visceral understanding of tangible attributes such as size and weaponry. Even the most foolish individual would hesitate to provoke a burly man capable of pinning them to the ground. Moreover, the soldier's armor can effortlessly withstand light weapons like daggers, short swords, long swords, and curved blades. Only heavy weaponry, such as axes or war hammers or magical armaments, pose a genuine threat. Additionally, anyone capable of donning such heavy armor while maintaining composure and stamina is undoubtedly endowed with remarkable strength and resilience. Thanks to the intimidating presence afforded by the soldier's upgraded prowess, Zwissi and the two little werewolves encountered no trouble, merely crossing paths with a few filthy beggars. For these pitiful souls, whether disabled or emaciated and devoid of any labor capacity, Zwissi instructed the soldier to give each a silver coin for food. It was not that he wished to bestow more. Exceeding a single coin would invite unnecessary complications, although Farron is not as detestable and nauseating as the Beggaress Guild. The rogues and ruffians in the area would not hesitate to rob those unable to resist and then trade their meager possessions for a couple of pints of watered-down beer at the tavern. A single silver coin can provide the beggars with several meals, is easy to conceal, and does not attract fatal consequences, making it the most suitable choice. As Zwissi circled the dock, cloaked in a wide mantle, the half-human, half-wolf Ollis suddenly halted, raising his nose to inhale deeply. Shortly thereafter, he pointed toward a ship nearby, approximately 30 meters long, 6 meters wide, with a cargo capacity of around 200 to 300 tons. Master, I smell the presence of those two individuals aboard that ship. Oh, are you certain? Zwissi squinted, scrutinizing the vessel docked at the pier. Contrary to expectations of heightened vigilance, the ship appeared to be an ordinary merchant vessel, with merely 3 sailors tending to the cargo on deck. However, upon closer observation, one would notice 2 figures lurking in the shadows at the entrance to the lower deck. Each time someone approached, they would instantly emerge to verify the individual's identity and inspect a token they carried. Olus nodded emphatically, declaring, I am absolutely certain. Those 2 exuded a strong scent of perfume. I would never mistake it. Zwissi reached out to caress the furry head of the wolf boy. The texture was slightly firm, yet still within an acceptable range. The boy was taken aback by his master's willingness to engage in such intimate interaction with one of his cursed kin. A look of surprise and gratitude washed over his wolf-like visage. Unbeknownst to him, Zwissi's skilled gestures were merely the result of his habit of petting dogs back on Earth, instinctively reaching out to touch any furry creature that crossed his path. This habit had necessitated several visits to the hospital for rabies and tetanus vaccinations. After all, in the eyes of a fervent animal lover, a big cat is still a cat, and a werewolf is not vastly different from an adorable puppy. Despite the numerous tales and legends in Faerun depicting werewolves as bloodthirsty, brutal, and merciless beasts, they sometimes struggled to suppress the curse inherent in their primal transformation. Coupled with the long-standing discrimination, rejection, and disdain faced by those afflicted with this condition in civilized society, it inevitably led to a growing susceptibility to their baser instincts as they aged, fostering a deep-seated hatred for those who once scorned and ostracized them. Once the curse was subdued through magical rites, Zwissi could entirely eliminate the drawbacks of lycanthropy, transforming it into a true asset. Not to mention, their proficiency in gathering intelligence and tracking through scent and footprints alone highlighted the significant advantages of werewolves. Additionally, the ability to shift into a beast or semi-beast form would grant them enhanced strength, agility, and resilience. With a modicum of training, they could become natural warriors, rangers, or even druids. As the 2 young werewolves vanished into the vast embrace of night, a soldier promptly inquired, My lord, how do you intend to gain entry? We have not received an invitation, nor do we possess any tokens to validate our identities. That is quite simple, Zwissi replied. What motivates them to take such considerable risks in hosting a clandestine auction? Naturally, it is to reap greater profits. Hence, they have no reason to refuse a wealthy, generous noble youth, especially one prone to extravagant spending. Remember, from this moment forth, address me as Lord Hardman. With that, Zwissi shed the cloak concealing his identity, revealing an exquisite attire purchased merely half an hour prior for a staggering 150 gold coins at the tailor's. The lavish garment, adorned with intricate golden embroidery and embellished with gemstone buttons, was unmistakably beyond the means of an ordinary affluent family. Furthermore, children grow at a remarkable pace. Clothing that fits this year may not suffice by the next. Only the aristocratic class of Carlin Harbor could possibly afford to customize such an extravagant and ostentatious outfit for a child of around 10 years old. It is evident that Zwissi intends to leverage the advantage of his youthful appearance to infiltrate the scene through sheer audacity. After all, no one would suspect a seemingly privileged boy of that age, exuding superiority and exhibiting the unmistakable signs of being spoiled, to be a spy from the Thieves' Guild. On the contrary, he would be regarded as one of the most favored patrons at any auction. Once they set their eyes on something they desire, they are indifferent to the cost. It became clear to the soldier what Zwissi's intentions were. He promptly retrieved a heavy leather pouch filled with gold coins from his dimensional bag. Without any pretense, the 2 of them proceeded directly towards the entrance leading to the lower cabins of the ship. As they stepped onto the deck, both the sailors responsible for guarding the cargo and the 2 individuals hiding at the sole entrance cast wary glances their way. Their flamboyance was undeniable, their attire starkly contrasting with the dockside environment. It felt as though wealthy nobles accompanied by their loyal guards had suddenly entered a slum, an incongruity that defies description. To convincingly portray a spoiled young aristocrat, Zwissi deliberately covered his nose with a silk handkerchief, his expression a vivid portrayal of disdain and disgust towards the surrounding squalor. Chapter 76. The Man Without Desire, Unyielding and Impeccable Stop. Who are you? As 2 individuals, seemingly out of place in their surroundings, made their way towards the ship's cabin. The man stationed to the right in the passage could no longer remain passive. He hurriedly stepped forward to block their path. Yet, whether it was due to the ostentatiousness of Zhuasi's expensive attire or the intimidating presence of the fully armed soldier, he refrained from drawing his weapon. "Tell him who I am." Zhuasi deliberately adopted an arrogant demeanor and waved his hand dismissively. The soldier, comprehending the cue, took a step forward, cleared his throat with a forceful cough, and then proclaimed loudly, "Before you stands Master Hardiman, the sole heir to the Hardiman family's fortune and title." "Now do you know who I am?" Zhuasi questioned, slightly lifting his chin. "Huh?" The duo, caught off guard by their own performance, exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly seeking guidance on how to proceed. The other, equally perplexed, shook his head in confusion. Suppressing a chuckle at their apparent lack of wit, Zhuasi snapped his fingers. With a resounding clap, the soldier promptly set down the heavy leather pouch filled with gold coins. In an instant, a dazzling glimmer of gold spilled from the bag's opening, momentarily blinding the duo, who had just moments before been dazed. Their eyes widened, and they began to swallow hard, their breaths quickening in anticipation. It was well known that this pouch contained a staggering 5,000 gold coins. The mere sound of coins clinking could quicken the pulse of many, rendering them flushed with excitement. Without further ado, Zhuasi reached into the pouch, grabbed a handful of coins, and casually tossed them at their feet. He feigned impatience, urging them, "I know what you desire. Take this reward and step aside quickly. I have no time to waste here. I must attend tonight's auction." His performance undeniably intimidated the two obstructing his path. After all, such a substantial bag of gold could not be counterfeit. They hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to pick up the coins scattered on the ground, wearing forced smiles as they respectfully allowed Zhuasi and the soldier to proceed into the cabin without even verifying their credentials. Upon descending into the cabin, they were greeted by the sight of over 40 guests seated patiently in chairs, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Given that this illicit auction was held aboard a ship, the environment was far from pleasant, bordering on appalling. Although the organizers had lit some expensive incense in an attempt to mask the odors, an unsettling aroma still lingered in the air with every breath. Moreover, no refreshments, food, or additional services were provided. Strangely, however, the participants exhibited a palpable sense of anticipation and excitement. Just as Zhuasi settled into a chair towards the back, the door leading to the upper deck suddenly slammed shut with a resounding bang. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in gray, scaled leather armor approached, awkwardly bowing in a manner most unrefined. He raised his hands high, beaming as he proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, welcome to tonight's auction. I am Captain Warren Paris, the master of this vessel. I assure you, the items for sale will not disappoint." "Damn it, enough with the pleasantries. Let us commence," bellowed a rotund man, weighing over 300 pounds, nearly collapsing his chair with his vigorous gestures. "Indeed, we have no desire to hear your lengthy discourse. We came for the merchandise," echoed another voice in loud agreement. Witnessing the growing unrest, the man who identified himself as Warren Paris remained unperturbed, promptly responding with a hearty laugh, "Patience. The auction shall begin shortly. First, allow me to present tonight's inaugural item, a terrifying female drow elf from the Underdark. To acquire her, I have taken considerable risks." As he delivered his dramatic introduction, a dark-skinned drow female with flowing white hair was forcibly dragged onto the stage by two burly men. Her hands and feet were shackled in metallic restraints, and a hollow wooden ball was stuffed in her mouth, its purpose unclear. Aside from a few scraps of fabric covering certain areas, she was nearly entirely unclothed. Notably, in the matriarchal society of the drow, women often stood taller than men and possessed a robust physique, unlike the slender forms of their surface-dwelling counterparts. As she was brought forth, the female drow incessantly cursed in garbled language, struggling fiercely, her eyes aflame with anger, defiance, and a fierce desire for vengeance. The more she resisted, the more excited the men in the audience became. Several could no longer contain themselves, rising from their seats, their eyes gleaming with a ravenous hunger as if they intended to devour her whole. Warren Paris, undoubtedly aware of the buyer's reactions, raised his hand and announced, "A female drow elf slave from the Underdark. The starting bid is 1,000 gold pieces. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100. Let the bidding commence. 1, 200. 1, 500. 2, 000. 2, 400. 3, 000. With the rising chorus of bids, The cabin was filled with an atmosphere thick with desire. Clearly, the bidders were willing to offer such exorbitant sums purely out of a curiosity to explore the physiological differences between the female drow and those of humans, surface elves, and half-elves. After all, compared to the number of other surface slaves, the dark elves residing in the Underdark were indeed a rare commodity. Moreover, considering that elves possess lifespans extending to several centuries, far surpassing that of humans, they are scarcely burdened by concerns of aging and can be utilized repeatedly. Thus, it is hardly surprising that men are willing to pay exorbitant prices for this. However, Zwasi displayed no interest whatsoever in this matter. Physiologically, he lacked the capacity to secrete the corresponding hormones. Therefore, no matter how beautiful or alluring a woman might be, she could not sway his mind or thoughts. A man devoid of desire stands firm and unassailable. At that moment, Zwasi suddenly comprehended why many exceptionally talented mages chose to transform themselves into liches at a tender age. It was not out of foolishness, but rather a weariness of the susceptibility of the human body to various hormones and physical desires, which hindered their ability to concentrate on the study of magic for extended periods. They opted to forsake their corporeal forms, embracing an existence of absolute calm and rationality as undead beings. In this light, the decision of young mages to metamorphose into liches could be seen as a parallel to how a woman would only influence the swiftness of his sword drawing, a magical rendition. As Zwasi's musings wandered, the auction price had already surged to 500 gold coins. This sum could procure approximately 30 to 40 young and beautiful female slaves, or over 100 robust male slaves capable of undertaking strenuous labor in the slave market. Chapter 77. A wild path. As numerous buyers began to withdraw from the competition, those remaining hesitated in their bidding. Warren Paris immediately raised his voice in an incendiary tone. Ladies and gentlemen, activate your astute minds and ponder well. This is a rare and exquisite female drow elf. Should you miss this opportunity, who knows when another may arise? Just a tad more investment, and tonight she could be yours entirely. 6,600. Damn it, this is my final bid. The hefty figure seated in the front row, weighing over 300 pounds, gritted his teeth and raised his hand once more. It was evident that this price was causing him considerable discomfort. Fortunately, this time, no one else dared to raise the bid. Ultimately, the first auction item, the female drow elf, was sold for 6,600 gold coins. Eagerly, he proceeded to settle the full payment using a combination of promissory notes and the gold coins he carried. Anyone not a fool could discern what was to transpire next. Some even began to speculate about the intriguing hybrids that might result from the union of humans and drow elves. If a girl were born, how breathtaking she would be upon reaching maturity. According to the principle that the progeny of slaves remain slaves, even if this female drow were to conceive and bear the offspring of that rotund man, the child would merely be raised as a slave and potentially sold at a high price to other slave masters. Of course, this had no bearing on Zwasi. After all, the majority of dark elves were unrepentantly aligned with the forces of evil. Their minds had long been warped by the deities they worshipped. Coupled with the brutal societal structures and environmental influences of the underworld, every individual who managed to survive to adulthood was likely stained with blood. Moreover, they harbored deep-seated enmity and inexplicable hatred towards the surface races. Given the opportunity, these beings would not hesitate to unleash a horrific massacre and would even laugh maniacally while crushing newborns. In stark contrast, benevolent dark elves like the renowned Ranger Drizduerden were the exception rather than the rule, likely representing a minuscule fraction of their entire race. Would one truly take the immense risk of wagering on such a slim chance? Apologies, but Zwasi was not so naive. While he did not shy away from extending a helping hand to those truly in need at the right moments, he would not compromise his own life in doing so. With the first item fetching an impressive 6,600 gold coins, the atmosphere within the auction hall grew increasingly fervent. Numerous subsequent items also garnered commendable prices. It must be said that Warren Paris was indeed a bold individual. Within his auction offerings, peculiar slaves such as tieflings and half-elves were hardly noteworthy. Zwasi even spotted a white young dragon afflicted by the dullness spell. This unfortunate creature bore a magical collar of control around its neck. Any buyer of this dragon would be able to issue simple commands through another linked device. The young dragon in question belongs to the lineage of the notorious White Dragon, often regarded as the disgrace of true dragons. Contrary to popular belief, the number of true dragons on the continent of Faerun is quite substantial. and their reproduction is not particularly challenging, whether they are the benevolent metallic dragons or the malevolent chromatic dragons. Their gestation period typically ranges from a few months to half a year. A single clutch can yield no fewer than 2 and no more than 4 dragon eggs. Even the golden dragon egg, which requires the longest incubation period, hatches in a mere 2 years. Some adolescent evil dragons, after mating, may carelessly abandon their eggs in the wild or near their lairs, showing no further concern. This implies that many adventurers who delve into the deep wilderness may stumble upon these forsaken dragon eggs. Although these eggs necessitate stringent prerequisites for hatching, there are indeed fortunate individuals who succeed. Consequently, the hatchlings that emerge unattended become prime targets for capture and hunting, particularly the white dragons. Known for their frequent mating for sheer pleasure, tend to produce a greater number of eggs. Furthermore, the intelligence of white dragon hatchlings and juveniles is akin to that of beasts, allowing for ample opportunity in their capture or enslavement. The sole concern is that a dragon's power intensifies with age. When this white dragon, afflicted by the spell, intelligence reduction, matures and one day is struck by a dispelling spell like Dispel Magic, regaining its intelligence and discovering it has been enslaved for decades, perhaps even centuries. What consequences might ensue? This scenario presents a veritable pitfall. Moreover, it is a pitfall for its own progeny. Ultimately, this white dragon, under the influence of intelligence reduction, was purchased by a wealthy merchant for the exorbitant sum of 45,000 gold pieces. Upon witnessing this event, Zwissi sincerely hoped that his descendants would remain safe and sound in a century or two. One must recognize that even the disgraceful white dragon, when driven to madness, poses a formidable threat. It is a diminutive humanoid creature, approximately half a meter tall and weighing 4 to 5 kilograms, confined within a cage. It possesses crimson skin, a rounded head, a pair of membranous wings reminiscent of a bat protruding from its back, and a tail adorned with barbed hooks that thrashes about. A little demon. In an instant, Zwissi recalled all the information regarding this creature hailing from the depths of the 9 hells. They are the weakest of the true demon lineage, characterized by their cunning and treachery, reveling in deceit, and possessing several useful quasi-magical abilities. Most notably, these creatures exhibit relatively high intelligence and can serve as familiars for wizards. Warren Paris, pointing at the little demon in the cage, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, next is our final item for auction. As you can see, this is a demon from the 9 hells. While I would love to extol its virtues, I regret to inform you that I cannot do so. Just a few months ago, this little demon cunningly orchestrated the demise of its master, a sorcerer from Waterdeep. Yes, you heard correctly. This little imp has meticulously orchestrated a sinister plot over the course of 2 years, solely to eliminate its master and subsequently consign the soul to the dreadful abyss of hell. I must caution you, it is perilous, extremely perilous." No sooner had I spoken than the imp within the cage fervently waved its arms in protest, exclaiming, "Hey, this is a blatant slander. The demise of my former master was entirely due to her own folly and ignorance. I had warned her on more than one occasion about the grave consequences that could ensue from her actions. Yet, she chose to ignore my counsel. What more could I do? Are you still trying to wriggle out of this? Throughout the entirety of Fair Inn, who does not know that you fiends are most adept at employing deceit, falsehoods, and sophistry to achieve your nefarious aims? Furthermore, if you do not cease your incessant chatter, I shall have someone sew your mouth shut with a needle." Warren Paris rapped sharply on the cage, issuing a menacing threat. All right, I shall be silent. No need to be so agitated." The little imp, displaying a keen sense of self-preservation, settled down within the cage, its unsettling eyes darting about, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 78. The little demon, a treacherous and cunning little demon, capable of bringing harm to its master. It is both a perilous time bomb and a potentially invaluable ally. However, my counsel to others is to refrain from bidding, for you lack the capacity to master it. I hereby announce that the opening bid for the final auction item is set at 1,000 gold coins. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100. As Warren Paris declared the bidding open, an oppressive silence enveloped the cabin. Unlike the previous items that had sparked fierce competition, the majority of attendees showed little enthusiasm for such a creature as the little demon. Of course, had it been a succubus, incubus, or pleasure demon, many seasoned connoisseurs would likely have eagerly placed high bids to experience unparalleled ecstasy. In contrast, The few arcane practitioners intrigued by the little demon were now gravely contemplating their ability to wield such a nefarious and sly infernal entity. Minutes passed before Zwasi raised his hand, shattering the stillness. "I bid 100 gold coins." Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. The noble youth who had only made this singular bid since the auction began. Warren Paris appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, bellowing, "This young gentleman bids 100. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" 2,000. A man in the corner, with a somewhat sullen demeanor, chose to follow suit. 4,000. Zwasi, unperturbed, boldly doubled the previous bid. This action immediately enlightened the attendees, revealing that his earlier silence was not due to financial incapacity, but rather a lack of interest. The brooding man displayed an expression of incredulity, yet upon noticing the magical ring adorning Zwasi's finger, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes, and he continued to bid. 500. 5,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Zwasi raised the bid by another 500 coins. For him, this little demon represented far more than merely a competent magical companion. It was crucial for crafting the first biological card, unraveling the mystery of how the traveling mage successfully sealed various monsters, extraplanar beings, undead creatures, and sapient entities into small cards, ensuring their absolute obedience to their master. "I concede the competition. It is yours." The sullen man undoubtedly recognized Zwasi's determination and, after a brief hesitation, chose to withdraw. After all, for a low-level demon like the little demon, a price exceeding 4,000 gold coins was rather inflated. He could easily consult scholars or arcane practitioners well-versed in infernal lore, spending a few hundred coins to acquire the name of a known little demon and summon it to the material plane himself, requiring only a modicum of time and effort. "Thank you." Zwasi rose to perform a formal gesture of respect typical among mages. Clearly, both men recognized each other's identities as arcane practitioners. Aside from mages and warlocks, ordinary individuals are utterly incapable of controlling creatures as cunning and treacherous as imps. A moment's carelessness could lead to falling into traps set by such beings. Moreover, many of the more powerful imps are scouts and vanguards dispatched by high-ranking demons from the depths of hell to the material plane. Even if one manages to deal with the imps themselves, escaping the machinations of the higher demons lurking behind them is not guaranteed. However, every disadvantage harbors a corresponding advantage. The benefit of imps lies in their alignment with the lawful evil faction, which is characterized by a clear hierarchy and a propensity to adhere to signed contracts. They rarely overtly defy the commands of their masters, resorting instead to subtle mischief. Their obedience far surpasses that of the quasits from the abyss, which are of a similar level. Thus, after paying 5,000 gold coins, Zwasi successfully acquired a cage containing an imp. The cage was thoughtfully enhanced with a protection from evil spell to prevent the sly creature from escaping. "Master Hardiman, this is your entry token. Please keep it safe. We hold an auction in Kaling Port approximately every 3 to 6 months, and we welcome you to grace us with your presence again," Warren Paris said with a sycophantic smile, presenting a cheap crystal inscribed with arcane symbols with both hands. He had previously taken the time to inquire about Zwasi's identity from the 2 guards stationed at the door, as well as the peculiar manner of their entrance. He regarded this generous patron with considerable importance, intending to cultivate him into a long-term customer. "If you can procure items of interest to me, I shall certainly attend," Zwasi replied, deliberately adopting an air of arrogance as he gestured for a soldier to take the cage containing the imp, along with the entry token. In an instant, Yelena leaped from his shadow, her eyes brimming with intense animosity. Yet, she nodded slightly before vanishing into the shadows of a nearby building. Black on black. The imp suddenly stood up in the cage, as if it had stumbled upon something amusing, a sly smile creeping upon its lips. "Ah, my dear little master. You truly have surpassed my expectations. Serving a master whose very soul exudes the fragrance of malevolence, and who possesses boundless potential, is indeed the greatest honor of my life. Please allow me to pledge my loyalty, to become a humble servant." With that, it mimicked a graceful bow, akin to human gestures. "Did you extend such sentiments to your last master, whom you personally caused to perish?" Zwasi retorted with a smirk, trusting the flattery and praise of a demon. "Spare me. The imp's deadliest traits have never been its venomous stinger, shape-shifting abilities, or innate spell-like powers. Rather, It is the cunning intellect and the silver tongue capable of beguiling the unsuspecting. One must recognize that such diminutive beings possess an intelligence score of at least 10. Many individuals even boast scores of 13 or 15. What does a 13 intelligence attribute signify on the continent of Faerin? Many individuals who have barely managed to become low-level mages through sheer diligence may not possess even a fraction of the cunning of a minor demon. After all, the real world is not akin to a game or a role-playing scenario, where one encounters prodigies endowed with primary attributes of 16 or 18 scattered throughout. Take, for instance, the guards in the bustling port of Carlin, who are tasked with maintaining public order during the day. A significant portion of them are level 1 warriors with strength attributes ranging from 12 to 14. Faced with such an existential inquiry, the minor demon exhibited no trace of anxiety, but instead responded with remarkable composure. No, my little master, you have misconstrued a fundamental truth. The demise of my previous master was precipitated by her possession of celestial blood and her foolish belief in the inherent goodness of this world. What was the outcome? She was betrayed by those she trusted most, and ultimately perished at the hands of her foes. As for my role in that saga, I merely played a modest part in nudging events along. However, you are different. You exude an aura of darkness and malevolence from your very soul. I am convinced that our association will be exceedingly delightful. Chapter 79. Crafting the first creature card indeed. I too believe that our companionship would be exceedingly delightful. Zwissi gazed at the little demon with a knowing look. Come now, lower your unnecessary vigilance and suspicion, and forge a close bond with me. Become my magical pet. Of course, this is precisely what I have been anticipating. The little master. The small demon obediently knelt on one knee, offering no form of resistance. Even its unguarded spirit and soul realm were wide open. Having once been a sorcerer's magical companion, it possessed considerable experience in this regard. Understanding that only through complete surrender would the magical contract take effect, binding master and pet together. If that is the case, let us commence. A glimmer of barely perceptible mischief flickered in Zwissi's eyes as a blank card materialized in his palm out of thin air. This action was so discreet that the little demon remained oblivious, patiently awaiting the activation of the Summon Familiar spell. Seizing the opportune moment, Zwissi swiftly began to guide the magical energy to establish a connection between the mage and the pet, drawing upon the rituals learned from countless tomes. Soon, a nebulous link began to emerge between them, gradually becoming clearer. However, just as the ritual was nearing completion, a triumphant smile spread across Zwissi's face. He raised the blank card and uttered 2 words, seal. Bang! A spherical energy barrier enveloped the little demon from head to toe, constricting and compressing it. Yet, what instilled the greatest terror in this small creature was the abrupt severance of its connection to hell, prompting it to emit a piercing scream. No, bastard, what have you done to me? Creature card, Demon Imp Familiar, LV1 red card, temporarily non-upgradable, card quality, ordinary, effect. Summons a small demon imp from the depths of hell to serve you. It can cast the spells Detect Good and Detect Magic at will. Use invisibility, self only, an unlimited number of times each day. Perform a divination and suggestive spell once per day, and transform into medium-sized creatures such as wild boars or giant spiders, or into small or tiny animals like crows or mice. Like all demons, the little imp possesses dark vision, remarkable regenerative abilities, and is completely immune to toxins and fire damage, with some resistance to acid and cold. It can also communicate telepathically within a range of 30 meters with any creature of sufficient intelligence. When your arcane casting level reaches LV7 or higher, it will acquire additional abilities related to being a familiar and bestow some capabilities upon its master. Expert evasion, due to its smaller size. The familiar is generally harder for enemies to hit than its master. Alertness, when the familiar remains within arm's reach of its master, the master's senses become heightened, allowing for the early detection of potential dangers. Spell sharing, should the master so desire, the magic cast upon themselves may also extend its influence to their magical companion, provided that the companion remains within a distance of no more than 1.5 meters from the master. Emotional connection. The magical companion and the master can engage in telepathic communication within an approximate range of 1 kilometer. Contact transmission. When the master casts a spell that necessitates physical contact with the target, they may designate their magical companion to perform the requisite contact action. Spell resistance. Upon reaching a spell casting level of LV11, The magical companion shall gain additional resistance to magic. Although the imp is a cunning and treacherous creature, it will nonetheless comply with all commands issued by the master, regardless of its inherent nature's resistance, until either it is slain or the summoning is voluntarily terminated. The use of this card requires the expenditure of 2 points of red mana, or 2 points of universal mana, along with double the mana of other attributes. Upon the death of the summoned imp, this card automatically enters the graveyard, awaiting rebirth after a duration of 1 day. Gazing at the densely packed information on the card, which even necessitated flipping pages to read in its entirety, Zwissi finally grasped the method by which the traveling mage creates creature cards. In essence, it can be divided into 2 scenarios. The first involves earning the absolute trust of the target, allowing the creature to fully lower its defenses and open its heart, thereby permitting the traveling mage to transform it into a summoned being, thus attaining a semblance of eternal life. Typical examples include soldiers and leopards. The most evident characteristic of such summoned entities is their unwavering loyalty to their master, possessing complete thought and consciousness, behaving as if they were truly alive. Imps, shadow servants, and large stone elementals are prime examples of this category. In the second scenario, if the summoned creature retains intelligence and original memories, it often harbors intense feelings of anger and hatred towards its master, yet remains unable to escape its fate of being controlled. Generally speaking, the more vehement the target's resistance, the higher the failure rate of the card creation. If one can devise a means to control or enchant the target beforehand, the likelihood of success increases significantly. However, the creation of creature cards, much like the crafting of spell cards, cannot exceed the traveling mage's level limit. This implies that if Zwissi wishes to create a card for an adult dragon, even if the creature does not resist, he must first elevate his mage level to at least LV6 or LV8. Furthermore, when creating a creature card, the traveling mage may choose whether to retain the creature's original memories or completely erase them, thereby shaping a new persona according to their needs. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the alley, sprinting at a remarkable speed towards the docks before leaping into an empty wooden barrel stacked outside to conceal itself. "What is that?" Zwissi inquired, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Without wearing the glasses that granted him dark vision and far sight, he was unable to discern the true identity of the figure. "Is that a drow female?" Zwissi gasped in astonishment. It is worth noting that, for safety reasons, Warren Paris had equipped the dark elf with sturdy iron shackles on both hands and feet, making it seemingly impossible to escape, unless some lecherous old fool desires to unlock more positions and foolishly removes the shackles. Nevertheless, this is not entirely incomprehensible. After all, when a man is engulfed in desire, he often resembles a creature driven by primal instincts, devoid of rationality, and thus committing foolish acts is hardly surprising. Soon, a formidable pursuit team surged forth from the very street where the distinguished woman had dashed away. The corpulent man, weighing over 300 pounds, was now clutching his bleeding groin, wailing in agony, while he furiously bellowed at his subordinates, "Search. Even if we have to turn the entire dock area upside down, I will capture that dark-skinned harlot and make her experience a fate worse than death." The pain is unbearable. It is evident that this individual most likely injured himself while engaging in some dubious activity. There is even a possibility that he might have suffered a grievous injury, be it a bite or a fracture. Fortunately, Farron is a realm abundant with magic and divine powers. Particularly, the priests of the wealth goddess, Watchin, are known for their transparent and fair dealings. As long as one can afford the price, resurrection from death and regeneration of severed limbs are entirely feasible. The sole complication arises from the psychological barriers induced by injury and pain, such as the inability of one's manhood to perform when it is most crucial. That would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Chapter 80. Black eats Black Master. "They are approaching us," a soldier whispered, alerting Left C. However, before Left C could respond, the rotund man recognized him at once, and, supported by 2 slaves, ambled over with a tone that was both overly familiar and rude. "Hey, kid. Have you seen that damn black-skinned wench?" First, I do not respond to hey or kid. Second, even if I had seen her, what obligation do I have to inform you? Most importantly, did your parents not teach you the meaning of courtesy? Left C replied, raising his head, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Had the man approached with a modicum of civility, or even a hint of politeness, he would have been more than willing to lend a hand. Yet, the rotund man's demeanor was clearly unhinged, exacerbated by the excruciating pain in his lower body, which rendered him incapable of maintaining composure, leading to an irritable temper. Left C adhered to the principle of not indulging those who inflicted their own misery upon others. Moreover, the heavily armored soldier had already stepped forward, raising his shield and drawing his longsword, adopting a combat stance. What do you intend to do? The rotund man was visibly startled, hastily retreating. His other guards, servants, and slaves hurried over. One armored guard, wielding a curved sword, seemingly eager to impress his employer, signaled a few companions to encircle the soldier and threatened with a sneer, "Though I do not know who you are, you would do well to drop your weapons and apologize to my master on your knees. Otherwise," before he could finish, the soldier interrupted in an emotionless tone. "Otherwise what? You refuse to drink the wine of civility and choose the wine of punishment instead. Brothers, attack. Show him what we can do." Enraged and humiliated, the guard swung his curved sword, launching an assault alongside his companions. Their weapons glimmered silver under the moonlight as they struck down. In the next moment, the soldier, resembling an iron tower, suddenly raised his shield and charged forward with tremendous force. Bang! The two assailants in front stumbled back, losing their balance and crashing to the ground, facing the sky. In just a single clash, the immense disparity in strength was vividly demonstrated. Meanwhile, the soldier's other hand, gripping the longsword, thrust forward with blinding speed. It pierced through the chest of an unfortunate soul, blood erupting like a fountain. The thick leather armor he wore offered no resistance against the sword's thrust. It was evident to anyone not blind that this man's heart had been penetrated. He was undoubtedly doomed. As for the other two guards, although they managed to strike the soldier's heavy armor during the chaos, they inflicted not a single wound. Their blows merely left inconspicuous scratches on the surface of the sturdy armor. At that moment, the astonishing defensive capability of the full-plate armor against slashing and piercing damage was laid bare. In the ensuing moments, the soldier resembled a Terminator, swiftly beheading an assailant who had attempted a sneak attack from behind. Without hesitation, he pivoted and seized another guard wielding a curved blade, employing his formidable grip to snap the opponent's neck with brutal efficiency. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the last two fallen foes attempted to rise and flee, he charged forward, executing a precise military sword technique to dispatch them. In less than half a minute, all 5 guards lay dead, while the soldier remained utterly composed, as if he had merely engaged in a warm-up exercise. The blood-stained helmet and heavy armor enveloped him in an overwhelming aura of intimidation. With each thunderous thud of his steel boots upon the ground, the remaining guards, servants, and slaves were paralyzed with fear. Abandoning any concern for the trembling figure of the obese man collapsed on the ground, scattering in panic. "No, no, no, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, Clive will not spare you," the portly man shouted desperately. Clive, the soldier's sword, poised to strike, halted midair as he turned his gaze toward his master, awaiting a directive. However, before the name Clive could register in his mind, another rotund bald man and his subordinate suddenly appeared. "Kill him. This scoundrel is aligned with my enemies. Since we have crossed paths, there is no reason to spare him," proclaimed the leader of the Thieves' Guild, Apke, with blunt candor. Through relentless interrogation of the captured Ratman leader, he had undoubtedly uncovered the identity of the one orchestrating the schemes from the shadows. "Then let it be done," replied Zwissi, shrugging indifferently. Upon receiving the command, the soldier promptly executed the unfinished task. In an instant, the 300-pound mass of flesh met its demise as the head was severed. Dark crimson blood gushed from the severed artery, rapidly staining the ground and forming a small pool of congealed plasma. After collecting a modicum of residual magical energy from the corpse, Zwissi inquired with keen interest, "What brings you here?" "Ha! It is precisely due to the information you provided. I have finally managed to ensnare that bastard Warren Paris, who has never paid his protection fees. Guess how much I extracted from him, principal and interest included?" Apke responded with mirth, his jovial demeanor evident as his corpulence quivered with laughter. 50,000. Zwissi ventured a relatively conservative estimate, considering that the Thieves' Guild in Carlinport did not engage in exploitative practices, but rather ensured that merchants and vendors retained sufficient profit margins for sustainability. 80,000. Apke gestured for a higher figure, exuberantly continuing, "I shall never forget the remarkable expression on Warren Paris' face at that moment. Thank you, Lord Zwissi. Were it not for you, capturing this cunning old fox would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. Here lies a reward of 40,000 gold coins. I implore you to accept it." With that, The guild leader gestured for an underling to bring forth a bag filled with gold coins and promissory notes. Fortuitously, this very bag was the one previously used by Zwissi to acquire the imp. Thus, I shall graciously accept it. Zwissi made no attempt to decline, decisively choosing to accept the bounty as it was rightfully his. The man named Warren Paris would likely remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Little did he know that as soon as the auction concluded, the Thieves' Guild controlling the docks would arrive unannounced, armed and demanding protection fees. Most crucially this time, the collection of both principal and interest would obliterate the fruits of his previous successful tax evasion. It is likely that a search is currently underway aboard the ship, scouring for any potential traitors. Regardless, given that Warren Paris and his crew engaged in the capture and sale of slaves, Zwissi felt no moral qualms in turning the tables. In the end, he not only acquired a small demon without cost, but also profited an additional 35,000 gold coins. As for whether they would pursue the most suspicious character from the auction, young Master Hardman, let them investigate as they please. By the time any truths are uncovered, Zwissi would have long departed from Kaling Port, journeying with a caravan toward Ascatera. Given the reality of numerous city-states dotting the western coastline of Faerun, the loosely structured governance, and the rampant presence of bandits, nefarious organizations, and monstrous tribes, locating a specific individual would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 81. The intricate games behind the Guild Wars. After a brief discussion regarding the situation of the Guild Wars in Kaling Port and sharing information about Clive, another leader of a thieving guild in the dock area, Apke swiftly departed with his entourage. Before leaving, he invested a considerable sum to procure some highly refined castor bean toxin and arrow poison, intending to surprise his adversaries. If all goes as anticipated, in the coming days, a mysterious wave of deaths will befall Clive's thieving guild. Particularly, the castor bean toxin is remarkably insidious and difficult to detect, if ingested in small quantities. Its incubation period can extend for several hours or even an entire day before manifesting its effects. As for the deranged Ratman leader, who worshipped the god of hunting, Mara, he had recently been flayed alive in his beastly form and displayed as a trophy on the walls of the thieving guild. His demise was prolonged, enduring several minutes of agony while submerged in a caustic pool before succumbing to death. Apke has never hesitated to reveal his cruel and ruthless side when it comes to enemies. Watching the thieving guild leader fade into the shadows, Zwissi stroked his chin and remarked to the soldiers beside him, "It appears we must hasten our pace and aim to leave Kaling Port within a week." "Why?" inquired a soldier, puzzled. "Because the guild wars in Kaling Port are on the verge of erupting in full force. I cannot ascertain whether Apke's faction will emerge victorious." Zwissi replied candidly. He understood that the apparent conflict between the thieving guilds was ostensibly about territorial disputes. However, it was, in fact, a complex interplay of various factions. It is conceivable that colossal organizations such as the Harpers, the Emerald Enclave, and the Shadow Thieves of Amin are involved in this intricate dance. The decline of seemingly formidable thieving guilds and the sudden rise of weaker factions often bear their influence. A glance at the recent history of Kaling Port reveals the presence of an invisible hand stirring the pot. Whenever a thieving guild grows powerful enough to disrupt the delicate balance, it inevitably faces a coalition of adversaries intent on its downfall, reducing it to a second-rate power or leading to its complete disintegration. While Zwissi may maintain a favorable alliance with Apke, he would never tether himself to the chariot of another guild war. Thus, before the guild wars fully ignite, he is determined to vacate Kaling Port, a place rife with strife, for he is still too weak to partake in such high-stakes conflicts. The soldier nodded in understanding. "I see. But how shall we handle this dark elf?" As they spoke, both of them turned their gazes toward the nearby barrel. The drow female, hidden inside and observing the situation, immediately realized her cover had been blown. Without uttering a word, she sprang from the barrel and sprinted in the opposite direction. Regrettably, before she could take more than a few steps, she heard the incantation of a spell resonating behind her. In the blink of an eye, a large expanse of greasy stains appeared beneath her feet. As she was barefoot, the friction with the ground was already inadequate, coupled with the interference of the oil slick. She slipped and fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud as her head struck the earth. The first circle spell, Grease. Given that the dark elf possessed an innate and formidable resistance to magic, a low-level spell like this would hardly have a significant effect on her. Thus, Zwissi decisively opted for this spell that could effectively slow down and control her without needing to be cast directly on the target. It is well known that within the realm of Greece, the friction between limbs and the ground is reduced to an exceedingly low threshold. Once fallen, rising again becomes nearly impossible. Despite the female Drow's several attempts to stand and continue her flight, she ultimately failed each time. Moments later, she found herself being yanked by the ankle by a fully armed soldier, her head dangling downward as she was hoisted into the air. Iblith, usa a korth dos tier. The dark elf struggled desperately, uttering incomprehensible words that could very well have been a unique dialect of her kind, or perhaps a common tongue of the underworld. However, her tone suggested nothing pleasant, likely filled with curses. Knock her out, Swasi commanded without hesitation. The language barrier rendered communication impossible. At least until he learned the dark elf language or the common tongue of the underworld, she would have to be detained. After all, the dark elves were notoriously reviled in the surface world, devoid of any semblance of rights. No matter how this prisoner was treated, there would be no one to raise an objection. Following orders, the soldier promptly delivered a kick to the drow woman's head, rendering her unconscious, and then casually bound her hands and feet with a rope, tossing her over his shoulder. Along the way, Swasi employed a magical trick to cleanse the bloodstains from the soldier's helmet and heavy armor. He unceremoniously deposited the captured dark elf into the adjacent room where the pirate captain was held, leaving her under the watch of a leopard, before lying down to swiftly succumb to sleep. 8 hours later, the following morning at 9 o'clock, upon awakening, Swasi had yet to wash his face or brush his teeth when he learned from a soldier that Ibini Abo had sent word early in the morning, stating that the mage tower and all materials on the list were prepared. So soon, they managed to secure the mage tower as well. A look of astonishment spread across Swasi's face. For the first time, he gained a clear understanding of the wealth and power possessed by these ancient families with legacies spanning centuries. It is worth noting that, apart from the materials on the list, merely renting a mage tower is no trivial matter. Few mages or sorcerers would readily relinquish their homes for others' use. Indeed, at this moment, his servant awaited outside the inn, having specifically prepared a carriage for you. The soldier raised his hand, pointing towards the street outside. Following the direction of his finger, one could clearly see a magnificent carriage, crafted from precious woods and enchanted metals, stationed on the main thoroughfare outside the inn. The exterior was adorned with an abundance of gold and gemstones, while the interior was enhanced with magical temperature control. This exquisite vehicle was entirely devoid of wheels, levitating through the use of anti-gravity magic. Consequently, regardless of the speed, there was no concern for the occupants to experience any jolting. Through the transparent windows, fashioned from large, unblemished crystals, one could faintly glimpse the luxurious hand-woven carpets and the soft velvet cushions lining the interior. In the center of the carriage, there was even a magical heater for brewing tea, accompanied by an exquisite porcelain tea set from the distant east, potentially worth thousands of gold coins. Furthermore, the carriage was attended by a young and beautiful maid. What defines the pinnacle of opulent indulgence? This is it. This carriage, costing no less than 100,000 gold coins, epitomizes the values of the upper echelons of the Karensen society. Unlike the AM merchants, who are solely driven by profit and view wealth as the ultimate pursuit, they are fervent in their desire to expend their riches on various pleasures and luxuries, or to exchange wealth for power and influence. Chapter 82. The Tale of Kaling Port and the Azure Dragon. After a brief morning ablution, Swasi casually partook in a modest breakfast and dedicated some time to preparing his spells. Subsequently, he boarded an opulent carriage that whisked him to the entrance of a towering spire that soared 4 stories high. In stark contrast to the rather cramped and congested mage tower belonging to the sorceress, this edifice was at least 30 times grander. The exterior bore the scars and signs of numerous repairs, suggesting it had stood for several centuries and had endured fierce conflicts. Notably, the massive claw marks adorning the upper levels were clear indicators of direct assaults from dragons. Ibini Arbo, who had been waiting with anticipation, greeted Swasi with a warm smile as he descended from the carriage. "Welcome, my friend. What do you think of this mage tower? It is indeed remarkable. It must be at least 2 to 3 centuries old, correct?" Swasi inquired, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "Far older than that. Did you notice those immense claw marks on the tower? It is said that an invasion nearly obliterated Kaling Port. This is precisely why I require you to create a colossal energy storage device. The malevolent Azure Dragon has always posed the greatest threat to this city, without exception. As he spoke, Ibini's tone turned unusually grave and serious. It was evident that he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Azure Dragon, the second most formidable of the chromatic dragons. After all, Kaling Port is situated adjacent to the vast Kaling Desert, a locale favored by the Azure Dragon. Heaven knows how many of these fearsome creatures lie hidden amidst the endless expanse of yellow dunes, plotting to seize a share of wealth from one of the most prosperous cities on the continent of Faer. Moreover, whenever the dark star ascends in the skies above Faer, the draconic frenzy lock set by the elves of Ur is triggered. At such times, all varieties of dragons inevitably succumb to uncontrollable agitation and frenzy, launching frenzied assaults on every city, fortress, and village in their path. And they may even engage in deadly skirmishes amongst themselves until one faction is utterly vanquished. This collective dragon frenzy occurs in localized outbreaks approximately every few decades, with a more widespread impact across Faer in roughly every 3 centuries. One must ponder who residing in Kaling Port, so close to the lair of the Azure Dragon, would not take extra precautions? I see, Zwasi nodded in understanding. Furthermore, the tumultuous years marked by the descent of the divine in the guise of saints had only recently passed, and the current year was 1360 thus, considering the timeline. This tower must possess a history spanning at least 340 to 350 years. In terrestrial terms, it would undoubtedly be classified as an artifact of significant historical value. However, in Faer, such mage towers are quite numerous. Some even older abandoned towers can be traced back to the Elven era thousands of years ago, still functioning in pristine condition. These forsaken towers, devoid of their former masters, are often the most coveted sites for adventurers and mercenaries alike to explore. Within the confines of the tower, the undamaged magical artifacts, tomes, scrolls, and materials often fetch astonishing prices. Under the guidance of Ebony Arbo, Zwasi ventured into the interior of the Grand Mage Tower, surveying its vast expanse in search of discrepancies with the internal structure of the floating city and pondering the distinct techniques and designs employed here. It did not take long for him to discern that, like all large mage towers, this one had recruited a multitude of apprentices, as well as lower-tier wizards and sorcerers. They exchanged their labor, such as transcribing scrolls, concocting potions, and crafting various magical items, weapons, and armors, for gold to acquire deeper knowledge and magic. Nearly 80% of the secondary magical items exported from Carlinport were produced by these lesser spellcasters. Due to their sheer volume, the prices of these secondary magical items were merely 2/3 or even half of those in other regions. Even the illustrious red robes of Cell could not compete with such costs. Ebony Arbo noticed Zwasi's reaction and smiled as he introduced. This tower belongs to the Homan family. Their lineage flows with the blood of the wind giants, thus they are prolific in producing arcane spellcasters. Almost every generation births at least 1 or 2 wizards or sorcerers. Our family's friendship has endured for 2 centuries, which is why I am able to lease the rights to this place. 2 centuries of friendship? Zwasi mused, acknowledging the historical families of Carlinport. Indeed, compared to the nouveau riche of cities like Neverwinter, Baldur's Gate, Waterdeep, and Luskan, the Carlin people established a vast empire when they did not even have a proper settlement. Ebony Arbo declared with pride and satisfaction. This sentiment reflected the views of most Carlin residents regarding the emerging northern cities. In truth, the Carlin people harbored a cultural and psychological superiority, given that the history of civilization in this land far predates the long-extinct Nathril Empire, which vanished thousands of years ago. As the two conversed while ascending to the 3rd floor, Zwasi finally beheld a workshop brimming with various materials. Within the workshop, a dwarf slave awaited, while several dwarf craftsmen assisted in crafting small components, tools, or handling excessively hard magical metals. Regrettably, when the dreadful plague erupted, all the dwarves perished within mere days. Ebony Arbo halted and gestured towards the workshop, stating, "All the materials listed yesterday are here. I have already communicated with the Homan family. You may freely utilize the energy reserves. I have but one request, to construct a super energy storage device of ample capacity." Without a moment's hesitation, Zwasi replied, "Not a problem. Before sunset, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. However, I shall not require the dwarf. I prefer to work alone." "Very well. I shall return to fetch you at sunset." Having spoken, Ebony Arb gestured to the dwarf slave and then vanished with him around the corner of the staircase leading to the lower levels. As he watched the 2 figures disappear from sight, Zwissi promptly unleashed his detection magic to ascertain that the room was devoid of surveillance. Only then did he methodically begin to fill the deliberately emptied satchel with items. In the blink of an eye, a substantial portion of the materials stacked in the corner had vanished. Following this, he drew upon the reserve energy within the tower, forcefully elevating his creator profession level to LV9, thus acquiring a new ability, modification. True to its name, this ability enables the creator to refine existing magical items by expending specific materials and his own magical energy. It can be employed to enhance a magical item or to eliminate superfluous attributes and curses from certain magical artifacts. However, the enhancement must not exceed the material limits of the magical item's core. Otherwise, the entire artifact could potentially trigger a violent explosion or an energetic reaction. Zwissi's decision to first elevate his creator level was driven by the desire to utilize this ability to forge a super energy storage device. At the very least, it would justify the preparations made by Abney Arb, ensuring that he felt his efforts were worthwhile. After all, while one may seek to benefit from others, a fundamental sense of ethics and professional integrity must be upheld. Chapter 83. The Gaze of the Master of Sigils. My master. The young man named Soth has begun crafting secret weapons for us. Upon hearing this, the Lich Ragan nodded in satisfaction. Well done. As long as the creations do not disappoint my expectations, I would not mind bestowing upon him a small gift. You see, with the devices you provided yesterday, our hunting party has successfully ambushed 3 mature blue dragons and has severely injured and captured an aged blue dragon. With the loss of their formidable lightning breath, these creatures have seen a dramatic decline in their threat level. There is no need for other masters of sigils to intervene. A single lich assistant, accompanied by a few vampire or mummy lords, can easily handle them. Although these blue dragons cannot compare to Ivico LS Granrith, they have nevertheless provided us with valuable insights. Abney Arb blinked in confusion. Despite being one of the few core members within the organization who knew the true identity of the master, he was not a master of sigils himself and could not comprehend the thought processes of these powerful undead spellcasters. Indeed, insights, Ragan replied, a faint ethereal glow shimmering in his eyes. I have come to realize that the strategy previously employed against Ivico LS Granrith had its flaws. As an ancient blue dragon, her greatest strength lies in her ability to combine formidable physical power with lightning breath and spellcasting capabilities, employing them in the midst of complex and dynamic battles. Even someone as formidable as the last emperor of the Shan dynasty, Shan 7, ultimately fell victim to her might. In a mere contest of spells, I, alongside another master of sigils, would possess sufficient confidence to subdue Ivico LS Granrith. However, if we were to possess an item capable of neutralizing the threat posed by her lightning breath, one that would not be easily dispelled or countered by an anti-magic field, then we would be left with only pure physical attacks such as biting, clawing, wing slaps, and sweeping strikes. For the majority of spellcasters, there is nothing easier to handle than pure physical assaults. This is precisely why I have set my sights on this young man. The energy storage devices he fabricates can still absorb and store vast amounts of lightning energy, even under the influence of an anti-magic field. Most importantly, we need not defeat or kill Ivico LS Granrith as Shan 7 did. We merely need to ensure that she poses no lethal threat to the core members of our organization. Whether Carlin Harbor is destroyed in her wrath, or thousands or tens of thousands perish, is of no consequence to us. Remember, the principle of the entanglement sigil is to remain low-key and secretive, ensuring that none are aware of our existence. To achieve this, anyone other than the masters of sigils may be sacrificed or abandoned. Clearly, for an immortal lich, such minor disasters can be easily rectified within a decade or two, given humanity's capacity for reconstruction and reproduction. As long as the entanglement sigil continues to operate from the shadows, controlling all of Carlin Fur, nothing else matters. Understood. Ebony Aben bowed deeply to his master. As one of the few true core members of the entire organization, he was acutely aware of the stringent confidentiality protocols surrounding the entangled sigil. In fact, even 99% of controlled members were oblivious to the reality that they were serving a clandestine society composed of powerful, immortal spellcasters, including ancient families that boasted legacies spanning hundreds or even thousands of years. The number of core members like Ebony, who were privy to the truth, could not exceed 70. This indicated that only a select few trusted confidants surrounding the master of the sigil were aware of the organization's name. The remaining individuals, who did not even understand whom they served, were merely interconnected through a vast intelligence network that encompassed the entirety of Kalangan. Whether adventurers, ubiquitous merchants, peddlers, or those holy warriors who believed in goodness and order, they frequently unwittingly worked for the entangled sigil. It was precisely due to the most rigorous and extreme confidentiality protocols in all of Fea and that the entangled sigil was able to rapidly grow and flourish in the centuries following the unexpected demise of its first leader, the Dark Lord Rezalan. Today, it had effectively become the true ruler of the Kalangan region. To outsiders, the perilous guild wars appeared treacherous. However, they were merely trivial games employed by the masters of the sigil to alleviate their boredom. After watching his subordinates depart through the teleportation portal, Ragan produced a mirror that resembled flowing mercury and gently touched it with his dry, bony finger. In an instant, the surface of the mirror revealed an image of the tower workshop. The figure moving in the center of the mirror was none other than Zwasi himself. At that moment, he had completed the basic structural form of a massive energy storage device, measuring over 3 meters in diameter and exceeding 6 meters in height. He was employing his modification ability to meticulously insert various materials, enhancing its capacity to store energy to the utmost limit while also endowing it with additional magical properties and attributes. In a mere few minutes, this somewhat opaque, translucent cylinder began to emit a blinding arcane radiance. Particularly through the thick crystalline wall, countless magical runes, previously unseen by Ragan, were etched in a systematic manner near the center, leaving the Lich, who had lived for over 1,000 years, in utter disbelief. He had never encountered such methods and techniques for crafting magical items. In the realm of Feyr, aside from weapons and armor, more complex magical artifacts were typically crafted in a single creation, unless subjected to external factors that caused mutations or damage requiring repairs. Secondary processing and enhancement often entailed a significantly high failure rate, which most spellcasters would strive to avoid. However, today, Zwasi had fundamentally overturned the Lich's understanding through his practical actions. The Creator, a unique profession from another magical world, had broadened Ragan's horizons in terms of the utilization of magical energy. Even more astonishingly, he discerned that Zwasi, while wielding this power, did not draw strength from the magical net at all. Instead, he seemed to manipulate a primordial, chaotic magical energy according to his own needs. Typically, such an ability is reserved for an exceedingly rare few advanced spellcasting professions, such as the Archmage or the Incantation Firecaster. Did he possess some unique advanced class of which I am unaware? Ragan stroked his jawbone with his other hand, his desiccated skull bearing no hint of expression. Of course, as a Lich whose skin and muscles had long since withered and decayed, he was incapable of any facial expression. Yet, the 2 points of eerie light in his eye sockets flickered intensely, betraying the unrest deep within his soul. Regrettably, Zwasi was entirely focused on constructing a colossal energy storage device, oblivious to the attention he had garnered from the leader of the Entangled Sigil organization. However, even if he had been aware, it likely would not have elicited much reaction. After all, the Entangled Sigil was exceedingly secretive. His understanding of this organization was limited to a chance encounter during a game, far from the familiarity he possessed with renowned factions such as the Harpist Alliance, the Scatterwood Society, the Shadow Thieves of AM, the Red Packet Sorcerers, and the Masked Mages. As for Ragan, the longer he observed, the more he believed Zwasi to be a talent worth recruiting, at least in the realm of creating and enhancing magical artifacts. He undoubtedly possessed an unparalleled gift and creativity. With Zwasi's assistance, the Lich was confident he could forge a remarkably powerful artifact. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As a Lich, Ragan was never short of patience or time. He had previously dedicated decades, even centuries, to meticulously observing potential candidates, all in pursuit of selecting and nurturing a worthy master of sigils. Having confirmed the potential that Zwasi possessed, the Lich swiftly shut off the magical mirror, vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 84. The expensive ransom. While Zwasi was wholly engrossed in the creation of a colossal energy storage device, utilizing the resources provided by Abniab and fervently experimenting with his newly acquired ability to transform, a significant transaction involving over 200,000 gold coins was unfolding far away in a room at the Joyful Times Inn. One party, without a doubt, comprised Captain Harlot, known as Bloodhand, along with his band of pirates. The opposing side included soldiers authorized by Zwasi, alongside a summoned leopard, the Shadow Assassin Yelena, and the Shadow Legion under her command. Additionally, A group of young werewolves led by the girl Vanges was present. Apke had personally come to serve as a mediator, striving to avert any potential conflict should the negotiations falter. His concern was not for the safety of Zwick's subordinates in the event of a skirmish, but rather the possibility of Harlett and his key lieutenants perishing in Carlin Harbor, which could instigate unnecessary turmoil and internal strife within the pirate factions of the Narrantal Islands. It is worth noting that pirates and thieving guilds maintain a mutually beneficial partnership. The goods and vessels seized by the former must be funneled through the black market established by the latter, while simultaneously procuring essential supplies, weapons, and provisions. Merchant Bernard sat nervously to the side, fixated on the two parties involved in the transaction. Here lay 170,000 gold coins, supplemented by a collection of books and scrolls amassed by the captain over the years. Eric, a robust man with short brown hair and a beard, gestured for his subordinates to bring forth several hefty wooden crates, aside from 2 boxes containing books and scrolls. The rest were filled with Dante, coins minted in AMU, and Biquinta, coins cast in Carlin. Though it may sound substantial, when calculated at an average weight of 9.1 grams per coin, the total weight barely exceeded 1.5 tons. Furthermore, given the high density of gold, 1 cubic meter of gold approaches nearly 20 tons, rendering the visual impression considerably less. Exactly 170,000 coins, neither a coin more nor a coin less. For financial officers brought by the guild leader meticulously recounted the coins multiple times before finally nodding in affirmation that all was in order. Upon hearing this, a joyful smile spread across Apke's plump face as he turned to Harlett, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my friend. You are now a free man. At last, it was over. Quickly, help me untie this damned rope." The pirate captain visibly relaxed, his eyes reflecting a sense of liberation. Such a feeling of life being manipulated by another was something he never wished to endure again. Without hesitation, a soldier produced a quartz stone engraved with 4 runes, bestowed upon him by Zwick prior to departure, and gently touched the activation rope. Instantly, the remarkably sturdy rope fell away, reverting to its ordinary form. Freed from her restraints, Harlett immediately flexed her numbed limbs before taking Eric's place at the negotiation table. With utmost seriousness, she declared, "Now, we must discuss the vessels docked at the port and the ransom for my magical equipment. As for the magical items," the list unfolded: the belt of lesser strength valued at 9,000 gold, the dispelling amulet at 4,000 gold, 2 lightning sabers, worth 8,500 gold, 2 agile short swords, priced at 13,000 gold, the boots of fear protection at 6,700 gold, the bracers of constitution at 4,200 gold, the hat of wind creation at 3,500 gold, and the captain's coat at 9,800 gold. You may choose which items to redeem based on the listed prices. Having spoken, a soldier presented a pre-prepared list. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly lifted her gaze and inquired, "Why is there no Ring of the Ram?" Hearing that her most cherished magical ring had been claimed by another, Harlett felt a pang of anguish. In a hushed tone, she turned to Eric behind her and asked, "How much funds do we currently have at our disposal?" 122,000 gold, Captain, he promptly replied with a precise figure. As the captain, he rarely needed to engage directly, and even using ordinary blades presented little challenge. However, armor was a different matter entirely. Such items significantly enhanced one's survivability in the chaos of battle. Particularly, the hat of wind creation was indispensable, whether for pursuing merchant ships or evading naval vessels. The remaining funds would also be required for recruiting crew, procuring supplies, and acquiring robust slaves to enable the grand pirate ship to set sail once more. After concluding the transaction, the renowned Bloodhand captain found himself nearly depleted of his substantial savings, reduced to a state of utter poverty. Fortunately, he possessed a seasoned crew honed through years of camaraderie and training. Thus, under the mediation of Apke, this transaction, amounting to nearly 300,000, was successfully completed without incident. He even kindly assisted in converting the heavy gold into promissory notes issued by his guild. Once all the pirates and thieves had departed, the soldier finally handed over the ransom just paid by Harlett to the young merchant. "Here, all this money is now yours to manage. Thank you for your trust. Lord Soth, I pledge, by my name and my family's honor, that I shall not disappoint you," Bernard earnestly assured. "Let us hope so." The soldier non-committally shook his head, and soon led the young werewolves to the inn's backyard to continue their combat training. Finally liberated from the task of guarding captives, the leopard followed to the backyard, watching with keen interest as the young werewolves trained. Occasionally, it would engage them in sparring, helping these little ones understand how to wield their claws and teeth as natural weapons. In truth, born werewolves possess three distinct forms. The first form is that of a typical human shape, exhibiting little of note aside from an exuberance of hair. The second form is a hybrid of man and wolf, a state they frequently adopt. In this guise, they can unleash ferocious attacks with their teeth and claws, sprinting swiftly on all fours. Yet they are equally adept at wielding a variety of weapons. The third transformation is a complete bestial metamorphosis, taking the shape of a wolf slightly larger than themselves or a ferocious beast. In this final form, they resemble intelligent creatures, capable of integrating into diverse packs of wolves in the wild, possibly ascending to the rank of the highest pack leader. As for the drow elf still ensnared in the room, it is a sunlit day. Given her innate fear of sunlight, she now cowers in a corner, striving to evade the light as much as possible, her entire being enveloped in a state of profound weakness, leaving little room for thoughts of escape. Chapter 85. The Bane of Blue Dragons. If one were to select the most picturesque moment in Carlinport throughout the day, it would undoubtedly be the enchanting twilight of sunset. At this hour, the entire city is enveloped in a resplendent golden hue cast by the descending sun. The harbor, with its shimmering waters and the breathtaking spectacle of countless vessels sailing gracefully, resembles a magnificent painting. In this moment, standing atop a lofty tower while gazing at the distant port, complemented by a glass of juice or another chilled beverage, would be an absolute delight. Regrettably, at this moment, Zwissi found himself devoid of such pleasure. Having just completed his labor, he lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, drenched in sweat and utterly unwilling to move even a finger. It was evidently the result of severe physical exhaustion. Clearly, the frequent use of his transformation ability not only drained a significant amount of magical energy but also sapped his stamina. Perhaps during moments of intense concentration, one may not perceive this fatigue, but once that state of focus dissipates, one is immediately plunged into a state of exhaustion. Damn. It seems that I must exercise caution in the future when employing this ability. Otherwise, exceeding the limits of my physical capacity could lead to dire consequences. While lamenting, Zwissi struggled to extract a glass vial, about the thickness of 2 fingers, from his satchel. He uncorked it and tilted his head back to consume the milky white liquid within. After approximately 10 seconds, as the magical potion began to take effect, the overwhelming fatigue that threatened to render him unconscious gradually dissipated. Ignoring the discomfort caused by his aching muscles, he swiftly rose from the ground and directed a first-tier identification spell at the enormous energy storage device. Instantly, a comprehensive array of information regarding the enchanted item flooded his mind. The Bane of Blue Dragons. This artifact possesses an almost limitless capacity for storing lightning breath and various lightning-based magical attacks. Any creature that directly touches the surface of this device will automatically transform into an antenna. Not only are they immune to any form of lightning damage, but they can also channel lightning energy into the device for storage or extract electrical energy from it for release. Creatures within a 30-meter radius of the device may, with the holder's consent, benefit from an electrostatic field. Utilizing the reactive force generated by this field, creatures weighing no more than 100 kilograms can experience a magical effect akin to anti-gravity, enabling low-altitude flight and enhanced mobility. Similarly, the holder can impose the electrostatic field upon adversaries, forcibly dragging them down from the air and binding them firmly to the ground. Should the target be a blue dragon, a magical creature inherently imbued with lightning energy, the binding force experienced will be quadrupled compared to that of ordinary beings. Furthermore, within the 30-meter influence of this artifact, all creatures are immune to any fear or immobilization spells. When the stored electrical energy within the device reaches 1/3 of its capacity, it can conjure a thunderstorm within a 100-meter radius through guided manipulation. Each bolt of lightning unleashed possesses the power equivalent to a 5th-tier druidic spell, Summon Thunderstorm. When the energy stored in this device exceeds its limit, it instantaneously detonates with a violent explosion, unleashing uncontrollable electrical energy that wreaks havoc within a radius of 100 meters, obliterating everything in its path. It is evident, merely by observing these magical effects and attributes, That Zhuasi has meticulously reinforced it with the intent of limiting and defending against the blue dragon's assaults, ceasing only upon reaching the maximum capacity of the primary material. Were it not for its cumbersome nature and singular capabilities, it would undoubtedly qualify as a high-grade magical item. After all, the creator's profession is emblematic of a blue mana spellcaster. This implies that upon reaching level 9, one can employ the most advanced magical rituals to enchant an object, gently caressing the smooth surface of the energy storage device and feeling the subtle tingling in his palm. Zhuasi could not help but exclaim, "This must be the most formidable magical item I have ever crafted." With this, the blue dragons will think twice before attempting to invade Carlinport. In the creation of the Blue Dragon Slayer, Zhuasi nearly drained half of the energy reserves from the tower beneath him. Seizing the opportunity before Abani Abo's arrival, he unhesitatingly extracted even more energy, elevating the traveler's profession level to level 4. He also summoned a legacy and crafted a Command Undead magic card on the spot. Magic card, Command Undead, LV1 black card, upgradable, card quality, common effect. When this card is activated, you can exert a certain degree of control over an undead creature. If it possesses intelligence, it will obey commands and serve you to the best of its abilities, regarding you as a friendly target. During the spell's control, the undead will not attack you. However, should you attempt to command it to perform actions it would typically refuse or is unwilling to undertake, it may decline. Commands leading to self-destruction or evident demise will be categorically rejected. If the creature lacks intelligence, it will obey all commands, including those leading to death or suicide. The spell's duration lasts for 1 day per traveler level. Using this card requires a payment of 2 universal mana points or 2 black mana points. Once the Command Undead spell concludes, or if the controlled undead is destroyed, the card automatically enters the graveyard to await resurrection, with a duration of 1 day. With the completion of this magical card, Zhuasi's task list was finally fulfilled, granting him 3 opportunities to draw cards in one breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he eagerly selected to draw. In the blink of an eye, 3 new cards emerged. Creature card, Scorpion-tailed lion, LV2 multicolor card, upgradable, card quality, rare. Effect, summons a creature with a humanoid face, the body of a lion, dragon-like wings, and a scorpion tail to serve you until it is slain. The scorpion-tailed lion possesses innate dark vision and can comprehend any language you speak. Its tail spikes can be launched like arrows, with a maximum range of 60 meters, allowing it to shoot up to 24 spines at once. When fully depleted, the scorpion-tailed lion requires an extensive period of rest for rejuvenation, lasting at least 24 hours. To summon this card, one must expend 2 points of red mana, 1 point of black mana, or 3 points of universal mana. Upon the demise of the summoned scorpion-tailed lion, the card automatically descends into the graveyard, awaiting rebirth for a duration of 2 days. Spell card, Healing Hand, level 1 white card, upgradable, card quality, common effect. Upon activation, this card envelopes your palm in positive energy, allowing you to heal a target by touching their wounds. The higher the mage's professional level, the more effective the healing becomes. To utilize this card, one must pay 2 points of white mana or 2 points of universal mana. Once healing concludes, the card automatically enters the graveyard, awaiting rebirth for 1 day. Creature card, Elena, Flame Servant, level 4 red card, upgradable, card quality, unique effect, summons Elena, the Flame Servant, equivalent to a level 7 warlock in the current world, capable of self-adjusting according to varying magical environments, to fight or serve you until her death. She possesses a vivacious and fiery personality with a penchant for alcohol and will not hesitate to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. Proficient in various fire-based conjuration spells, she can inflict substantial damage upon foes in a remarkably short span. Unlike ordinary summoned creatures, Elena retains complete memories, personality, preferences, desires, and learning capabilities upon summoning. While she will not overtly defy your commands, she possesses the ability to adapt and reinterpret them. To earn their loyalty, one must first gain their favor. Distinct from other summoned beings, she exhibits a degree of growth potential. She will accumulate experience through combat and adventures, thereby enhancing her professional level, basic attributes, and abilities. Upgrading the card's level equates to increasing Elena's growth potential. To summon this card, a payment of 10 points of red mana or 10 points of universal mana is required. Upon Elena's demise, the card automatically enters the graveyard, awaiting rebirth for a period of 10 days. Chapter 86. An unbelievable masterpiece, the Flame of Elena, the summoning card? Zwissi was momentarily taken aback. Given the first two cards he had drawn, he had presumed he was destined to be a cursed player. Yet, who could have anticipated that the final card would result in a complete 180-degree turnaround? He had transformed from an unfortunate player into a fortunate one. Just the name alone indicated that the summoning card was undoubtedly superior to those ordinary summoned creatures. After all, according to the principle that the more mana points expended, the higher the card's rank, this card, costing a full 10 points, was double that of the second highest cards, the Large Stone Elemental and True Phantasm. Moreover, the card's edges shimmered with golden light, and its uniquely marked attributes only served to underscore its exceptional nature. If it weren't for the current circumstances, Zwissi would have eagerly summoned it to see for himself. Meanwhile, the taskbar underwent a transformation. Elevate any profession acquired through metamorphosis to LV11. Reward, 2 card draws. Reach a total of 40 cards. Reward, 1 card draw. Current card count, 23. Craft 5 distinct creature cards by hand. Reward, 2 card draws. Establish a personal magic tower. Reward, 2 card draws. Glancing over the 4 new tasks, Zwissi was astonished to find that the one most feasible to complete was reach a total of 40 cards. Given the number of spells he currently possessed, as long as he gathered a few from the 0, 1, and 2 rings, accumulating 17 cards shouldn't pose too great a challenge. However, this approach seemed somewhat dubious. After all, in the judgment of the Planeswalker card system, even cards created from first-ring spells were deemed inferior, while only second-ring spells barely reached in ordinary standard. Coupled with the considerable mana consumption required for a mage, Zwissi ultimately abandoned this tempting notion. He needed to allocate his mana toward enhancing his profession's level for now, postponing the increase in card count. With this in mind, Zwissi stowed away the legacy and sauntered to the window, appreciating the view outside, allowing his mind and thoughts to drift. Although he had just consumed a potion to restore his stamina, the exhaustion of his spirit was not so easily dispelled. He continued to watch as the sun slowly sank in the west. At last, a hurried sound of footsteps disrupted his tranquil state. Turning around, he discovered that Abney Arbo had mysteriously appeared at the doorway. At that moment, the current head of the ancient family stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the colossal energy storage device in the workshop. He found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the spectacle before him. Unlike the ordinary small-scale energy storage devices, this gigantic cylindrical crystal, magnified beyond measure, was no longer the murky translucence it once was. Instead, its interior sparkled with countless brilliant points of light, akin to starlight. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these points of light were composed entirely of colorless diamond dust, arranged in a complex and three-dimensional manner. In addition, near the center of the cylindrical structure, one can observe countless magical runes, each nearly the size of an ant's head. Even with Ebony Arb's exceptional eyesight, he could barely discern the few on the outermost edge, let alone comprehend the entirety of them. What a keen eye! In many respects, this remarkable creation is indeed a far cry from the rudimentary energy storage devices previously encountered. Now, allow me to grandly introduce the Blue Dragon Exterminator. With a hint of pride in his voice, Zwissi elaborated on the effects and characteristics of this grand magical artifact in detail. He even suggested that a specialized construct be created to serve as its base and tray, allowing for swift and effortless deployment of the Blue Dragon Exterminator to any desired location. Upon hearing this, Ebony Arb's expression and demeanor changed significantly, for he realized that this device, aptly named the Blue Dragon Exterminator, had far surpassed his expectations. Particularly impressive were its capabilities to generate electrostatic fields and widespread thunderstorms, rivaling advanced magic of the 7th ring and above. Although Ebony Arb had initially recognized Zwissi's talent and potential, he could not have anticipated such a remarkable achievement. After a prolonged silence, he managed to force a smile and exclaimed, "An incredible masterpiece. Remarkable work. I indeed chose wisely. Rest assured, by tomorrow morning at the latest, I shall send someone to deliver your reward and gifts." "There is no need for gratitude. It is my duty," Zwissi replied. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As you know, I must visit Aisha to complete today's orders." With a slight bow, he turned and departed from the ancient tower, vanishing at the end of the street. Upon learning of the specifics of the Blue Dragon Exterminator, Ebony Arb promptly decided to inspect it personally. Since the wizard's tower was already under organizational control, he quickly obtained the highest authority. Before long, the Lich appeared in the workshop through magical transportation, accompanied by a man cloaked in a hooded robe. As Lagan gently pressed his bony hand against the surface of the crystal, two flickering points of eerie light shone intensely in his eye sockets. Fortunately, this level had already been cleared, otherwise, Ebony Arb might have had to resort to drastic measures to silence any witnesses. After all, the identity and appearance of the Master of Runes must remain absolute secrets. Moreover, Lagan was not the only Master of Runes present. The man behind him was also one, and he was the most enigmatic among them, possessing a close relationship with Lagan. "How is it?" the hooded man inquired, lifting his head. In that instant, Ebony Arb beheld his eyes glowing with a malevolent red light, a quintessential trait of the undead. "Excellent. Just as I described to you earlier, the young man known as Soth possesses a remarkable talent and creativity in the crafting of magical artifacts, a skill that is difficult for others to rival. This magical item undoubtedly deserves the title of Blue Dragon Slayer. With it, our confidence in confronting Ivyco LS Granreath will be greatly enhanced." Ragan did not hesitate to express his admiration. "So, how do you plan to arrange for him?" the man inquired, his lips curving into a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking. "What if he is virtuous?" the man continued to press. "If he is virtuous, then we must find a way to tempt him into the embrace of malevolence. All arcane spellcasters share a common weakness. They rarely resist the allure of knowledge, power, strength, and immortality, much like you and I. Furthermore, I do not believe that someone like him would choose the path of virtue." "Do not worry, Safrakta. I have already orchestrated everything," Ragan assured with a cryptic smile. "Just as you meticulously nurtured Shangra and Shalisha into competent masters of runes." Accompanied by a tone of playful skepticism, the man referred to as Safrakta suddenly transformed from a human into a massive blue dragon. However, unlike a typical blue dragon, he emanated an aura of decay and death, particularly evident in his glowing red eyes, which seemed far removed from those of any living being. Ragan countered with a smile, "Why not? Do you not find them exceptional? It appears there is yet another new game to be played." Safrakta grinned in anticipation, swiftly casting a teleportation spell to whisk away the enormous energy storage device. When one focuses on creating a particular magical item, it is inevitable that other tasks at hand are temporarily set aside. Yet, in a remarkable turn of events, Zwasi found himself undistracted, with his efficiency markedly improved. Both the speed of production and the time consumed were reduced by nearly half. However, the sorceress seemed unaware that Zwasi's acceleration stemmed from a significant elevation in his creator level, allowing him to wield the abilities of refinement and shaping with greater ease, resulting in far more potent effects and broader influence than before. Additionally, he had nearly exhausted the resources in the library, eliminating any necessity for further procrastination. He even found time to transcribe several useful second-tier spells onto the blank pages of his 2 spellbooks. These included such spells as Detect Thoughts, which reveals the surface thoughts of others, Wild Surge, which simultaneously enhances a target's strength, agility, and constitution by 2, and Visual Link, which permits observation through the eyes of other creatures. In summary, these were rare and obscure spells not commonly found in spellbooks, seldom utilized by other spellcasters. Through the study and transcription of these spells, Zwasi encountered a rather vexing issue. The special ink required for copying spells and scrolls was exceedingly costly. The transcription of a first-ring spell requires a single page of the spell book, while a second-ring spell necessitates 2 pages, a third ring 3 pages, and so forth, culminating in the highest 9th ring, which demands a full 9 pages. Moreover, the ink required to transcribe a single page of the spellbook amounts to nearly 100 gold coins. This implies that merely to transcribe all first and second ring spells, one would expend approximately 60 to 70,000 gold coins solely on ink. Should the scope be extended to include spells of the 5th ring or lower, this figure could swell to several 100,000, even exceeding 1,000,000. Additionally, there are costs associated with borrowing spellbooks for transcription, approximately the spell's level multiplied by 50 gold coins, and the expense of purchasing scrolls. In essence, to pursue the study of magic on the continent of Faer-In, one must be prepared to amass a substantial fortune, leaving one with the impression that no matter how much gold one possesses, it will never suffice. Furthermore, higher-level spells are increasingly elusive. The market scarcely offers for sale any magical scrolls or books exceeding the 5th ring. To acquire spells of even greater potency, one must devise alternative means, be it engaging in clandestine transactions with red-robed wizards who establish enclaves, joining formidable spellcaster organizations, becoming a disciple of a powerful archmage, or seeking to trade with unscrupulous planar merchants, or perhaps embarking on adventures to explore ancient ruins, unearthing the tomes, knowledge, and scrolls one seeks. This is precisely why Zwasi feels compelled to depart from Carneth Harbor and journey to Candlekeep. As the largest library on the Sword Coast of Faerun, the knowledge and spells catalog there may not be the most powerful, yet they are undoubtedly the most systematic and comprehensive. Leave? So soon? Aisha appeared momentarily taken aback. Yes. I intend to distance myself well before the Guild Wars commence. Oh, and before I go, I need to procure a number of items from you. With that, Zwasi produced a pre-prepared list. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, I shall have all the items on this list ready. Given my spellcasting level of LV13, the price for the Fireball Wand and Dispel Wand, third ring Dispel Magic, I craft myself is 250 gold coins each. The Invisibility Wand is 500. And the Memory Wand, fourth ring spell, allowing a wizard to recover a previously cast spell of no more than third ring, is 39,000. Additionally, for magical items like protective arrows, I currently possess only one Shield of Reflection. Very well, I shall take them all, Zwasi replied, not attempting to haggle. Despite the total value of these items exceeding an astonishing 120,000 gold coins, especially the 4 wands, each so expensive it could induce one to bleed from the eyes, he deemed the expenditure necessary for safety on his journey. After all, items such as the Fireball Wand and Dispel Wand possess greater potency when crafted by a spellcaster of higher level. For instance, the Fireball spell, when cast by a level 5 arcane caster, may yield effects comparable to a large incendiary flask. However, if unleashed by a level 13 arcane spellcaster, its power would resemble that of a napalm bomb laced with white phosphorus. The disparity between the two is so vast that it feels as though they are entirely distinct spells. The powerful Memory Wand can even transcend the limitations of low-level mage's spell slots, delivering a considerable surprise to foes in battle. After all, gold is meant to be spent. Zwasi would never hoard his wealth like those miserly dragons or avaricious misers, stashing mountains of gold and silver in family vaults or lairs. Never to spend even a copper coin in life. I admire your candor. Aisha could hardly contain her inner elation. Her smile reflected not only on her lips, but also in her eyes. Before encountering Zwasi, she had never fathomed the possibility of extracting such immense profit from a single individual. Meanwhile, at the slave market in Carlin Port, Merchant Bernard had just completed a substantial transaction with the local largest merchant organization and slave trading group, the Longding Chamber of Commerce. 80 robust male slaves and 70 healthy female slaves, along with 1,000 resilient camels, had become the property of his caravan. Learning from past experiences, he had specifically hired a team of well-reputed local mercenaries as guards and managers, totaling over a dozen individuals. Observing the ragged slaves, filled with uncertainty and fear for their futures, Bernard pinched his nose and instructed the mercenary leader beside him. Take them for a bath, provide them with food, let them rest for a couple of days, and procure some inexpensive burlap and felt for clothing, along with leather for shoes. Otherwise, the terrifying temperature fluctuations in the Carlin Desert between day and night could claim a third of their lives. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. A man, appearing to be in his 30s, nodded in agreement and promptly began directing his fellow mercenaries to get to work. Managing slaves is one of the essential skills that most adventurers and mercenaries in Carlin Port must master, as nearly half of their employers are wealthy merchants and nobles who possess large numbers of slaves. The practice of purchasing slaves for labor by such caravans is exceedingly commonplace in the vicinity of Carlin. Just as the mercenaries wielded whips and clubs to drive the filthy slaves towards the well for washing, a representative from the Longding Chamber of Commerce approached from a distance. Smiling as he spoke, Bernard, my dear friend, given the substantial quantity of goods you have procured from us this time, we have unanimously decided to present you with a gift. A gift? A glimmer of caution flickered in Bernard's eyes. After all, he was a shrewd businessman, well aware of the merchant's mindset. If a merchant claims to offer you something for free, it invariably indicates that he seeks to profit even more from you. Chapter 88. A web enveloping the cedar of Carlin indeed. A gift. The head of the Longding Commerce turned around and beckoned. Before long, a tall and robust figure, adorned with a collar signifying the status of a high-ranking slave, emerged slowly from the headquarters. Cloaked and hooded, his features remained obscured, leaving only the outline of thick leather armor and powerful limbs visible, along with the heavy double-bladed axe slung across his back. It was evident that, even from his attire alone, he was a formidable warrior or perhaps a barbarian hailing from the wilds. As he approached, the high-ranking slave removed his hood, revealing a face marked by a somewhat fierce and brooding demeanor. Notably, two pronounced tusks protruded near his lips, reminiscent of a beast. His skin bore a faint hue of forgiveness, and the musculature of his arms, legs, and torso was significantly more developed than that of an average human warrior. Standing over 2 meters tall, his thick hair was braided into a small plait, and a prominent scar traversed his face. He was a half-orc, a hybrid of human and orc, existing on the fringes of civilization and savagery. Bernard recognized his race almost instantaneously, for half-orcs were not uncommon on the continent of Faerun. Many adventurous squads, mercenary bands, and pirate organizations featured their presence. Furthermore, the capital of Amu, Ascatra, was one of the few cities that permitted half-orcs to enter freely and afforded them the status of common citizens. The Copper Crown Inn in the slums often showcased the half-orc's visage. However, Bernard could not fathom the meaning behind being presented with a half-orc slave warrior. The head of the Langding Commerce, noticing Bernard's confusion, immediately offered an explanation. Considering the perils of traversing the Carlin Desert, we have decided to enhance your security. At the very least, we intend to ensure your personal safety. Rid is an exceptional slave warrior, having escorted caravans through the desert on multiple occasions. I present him to you as a gift, with hopes that our friendship may endure. After all, the Langding Commerce has long sought to expand trade routes in AMU. A long-term partnership with your Roland Commerce would be most advantageous. With that, the seemingly ever-smiling man placed an unassuming metal ring into Bernard's palm. Upon seeing the ring, the half-orc named Rit's pupils dilated in an instant, his face a portrait of anxiety and fear as he instinctively raised his hand to touch the collar around his neck. He understood all too well that whoever possessed this ring would become his undeniable master. The moment the magic affixed to the ring was activated, the collar would unleash a surge of electricity. Many slave traders employed such methods to control slaves of professional caliber, preventing rebellion or even the potential harm or death of their masters. Bernard accepted the ring, then decisively employed the tactic of delay, neither immediately acquiescing nor outright rejecting the offer. He had long been aware of the notorious reputation of the Langding Merchant Guild. This assembly of avaricious individuals was far more than mere traders. They colluded with the pirates of the Narransel Isles to eliminate their competition. After decades of expansion, they had successfully monopolized most of the trade routes and commerce in the Carensen region, while simultaneously dominating the slave trade. It could be said that the rapid rise of notorious pirates like Bloodhand Harlot was undoubtedly facilitated by the machinations of the Langding Guild. Whispers suggested that an unseen hand orchestrated everything from behind the scenes within this grand merchant alliance. No matter. We possess ample patience to wait. The representative smiled, placing a hand over his chest and offering a slight bow before turning to depart. Once he had distanced himself, the half-orc Rit hastily knelt on one knee, adopting a profoundly humble demeanor as he spoke. Master, your servant awaits your command. No, I cannot be your master. Shortly, I shall take you to meet another. He is your true master, Bernard replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Being a man of some self-awareness, he did not consider himself capable of taming a half-orc warrior known for his volatility and unpredictability, and thus intended to pass him on to Zwissi. Rit appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in resignation. After all, he was merely a slave, unable to dictate his own fate. Moreover, he had grown accustomed to being treated as an object, sold and resold, serving under various masters with differing temperaments without exhibiting any extreme reactions. Regardless of who his master was, the half-orc warrior's sole duty was to wield his dual-bladed axe and eliminate all enemies. As for everything else, he could not be bothered to contemplate, nor could he fathom it. Meanwhile, within the upper echelons of the Langding Merchant Guild headquarters, the aforementioned representative stood in a top-floor office, reporting to a superior of higher rank. My lord, I have delivered the half-orc Rit as a gift to the other party. As soon as their caravan enters the Great Desert, our allies will be immediately informed and able to confirm their location. Well done. I assure you, should everything proceed smoothly, you shall receive your rightful reward, a man appearing to be in his 60s stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, The representative's face brightened, and with an elegant gesture, he bowed deeply before turning to vanish around the corner of the staircase leading downward. As his footsteps gradually faded into silence, the elderly man rose from his chair, gently brushing his fingers across a book on the shelf behind him, intricately engraved with intertwined symbols resembling the number 3. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, he reappeared in the basement of a house in a different neighborhood. "How goes it? Has everything been arranged?" A low, hoarse voice emanated from the darkness. "You need not concern yourself with the reasons. Simply execute the tasks as instructed. Remember, should anything go awry, you and your family will disappear from Karensan forever." After uttering this ominous statement, the figure concealed in the shadows fell silent, leaving one to ponder whether they had departed or remained in their original position. Such singular communications and reports circulated through Carlin Port like a relay, ultimately reaching the hands of the master of the symbol of entanglement, Reagan. Upon receiving the intelligence from his trusted confidant, the Lich emitted a chilling, spine-tingling laughter, then remarked with a knowing tone, "An intriguing game is about to commence. Is it not? Young man, I hope your performance this time will be commendable. After all, I have high expectations of you. My lord, I have made the necessary arrangements with the paladins. If all goes as planned, they should be awaiting us at the inn's entrance," Ebony Abbé informed. "Excellent. Let us witness how Soth will choose." The eerie glow in Reagan's eyes flickered incessantly, his tone reflecting a sense of anticipation. As the supreme leader of the symbol of entanglement, he wielded control over much of the nation, like a web enveloping the Carlin fur. Whether it was to elevate those thieving guilds, or to obliterate them, or even to install a new emperor for the entire country, the Lich could effortlessly accomplish any of these tasks. A heartfelt note to my esteemed readers: I extend my deepest gratitude for your unwavering support over the past month, and I am immensely thankful to all the generous patrons and voters. This book is finally ready for publication. Given that D&D and Magic, the Gathering, are niche themes, I kindly urge you not to take advantage of this. If circumstances allow, please consider subscribing. Your support will greatly motivate me to continue writing. As a gesture of sincerity, I will provide 5 updates today. Additionally, the update schedule will shift to afternoon. I wanted to inform you of this change. Lastly, I humbly beseech you to subscribe. Chapter 89. I know not around 8 o'clock in the evening, the joyous time and should have been bustling with life, the most animated period of the day. A myriad of adventurers, mercenaries, newly arrived sailors, ruffians, and laborers who had toiled at the docks all converged here, indulging in inexpensive meals and watered-down beer, while exchanging tales of recent happenings and enjoying the alluring performances of dancers hired by the proprietor. This was, in essence, their sole form of relaxation and entertainment. Yet, regrettably, this evening even that scant joy was absent. The entire inn was enveloped in silence, with patrons quietly consuming their meals, occasionally sipping their drinks. Even the most ardent drinker found it impossible to revel in reckless libations. As for the dancer clad only in gossamer, she dared not perform her usual tantalizing movements on the tables, showcasing her allure to the ravenous men. The reason for this pervasive gloom was evident. 2 paladins adorned with the emblem of the god of suffering, Yilmard, stood sentinel at the inn's entrance. Though they symbolized goodness and order, selflessly aiding those in need, in a place like Carlin Harbor, they were anything but welcomed. For the majority of ordinary folk, their sanctity and radiance often instigated an inexplicable sense of guilt, especially for the noblemen and wealthy merchants who favored slavery. The paladins striving to abolish the slavery system of Carlin, alongside the temple of the benevolent deity and the Harpist Alliance, were viewed as mortal adversaries. Only the impoverished at the lowest rungs of society, and perhaps the oppressed and tormented slaves, regarded them as saviors. However, the 2 paladins seemed accustomed to such circumstances, remaining silent and motionless like sentinels. Suddenly, a rather diminutive figure appeared at the far end of the road. As the distance diminished, all in the inn could clearly discern that it was a boy, approximately 10 years of age. Through the dim light flickering from the shops lining the street, one could faintly make out his tousled black hair and a delicate face imbued with Eastern charm. The dark pupils of his eyes sparkled like the night sky, resonating with exotic allure. It was evident that this boy was none other than Zwasi, returning from Aisha. Being a rather observant individual, he immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere at the inn's entrance. Yet, before Zwasi could comprehend the situation, the younger female paladin among the 2 could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to block his path, directly revealing her identity. "Greetings. I am Eilun, a paladin from the temple of the god of suffering, Yilmart. I am Ager, also a paladin devoted to the god of suffering. A few days ago, we were commissioned by the guards to investigate a case of arson near the market district, and we hope to glean some useful insights from you." The elder paladin, evidently more seasoned, was flawless in her demeanor, tone, and rationale. "Paladins of the god of suffering?" Zwasi's expression swiftly morphed into one of peculiar discomfort. He could scarcely believe that the other party had managed to trace him so quickly. "Indeed, according to the intelligence we received, you were attacked on the night of the incident and employed some nefarious necromantic magic, correct?" The young paladin, who called herself Irurin, perhaps perceived Zwasi's youth and adopted an aggressive demeanor in an attempt to intimidate him. However, it was unfortunate for her that while Zwasi's physical age was less than 10, his soul harbored the calmness and composure of an adult. Such trivial scenarios would not even faze him, let alone standing before a dragon. Moreover, paladins are meant to uphold justice through reason, law, and evidence. Oftentimes, their intimidating presence pales in comparison to the ruthless thuggery of bullies. In an instant, Irurin's countenance shifted. She could hardly believe that this diminutive figure dared to lie in her presence, and immediately retorted, "But the information we received contradicts your claims." "I couldn't possibly say," he replied nonchalantly. "After all, come nightfall, these streets are rife with inebriated individuals. Perhaps the informant was merely suffering from the illusions induced by alcohol." He was resolute in his decision to feign ignorance. Regardless of who had provided the paladins with their information, that individual would undoubtedly hesitate to confront the truth. For once their identity was revealed, the leader of the Thieves' Guild, a Puck, would swiftly make them aware of the dire consequences of defying a gag order. Just as Irurin was about to utter another word, Ager suddenly interjected with a markedly different tone, saying, "Child, there is truly no need for such wariness towards us. For we are already aware that the house which was set ablaze served as a secret hideout for pirates. Whatever you may have done to them does not infringe upon local laws, nor do you bear any responsibility. We merely seek to understand what transpired that night. Was there a large-scale necromantic awakening, or perhaps a summoning of lower-planar fiends?" "I apologize, Sir Paladin, but I truly know nothing," Zwasi replied with an exasperated shrug. Enticement? Entrapment? He could assure them that if the paladins discovered he had transformed every living soul within that structure into shadowy entities, they would undoubtedly demand the purification of those phantoms. In Fair Inn, barring the deranged faithless, no one would jest with their beliefs, especially a steadfast paladin, who would go to any lengths to obliterate malevolent undead and shadow creatures. "Well then, I hope you understand the gravity of your actions." Seeing that Zwasi remained obstinate, Ager had no better recourse and could only lead a reluctant Irurin away. In contrast to many tales where a hero simply releases a detection of evil and then wields their sword to vanquish all malevolent beings glowing with crimson light, such actions are far beyond the capabilities of a paladin. Firstly, those aligned with the forces of evil are not necessarily irredeemable villains. A significant proportion of them are merely sophisticated egoists. Furthermore, one must consider the ruling elite in a city that permits the existence of slavery, where many may indeed belong to the evil faction. Should a paladin engage in such indiscriminate acts, they would undoubtedly fall from grace, as their lawful nature compels them to adhere to the law and reason. This implies that, without unequivocal evidence of malevolent conduct, they must refrain from action even upon sensing the presence of wicked individuals. Moreover, even upon confirming the presence of explicit evil, should the individual seek to defend themselves, the paladin is obliged to listen to their argument in full, employing their eloquence to counter it before proceeding with apprehension and subsequent trial according to local laws. As a famous adage in Fair Inn aptly describes, justice is perpetually hamstrung by the necessity of upholding laws and regulations, while evil is mired in its own conflicts due to the struggle for power and self-interest. It is precisely because paladins maintain such stringent standards for themselves that they evoke both admiration and frustration. The admiration stems from their unwavering readiness to confront evil, often at the risk of their own lives, while the frustration arises from their rigid adherence to principles, akin to a stubborn rock in a foul pit, which can frequently render their companions feeling awkward and uncomfortable.